An evil and heretical ritual that was lost for thousands of years is now being used to summon the souls of the dead from hell. The evil spirit quickly possesses a body, intending to turn Du Yunmoon into its vessel. But unexpectedly, his body now contains 3 different souls: Heavenly Demon, High Monk, and the Emperor. The abbot suppresses the Heavenly Demon, while the Emperor's humanity controls the other 2 souls. It may sound confusing, but just know that at only 20 years old, Du Yunmoon has reached the peak of martial arts mastery, carrying the power of the Heavenly Demon summoned from hell, a being considered as divine as heaven itself, the sole ruler of the world. He also possesses the wisdom of the abbot, who is revered as enlightened second only to the patriarch Bodhidharma. But to reach today, his past is filled with a tragic and terrifying series of events. Du Yunmoon's fate was sealed to become emperor in the future. It's not because he's too talented, but because the former emperor couldn't find a suitable successor, so he placed him on the throne before the ice tomb. But the bloody disaster also began here. He had to face the rebels alone, or rather the people of his own blood. Power indeed makes people do anything. It was a power struggle among relatives, with so many lives lost that blood flowed like rivers. An 18-year-old child like Du Yunmoon could never have the strength to stop him. He had to run away to save his life. Master Song Liam has led him out of the palace through a secret underground door. Time is of the essence, he hurriedly reminds him. At the peak of Biha on Mount Tai, find the small stone stele there and present the royal token. The 2 of them have buried the emperor and will surely support the fall of the dynasty. Although Yunmoon is reluctant, this is the only chance, the path for the great Ming, and also to honor the reputation of the heavenly emperor. With no other choice, tears welling up but forced to ride away immediately that night, Du Yunmoon finally reached the top of Mount Tai at Biha after days and nights of exhausting journey. He only managed to hang the necklace on the stone stele before collapsing from exhaustion, his face gaunt and emaciated. Du Yunmoon looked up at the sky and whispered to himself, "Tong Liam, master, I did it." Seeing the butterfly freely fluttering, he suddenly remembered the former emperor, who was also his grandfather. When he was young, Chu Huantrang asked his nephew, "What do you think power is?" At that moment, Yunmoon innocently replied, "Is it a flower, sir?" Emperor Ming Tai Tuo wondered. "A flower? Why do you think that?" He explained passionately, "Isn't it true that both the noble and the humble desire it? If power isn't a flower, then what is it?" Chu Huantrang laughs happily and lifts her niece into the air. "As expected of my Du Yunmoon, so clever." He suddenly advised, "And remember this, child, no matter how magnificent and intense it may be, even if it has been like that, power is only fleeting." Right now, he quietly hopes that if he were born again, he wouldn't be a fleeting flower, but a free butterfly. Du Yunmoon slowly closes her eyes, deciding to let go of everything. "Master Song Liam, it seems your fate ends here." Suddenly, 2 old men with white hair appeared out of nowhere, both looking extremely curious. "What is this? Who is this person? Why did you choose this hairstyle?" Old Y suddenly looked to the side and was startled. "Wait a moment, this is the royal seal." Then Du Yunmoon was taken into the cave. He opened his eyes and woke up, with 2 elders already kneeling beside him. "Your Majesty, we are guilty of death for not recognizing your Majesty." Du Yunmoon sat up in surprise. "I'm still alive? And who are you 2? Master Y and Master Huyen bow respectfully. "We are the guardians of the great ancestor emperor." Du Yunmoon was curious. "So, the 2 of you saved me?" Master Huyen began to tell the story. "I see. Your Majesty, at that time you held the royal seal in your hand. That is a sign of an absolute ruler, something only true royal bloodline can possess. At that time there were also traitors within the imperial palace. To prevent this, the first emperor had the ministers aware of this token. No matter how long it takes, the great Ming Empire will surely return to the people." Du Yunmoon hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head in refusal. "It's not necessary now, that's not really needed anymore." Both of them were startled by this. Du Yunmoon continued, "The great Ming is the land of the common people, not mine. My mission is over now, and I must learn to live like an ordinary peasant." Huyen Lao and Ai Lao looked extremely confused. "Don't worry, I appreciate your loyalty, but please don't call me your Majesty anymore. Just call me young master." The old man looked visibly confused, thinking to himself that he never expected the emperor to give up, feeling like his heart was about to tear apart. Suddenly, Du Yunmoon raised his face to the sky and said, "But not just the reputation. I want to change many other things as well." Huyen Lao suddenly stepped closer to him, curious to know if he truly wanted to let go of the past and become someone else. Seeing the slight fear in Du Yunmoon's eyes, he raised his hand to keep his distance. Then as I said, if you can do that, it would be great. Huyan Lao replied seriously, You can do it, young master. He looked confused and asked again, What do you mean? Old Y quickly tried to stop him, but Huyan Lao angrily snapped, Sit still, let me talk. Du Yunmoon looked extremely eager. Huyan Lao, if that's really possible, please help me do it. I don't want to be a flower stuck in one place for my whole life. I want to be like a free butterfly soaring in the blue sky. Can you turn me into a free and unrestrained creature like that? Master Huyan is not afraid to refuse. Your Majesty, just tell me which character you wish to become. Du Yunmoon froze completely when he heard that. A character? You are a deity who can transform me into whoever I desire, yes? He looked at his hand and replied, Anyone who ever existed in this world, I can do it. The living cannot, not even Qin Shi Huang or Genghis Khan. Such figures are all possible. Du Yunmoon asked curiously, Can you turn me into a woman? Huyan Lao examined his face carefully and said, It's a bit complicated, but still possible. Actually, that was just a test question. You already have your own wishes. Can you turn me into someone from the martial world? Huyan Lao was a bit surprised, expecting you to choose a legendary figure from history. He asked again to be sure, so you want to become someone in the martial world, but who exactly? I don't really care about the martial world. I only know of one person who became famous there. Someone who can go anywhere and be free. You insist on becoming someone in the martial world. Lao, standing behind, frowned deeply, various thoughts flashing through his mind, unsure of what the emperor truly wanted, but he knew that the most free and unrestrained person in the martial world was also the strongest. Huyan Lao was aware of this too. He stroked his beard and said, The strongest person in each era varies, so I can't be certain, but if I speak frankly, the strongest is definitely the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon? That name sounds good. All right, quickly turn me into that person. An evil and heretical ritual is about to begin. Master Huyan holds a small bronze bell in his hand, recalling how vivid this scene is, with the soul summoning and spiritual transmission ritual along with 2 demon soul pills. The day I fought them and ran away, if I hadn't been favored by the immortal emperor, I probably wouldn't be alive today. Sitting among 100 candles, Master Huyan prepares for the soul summoning ritual. He rings the bell once, then turns to ask the old friend beside him, Have you finished preparing everything? Old Y wiped his hands slowly and approached. I peeled off the top and cut the bones. Manga has been placed under the nasal cartilage, and the exfoliated epithelium will regenerate. I have also injected dozens of spiritual and toxic elixirs into the Emperor's body. While melting bones and reshaping his form have been completed, the cloth on Yunmoon's face is pulled away, and he has completely become someone else. The Huancot pregnancy abduction has ended. Looking at the new face and perfect body, Elder Huyan also nodded in approval. Well done. Even the late Heavenly Emperor would be pleased. Huyan Lao looked up to the sky and shouted, Are you ready to embrace a new life with a new soul? Suddenly, a dark, evil spirit was summoned into existence. It has no form, just like a cloud of smoke, but it carries the source of rage and overwhelming power. It growled, How dare you wake me up? How dare you do this? I will give you a new life. Tianma laughed loudly. New life? That sounds interesting, but I don't like it. The response left Elder Huyan stunned like a statue. Huh? Why is it like that? The reason is very simple. I, the heavenly demon, hate becoming human. Have you ever lived the life of the #1 human in the world? You want me to go through that boredom and loneliness again? Forget it. Being in hell with the king of hell would be more fun. Don't ever call me again. If you summon me once more for that reason, I will kill all of you. Master Huyan quickly knelt down and begged, Wait, heavenly demon. Deep inside, he was confused, but he had to quickly come up with a plan. If Tianmak returns now, everything will fall apart. He must think of a convincing reason. Words that can make the #1 of the demon sect come back. Huyan Lao was so tense that sweat was pouring down his face, yet he dared to point directly at the person who was once the strongest. The heavenly demon, I never expected that my old friend would want to leave so soon. The demon lord suddenly erupts in anger, causing the sky to darken. Do you want to die? You want me to kill you right now? Huyan Lao tried to stay calm because he knew that if he was afraid now, it would ruin everything. Lord Heavenly Demon, the world is gradually turning darker. While Heavenly Demon is still confused and not understanding, Elder Huyan keeps talking on and on. In today's era, a fearless Taoist named Zhang Sanfeng has appeared, even praised as surpassing Bodhidharma. The Heavenly Demon frowns. Zhang Sanfeng and Bodhidharma? I have never even heard of that name before. Huyan Lao, taking advantage of the situation, shouted loudly, Because you don't know what's happening in the world. Today people say that no matter how powerful Heavenly Demon is, he can no longer defeat a single move of Master Zhang Sanfeng. Heavenly Demon was stunned, furious, and shouted, "What? A move? What kind of fool would say such nonsense?" Huyan Lao switches to Hollywood mode. "Heavenly Demon, do you even know what progress means? In your era, you were the ultimate and supreme. But martial artists in the martial world gradually cultivated their skills. Today they have made a remarkable progress in martial arts compared to your era." Elder Huyan looked up and asked, "Do you still want to be called the #1 in the world? Do you want to keep that title? If so, try returning once and be the Ko Kim de Nat Nyan, the one who wounds the Heavenly Demon." Tianma smiled faintly, feeling a bit uncertain. The old man of Ko Kim is the strongest person, no matter the era, and he turns his gaze toward Yunmun. "How old is that little brat?" Huyan Lao replied. "Just 20. After hearing that, Heavenly Demon made his decision. "All right. Then I will live at least another 100 years. I will return. If the people of this era are truly strong, I will improve my abilities and prove that I am the best of this age. The #1 master of all ages, the supreme spirit realm disciple. I will show the world why I am called the Heavenly Demon. Hurry up and proceed." Huyan Lao urgently asked, "Please lie down and I will begin." Soon the soul has entered the body. Master Huyan hurriedly reminded, "Yi Lao, bring the demon soul pill quickly. This will end soon." The pill was placed into Yunmun's mouth along with Yi Lao's medical skills. The series of strikes into his vital points was carried out one after another. Suddenly, Yunmun's eyes widened with bloodshot glare as he sat up abruptly. A terrible headache suddenly struck, causing him to scream in helplessness. He clutched his head tightly, his face full of blue veins, and his whole body trembled as a result. I hear a voice. My head feels like it's going to explode. What is that voice? Master Huyan grabbed his arm to check his pulse and was about to acupress the Yintang point on Yunmun to help ease his pain, but it immediately pushed back. Yi Lao behind looks worried. What is happening with Huyan Lao? Just as he was about to explain, Yunmun interrupted. Everything fell silent. Master Huyan is sweating with fear. It's not me who said it, but you and the Heavenly Demon are talking, and it seems the great plan has failed. Yi Lao turned to urge and scold. Does he pretend not to know? Stop talking nonsense and come up with a solution. Huyan Lao still doesn't know what to do. Since Heavenly Demon cannot fully control the Lord, an internal conflict has occurred. If this continues, the Lord will be lost forever. Yi Lao suggests that sending Heavenly Demon back to hell might be the solution. But the unlucky part is he only knows how to summon. Sending back is another matter. He's not skilled enough yet. Both sides start arguing loudly. What should we do now? If this continues, the Lord will become a cripple. Huyan Lao also doesn't want that to happen. Who wouldn't know about that? I'm just thinking right now. Meanwhile, Yunmun's body was gradually losing control. According to Huyan Lao's guess, it was clearly the conflict between Tianma's demonic nature and the Lord's consciousness, leaving no other choice. A bold decision was made to insert another soul into Yunmun's body, a top martial arts master from the righteous sect. The idea was daring but highly logical. It could neutralize the demonic nature of the Heavenly Demon. There's not much time left, so Huyan Lao begins the summoning ritual once more. They have no choice but to gamble. Demonic nature, heavenly nature, and the Emperor's attribute are all determined by the heavenly way. After finishing, both of them collapse to the ground, panting like dying dogs. Seeing Yunmun step down from the stone bed, Elder Huyan and Elder Wai turned their heads with disbelief in their eyes. "Are you okay, Lord Commander?" He, on Monday, calmly replied, "I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" Like someone who hasn't eaten in days, I'm starving as if I've never eaten before. The two elders beside him also didn't know what to say. They whispered to each other. "Is it a success?" Elder Huyan also only dared to say, "It seems so. I thought everything had been harmonized into one. But no, the Demon Lord is still whispering in my ear. Damn it, why bring a monk into this tight space?" Yunmun continued eating quietly, ignoring whatever the Heavenly Demon wanted to say, when another voice sounded in his right ear. "Is that contestant the famous Heavenly Demon? You're even more impressive than the rumors say." He frowned, thinking that only the Heavenly Demon talked a lot, but the monk wasn't far behind. Yunmun angrily slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, "Shut up for a moment. Do you think I'm the only one here?" Hey, I said that and you don't feel uncomfortable? It must be really uncomfortable." Wai ungently twirls his ear, thinking that everything seems a bit different now. Although a bit noisy, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. That previous answer seemed to drive the Heavenly Demon crazy. What? Damn it. That is the greatest legacy of all time in the world. Even if he is a heavenly demon, Yunmun still curses him directly as always. Be quiet, you're so noisy. Huyan Lao and Yi Lao stand behind, looking confused. Are you talking to yourself, young master? The ritual to summon the soul to suppress the demonic aura of the heavenly devil by Huyan Lao using a monk inside Yunmun's body has been successful. The second character is Hulong, a high monk who is honored as the 6th patriarch of Shaolin Temple. Yunmun also guessed this. It seems that someone quite skilled has entered my body, so the heavenly demon can no longer bother me. Hey, you damn monk, Hu Lang! With that, Yunmun pushed his clean cup forward. Bring me another bowl of rice. Huyan Lao hurriedly went to get the rice without delay. Yi Lao stared intently at Yunmun, stroking his beard and thinking that the emperor was gradually changing, which would cause chaos as 3 personalities coexisted in one body, with sudden shifts in temperament that he didn't know how to handle. Seeing Yi Lao deep in thought, Yunmun was a bit puzzled. Yi Lao, what are you doing? Go pour me some water. Old man hurriedly ran to fetch water. Eon wanted to have a new name so no one would recognize him. He thought Hue Lang was educated, so he asked him to give him a new name. Huilang hesitated for a moment. What do you think of the name Vo Thuong? Un didn't hesitate and waved his hand, saying, Vo Thuong of the mortal world, is it unpredictable? The unlucky name associated with death in the unpredictable world. I refuse. Yunmun turned to Tianma. What do you think? Tianma grinned mockingly, knowing immediately what kind of person Hulong's master was. He pointed at Yunmun to say something, but Yunmun cut him off. This isn't a nickname, it's a real name. Honestly, asking for this unconscious person's name, what kind of nonsense is that? Humiliated blatantly, the heavenly demon went berserk, wanting to seize Yunmun's body immediately, but he didn't react at all. Tianmo was stunned. What? Why is he still conscious? When he looked to the side, Tianma finally realized the reason. It was because of that guy. He's blocking me from taking control of this guy's body. Fighting 2 at once is hopeless. So all Tianma can do now is bide his time, wait for him to let his guard down, and then seize this body completely. What have you been muttering to yourself all this time? What do you want to say? Tianma quickly made an excuse. Oh right, your name. I was thinking of a name for you. How about the name Fa Thien? Is that okay? A random name, but Yunmun was very pleased and said, From now on you will take the name Po Thien to roam the martial world, and immediately Po Thien no longer wears the long bow, but instead a very ordinary outfit. Master Huyan asked nervously, Where are you planning to go, young master? And Fa Thien calmly replied, I already told you I will be wandering the martial world. Both of them were confused, already setting out so soon. Fa Thien dismissed that idea. What do you mean, setting out? It sounds too formal. I'm just going to Lang Thang. Elder Huyan can't stop worrying. But what about practicing martial arts? You said there isn't much time left. He points to his head and says all the martial arts of the demon heaven and Hu Lang Kao Tong are in my mind now. Just try it and you'll see. You know that too, right? Both Elder Y and Elder Huyan keep advising against it. But we truly feel uneasy letting the young master leave like this. Fa Thien was silent for a moment, unsure of what to say, so he acted practically, stepping closer to the 100-year-old tree, and then, with just a punch, actually there was no then, Fa Thien left, leaving both of them staring in confusion. Are you really okay? The young master has truly left us. Old Hyan shook his head back. I don't want to say that. I mean, it will be fine, right? That martial art has reached the level of a martial arts master. The tree from earlier now only has the roots left. The trunk was blown away hundreds of meters away. On the peak of Biha that year, snow covered the entire Taishan mountain. Master Y and Master Huyan still sit there waiting for Fa Thien to return. But neither of them can find peace of mind. Will the young master be all right? Huyan Lao reassured him. Don't worry. No matter what happens, he will be fine. In his mind, Huyan Lao began to recall his image. He has eyes very similar to the heavenly emperor. Old Y, don't you see it too? Hearing this... Old Y was slightly startled and hurried back inside the cave, forgetting that I would recite sutras to pray for him. The scene shifts to a massive figure, covered in numerous sword wounds, fresh blood continuously dripping onto the ground. This is the Demon King Then Dien Quan Phu. He panted heavily and said, Even if you try your best, you can't steal our souls. Despite his severe injuries and facing hundreds of enemies, Quan Phu still stood firm, determined not to kneel before the foe. Seeing that, one person sneered and said, Quan Phu, that is the spirit of a fallen master. Your luck has run out. Now is the time for the Northern Sword Society to strike. After speaking, he drew his sword, intending to execute Quan Phu on the spot. Not only was he unafraid, but he also shouted back loudly. Is that so? You bastards, aren't you the ones who only believe in power and are too arrogant? The leader of your North Sword Society is just a useless ruler. I might as well do it myself. Quan Fu grinned in a terrifying way. Go and tell the leader of the North Sword Society that one day I, Quan Fu, will kill you all. They only let out a faint snort and said, Do you think that day will come? To catch the Demon King, 7 lords? We already have the heavens and earth echoing with our preparations. The Demon Lord in a white face still insisted on fighting, but was silenced by the other's words. Don't act so arrogant anymore. Quan Fu, do you think I don't know your tricks? Are you making a fuss to buy time for your brothers to escape? Suddenly, screams of panic ring out, and the other man points to the sky, warning, Listen up. It seems your brothers have already crossed over to the other world. Quan Fu roared and charged recklessly with his sword. Are you guys really planning to hunt down and wipe out the demon path? One of the prominent members of the North Sword Society easily blocked Quan Fu's greatsword and even kicked it into the air with just a foot. Taking advantage of the opening, he didn't strike the man's body, but only slammed the hilt of his sword into Quan Fu's head, causing him to fall in pain and helplessness. This guy spoke with a look of contempt, seeking to pursue and destroy completely. Isn't that the right thing to do? Quan Fu lowered his face, but no matter how hard you try, that person interrupted before he could finish speaking. That person? You mean the Demon Path Grandmaster Hu Uk Gu Rong? He leaned in and whispered, I will let you in on one more secret. The Demon Path Grandmaster and the Blue Sea Sage also turned their backs, saying, What can the Demon Path Grandmaster do? Alone. A dying person like you can only fold your arms and be helpless, right? The other man said. This then burst out laughing, turned around and walked away, ignoring Quan Fu kneeling behind. He ordered his subordinates, What are you waiting for? All of you charge now! As soon as he finished, everyone rushed forward. Although wounded, Quan Fu still had no trouble dealing with these pawns. With a single slash, many were cut down on the spot. Even the loud-mouthed guy earlier was stunned. Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind startled Quan Fu. Still have inner strength? Without a word, he unleashes his strongest move and strikes down. But it was nothing. And inside Quan Fu, a storm was beginning to rise. Fighting against my sword's edge with a spear's edge? That guy is the 3 swords of Tian Shan. Nyat Kim squinted at Quan Fu. Dark-faced Demon King, you are the only survivor among the 7 kings of the Demon Path. Today's hunt will end with your death. Quan Fu gritted his teeth in anger. You are so arrogant and proud, calling this a hunt for humans? You have gone too far. One sword calmly replied, That is our mission. Now go and die. The 3 heavenly mountain swordsmen simultaneously brandished their swords, unleashing their legendary technique, the hidden shadow sword net, as 3 figures lunged forward. Quan Fu, knowing he couldn't stop this deadly strike, smiled contentedly and said, Brothers, I am also here, but don't misunderstand. Quan Fu intends to wipe out these people with his ultimate move, a deadly technique that will surely cost him his life, the lightning fast sword art, his final move, the lightning streaking across the sky. Quan Fu swings his sword straight toward the 3 swords of Heavenly Mountain, but before the sword energy can strike down, it is blocked. A figure in red swiftly slashes away the sword in Quan Fu's hand. Even the Thien Son Tam Kiem cannot hold on to their sword. The weapons were scattered on the ground below, and Quan Fu and the 3 swords of Thien Sun stared in shock with wide eyes. That young man just smirked and said, How pathetic. Are these people really considered experts? The newcomer is none other than Fa Thien. The 2 of them looked in the same direction, disbelief in their eyes, pondering as they quickly seized the weapons. On this side, Fa Thien was standing idly with his hands behind his head. Who exactly is that guy? Seeing someone intervene, he shouted, Hey, who are you to cause trouble here? Fa Thien, still indifferent, replied casually, Well, I don't remember what I was doing, but what do you think? He lowered his head, eyes full of contempt. A martial artist getting so angry that he draws his weapon is truly shameful. What? How dare you speak to me like that? Suddenly, someone reached out to stop the first sword. Wait, brother. They quietly approached, causing Destruction Heaven to be puzzled. Is this the 2nd sword of a Heavenly Mountain? Who exactly is the young hero? Could you tell us your name? I? To avoid revealing my identity, I pretended to be a scholar named Heavenly Demon, Fa Thien. Where did the Heavenly Demon suddenly come out laughing happily? That sounds interesting. Breaking Heaven turns his face away in frustration, muttering to himself. 1 drop of water, no water. 1 drop of water, no water. He was headachy and shouted orders. Silence now. Now. Yunmoon learned from Elder Y and Elder Haiyan's scriptures to suppress the heavenly demon on the other side. Huihuan clapped his hands as if he realized something. Ah, so it's the heavenly demon scholar's first move to break the sky, the one that is unstoppable. La angrily clarifies what is going on. What is that? He's just the heavenly demon scholar breaking the heavens. There's nothing after that, just a blazing fire of anger rising behind him. What are you doing? He didn't wait any longer and rushed forward. Get out of the way. One sword points directly at him and shouts, "You're overconfident in your abilities, aren't you? How dare you insult us? What kind of devil are you? You are also part of the demon sect, right?" Without waiting for Fa Tian to reply, he said, "He decides for himself. I will kill you too. Die." He shouted loudly, the wind fluttering around him. "Do you see that and ask him, are you really going to stand still and accept your fate? Do I have to die here?" Fa Tian shouted bravely. "Do you know what it's like to endure a time like hell?" He swung his first sword to block Fa Tian's attack with ease, then not only threw a punch into his face, but also spun to execute a martial arts move, causing the two others to be knocked back immediately. Demon Lord stands behind, laughing triumphantly. "You haven't even used 50% of your strength yet. You look annoyed and grimace. You're too noisy." From afar, the sword sees you quickly sweeping away his men, making him furious. "Oh my God, he's gone crazy." The sword from the void rushes toward him, and he stays alert. Yet Keem quickly dodges the attack, grabs the sword, and swings around a few times, aiming at him. His faint sword slash cuts through the sky, scattering a few strands of hair. Victory gleaming in his eyes, he asks, "How do you feel?" No words needed. He swung his sword fiercely at you with one hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "How does this feel?" "It's done." Suddenly, his face paled, his eyes widened in surprise. Fa Tian holds up to the body of another monk, wondering why his entire body was cut apart. Thought it was just supposed to be a haircut. Then he looked at Not Keem with contempt. "And you, old man, why did you kill your fellow disciple like that?" He couldn't hold back anymore and shouted. Thao Tok's reckless brat quickly kicked him in the face. He was thrown back, a victorious smile on Fa Tian's face. He coughed up blood, causing the others to worry. The other two men, trembling with anger, looked at him with furious eyes, while the young brat and the two of them pointed their swords at him. Fa Tian tilts his head to dodge the attack and immediately counterattacks. He looked at his fellow disciples with concern, but before he could regain his composure, Fa Tian kicked out and gently delivered a blow to his face. "What's going on? What did you do in the end? How could it be like this?" I don't know when Fa Tian got so close to him. It seems he likes fighting like this. Nyat Kim quickly jumps back, feeling worried. "Damn it! How can that guy appear in front of me without leaving any trace?" Suddenly, Nyat Kim realizes something. "Are you doing something to channel your energy?" That stance. The Demon Lord asks him, "Are you planning to use that?" No need for words. Fa Tian's devilish face says it all. He swung his arms, leapt high, and stomped down hard, cracking the ground beneath him. A powerful surge of internal energy spread out. Tianma was pleased. Yes, this is exactly the martial art that best represents this body. Many destroyers are summoned, known as the Heavenly Demon Army, Lord Lin Mo. Why is the army in chaos? What the hell is this? First Sword immediately recognized and wondered. Illusion technique? I admit it. That's right. Do you want to confirm one more time? No matter what it is. First Sword runs over, shouting. Our 3 swords of Mount Tian. Do you think we are affected by this illusion technique? Suddenly, Fa Tian leapt up, catching him off guard. Huh? What is that? Another Fa Tian punches him in the guts, and the remaining entities attack others one after another. He clenched his fist and tensed up, his screams echoing in the air. Hui Huan hugged his bleeding arm, trembling with fear. Everyone has left, not even his brothers remain. Hui Huan glances back in fear as the survivors flee in terror. Tianmo wondered, why aren't you chasing after him? Wai stood to the side, reciting a spell. Buddha Amitabha. He sighed in frustration. All right, it's too troublesome, so I'll stop here for today. Someone over there still hasn't run away. Guan Fu braced himself. Troublesome? He looked back at this graveyard. Is this where it ends? The balance of power has tipped decisively to one side. Quan Fio looked surprised. In this entire martial world, the Demon Lord indeed has the qualities to inherit me. Amitabha. He watched them silently praise him, a remarkable figure emerging. Fa Tian Kuang seemed to realize something again. He turned to look at Quan Fio and bowed his head to the ground. clearly expressing his intentions and hoping for his approval. "Master, please follow me." He frowned in confusion. Fa Tian ran away in fear without looking back. "No, I don't like this. Your hair is so scary, great hero." A while later, at Kaifeng Palace, everyone was discussing excitedly about the major upheaval in the martial world. They gathered together to whisper. With 2,000 swordsmen from the Northern Sword Society and 500 experts from the Nine Pinnacles Alliance hunting down the Demon Path's 7 kings, having killed 6 of them. It was no surprise that the righteous faction held the overwhelming advantage over the 7 kings of the Demon Path. Someone's finger pointed, but a new character appeared, shaking the martial world. The shadowy, sinister figure of the Demon Lord emerged in their minds. The Demon Student. Thien Ma defeated 528 experts from the Northern Sword Society and 127 from the Nine Pinnacles Alliance, with the mysterious dark figure being dubbed the new demon god by everyone. No matter how cool they think they look, Fa Thien is just as stupid. He's eavesdropping to hear what they say about him. Has everyone heard the news about Po Thien? The old man frowns. I heard that everyone who saw him has died, and that he has a face like a demon. Another guy argued, but according to the words of the second sword, Hui Huan from Thien Sun, he is a good person. Fa Thien quietly walked away while they were still talking. I hear that the Northern Sword Society has already sent an investigation team. Who knows, bloodshed may soon erupt in the martial world. Heavenly Demon is very pleased to hear that. Everyone is freaking out over our matter. It's truly an impressive debut, Fa Thien. Fa Thien, feeling discouraged, cursed at him. You're really fine. It feels like being caught in a pointless battle. So embarrassing. Tianmo angrily retorts. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You've already changed your clothes? No one will recognize you. Hue Lang stopped him. It seems that's not what the guest intended. You shouted to get to the bottom of it, so what exactly is your point? Fa Thien interrupted the conversation, saying, You two are too noisy, be quiet now. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Anyway, that guy already knows what I look like. Do I need to disguise myself anymore? Hue Lang suggested another idea. Instead of dressing up flamboyantly like that, maybe we should change the atmosphere for a bit. He hesitated and repeated the phrase, change the atmosphere. A moment later, at Zhonghua Tower, the beautiful innkeeper came out to greet. Please come in. She froze in place. He sat down and requested, Give me a bottle of wine. Any kind will do. The innkeeper Fa Thien's eyes held an elegant and noble beauty like that of a handsome man, with a deep, warm voice and a simple snack. She froze, making him confused. Why are you staring at my face like that? She suddenly snapped out of it, realizing he was worried and thinking to himself, what's going on? Could it be that he already knows my name? She scratched her head, shyly admitting everything, knowing it might be rude, but I've never seen a handsome man like you in my 5 years working here. So that's how it is? She said that, then ran away. Please wait a moment. I will bring the food right away. The bait and wine are ready. He gently sipped his cup and set it down with a bang. Fa Thien sensed a strong, spicy aroma. It tasted different from the wine he had drunk before. Hulang stepped forward to analyze. I, a humble monk, do not know the taste of the wine, but perhaps it is something that brings joy to ordinary folk. He inquires about the quality of its wine. How does the guest find it? Is the taste of wine in the martial world different? He pondered silently. Fa Thien looked in the empty wine glass, reminiscing about the palace behind the scenes. At that time, all Fa Thien had to do was sit on the throne and look down at the many maidservants singing and dancing, with even the wine served in a golden cup. There are many chances to see it, but I don't enjoy it. Usually, the emperor's consort is the one who drinks wine. You sneer and criticize. Bitter, huh? Wine is always bitter. Why explains the philosophy? I have heard that bitter wine is caused by a troubled mind. You find it hard to understand and ask about the troubled mind. Huilang calmly analyzes. The petitioner allows the monk to repeat it once more. Although you have broken the precept of killing this time, and it was unavoidable, no one can take responsibility for your sins. Po Tian listened silently to these precious words. Therefore, if it can be avoided, fighting should be avoided. And more importantly, do not commit foolish acts that lead to pointless killing. Wai calmly closed her eyes and expressed the tranquility of Tutam. Only then can the disciple truly taste the sweetness of the elder. Fa Thien was almost convinced by those sincere words. At that moment, the demon lord interrupted and said casually, What are you talking about? Do you even know what the smell of alcohol is? He shouted that if we don't kill them, they will kill us. Not just in the martial world, but across the entire world. He warned, Heavenly Demon, you have now appeared in the martial world and caused great slaughter. Be lenient with him, he retorted. What mercy is there? He looked at his own palm and thought, That's right. I never expected the Heavenly Demon to be so powerful. This is the first time I felt truly free. But Fathian coldly and firmly smiled and said, if I use this power only for my own benefit, how am I different from my uncle and me? He turned to her and said, listen carefully. Hu lang Fathian hua chak. When I taste the sweetness of wine, I will share a drink with you. Master Y corrects himself. Master Thai, I can't drink alcohol, can I? Is that right? At the same time, someone was approaching from afar, and Heavenly Demon stared intently at the person. He warned, well, this looks tense. Someone is approaching you. He stops and stands right in front of Fathian. He guesses, are they from the Northern Sword Society? Fathian puts down his glass with a bang. The man folds his hands and introduces himself. I am Qinwu from Sichuan, just to clarify. He repeats his name, Qinwu. Zhengwu smiled and pointed behind him, cautiously watching where he was indicating. Fathian looked at the group, and Zhengwu suggested, let's sit together. Are they from the martial arts world? I'm also bored. Maybe I can gather some information over there. Yes, I agree to go. Qinwu introduces him to everyone, brothers and sisters, because the young master has accepted our invitation. Please greet the young master. He shyly said, I should greet him properly. The young master in red sat down and introduced himself. Hello, sir. I am also somewhat known in the martial world. I am White Sword God Long Nam Kung Hach Lien. Po Tien respectfully bowed again, very pleased to meet him. Does the demon lord think that guy is impressive? The red-haired guy here introduces himself as Tie Shui Quan Peng from Hu, followed by a proud girl, and I am Nam Kung Nga Lien. Meeting the young master is truly an honor for us. He secretly praised, oh my god, she's so beautiful. The girl here is Nam Kung Yue Mai, and Fa Tian still kept praising, how could she be this stunning? He stammered, scratching his head, not knowing what to do, and said it was an honor to meet everyone. So during that time, everyone greeted and introduced themselves. I am Mu Dong Zhong Jai from the Mu Dong family, and after Hach Lien finished introducing himself, he turned to say, Sir, we've all been introduced, and as for the young master, Po Tien responded, you all come from noble families. Your generosity toward me has truly made me a bit flustered and unsure how to handle it. He just made up a nickname to introduce himself. I'm just a drifter. You can call me Yoon. No, Moon Yoon. Student Moon Yoon sitting with you is a great honor for me. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth in anger. Destroying the heavens? Why are you calling yourself Moon Yoon this time? Who could possibly know who you are to do this? The alien extends his hand to greet. Yoon sect? Nice to meet you. He looked back at them warily. These martial arts figures I consider calling Fa Thien. But from their introductions, the status of these 4 men and 4 women is too terrifying. Fa Thien imagined a large sword and a sharp blade clashing, saying to himself, a major force in the Orthodox faction, compared to the Northern Sword Society and the Southern Dagger Sect. The circle with divisions inside it clearly indicates, known as a very large association, the 5 Lotus Society, the central power of the 5 Lotus Society. He analyzes each family. Nam Kung, Tu Xian Duang Mon, Habak Bangia, Tan Chao Nganjia, Modung family. He surveys the scene and confidently concludes that these people are the future leaders of the 5 alliances. Fathian asked what could bring everyone to Kaifeng Mansion. Isn't this place quite far from the city in Jiangnan? Heavenly Demon asked a question that felt like a dagger stabbing into his heart. What is it? You know nothing about the martial world, do you? He smiled and corrected himself. I almost have the map of the continent memorized from my time as emperor. Diang Hu points up at the sky with a hint of mystery. It's a long story. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand, because it's about the martial world. Fa Thien listened carefully to every word he said. As I told you, we are members of the 5 Lotus Society. Hui Mai interjected, there is also a headquarters of that gang in Kaifeng. In addition, our Mountain of the Northern Sword Society is also here. He looked pale with worry, so Fa Thien thought to himself. So what? Is our Mountain of the North Sword Society also here? He asked insistently. But why is everyone gathering here with the Northern Sword Society? Someone slammed their glass down on the table and complained. Hey, you're so nosy, young master. Hugh. Mai pointed her chopsticks at him and scolded loudly. Why do you want to know? This time the North Sword Society is holding a righteous banquet. What are you helplessly doing? Heavens! Hach Lien stopped this girl and advised her. Hugh, why are you so rude to the young master? The little girl pouted and turned away. I understand, elder brother. Fearing suspicion, Fa Thien also joined in the discussion. So it's because of the righteous Yen dynasty that the members of the righteous faction had to gather here. Hugh Mai agreed along, that's right. I didn't realize that the martial world was so fiercely divided into many factions. I am someone who knows nothing about the martial world. Without a doubt, does Hosh Lien trust you completely? Henry looked at the young master with curiosity. He seriously recounted everything and explained it more clearly to him. According to young Master Mon's assessment, the martial world is a very brutal place. And in fact, the conflicts are even more terrifying now. He was stunned. A conflict? Hoch Lien analyzes the righteous and demonic factions. Even those unfamiliar with the martial world have heard of those two terms. I admit it. Yes, I have heard of it. Hoch Lien's eyes suddenly darkened as he looked into the history of the martial world. Those two forces have never been clearly distinguished like they are today. Anyone in the martial world must choose one side or the other. He raised two fingers to express his opinion. Do I have to choose one of the two? But aren't there some people in the martial world who don't want to belong to either the righteous or the demonic path? He crossed his arms and affirmed that it's true. But those with ambiguous power or influence are often seen as enemies and easily killed. He worried to himself, this is so terrifying, being killed just for not taking their side. Why is it so unreasonable? Sorry to say this, but if you kill someone without reason, won't you be held accountable? I close my eyes in silence, clutching my fists and whispering, we are of the righteous sect, and everything falls into silence. He spoke up, saying, because we are on the righteous side, we don't joke about this. Hoch Lien shouted firmly, suppressing the demonic sects. I don't think that's preserving justice in the martial world. Fathian widened his eyes in surprise, and the demon lord standing beside him secretly praised them. Sounds convincing, huh? Seems like these people are thinking more progressively. Hugh Mai leaned in close and whispered, please don't discuss this in such a public place. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Fathin closed his eyes and pondered. The descendants of the Five Lotus Society might not have much influence now. They could be right, but it's not very practical at the moment. But this young master, seeing Hosh Lien interested, is worth paying attention to. In the end, he naively summarized. As expected, the martial world is truly chaotic. I have learned a lot more. Hugh, Mai asked to find allies. Everyone has their own circumstances. Young master, right? Hoch Lien enthusiastically greets you. If young Master Moon cares more about the martial world, just say so. Is there anything else you're curious about? He calmly asked, already posing a question no one dared to answer. I don't know if this is an overstepping question, but right now, who is the strongest person hiding in the martial world? He froze, looking like everyone was angry, so I had to take back my words. It seems I was a bit out of line. That's a sensitive question. Hoch Lien still explains, even though the question is a bit provocative. It's okay, the strongest can differ in opinions, but it could be the great demon Dao Master, North Sea Sword King, Than Hai Envoy, or the furious heavenly demon who refuses to accept defeat. What? I've never even heard of those names. He chuckled and replied, oh, is that so? You think back to saying in the vast mountains and forests, but the martial world is so big, there must still be hidden masters, right? He frowns and insists, I believe there are stronger masters than those I just mentioned. He remained silent and lost in thought, capable of appearing anywhere at any time. He stroked his chin and suggested, what about Huilang Xianxi of Shaolin? This statement is enough to leave them stunned and helpless. What? Huilang, immortal master. He died over 700 years ago. Tian Ma then turned to mock. He's been dead for so long? I remained silent in response. Amitabha? He also smiled and changed the subject. Oh, I see. Then Fathian glanced at him and asked, what about the heavenly demon? He was even more surprised. Huh? Why are you asking that? Halianbang Huang clarified. If the young master claims to know nothing about the martial world, how can he mention those historical martial figures? Stories about the heavenly demon are all just unreasonable. Whether you believe them or not is very uncertain. The heavenly demon, unwilling to accept, shouted and cursed loudly. Huh? So vague? Do they not know who I am? Everyone in the three worlds knows me. Potian pondered. Does everyone really know? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, drawing their attention. The ragged girl was cornered in the tavern, and an old man among them said, do you think you can escape from us? She was terrified, tears streaming down as she whimpered, please save me. He remained silent, observing their attire. Fathian looked at the murderous crowd in front of him and guessed it was the North Sword Society. He is the deputy enforcement captain of Beijiang Society, Bai Hu Sword Ga Forging Sam. The three members of the Nam Kung family sit anxiously with those people. He grabs her hair. Duke Sam angrily shouts and scolds, leaving his father alone to run away. I only know that I am truly fearless after all. She clutches her head in pain, crying out for help. Someone shouted to get his attention. Please wait a moment. A figure appears in a spinning circle in the air, and that is Hugh Mai with two swords in her hands. She spins around and points her sword at him. Hugh Mai angrily asked when Kaifeng had become such an unruly place. A reputable martial artist from a righteous sect forcing a fragile young woman like that? Everyone in the shop saw someone stand up and followed suit. Yeah, even if they are from the Northern Sword Society, such behavior is just too over the top. Exactly. He reluctantly let her hair down, so it turns out there's still someone brave enough to meddle in our North Sword Society's affairs. You think you can attack us and still stay safe? She softly repeats her words with a slight smile. Calm down. Hugh Mai pointed to herself and announced her name. You may use the reputation of the North Sword Society to oppress others, but not for me, Nam Kung Hui Mai. Everyone was abuzz after that statement. Nam Kung Hui Mi, the young lady of the Nam Kung family. So this girl is the daughter of the War Saint Sword? He exhaled coldly and said, Does this young lady know that meddling in other sects' affairs is an unspoken rule in the martial world? I mean, I'm not stupid enough not to know that. She clarified that turning a blind eye to injustice in the martial world is also something a martial artist like her should do. Hugh, Mai looked at the girl crying at his feet. Furthermore, based on what I see here, what you're doing is no different from kidnapping her. Duke Sam scratched his head in frustration. You probably acted that way because you didn't understand the situation. He explained, This girl, Tuyet Chao Feng, is the daughter of the demon sect's sect master, from the Tuyet Khan Duke faction under the Kaifo district. Sam explained his mission clearly and warned her that he was ordered to arrest all remnants of the demon realm sect, so they had no choice. If the young lady still tried to obstruct them, he threatened they would have to use force. Did you just say you would use force? Since when did the North Sword Society's law enforcement team dare to act so arrogantly? All 5 of the great clans have risen up, and seeing them causing trouble like that makes me confused. Damn it, I should have never gotten involved with them. Now both sides are facing each other. He clearly said, Young master, we are just on official duty, and I secretly think that outfit probably belongs to the Nam Kung family too. Duke Sam provocatively said, So are you trying to scare us on purpose? Hak Lin silently repeated his words. Threatening? His face is full of excitement. If I'm right, what do you plan to do then? He stepped back a few frightened steps, and Duke Sam, confused, reluctantly agreed to the request, saying, Well, there's no other way. We have to report to our superiors. Suddenly, someone stepped in to cut off his confusion. No need to report anything. His eyes flashed with a terrifying gleam. He, the leader of the North Sword Association's enforcement team, Sat Tu Kiem U Huin Trung, glared at him with a threat and said, Retreat is not in our enforcement team's vocabulary. Are you seriously going to report such nonsense to your superiors? Everyone bowed their heads in submission. Captain, greetings to the captain. Even Thien Ma is here complaining. He looked at Hui Trung, whose body was emitting a mysterious blue light. What's wrong with that guy who looks like a piece of wood? He started lecturing him. The young master of the Southern Palace doesn't realize he's going too far, does he? Light it up for me. Hach Lian asked angrily, veins bulging. What do you mean? He caressed his hair and hit right at your weak spot. What if the leader of the 5 alliances discovers this? Can you handle the responsibility? His eyes narrow with malice. So are you sure you won't be troubled if the next head of the Nam Kung family ends up clashing with the Northern Sword Society just because you covered up for a leftover demonic disciple? Hach Lian Gung Ko sneered angrily, provoking him. I dare you to say that again. Hui Trung quietly stepped forward and asked, Am I wrong to say this? If the friendship between the North Sword Society and the 5 Lotus Society becomes difficult just because of the young master, can he really take responsibility? Gung Hu couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. You bastard, how dare you threaten the next head of the Nam Kung family while we're still being kind? Shut your mouth now. Hui Trung twirled his hair calmly. Silence? If I remember correctly, you must be a descendant of the Bang family, right? He continuously insults them with disdain. It seems you have misunderstood something. I haven't said a single word disrespecting young Master Nam Kung so far. Moreover, considering your age and status, think carefully about what right you have to speak so disrespectfully to me. He clenched his teeth, enduring the bastard. He didn't say much more, drew his sword, and ordered, commanding all the members of the enforcement team present around this area from now on, no one is allowed to leave, even a step, they shouted loudly. After listing all his weaknesses, Hui Trung asked, So what do you plan to do now? Are you satisfied, young master? The heavenly demon can't stand it anymore and keeps shouting, That arrogant bastard, those righteous sects aren't to be underestimated. They've just been wolves in sheep's clothing from the start. Why don't you go eliminate them all, Fa Thien? Are you crazy? If I use the heavenly demon's martial arts now, my identity will be exposed immediately. He said, Killing humans is like cutting a cake. Why worry? Just kill them all. Who else would know you made a move? Are you joking with me? He standing beside called out, If that's the case, Hulang suggests, do you want to try using the skills of the humble monk? Hui Trung keeps mocking him non-stop. Young master, I'm asking you, what are you going to do now? Hach Lin clenched his fists in anger but couldn't do anything and said, give the girl to us. Hach Lin's eyes were full of determination. If not, we will follow you to see how you interrogate her. Even if her father is a great demon who kills and destroys, or an enemy of the whole world, it has nothing to do with her. If you still refuse even this request, we won't let it go easily. He laughed excitedly as if he had a harvest. He was suddenly and specifically terrified. And from this corner, he looked even more scared as he saw the expression change on the team leader. That expression shows the murderous desire rising within him. Hui Trung doesn't beat around the bush. He's mocking the burden of reputation on his shoulders, while you still arrogantly think you understand the rules of the martial world well, don't you? If you're so capable, come and try to steal my person. On this side, the 5 great clans are ready to fight with sword techniques. He pulls out a crooked dagger from behind his back, and Hach Lin, frightened, still wears a sinister, eager smile. His smile gradually turned arrogant. I knew right away it was not going to end well. I can't stand seeing that arrogant and proud look lingering in front of the noble children anymore. Hui Trung grabs her hair and presses a knife to her neck. Just kill this little bitch and it's over. He couldn't help but shout out loud. You call yourself a righteous person but act so inhumanly? His lewd smile is clearly visible on his face. Oh, killing her might be a bit much. How about this instead? He made a small cut on her chest. Hu Mai was so furious she went crazy. You trash. At this moment, Fa Thien Sung arrives and kicks him right in the face. Yes, I can't stand watching anymore. His face turned icy cold, and he was kicked so hard he nearly broke his neck. Fa Thien gave him a trip far away from his seat. Hach Lin and Hui Mei were stunned by his power, she softly called out. Big brother. Hach Lin involuntarily said, Is that? Everyone marveled as he floated in the air. Is this the highest martial art of Shaolin, the sky-high flying technique? A furious look appeared on Po Thien Han's face as he adjusted his angry snout. Who dares? What the hell is this? Hui Trung looked up in panic as everything seemed to freeze for a moment. Could he be walking in the air? How is there a kind of lightness skill like this? He clenched his teeth and guessed. It seems this guy doesn't belong to the Five Lotus Society. I don't know where he appeared from, but he gently descended, issuing a commanding order with cold eyes and a chilling aura. Let her go now, or my eyes will narrow and my voice will be firm. You will definitely die. Are you pleased with yourself, little one? Meanwhile, the true master of this power is reciting Amitabha Buddha. He still raised his voice to demand an explanation. I don't know which faction you belong to, but why do you dare interfere in the affairs of our North Sword Society? Hui Trung grabbed the sword. Do you know? Fa Thien cursed him out even more. Po Tien sneers disdainfully. You bastard, isn't it because I haven't heard of your rotten Bae Kim Society's reputation that I don't know? Stop talking and let her go now. He clutches his face in pain and determination, you bastard, even if you're better than me. Before he could finish speaking, he kicked Hui Trung in the stomach to wake him up, because our North Sword Society does not give up from the start, and Hui Trung clutched his aching stomach as he was repeatedly kicked. Hui Trung couldn't dodge him, so he took the full brunt of the attack. He whispered, My acupoint is shattered. A kick from the sky. He is unable to fight back and stands silently, watching. His kick is a few centimeters away from Hui Trung's stomach. Fa Thien warns, watch out next time or you'll die. He doesn't hesitate and orders the North Sword Society to kill him. Everyone rushed in at the command. He sighed in frustration, blocking the bottle, and with a kick, he knocked one out cold. He was stunned, and before Duke Sam could do anything, Fa Thien had already covered his eyes. One after another, he takes down each of them while they remain frozen in shock at his attacks. Those attacks almost all appeared as a majestic Buddha statue. The headbutt that shattered the ground made them even more terrified. He turns to smile confidently, as if he has victory in his grasp. Do you think you can beat me, just because you're many? Another guy rushes forward to insult him. This arrogant bastard quickly breaks through and is right beside him. He clasped his middle finger and thumb together, channeling his internal energy to deliver a powerful strike that echoed far away. The others charged forward to die, but almost everyone shared the same fate of being beaten down. Hach Lin stood here, staring in confusion, clearly understanding the other move. Truck Dick Fu. Then comes the move of several fingers punching the stomach. The immortal master strikes down with his hand, and Dhamma Master Hach Lin imagines Fa Thien standing on a lotus flower of Buddha, confirming that these are all the ultimate techniques of the Shaolin sect. He is seriously injured on the outside and furious that he can't do anything. Hui Trung's sword swung up as he charged forward, shouting his familiar phrase, Die, you bastard! Suddenly, a faint yellow light appeared. He curled his hand back to adopt a new stance, and the fingers of Fa Thien burst into bright light. He strikes him powerfully with a move called the Great Vajra Palm, with a whole hand emerging under the strong spiritual force, pushing him back 10 meters. Hach Lian was stunned, realizing it was the great power Vajra staff of the Shaolin Temple. Then he stood there in silence, gazing at his fallen battle scars. Does he think the young master is from the Shaolin Temple? After a moment, Hue Mai handed her a blanket and asked, "Are you all right?" "The young lady is fine." Hui Trung got up with difficulty, his steps stopping right in front of him. Po Tian crouched down and ordered, "Listen carefully, I will only say this once." He whispered, "Is it a secret message?" Anya Han grimaced and ordered, "Hurry and have the entire North Sword sect retreat immediately, and consider this matter as if you are forbidden from touching her anymore, if you stubbornly refuse to obey my words. If he dares to argue with you, then you will definitely die with me. Understand?" He nodded hurriedly. "All right, go away." All 5 great clans stared at him as if he were a strange creature. Fa Thien looked around nervously, and the atmosphere was filled with silence. "Now I realize I'm dead. Everyone is paying too much attention to me." I scratch my head, pretending to be innocent. "Sorry, everyone. I got a little carried away. Let's clean up here first. The sky is so clear today." Earlier at the tavern, the young ladies and young masters sat together with him, and also included him in the atmosphere of the 5 great clans at Tu Hua Lao. The 2 of them sat close together, forcing Po Thien to smile awkwardly. He patted his back, causing him to startle, and then made a suggestion. "Come on, lighten up. Since we're all on the same side, we should get along." Hach Lian warned, De Hu wasn't willing to speak up, and there was nothing more to say. Looking down on others should be done with moderation. He shouted angrily, "How can the young master sit there and laugh after deceiving us like that?" Hugh Mai also agreed with that opinion. "That's right. The young master teased us girls a bit too much. You truly are a martial arts master. How could you pretend to be such a fragile young master? Only Nya Lian is secretly admiring you, truly impressed by your impressive martial arts display." He clasped his hands together and bowed his head naturally. "I apologize." Fa Thien feigned sadness and said, "I didn't want to pretend I haven't eaten tiger meat, but I have my own reasons, so please forgive me." Then his face brightened with a smile. "But in truth, I have only recently begun my journey in the martial world. I scratch my head and tell Ko Bien Min not to think I have much experience for Kam." Hach Lian laughs loudly and calls out my name. "Hey, young Master Van." Your eyes look distracted and fearful. "What does the young master want to say?" He crossed his arms and said, "I suppose it's settled now, but I have a question I want to ask you." Hach Lian said clearly, "The young master mentioned that the matter should be kept secret about his identity. I wonder what that is. Can you tell us so we don't have to keep guessing?" He froze for a moment. "So who exactly is the young master really?" Po Tien scratched his head and quickly came up with an excuse. "Well, this matter is also quite important to many people. I insist on confessing. But since young master Nam Kung asked and we met here by fate, I have nothing to hide. I have indeed received the true transmission of martial arts from the 6th ancestor Hu Lang Zen master of Shaolin Temple." Everyone was surprised by that genuine performance. "Why? Heavenly Demon praises you." "Well done, you're quite clever." Hu Lang also agreed. The challenger's words are not wrong. Hu Mai wondered, "How is that possible? This is too absurd." Fa Thien is surprised. The little girl points to the sky and explains. "That's right. Hue Lang Thien master lived during the Tang dynasty. How could the young master be the true disciple of the Zen master?" The girl doubts him. How could young Master Li be an old monster who has rejuvenated himself? The others agree. This sounds too unbelievable. Tian Mo gently reminds him that they are quite clever, but since he is an A-list actor, he can say anything. I seem to have not been able to fully express myself. I am indeed a true disciple of the Zen master, but I didn't learn martial arts directly from him. I improvised and performed as if it were real. I grew up at the foot of Mount Tai, and the tiny boy you imagined accidentally saw something. That was a small cave, and the story continues. One day, while gathering firewood, I suddenly discovered a cave with a glowing book buried in the dirt. When I entered, I found a martial arts manual left by the Zen master. That was how I had the opportunity to learn the martial arts of the Zen master. Although I had never practiced martial arts, I imagined myself diligently training under a waterfall. Later, Fa Thien was able to control the water, and as time went on, I also achieved some progress. A few seconds after he grew up, Fa Thien created a powerful internal energy that shook the water. After finishing, he asked again, "Is that how it is? Does everyone understand now?" Thanks to her storytelling talent and natural demeanor, Hu Mai was deceived. I see, after all, with the young master displaying such martial arts, we have no choice but to believe. Not only the girl, but Hash Lien also stroked her chin in thought. Truly a fateful coincidence that unexpectedly led to her meeting the young master. Fa Tian clasped his hands together and apologized for the second time, saying, "I have deceived everyone and asking for your forgiveness." He bowed his head happily, accepting. The young master also doesn't need to blame himself, now the martial world has gained another hero. Isn't that the joy of our entire righteous martial world? I may be acquainted with the young master, but I must also be more cautious. You look confused. Caution? What do you mean, young master? I don't understand. Hach Lin calmly explains that the young master is new to the martial world and has some things he doesn't know. In the martial world, everyone's status is very important. The young master is the direct disciple of monk Huanling. How dare we offend him? He even asked as if to find more allies, right, everyone? Yes, that's right, you're correct. After a moment of explanation, his identity was summarized with one sentence. Come on, let's forget everything and have a drink. Hui Trung, sitting beside him, glared angrily at them. Why do these bastards keep making me sit here with them all of a sudden? Can you act a little friendly? Do you want to die? He looked straight at him, but Fa Tian still kept a blank smile on his face. Though he was smiling outwardly, inside he was threatening him. Don't ruin the mood here. If you say anything wrong, your mouth will be broken. Understand? Hui Trung looked at him in fear. This bastard is too terrifying. He can do multiple things at once without any hesitation. Can Lungi Tamgong be performed perfectly at his age? After threatening him, Fa Tian turned to suggest. Master Niu, Hui Trung exclaimed in fear. Yes. He smiled and asked, Everything has been resolved, right? He forced a smile and said, Yes, I assure you nothing will happen again. The procedure to grant him amnesty and release him has been completed. All right, thank you, hero. You don't need to bother the hero here anymore. You can go back and treat your wounds. Thank you, young master. That night full of fireflies, somewhere else, he recalled what Hach Lien said that morning. Do you still not have a place to stay, young master? He suggested it's fine. We can go to the neighboring inn to book a room and rest. He's inviting the young master to come over with us. At the hot spring, Po Thien wiped his face and let out a sigh of relief. He leaned against the edge of the pool, complaining, wanting to roam the martial world freely, but getting caught up in too many troublesome matters. If you want to meddle in other people's affairs, you have to accept the consequences, Thien Ma sarcastically said. I am grateful and said thank you, venerable monk, for this time. I is humble and has nothing, just doing what needs to be done. Fa Thien sighs again. What a tiring day. Suddenly, a large figure appeared, and Thien Ma called him to wake up. Today, Fa Thien, wake up! A towering figure with murderous intent all over his body appears. Fa Thien is stunned. Who are you? That's Quan Fu. He was stunned to see him, silently recalling that this old man, full of wounds, was kneeling before him. At that moment, Fa Thien ran away without looking back, while Quan Fu held on and said, Wait for me, hero. Do you recognize the old man I met on Snow Mountain before? Why is the old man still following me? Even now, I still cannot escape. Quan Fu clasped his hands together, still begging the hero to accept me. He grumbled irritably, Oh my God, what are you talking about? My ears are ringing now. I already said that before, so why are you still clinging to me now? Hearing that, he patted his chest and said, My life was already over. Luckily, I am still alive thanks to the hero's help. From now on, I am willing to follow the hero. Po Tien helplessly exclaimed, This really is the end of the line. Heavenly Demon asks if you plan to take him as a subordinate. Po Thien then strokes his chin in thought. A subordinate? If I take him along, I won't have any freedom on the road, and I'll attract even more attention. Then he thought for a moment, suddenly had an idea, and then a sinister smile appeared, saying, Fine, I will accept him. At Mount Tai Shan Fei Feng, where the snow falls heavily, Elder Huyen and Elder Wei are chopping firewood to store among the snowy mountains when they suddenly hear a strange sound. Master Huyen put his hand to his ear to listen, as if some sound was echoing through. A pair of large feet hurriedly running on the snow, a burly man carrying a bag of goods on his back. Huyen Lao bent down and looked down, wondering who that was. Quan Fu saw Huyen Lao and Ai Lao, and his eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, I saw that. That night when Po Thien said he would take you as his subordinate. Quan Fu was very happy to hear that, but the hero suddenly frowned, closed his eyes, and said, But your strength is still lacking, so come to my place to train more. Quan Fu raised his head and responded to the hero's words. Returning to the present, Kun Pu knelt and said to Huyen Lao and Yi Lao loudly, The treacherous villain, Demon Lord Ha Kun Pu, has come here to receive his master and pay respects at Mount Tai to learn from the two masters. Huyen Lao was confused. Master? Not everyone here knows, so how could he possibly come here to become a disciple? Elder Huyan sighed and asked, "What do you mean by sending him here, Your Majesty?" Meanwhile, Fa Thian was practicing under Huyan Lang's guidance. He stands behind Fa Thian and reminds him, focus on the path of internal energy. Let it flow through the meridians like a stream following its source. Just go with it, and you'll be safe. Huey Lang slightly smiles and takes a deep, gentle breath. All right, you did well. Your internal energy has improved a bit. The Demon Lord appears and says it's really pointless. I think there's no need to learn those basic things. Hunang explains that Heavenly Demon, you don't understand yet. Only with a foundation can you improve. He then asks, so what are your plans now, Break Heaven? He calmly replied, still nothing yet. The Heavenly Demon then sneered, do you two think we are joking just because we are powerful martial artists without ambitions to dominate the martial world? If you're still unsure and don't know what to do, let me, the Heavenly Demon, make a plan for you. Potian immediately refused, saying, fine, I give up. Let me be free and at ease. Why are you so angry? Do you think I'm joking? I'm tired of being king, too. I just want to be free and do whatever I want. Looking up at the sky, I continue, only then can I live this life without any regrets. Heavenly Demon praises you for doing as you wish, wanting what you must fight for. That is also what I, the Heavenly Demon, want to do. Hugh Lang clasped his hands and calmly said to him, Sir, what you see is only the surface of all things. Don't let your desires lead you to do things against the natural order. Just go along with the will of heaven, without being bound or restricted by anything. Y continued. Fa Thian felt even more helpless and exhausted by these two people. He sat up suddenly and shouted, Enough, stop it, both of you. This life is mine. I decide it. Then Po Thian wondered, but there was something strange. I remember the martial arts memories of both of you very clearly, but after a short time I started to feel them hazy, as if someone deliberately concealed them. He frowned and asked, How can I recover those memories? Demon Lord replied, It's not that complicated. As your strength increases, everything will gradually come into focus. For example, if you reach the top martial arts realm, over time you will gradually merge with both of us. At that time, you could even use those quite new techniques. Fa Thian asked back, Are those new and unusual moves? He immediately replied, Yes, that's right. Tianma continued as if to say, If you train in my Heavenly Demon technique to the limit, I can fully demonstrate my abilities through your body. When the fusion state is achieved, we can free ourselves from your body and move freely. He smiled in a terrifying way. The Heavenly Demon secretly calculated that at that moment I could control your entire body. Fa Thian crossed his arms, looked at him, and asked mockingly, So I could escape from me? The Demon Lord says it's simply free activity, able to merge into another body besides yours and still operate freely. After hearing him, Fa Thian fell silent, sensing something was off. He just looked at the two of them for a moment before speaking softly. Is that so? Night falls with the bright moon illuminating the entire sky. In his dream, Fa Thian saw Go Jiang. I try to run to him and call out, Sir, Fa Thian is almost touching you. He quietly said that I am Nguyen Von. Do you recognize me? Fa Thian revealed the emotions he had kept hidden. After he left, I lived in great suffering. But what I miss the most is him. I really miss him. He was speaking while crying, and his father gently wiped away his tears. Yang gently encourages you. Don't be sad either. From now on, you must walk your own path. You need to be able to do that. The things you've been through will help you grow stronger and wiser, he advised. Ganjiang smiled again and said, Don't do evil deeds out of hatred. Be a strong person. Remember my words, he said as he disappeared, leaving Fa Thian screaming, Dad, please don't leave me. My crying feels like it's tearing my heart apart. The grown-up Fa Thian still mourns and calls out his name in tears. The Demon Lord Tian speaks to awaken him. Wake up, Fa Thian. He opened his eyes wide. Sweating profusely and panting, he asked if you were okay. Hulang calmly said, You must have had a bad dream. Fa Thian glared and regained his composure. No, I am fine. Then he smiled and said, Thank you both. Thanks to you, the Demon Lord, I woke up from my nightmare. Why, thank you, Demon Lord. Let's save that for later. Are you not understanding? He said someone is coming into our room. Hearing that, he was startled. The three of them looked toward the door as a woman stepped into the room through the open door. Fa Thian immediately tensed up. He quickly lifted the blanket and asked the woman who would come at this hour. The midnight watchman slowly opens the door. Could it be an assassin sent by the North Sword Society? Ha Kuan-Fu has only just arrived at Taishan. Demon Lord said, based on her footsteps and aura. She is a woman. You wonder, huh? Who could it be? Nga Lin opens the door and enters his room. The two of them look into each other's eyes. Fa Tien Su, who doesn't understand what's happening, stands at the door with a gentle smile. He startles and stands up, stammering, "Young lady, is something the matter?" Nga Lin knelt on the bed and said, "Sir, when I first met you, I felt that our fate was destined." Nga Lin continued, "I believe that if I don't be brave, I will lose you." Po Tien was startled. Huh? What is the young lady saying? Demon Lord said with an amused smile. "Ha ha, Yu Lang is deliciously tempting, but he reminds you otherwise." "You can't do that, disciple." "Namo Amitabha Buddha." She crawled onto the bed, approaching him while speaking. "The young master is truly handsome and very charming." Her face looking at Fa Tien appears very loving and alluring. Fa Tien reached out and pinched her face, making Nga Lin open her eyes wide. He pushed her away and said, "Miss, don't make things difficult for me. Go back to your room." Nga Lin trembled and said, "Let go of this young lady." Fa Tien realized he might have hurt her, so he quickly withdrew his hand. "Sorry." Nga Lin sobbed, tears streaming down her face, and blamed him. "Why is the young master so cold? Could it be that the young master is not pleased with me?" Fa Tien quickly made up an excuse. "No, that's not it. I am naturally a person who is neither close nor noble, so I truly do not deserve the young lady." He clasped his hands together and said, "I thank the young lady for her feelings towards me." But Nga Lin understood clearly that the young master seemed to be harboring something grand as he decided to wander the world. She looked at him sadly. The young lady understands now, so she will take her leave. Fa Tien replied, "Thank you, Miss Nam Kung, for your understanding." Suddenly, Nga Lin said, but then she looked at him with determined eyes and said, "This retreat doesn't mean I will give up." Fa Tien smiled awkwardly, confused. "What do you mean?" After saying that, Nga Lin opened the door and went outside. The Demon Lord scolds him. "Oh my God, you fool. Haven't you heard the saying that a hero is also a lover?" Hui Lang praises him. "No, the petitioner has done very well." He sighs. "Why do all these things keep happening out of nowhere?" Fa Tien stood up from the bed as if to leave, and he asked openly, "What is this? You deny it with your words but are actually heading to her room?" Fa Tien frowns and says, "Don't talk about going crazy. I was just outside to get some fresh air because my mind was a bit confused." Fa Tien glided through the silent night sky with lightness, growing more powerful with his internal energy, moving faster and faster. Demon Sky spoke up. "You've become quite skilled at Demon Sky flight technique, but where are you headed? Living freely is fine, but you still need to rest and sleep." After Fa Tien finished speaking, he told me a few things, and I also met my grandfather in a dream. So, I suddenly thought of someone I need to see. Hui Long exclaimed, "Ah, the young monk just noticed," and he replied, "That's right, I didn't come to Kai Feng Prefecture to play." After a while of talking, we arrived at the place we needed to go. Po Tien landed. Heavenly Demon and Hui Lang also looked at what was before them and sighed, "Truly majestic." "This is the Kwanda Temple. What did he ask you? Are you planning to worship something there?" Does Fa Tien answer? According to what Elder Song said, the Big Bang headquarters is here. As he finished speaking, two figures suddenly appeared, pressing blades against his neck. The Tong family uses the number of knots on their belts to indicate rank. Fa Tien looked in their hips and thought, "These two have been members for over 3 years. It seems the information from Nam Kung Kach Lien is somewhat useful." A blindfolded man asked him, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Fa Tien grinned and introduced himself. "I am Van Don, here to meet the leader of the Kai Bang, the Feng Tian Guardian." Hearing that name, they immediately backed away and stammered, Van Don?" The blindfolded man immediately asked, "Are you the Jade-Masked Divine Dragon, Van Don?" Fa Tien asked back, "I don't know where that title came from, but Van Don is indeed me." He asked if you were the one who had conflicts with the Northern Sword Society in China a long time ago. You replied, "Yes, that was me." Va Tien sighed. As expected, the eyes and ears of this gang are everywhere in the martial world and know everything. They respectfully invited him, asking the hero to follow them. In the main hall of the gang, Fa Tien waited for a moment. Then a patched-up man stepped out, smiling brightly, and said, "I humbly greet young Master Van. Sorry for my rudeness earlier." I quietly assessed the 3 buttons. He must be a formidable person. Then he smiled and said to him, "It's nothing." The man with the bun wondered what the hero wanted to see the leader of the Tai Thuong Bang about. Fa Tien reached into his shirt and took out something, then handed over a jade pendant, instructing him to give it to the boss so he would understand why he was here. He simply replied, "I understand." The hairbun man politely asks the young master to wait a moment. I will deliver the message to the Supreme Elder as soon as possible. Fa Thian looked up and said, all right, but he asked, do you still need anything else from him? He replied, I just think you can follow my instructions without asking questions. Can I know the reason why? He immediately explained that at this opening, the North Sword Society and the Kaibang were originally rivals. Hearing that young Master Van had put a thorn in their eyes, I felt a deep sense of relief and comfort inside. The man with the bun continued, I don't know what relationship you have with the Supreme Elder, but we are very interested in your whereabouts, so you don't need to feel grateful. He continued speaking. Hearing that, Fa Thian forced a smile. Oh, the guy with the bun said he would go report to the Supreme Elder right away. Feel free to take your time. He sat there looking around, thinking that although the structure wasn't luxurious, it was very solid. It seems that the gang is a powerful force, unlike their outward appearance. I sigh. Turns out you shouldn't underestimate a beggar. While I was sitting, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere, ready to tear the sky apart and smash the earth. Fa Thian stared in surprise at the man in front of him, with Elder Fong standing amidst the thick smoke. Young master, he pointed at the jade pendant and asked, are you the one who brought this jade pendant? Looking at the jade pendant in Fong Lao's hand, Fa Thian thought to himself, he has too many knots. Fong Lao once again asked the young master, did you bring this jade pendant here? Fa Thian calmly replied, yes, I will kneel immediately to perform the ritual. Fong Lao confidently said, I, the humble leader of Fong Thian Ho, bow to your majesty. Then he bowed his head, kneeling in reverence, begging your majesty for forgiveness, and Fa Thian was confused. What is this? From this moment on, I will dedicate myself to your majesty. I am the leader of the Kaibang, Fong Thian Ho. He smiled knowingly, so that's it. Fa Thian understood why the old man advised the emperor to visit the Kaifeng residence and meet the leader of the Kaibang. Show him this jade pendant, and he will recognize your identity. He remembered the dream from yesterday, Wu Jiang told Nyuan. Van, don't be sad because from now on you won't be Lang Bak alone in this world anymore. He understood everything, closing his eyes and thinking, Old man, I really didn't see that coming. Sir Fong asked, are the two old men still well? I've been gone for a while, but I guess they are still in good health. Old man said, Your Majesty, you don't need to be formal when talking to me. Fa Thian replied, I'm just speaking casually. Now I am no longer the emperor, and you don't need to show me any formalities anymore. Old man Fong clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, I will follow your Majesty's wishes. I look forward to serving the ruler with the strength left to us. And if there is anything needed, please command. All right. Height. But old Master Fong, right now I no longer care about politics or power. My uncle has already won, and I have no desire to rekindle the fight for the throne, so there's no need for you to pay attention to that anymore. Old Master Fong replied, I understand. Does your Majesty have any plans yet? Fa Thian stroked his chin and said, Even though I have given up the throne, I cannot live a useless life. He furrowed his brows and asked, Do you think I can unify the martial world? If I can effectively harness the power of the two elders and the influence of that gang, I could take down many large and small sects across the martial world. When my strength is increased, I will have the chance to subdue the gangs and the renowned clans in the martial world. Fa Thian continued. After revealing his plan, he turned to the old man to gauge his opinion. Do you think, old man Fong, can he continue to join me in executing this grand plan to conquer the martial world? Let's ignite this war together. Does Lord Fong ask if the Lord Commander is the one who initiated this war of conquest? You are correct. The old man frowned and calmly said that my sect has not joined the main alliance of the 9 factions. Does the commander know the reason? Fa Thian exhaled. I don't know either. Lão giải thích rằng do La Ye duy trì vị thế độc lập không phụ thuộc vào bất kỳ thế lực nào, và tiếp tục nói rằng dù là một bang hội lớn trong giang hồ với thực lực không kém các thế lực hàng đầu, họ vẫn giữ thai do trung lập dễ tranh giành vào những cuộc chiến mẫu lửa trong thế giới giang hồ phức tạp này. Suddenly, Elder Fong spoke loudly but respectfully. If the Lord has given such an order, then as long as the Lord wishes, even if I have to die on the battlefield, I will never give up. I am willing to follow the Lord's will, Elder Fong said firmly. After hearing Elder Fong speak, Fa Thian fell silent and stared intently, thinking to himself, Indeed, this is the power left behind by the founding ancestor. They truly are loyal ministers, willing to do anything for their master regardless of the risks. But I never thought he would easily accept such a dangerous request from a kid like me. A leader of a major sect can do that. I really hadn't considered it. I respect him more and more. Then Fa Tian waved his hand and said, Sorry, I was just joking earlier. Lao Feng, hearing that, couldn't help but blush. I, the fake ruler, didn't realize the true intentions of the ruler. So, if I was rude, I hope the ruler will forgive me. He smiled kindly and said, No problem at all if you say so, I fully trust you. Fa Tian continued, I don't need any help right now, but if there's anything I need in the future, I hope you won't refuse. The old man clasped his hands and said, Of course, as the Lord wishes. Then the two of them talked all night until near dawn. Master Fang asked, But, Your Majesty, you have only just arrived in Kaifeng, yet your reputation has already spread throughout the city. Rumor has it that you have subdued Shaolin's martial arts and are also a disciple of the 6th Patriarch Huneng. How is that possible? The old man asked. Fa Tian will explain that matter later. So, Lord Feng, are you involved in the Great Alliance of Righteousness? Lord Feng happily replied, The one participating is my disciple. If the ruler has come there, I can go with him. He stood up and said, I look forward to meeting you there, then suddenly asked for your opinion. Can the Lord also come with me to this place? Then, Lord Feng led me to a secret door. Fa Tian looked in surprise as the old man opened the secret entrance. What? The old man's hand groped along the secret passage. Old man Feng spoke, Follow the divine envoy. The god has this to show you. Fa Tian looked around in amazement at the many different types of weapons inside, marveling at them. Wow, so many weapons. Demon Lord also marvels. There are really too many things here. The old man asks the monarch, What do you think? The weapons here, any one of them could cause trouble for Feng Huiet Vu in the martial world. Fa Tian nodded. Indeed, these are fine weapons, but what does he want me to look at? Master Feng is here, Your Majesty. Fa Tian was stunned as he looked at what was before him. 2 sacred swords, black and white, lying majestically in a corner. The old man spoke. Those are the 2 treasured swords left by the founding emperor. Now it's time for them to return to their master. He immediately shouted, Huilang, stay calm, Amitabha. Fa Tian turned around confused and asked, What's wrong? He touched the sword, thinking that I just felt these 2 swords were a bit strange. Master Feng urges you, which sword does the ruler want to use? Can you take it with you when wandering the world? Fa Tian stroked his chin. Which one? The demon lord shouted, Pick the black one, while Hu Lang chose the opposite. Please choose the white jade sword beside you. Fa Tian frowned. Then he smiled and asked Elder Feng if he could choose both. Elder Feng looked at him in surprise and then said, Of course you can. Anyway, they all belong to the person. The demon lord beside him muttered, Tisk, that greedy Hu Lang over there is just dreaming. Buddha bless, one is enough. Fa Tian walked over to the 2 swords, examining them with curiosity. What are these swords that make the 2 of them so impressed? Elder Feng, do you know the origin of these 2 swords? Old man Feng then spoke. Yes, from what I know, he looked at the heavenly demon sword and introduced it. The black sword is the heavenly demon sword. Then he pointed to the white sword and said, The white jade sword is General Khan's sword. He whispered to Tian Ma. So the heavenly demon sword belongs to you? That's why you're making such a fuss? He immediately retorted, So what? What do you think? He muttered as he lowered his head. I can understand the heavenly demon sword. So what about the Kan Tuong sword? Old Master Feng saw his confusion and said, The Kan Tuong sword. He looked at the sword and explained in detail. It is the sword forged by the renowned blacksmith of the Warring States period, also known as the Emperor's Sword. On a clear blue sky day, Fa Tian quickly walks forward with 2 swords in hand, suddenly stopping to think. He clenches the 2 swords tightly and whispers, The Emperor's Sword? Fa Tian stepped in front of the guest hall, where Deong Hu and Hach Lian were chatting animatedly. Then Hach Lian turned around and looked behind him. Seeing Fa Tian, he turned around and greeted him. Young Master Van, where have you just been? Fa Tian replied, I was feeling a bit restless, so I took a walk to clear my mind. Hach Lian, hearing this, didn't find anything to criticize. Young man, Hu Mai exclaimed, why are you carrying 2 swords home at midnight? It's nothing special. I just happened to get it by chance. It's not a big deal. Hu Mai then propped her chin, thinking, it's not a big deal, it looks no different from a treasured sword. Goat Ong Hu shouted from behind, Hach Lian, hurry up, the main event is almost here. Hach Lian then suggested, Master Van, are you coming with us too? This time, the Righteous Alliance also includes the virtuous monk from Shaolin. At Luan Huyen Lo, everyone followed together in a group. Hach Lian turned around and said to Fa Tian, Wow, it's surprising. You've already been praised as the Jade Leaf Divine Dragon. He continued, Your reputation has already shaken the entire Kaifeng estate. and this righteous alliance will definitely attract a lot of attention to you. I'm sorry, but I can't provide the translation for that line. That's not true at all, sir. Fathian doubted in his mind. Why do I feel like she's seducing me? Thank you, young lady, but it does look truly majestic. He stood looking at the house from afar, quietly thinking that even from this distance, he could see the towers clearly. The North Sword Society is considered the overlord of Jiangbei, and the people here have a somewhat different character compared to the Southern Dao Ming, the Five Lotus Society, and the Nine Rectifications Alliance. They pride themselves on having the largest workforce among the four major factions. Under the Guardian are 3 Guardians in charge. Directly under the Guardians are the Protecting Hall, the Blood Sword Hall, and the Heavenly Sword Hall. Below the Guardian Generals are the Strategists, the Chief Elders, and the Chief Inspectors, with the strategists overseeing the tactical squads, the inspectors managing the law enforcement teams, the shadow killers, the secret image squad, and the human force, their total personnel here exceeding 100,000. Excluding the gangs, the North Sword Society can be considered the strongest legitimate force. Hochlian explained that although the North Sword Society currently tends to rule with force, our biggest concern remains the Demon Sword and the Blood Sword Hall. Fathin suddenly exclaimed, Ma Sword, Blood Sword, aren't those names a bit savage? Hochlian turned his head to look at him and replied, That's right. He explained, They originally came from the demonic path, and the North Sword Society had made a deal and recruited them. He frowned and continued, but their treacherous nature was already ingrained in their blood, so even after joining the North Sword Society, their character remained unchanged. Hochlian's old story recounts that the Five Lotus Society and the Southern Dao Ming had repeatedly spoken out against them, but each time, the Northern Sword Society stubbornly ignored it. Fathin immediately wondered why a group with demonic origins would be under the authority of the righteous faction. The conflict really is intense. He looked at the building ahead and then changed direction. But those buildings are really big. It must have cost quite a bit to build them, right? Zheng Wu leaned close to his ear, listening to rumors that it took up to 100,000 gold taels to construct them. Fathin, stunned, asked, Where do they get such a huge sum of 100,000 taels? Hochlian explained, The main income of the North Sword Society comes from transporting goods, and they also run inns, casinos, and auctions. You keep talking, then suddenly stop, look around, and lean close to his ear. They are a thorn in the side of those dark sects because places like taverns are heavily connected to the underworld. Fathian immediately calculated. Do they want to wipe out the demon sect? Holding the market exclusively like that, the profits must be enormous. Suddenly, a horse galloped out with a rider shouting, Get out of the way. Everyone covered their ears after hearing the loud scream. Hochlian looked annoyed, his voice full of internal energy. Nyailian watched curiously, wondering what he was up to. Seeing Fathian move forward, Hochlian shouted, Master, go ahead and block the horse and that guy. Looking at him sharply from the horse, Nyailian cried out, Master, it's dangerous. Master Van, what are you doing? Are you planning to fight that horse? Fathian raised an eyebrow and said, That strange guy, he's annoying me. The masked man continues to charge forward on his horse. Hochlian, now scared, shouts, It's about to collide. And if it falls, it'll panic and scream, Young master! The horse is gathering speed to leap over Fathian's head. The masked man and the horse quickly leapt past him. Fathian angrily looked up to follow them. The masked man also looked down to check on him. The horse landed safely. Then he and the horse continued to run forward. Fathian gritted his teeth and cursed, What is going on? Is this even allowed? Hugh Mai burst out laughing. The young master, who was so cool, suddenly looked embarrassed, and he could only mutter curses at the little girl. In contrast, Nyailian calmly asked, Are you all right, young master? Heavenly Demon also mocked him, acting as if he didn't know what to do. Fathian felt embarrassed and scolded him. That guy is really formidable. He continued, In the army, you can't find someone with such a cavalry skill. I never expected there to be someone outside the martial world with such impressive riding techniques. He turned and said, Moreover, the person just now was the one whose gaze I remembered, a woman standing tall and proud under the clear blue sky. Fathin then asked, Are all those people coming to the Grand Assembly of the Great League? Hochlian also replied, Probably so. Hugh Mai panting asked, Is it always this exhausting at the Grand Assembly, and how much longer do we have to wait? Hochlian then scolded the girl, Hugh Mai, be patient and wait a moment. Suddenly, Fathian Kwang saw something and exclaimed, Young Master Nam, we don't need to wait any longer. He asked him in surprise, What do you mean? And he cheered excitedly. Master Niu is here. Huyen Trung suddenly turns around in surprise, frowning as he mutters, Damn it, why did that guy come here? As for Fa Tian, he happily called out, not even realizing I was calling him to come over. Then Huyen Trung hurried over on all fours. "Hello, young masters and young ladies. I should have greeted you from afar when you arrived for the grand event." He said that, but deep down he was extremely dissatisfied. Damn it, he came here with the whole troublesome Five Lotus Society crowd. Fa Tian patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Well, you and I at least have some acquaintance. We've been waiting for a while and are a bit tired, so maybe you could arrange for us to go in first." He clutched Huyen Trung's shoulder tightly and asked sharply, "How do you feel, Hero New?" Huyen Trung replied respectfully, "Of course I agree. That's what I should do. We are friends, so how can I let you wait like this? Please follow me." He quickly chirped, "Thank you, sir. I'll have to rely on you this time." He tried to appear friendly and said, "It's nothing. This is my duty." Hugh Mai was so excited. This place is really crowded. On the first floor of that elegant building, there is a seat with 2 gold dragons, which is Tian Tan Pavilion. Huyen Trung is introducing it as a lounge for guests to rest. There's a guy staring at Fa Tian and shouting, "That's the kid over there." They were standing far away, talking among themselves, not expecting our subordinates to let that kid embarrass us in front of the guests. Tu Vu looked on and said, "It seems that Niu Huyen Trung no longer has any strength or authority left to be the captain of the law enforcement team. Now that they meet again on his turf, he still has to cower before him, which is truly embarrassing." Han Thien suddenly asked, "Is he called the Jade-Faced Divine Dragon?" Tu Vu turned around, stammering, "Master, is there something you need?" He continued, "That guy is pretty bold, causing trouble like that and now daring to come here. At the inn, he already caused the law enforcement team to suffer heavy losses, and many of our subordinates were injured. The guest's belongings are broken, and we have to compensate him. Plus Ma Khan Duke's woman, he also let her go." He continued, saying that last time on the mountain, a sky-breaking destroyer caused us great trouble, and now that same troublemaker has appeared on our turf, causing more problems. Since when has our North Sword Society allowed people in the martial world to look at us with such contempt? I can't ignore this anymore. He ordered someone to bring him to see me, and he will pay for what he has done. He looked at Fa Tian, who was smiling and talking, but grew even angrier. Our North Sword Society is not a force that anyone can mess with. Right now, in the grand arena, everyone is cheering, and the officials there are excitedly chatting with each other. There are also many other distinguished guests in the stands. Somewhere, the Fa Tian Society and Hak Lien have found a corner to sit in the stands. Fa Tian looked around thoughtfully. There are so many martial arts heroes here, all from righteous forces. A Taoist standing on the stage preparing to speak. That is Tian Ong, raising his hand softly and saying, "Everyone, I am the strategist of the North Sword Society, Tam Nan Thien Chiu Thien Ong," and he begins to speak. This time, the Northern Sword Society is holding a grand meeting with 2 issues to discuss. Please share your opinions. He will begin the presentation. The first is that we need to eliminate all the dark forces causing trouble for the people. The second is to find talented, upright individuals from various factions to fill key positions in the Northern Sword Society. He loudly declared that the North Sword Society would be the main force to rally martial artists to wipe out those demonic forces completely. I humbly propose that the North Sword Society take the lead in mobilizing martial artists to eradicate the demonic sects. Everyone in the audience started to cheer. Fa Tian clenched his teeth, thinking, does he want to wipe out all the dark forces in the martial world? He also knows how to speak and rally the martial arts heroes. He turned to ask Hak Lien, "Who is he?" He replied, "Oh, he's the strategist of the North Sword Society." He nodded in agreement. Indeed, a true strategist. His eloquence and rallying skills are indeed exceptional. But does it seem like the North Sword Society has revealed its ambition to dominate? Hak Lien replied, "Looks like it." He explained further, but forces like ours cannot oppose them lightly. The North Sword Society's strength has already spread throughout the entire martial world. He explained further that today's proposal at this assembly was just a formality, suggesting himself as the leader of the righteous faction to drive out the evil, which was also their cleverness. They want to probe the attitudes of other righteous forces to see how they react so they can plan accordingly. Thien O then called out, "Brothers and sisters, our Bakem Society humbly proposes this. Please share your opinions." Everyone in the stands shouted, "We agree to fight against the demonic cult together with the North Sword Society." Demon Lord appeared and said, "He's truly a clever bastard with a brain." They probably planned to have their own small forces embedded in this gathering, so those forces could step forward and support the rally. Fa Tian replied, "Yes, Suddenly, a man approached Tian-O, his face covered in sweat but still expressionless. Qigong was slowly walking toward him. Who is the new monk that just arrived? Hach Lian introduced, He is Master Qigong, the abbot of the law hall at Shaolin Temple. Tian-Ma said, Hui Lang, your grandson is over there. I have also seen him. This monk is Master Qigong, abbot of the Luot Hall at Shaolin Temple. Qigong replied, Lao Na is Qigong from Shaolin Temple. Fa Tian then remembered that if he was from the Shaolin Temple, he could be considered a representative of the Nine Authorities Alliance. The master continued, I have heard the proposal from the Northern Sword Society just now. The Grand Master suddenly hesitated, but Lao Nap had a slightly different perspective. His words shocked Tian-U, Po Thien, and Hak Lien. The monk's thick beard moved as he spoke, and the suggestion to overthrow the demon sect by the North Sword Society was somewhat reasonable, but everything should be discussed gradually. Qigong Tuton said, Currently, the demon sect is lying low and has not taken any aggressive actions, so there's no need to provoke them into rebellion. The martial world is peaceful, with both the demonic and righteous paths in harmony, making this a good situation. He then thought of a certain person, recalling how when the heavenly demons still ruled the dark sect, they had been quite tolerant and generous towards the white sect, also to maintain a balance and prevent conflict between the two sides. Qigong respectfully said, Since the demon sect has already thought this way, our white sect cannot just naturally provoke conflict and cause a bloodbath in the martial world. Immediately afterward, he firmly declared that Shaolin, along with the 9 main alliances, now opposed the North Sword Society's proposal to attack the demon sect, and all representatives fell into silence. Hach Lian was surprised. How could this be? Ku Chin Lian has always opposed Bak Kiem Hoi. This is truly unpredictable. Hu Lang feels a bit proud. Indeed, our Shaolin's potential is different. Heavenly Demon also adds, that young man at least has some understanding of our dark path. But Fa Thien cast a suspicious glance at Tian-Ma and asked what was going on. So you once led the demonic sect? I thought you said you only wanted to live alone in the martial world. He also crossed his arms reluctantly. I also want to live alone in solitude without burdens. But thinking of those suffering and oppressed by the righteous martial world, I cannot. The demon lord opens his bright eyes. So what do you really want? His next words made him startle. Maybe I should introduce you to the Heavenly Demon sect and give you a position there. He immediately changed his tone to a sharp one towards the Heavenly Demon. What would I do at the Heavenly Demon sect? I don't want to. Whether they still exist now, only heaven knows. He then felt disappointed. So you don't want to, huh? Suddenly, Hach Lian interrupted his thoughts. Earlier, I thought only our Five Lotus Society opposed the North Sword Society. But now, only Nam Min Dao hasn't given an opinion. The plan to overthrow the demon sect of the North Sword Society has been rejected by both the 9 main alliances and the 5 societies, leaving only Nam Min Dao unclear. Fa Thien lightly twirls his finger in thought and says, I think the relationship between Nam Min Dao and the Northern Sword Society isn't good, so they might oppose it. Yes, but then, he immediately strokes his chin in doubt. So if the entire Nam Min Society also opposes this idea, what will the situation become? Suddenly, Hach Lian's face grew serious. At that point, everything had already been decided. If the South Ming Society agreed, it would become more complicated. Public opinion and martial arts figures in the world would then be consulted. You are more serious than ever. Besides the major sects and noble families, many smaller sects could be bought and controlled by the North Sword Society. Therefore, it's not surprising that many martial arts heroes agree with the Northern Sword Society. This is also quite troublesome. Even if the smaller factions agree, it will cause chaos that is hard to control. The entire hall is silent, watching the constantly changing situation. The head of the Bang family and Bang Ho also stood aside with arms crossed, and Gu Hoi Lian had already opposed that proposal. A slightly wrinkled hand gently resting on the sword hilt, now only the opinion of Nam Min Dao mattered. A white-haired man walking in the light with a sword on his back, if they opposed the North Sword Society's idea, it would mean the end of the alliance, and the current decision of Nam Min Dao is quite crucial. Everyone is staring in anticipation. With 2 major forces already opposing, only the Nam Min Dao remains. If they agree, it will be a tie of 2-2 among all the martial arts figures present at this gathering. Their steady steps slowly approach the arena, all eyes fixed on the representative of Nam Min Dao. They forcefully lower their sword to the ground to see what their intention is. Fa Thien watched intently as this person, who seemed to be an expert, slowly opened his mouth with great momentum. Here I am. The representative of Nam Min Dao is Elder Chief Tan. The elder loudly declares his opposition to the proposal to attack the demon sect by the Northern Sword Society. Neither Fa Thien nor Hach Lian was too surprised. Oh, so they also opposed. Len Tan stood face to face with Tian-O without any fear, and he gritted his teeth in displeasure, whispering, "So you mean that? We've already discussed this." Len Tan calmly lowered his voice. "I know that." Then the old man lightly flicked his robe and turned towards the audience, but loudly declared, "Please, do not misunderstand, esteemed guests. My opposition here is only my personal opinion. Both you and Hach Lian are completely confused." He waved his hand and said something no one expected.
After our discussion about the current situation, we have decided to agree on the campaign against the demon sect by the Northern Sword Society. As soon as the words were spoken, all the officials below cheered with joy.
"So, the heavens have agreed to punish the demon sect?" Len Tan asked with an indifferent glance. "Is that settled then?" Then he calmly leaves the hall. Tian O was extremely annoyed inside. These bastards dare to treat us like a joke? Po Tian was confused and didn't understand. "What the hell is this? You personally oppose it, but overall the Southern Mindao agrees?" Hach Lian continued, "This is truly a strange game." He has a suspicion that although they are in conflict, they both agree with the North Sword Society's opinion. The two representatives from the North and South face each other, their familiarity or strangeness indistinguishable. He rests his chin in boredom, truly exhausted. Now both sides are evenly matched. The sunset gradually casts its glow over the magnificent palace. Are the martial arts experts' opinions already collected, now that the meeting is over? So the tournament ended so boringly. Hach Lian didn't understand his meaning and asked, "So are you trying to say something else?" Fa Thian then gestured wildly. "Oh, so it was a martial contest to determine victory or defeat among the opposing forces." "Why not?" He suddenly burst out laughing. "You're joking, sir. That's not allowed. You've disappointed me." He mocks them, showing that the righteous martial world is just a bunch of cowards. When they can't agree and are evenly matched, they just settle who is stronger to find out who is the real powerhouse. I refuse. Forget it, I don't want the righteous martial world to be so conflicted. I was too naive. Tianma sneered, "But just by looking at your back, I can tell what you're thinking. I've already guessed your intentions." Kid, in the martial world and in society as a whole, there are two types of fighters. The stronger defeating the weaker, and the more skilled overcoming the less skilled. The strong survive, the weak perish. The mighty are honored, the weak are defeated. Heavenly Demon laughed wickedly. "You have the spirit like I did in the past. I will pass on what I know to guide you to gradually dominate the martial world." Fa Thian, he is lost in thought. His idea is truly brilliant. Hu Lang interrupted. "Tianmo, what are you plotting now?" Po Tian reached out again to ask. "So what will happen next? The factions are now evenly divided." Hach Lian calmly explains in a serious tone. "This matter is balanced among the major forces, and the next step will be the representatives of the sects and smaller clans voicing their opinions. He considers internally, so whether to punish the demonic path will depend on the opinions of the smaller forces." Suddenly, someone called from behind, "Who is that person from the jade-faced divine dragon?" He turned back and said, "It's me. Is there something?" "The hallmaster has summoned the young hero. Please follow me." Bung Hu immediately snapped, "Do your North Sword Society say we have to do everything they tell us? That's unreasonable. At least tell us the reason why your sect leader wants to meet, then we can decide whether to agree or refuse." He immediately frowned in annoyance. "Stop giving your opinion here if you're not involved in this. This is the order from the guild leader. We are only here to relay the message." He immediately stepped in front of him. "You bastard, fine then," he questioned them sternly. "The upcoming part is the opinions of the smaller sects, which is a pretty important event. But you still took the time to call me to meet the sect leader. This matter seems quite significant. However, if you don't explain clearly, no matter how many of you come, you won't be able to trouble me." The two guys following him immediately got angry. "We've been very polite to you, you know, and you still don't get it?" He chuckled cunningly. Truly, this young hero venturing into the martial world for the first time. Only those with little knowledge would speak such harsh words. "You challenge me like that. I want it that way." "What can you do to me?" Qikong suddenly stepped forward to stop them. "Old Napo begs your forgiveness, benefactors, for interrupting your conversation. But I cannot stand by and watch in silence. I have something I need to ask." Hach Lian widened his eyes in surprise. This person is the kind-looking great master who is smiling at this venerable monk, and they immediately recognize him as the Qikong Great Master. The Great Master then speaks. "Since the time for the factions to vote is approaching, this is an important moment, and I don't have much time here." The Grand Master continued explaining, "I hear that a young hero has received the true transmission of Yu Lang Holy Monk's martial arts. May I ask who that young hero is?" View sweat nervously, confused. "What?" He also looked confused. "What does senior martial uncle mean?" Master Qi calmly recounts as Bantang hears that the origin of the young hero's martial arts is from the 6th patriarch, Hui Neng. If that is true, then the young hero is actually my senior martial uncle. Hochlien stroked his chin thoughtfully. It really is like that. Why didn't I think of that? Immediately, 3 faces were placed on the diagram in your mind. Hu Long Zen Master is the founder of Shaolin Temple, and young Master Nuan Van is the true disciple of the Zen Master. In that case, young Master Nuan Van is the highest-ranking person at Shaolin Temple. The Grand Master held a string of beads in his hand, but suddenly a golden aura radiated from him, startling even him. If young hero is joking about his status and the martial arts he has learned, he is insulting the entire Shaolin Temple. I will definitely not let this slide. His whole body trembled in horror. His aura was truly terrifying. Tianma slightly admired. That troublemaker's strength is quite good. Hulang felt something was wrong. Buddha bless, it seems like things are getting out of hand. Fa Tien laughed out loud and activated his energy. So how am I supposed to prove myself now? Qi Kong widened his eyes in surprise as he saw his entire body burst with aura, overpowering even himself. Are you so confident to challenge me, or do you want to test your martial skills against me directly? Right here, everyone around is pushed back by your aura. Suddenly, Qi Kong smiled kindly and said, I also want that. The Grand Master returned to normal, but the upcoming North Sword Society meeting with various sects is approaching, so I'm just here to see how the young hero will do. I wonder if the young hero can visit the Shaolin Temple. Pao Tian Palace bows respectfully. Of course, you may come. The Master also bows in response. So Shaolin Temple always welcomes young hero to visit. Tu Vu stared in disbelief. Seeing him there greeting the Master, he was curious. How could it be? Is he really the highest-ranking person at Shaolin Temple? Who exactly is this person? As the sun gradually sets behind the city wall, they hurriedly leave. Thanks to Master Qi Kong, the North Sword Society had to let us go, but it's not that simple. They're probably just retreating temporarily. We haven't forgotten what happened at the tavern, so now, how should we deal with them? Hochlien nervously turned to advise, I know the young master's skills are quite strong, but facing the Northern Sword Society is too dangerous. You'd better be careful with them. The hurried footsteps that follow are because of what we caused at the tavern. The young master only intervened out of a sense of justice. He expressed himself politely. So if anything happens to the young master in the future, we will feel very guilty. Otian quickly waved his hand and said, No problem. He just smiled and nodded. I will pay attention. You don't need to think too much. Then the two continued walking side by side. On the way back to the inn, Fa Thien Mong Lung reflected on what happened at the assembly. His face suddenly became serious. The Northern Sword Society is a powerful force. They want to control all the power of the martial world and the Black Path, but no matter what they are, there are always supporters. Whoever holds the power always believes they are right. Everyone's perception of right and wrong varies depending on their own perspective. His gaze was very passionate, so earlier Fa Thien was not angry and did not want to revenge his adoptive father. Like a wolf gnawing on a rabbit, because he lacked enough strength, he was at a disadvantage in the battle for the throne. Now, venturing into the world, it seems quite obvious his steps are very decisive. Later, when your uncle becomes king, his perspective on things might change, and he may act more wisely. He has real power, so he can do anything he wants. Suddenly, he stops in midair, lost in thought about his past, and Pa Thien suddenly realizes something. Hochlien turns back and calls him, Young master, what's wrong? He remembers the 3 identities he holds. Emperor Min Yuan Van, scholar and heavenly demon Po Tien, with the 3 colors blue, red, and yellow representing each identity, all of which still exist without disappearing. They always change and appear depending on the situation you need them for. He couldn't help but feel annoyed when he remembered the cheers earlier, but the martial world is now in chaos, and everything has been shattered. He remembered Hugh Lang's words, that everything cannot be forced, and the petitioner doesn't need to overthink about what they did in the past. His face reflected the 3 orbs representing his 3 identities. In this situation, the imbalance of the martial world is also my opportunity, or perhaps the path I must take to rediscover my own desire. The light from a room in Showdown pavilion still shines, as Fa Thien reclines on the roof with his legs crossed, resting his head on his hand, eyes closed, lost in thought. After a while, he couldn't help but open his eyes out of curiosity, wondering how the vote at the assembly turned out. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past him, and he was startled, opening his eyes wide. As he sat up suddenly, the black-clad figure had already leapt across the roof and disappeared. Fa Thien stared in shock, his lightness skill quite swift. This is the territory of the Northern Sword Society, who dares to call himself a rogue assassin. I immediately used my energy to chase after him to see who he is. The man in black moved swiftly from one side to the other, and I focused intently to keep up with him. Clearly experienced, he only moved within the shadows, agile and skilled, but I didn't know his true strength. I also used my energy to leap over 3 or 4 buildings, chasing non-stop. The entire Grand Than Kiem Hall is very quiet, and from afar, it can be seen anywhere within the 9-story central building of the Bak Kiem Hoi. This is the most important place of the Bak Kiem Hoi. Currently, in the martial world, only 2 people hold the title of Divine Sword. One is the leader of the 5 Lotus Society, a heroic man with the celestial sword of the Southern Pavilion, He. The second is the owner of the Divine Sword Pavilion, a man with a large back, the leader of the Northern Sword Society. With a stern face, the undefeated Divine Sword, Dak Kohan Thien. Mentioning him immediately brings to mind that imposing image. He not only holds the title of Divine Sword, but is also the youngest among the 4 great powers of the White Lotus sect. The title of Divine Sword was bestowed upon him by the martial world, and some also call him by another title, the Sword King. It reminds me of another stern man, the Tiger Father raising a tiger son, whose father was also a martial arts master known as the Hidden Dragon Emperor of Poison. People still remember the day he turned away, leaving the position of hall leader to Duko Hantian before disappearing without a trace, with rumors saying he was hiding somewhere. His figure gradually disappeared as he trained his grandson. That son is the son of Dak Kohan Thien, the Sky Dragon Flying Sword, the ultimate weapon. Han Thien's face was as imposing as his grandfather's. Thanks to inheriting his father's strength and intelligence, he built the Northern Sword Society into a powerful force, gradually surpassing the righteous martial world and aiming for dominance in the black and white circles. Fa Thien watched as he jumped into a courtyard where the assassin entered the hideout. That is Taoyuhua Palace, a relatively modest hall with a spacious inner courtyard, still illuminated inside, featuring an artificial pond. Oh, that's interesting. I glanced to the side, still feeling wary. Furthermore, he hid behind the wall analyzing. It seems there are many hidden experts around here. They are all top-tier masters, not ordinary at all. He quickly concluded that they are probably guarding an important character inside, his brow furrowing from overthinking. If it's not to escort someone, then maybe it's to guard and imprison an important figure. I don't know which of the two is right, but I need to find out first. The beam of light starts moving because of an itch. Once inside, you'll realize that even the guesswork is tough. But how can we get in there? But he immediately broke out in a sweat, hesitating. If the guards catch him and bring him back, would that mean he's become a bandit? Exactly. I have to be careful and not rush in. Po Sie turned back and asked, "Do you have a way for me to get in without being detected, Heavenly Demon? Try saying it and see." The Heavenly Demon hesitated slightly. "There are many of them, do you know that technique?" he questioned suspiciously, meaning that is the Celestial Demon's hidden art, right? "But is it safe? They are all top-tier experts." He gritted his teeth in anger. "What are you talking about? How could my martial arts be discovered by those little shrimp?" Using his full internal energy, he then cast the Heavenly Demon hidden technique. He pouted, feeling quite unwilling. "All right. He's so furious he's twisted, so I have to listen when he speaks. Did Po Thien use all his internal energy? All right, this seems to be correct." He then rushed in quickly. "Since venturing into the martial world, this is the first time I have fully mastered the Heavenly Demon hidden technique. My entire body is shrouded in a red aura. When I unleash the ultimate Heavenly Demon hidden body technique, I can pass through doors silently. No expert can detect my presence in the darkness." But suddenly, he saw a sword-wielding bush standing still. He easily slipped past the person in the bush, even if they were staring or focusing on sensing the aura in the air. The person in the bushes didn't seem to notice me, nor could they detect my presence. Looks like everything's fine. The aura surrounding him makes it easy for him to jump into the next room, where he sees the man in black standing here too. He quietly observes him carefully. That guy really did come into this room. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out as someone reached for a cloth. Huyen Tu, the man in black, immediately knelt down respectfully. "Little Si?" He looked confused with a puzzled expression. "What?" A moment later, he blushed and panicked. Tuyet Lan stepped out, only wrapped in a thin towel. "How is the voting outside going?" Tuyet Lan gently wiped her hair as she listened to the report. "Yes, about that she urged me to speak, so go ahead and say it." She stared intently at the black-clad man, speaking firmly and directly, no need to hide anything. The man in black bowed his head in deep thought for a long time, never lifting his eyes as he reported. "He is a wicked, depraved scoundrel who goes around harming innocent girls, and everywhere people curse and condemn him." Her eyes immediately lowered in disappointment. "So the rumors are true, is it? That little leader of the Southern Tao sect? He really is a bastard." Fa Thien crouched nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. So what do you plan to do now? After learning the truth, she lifts her face to hide her disappointment. There's nothing left to think about. Our marriage is to strengthen ties with Nam Min Dao and the North Sword Society. Tuit Lan's eyes gently closed as if giving up. On paper, it was my marriage. But in truth, I was just a pawn. Father always pursues his own goals without considering others, and the opponent is a scoundrel. Fa Tian was stunned and asked, Father, is she the daughter of the leader of the North Sword Society? I see. So then I understand now that the statement from the representative of South Daoming has been clarified. Is this a political marriage? I stood there lost in thought, watching the house from a distance. The young leader of South Daoming is just a playboy who enjoys a carefree life, and he never expected to marry his daughter to that scoundrel for his own benefit and the North Sword Society's interests. Seeing Tuit Lan's sad face, he felt a bit of compassion for her. He really is a bastard. At this moment, the man in black looked up with a determined gaze. Yes, sir. If I am a subordinate, I oppose this marriage. Tuit Lan put on her coat and joked, If I leave here, will you come to help me? He clasped his hands together tightly, bowed his head and said, Don't worry, young lady. My duty is to protect you. Wherever you go, I will follow. She then smiled a rare, happy smile. She went to the bed and said, You step back, thank you, illusionist. I want to be alone to think now. The man in black hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Yes, your subordinate will withdraw. He kicked twice and jumped out of the room without being seen. Tuit Lan sighed helplessly. She slumped into the chair, her face full of sorrow, remaining silent for a while before burying her face in her palms. Seeing this, he clenched his teeth in frustration, his hand trembling as he clenched it tightly in anger, his eyes reflecting a calm nostalgia. I understand her feelings of frustration and helplessness because I have experienced them myself before. The image of countless soldiers marching that day, the image of me wandering everywhere in despair and crying, biting my teeth in anger but only able to cry. It's all just fate. The feeling of endless frustration, all immersed in despair. Luckily, he was not standing alone at that moment. Still, I am fortunate to have someone to help me. Fa Tian offers a gentle smile. Should I help her now? Seeing Tuit Lan trembling and crying, she was still crying, wishing someone would reach out and help her. His footsteps moved decisively forward, stopping right in front of the desperate girl. Her face, covered in tears, looked up in utter shock. He appeared like a guiding light in her darkened path. But a moment later, Tuit Lan was about to scream in panic, but was paralyzed by his pressure point. Who are you? Am I being acupuncture point sealed? Fa Tian knelt down, crossed his arms over his chest, and very politely explained, I have no ill intentions. I am the jade-faced divine dragon, accidentally entering the young lady's place. Tuit Lan tried to recall this name. Jade-faced divine dragon? I didn't hesitate and honestly said, I overheard your conversation and want to help you. Fa Tian stood up, bringing 2 fingers close to her. I will now release your pressure point, so don't scream so loudly. Her eyes blinked as if agreeing. Let me unlock the pressure point right here. He suddenly struck her very hard in the chest, making her close her eyes tightly. As she broke free, she immediately raised her hand to slap his face. His hand was so close, but he wasn't surprised at all. He gently dodged to the side, causing her to miss. She turned around in shock. That was fast! Fa Tian smirked smugly. Why did you fight back? She immediately blushed and tried to stand up straight. Are you the jade-faced divine dragon? Do you know what you're doing, young master? He clasped his hands over his chest and sincerely explained, I truly apologize, miss. I only wanted to help you. But then he turned away and said something that made her quickly clutch her clothes tighter, and the young lady should fix her attire. He also looked a bit embarrassed and blushed, but pretended nothing was wrong. Hopefully she didn't scream at her. Tuit Lan turned back, tightening her belt, her face still flushed as she looked back curiously. But how does the young master plan to pull me away? He crossed his arms and said very seriously, I haven't thought of any specific plans for the young ladies yet. She asked cautiously, Do I get to decide what I want to do? Will you do everything according to my wishes? He confidently affirmed without hesitation. Yes, tell me what you want. I will do my best. Her face twisted into a very complicated expression. What does he mean by that? Why would he fully help someone he doesn't even know? Her eyes fixedly scrutinized him. If he managed to infiltrate here unnoticed, he must be a master. Should I trust him just this once? Her cherry blossom-colored lips gently quivered. Yes. He tilted his head to one side, puzzled. What does she mean by that? Tuit Lan calmly said, I have always wished for someone to cling to in this situation, so I am very pleased that young Master Gu came to help. I don't know if this rope will help me escape from the abyss. He is now trying to absorb her words. Huh? A regular rope? The two of them stand facing each other very seriously, testing whether the young master is a strong enough rope or just a fragile, easily broken thread. She extends her hand to show her sincerity. I am Duko Tuyetlan. If you help me escape from here, I will consider you my benefactor for life. All right, change your clothes and let's prepare to escape. She subtly blinks in refusal. Not now. Come back tomorrow. His face stiffened awkwardly. Tomorrow night. Meanwhile, something that Po Tin was completely unaware of was happening at the two-story house in Thutan Pavilion. Jialien peeked her head through the door, smiling brightly. Young master, she went into the room looking around everywhere. Still not back? You came here excited to search everywhere, looking into every corner. It's clear the young master was returning with us, but now I wonder where he is. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in panic and hurriedly ran outside, shouting, Brother Hochlin, what's wrong? Nga Lin, panting, nodded to express himself. He clenched his teeth in self-blame and said, Damn it, I should have paid more attention. Remembering the scene when the Chao Ziwu and the Sichi group, the Northern Sword Society, had hostile intentions towards us, so they couldn't just retreat quietly and peacefully. Deonghu was sweating with worry. Brother Hochlin, do you have any comments? He gritted his teeth in anger and said, We might have to report this to the Alliance, because Nuanvan is probably captured by them. Fa Thin is happily somewhere, unaware that Nam Kung Hak Lien has already informed the experts of the Five Lotus Society. The news about the Jade-Faced Divine Dragon's disappearance has been told to Bang Ho and the others, leaving no one out. A disciple also reported this to Qigong that very night. The news was then spread to the 9 authorities the next day. The Grand Master's face darkened with displeasure, even to the point of frustration. Is that so? How can this be? They already know I pay attention to my master, so why do they still dare to do this? Remembering Po Thin in his hand, the Shaolin master confidently said, If that young master is the true disciple of the 6th Patriarch Hu Lang, then the Northern Sword Society won't be at peace with me. The master's face darkened. Now that the young master is nowhere to be found, the Grand Master concluded maybe the North Sword Society really did intervene. The disciple beside him asked, So what should we do now? Qigong straightened his back with an expressionless face, calmly observing the situation, when suddenly a shout shattered the circle where candles and fragrant flowers were burning. I can't believe I trusted you. Is that really true? Hoch Lien quickly explained that, yes, it was because the young master had a conflict with the Northern Sword Society at the inn, so it could be. At this moment, he clenched his teeth in worry, thinking that perhaps the young master had already been killed by the Northern Sword Society. Suddenly, a scream from the door made everyone turn around in shock. What's going on? Elder Fong stands tall at the door, furious. What did you say? A dark aura surrounds the old man. What happened to the young master? The old man stepped in to question and asked me to tell him. Everyone recognized the old leader of the gang. A moment later, Han Tian returned in shock and asked, Why did the gang leader come here? He carefully considered, This old man has never appeared since retreating into seclusion. Why is he here now? He quickly brushed past his disciples and ran outside to get out of the way. He was curious why this hallmaster seemed in such a hurry. Tian O was also at a loss. I don't know either. Feng Tian Ho and the former guildmaster had a very close relationship, and a handshake between the two old men was enough to show most respect. Tian O carefully considered, and in terms of seniority, Feng Tian Ho could be called the elder of the current guildmaster, so his hasty reception is understandable. In the guest room of the North Sword Society, representatives from major associations are gathered here. Han Tian carefully chooses his words, unsure of the reason why the senior personally came to the North Sword Society. Old Master Fong stood with his arms crossed, looking displeased, and snorted coldly. Enraged, he pointed at him and scolded, Are you worthy to be the head of the guild? With over 15,000 subordinates under your command, how could you not find a missing person? If anything happens to the young master, it's all your responsibility. Feng Lao's face suddenly turned extremely sinister as a warning. At that moment, all the gangs in the world would unite to make sure the beheading society cannot rest easy. Han Thian looked confused and teary. Is that guy really so important? Seeing the old man so furious that smoke seemed to come out of his ears, he wondered how the disappearance of that kid could make him so angry. Could there be some complicated relationship between the two of them? He scratched his chin, looking at the person sitting beside him, even more confused, including Grandmaster Qigong. He also came here immediately after hearing that he was missing. Qigong beside him still calmly sipped his tea, which only made him more certain. Perhaps because the rumor that he is a disciple of Huelang Lukto is true. That's why he's so eager. Thinking that breaking through the heavens with the protection of the Buddha toe, he immediately panicked. So that rumor must be true. It's troublesome now that besides the gang, we are also provoking Shaolin. Unlike the elders sitting leisurely and drinking tea, Han Tien stood there feeling very troubled. Previously, Shaolin had opposed the extermination of the demon sect. Now with this additional matter, our 9 schools will increasingly find it impossible to agree on anything. Master Qigong, don't be fooled by his silence. He's planning something very cunning. Len Tun scratched his head awkwardly, which also put the veteran commander in a difficult position. Bang Ho was laughing maliciously from behind, along with the Elder Bang standing behind me, just waiting to jump in and criticize. Suddenly, Elder Fong pointed at Bang Ho and questioned him. "What are you so happy about? You haven't had anyone to teach you, have you?" He immediately bowed his head to admit fault, saying he misunderstood and apologized. At this moment, a shadow walks leisurely through the night outside, recalling Tuyet Lan's face earlier when she said, "See you tomorrow evening, young master." Fa Thien clasped his hand behind his head and said, "So it's tomorrow night then? I hope it's not a trap." Demonic Lord appears again, puzzled. "Do you really want to save her?" I replied, "Yes." He then stroked his chin and asked, "Do you like her?" "Think about it. You've only just met her, and she already trusts you enough to entrust such an important matter to you." The Demon Lord waved his hand and explained, "It's not that he doesn't understand why she was forced into marriage with him." He looked up with a hint of compassion. Looking into her eyes, I could tell she was not lying. Tian Mu immediately spat out a stream of saliva. "Think again. How could you and the Northern Sword Society be her enemies in the future?" He pouted again and ignored it. "It's okay. He's just angry again and looks twisted." "So angry." Heaven. Demon clenched his jaw in frustration. "It's just youth, with no experience, and refusing to listen to advice." Suddenly, he saw a group of frightened people running past, and he squinted curiously. "What's going on that everyone's causing such a commotion?" Potian immediately held someone back. "What's going on?" Young master, this Taoist priest will give you a serious explanation." "So, what's his name?" Hearing the name spoken by the person in front of him, he clenched his teeth in panic and asked, "Is it the jade-faced divine dragon flying Wen?" The grand building's center is quiet and majestic outside, but inside, waves are secretly surging. "Yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, the search still hasn't yielded any results." "Bang leader, you're going too far." Bang Ho did not back down easily and responded, "Is there something I said wrong?" He firmly extended his hand forward after Bak Kiem Hoi was humiliated by Ngok Dien Tan Long. He then disappeared into the Bak Kiem Hoi territory. "So isn't everything already clear then?" Tian O glared at him and said, "Don't accuse us like that." Lão Phong nổi giận vẫy tay quạt, tất cả im lặng không tranh luận nữa. Giờ cậu lắm gì cũng vô ích, thưa hỏi chữ Ngọc Diễn Thần Long công tử Dên Thám, vừa dứt lời, mọi người dẻo trốn mặt, ngạc nhiên chưa hiểu chuyện gì. "Huh? Where? What's going on here?" Old Master Fong rushed forward happily, kneeling down and bowing to him, relieved that everyone was safe. Does the gang leader call him the commander? Fa Tien hurriedly tried to help the old man up and said, "Please stand up." Old Master Fong obediently stood up slowly, causing his surprise. "Yes." Han Thien carefully organized his thoughts. Fong Thien Ho can be considered one of the most influential figures in the martial world today. The more he thought about it, the more his face grew darker and more puzzled. Why would someone like him kneel before that young boy? Seeing Elder Fong treat him so kindly and respectfully only made him more curious. So, what is his identity then? Fa Thien covers his mouth and whispers to the old man. "Master Fong, please get up quickly. Everyone is suspicious of me." "Sir." He still kept his eyes wide open and asked loudly. Suddenly, I was worried about the young master disappearing. I was really too worried. "My lord, where are you running off to?" He scratched his head, looking a bit uncomfortable. "Oh, it's nothing. Usually he treats me like family, so it's nothing serious." Lao Fong then chuckled along with a smile. "This little brat really made me worry. Everyone is sweating nervously. What's going on?" Breaking into the heavenly palace, I bow respectfully. "I have some matters I did not expect to cause such chaos. I hope you will forgive me." I also bow sincerely to Han Thien and especially apologize to the guild leader. It's okay. He also placed his hand on his chest and nodded slightly. So the young master has returned, and the matter is considered settled. And next, you find yourself confused and forced to sit at the same table with these people, as Han Thien enthusiastically pours a drink for you himself, and the young master accepts this cup. Yes. Old Master Fong drank until his face was red, his eyes blurry, enjoying the fine wine. Han Thien pouted and firmly believed that these two people must have some connection. Seeing Fa Thien happily eating and drinking with everyone, he drew a conclusion. This kid's background is not ordinary. His eyes are very determined. What about Ngan Van? I will definitely find out who you are. At the party organized by Han Thien, the elders were eating and chatting happily, everyone getting along well. Of course, some of them still felt uncomfortable, but everyone understood the situation. Hak Lien, holding a glass in his hand, rolled his eyes awkwardly. How could he sit among these martial arts elders? Fa Tien forced a stiff smile, wondering what I am doing here. This atmosphere doesn't suit me. Elder Fong seems to radiate a glow that makes people mesmerized by him. As we know, the gang has always been a major force in the martial world. So the absence of the gang's senior elder here also acts as an invisible pressure on everyone at the table. The suffering of him and Hak Lien can only be silently lamented in their hearts. So tired, I also feel so uncomfortable. At the banquet in this magnificent tower, the two juniors seem quite uneasy. At this banquet, many gang leaders and sect chiefs are present, but all their attention is naturally on Fa Thien, a rising talent who has already made a strong impression with his actions. Han Thien keeps a close watch on him, and sitting across from such gazes, Fa Thien can't feel at ease, smiling outwardly but screaming inside. What are you looking at that's so terrifying? Ha Tien glanced at the glass of wine in his hand with a scrutinizing look. Why did Thien Thuong call him the ruler during those 3 days, huh? It seems like he remembered something and turned to remind Hak Lien. It seems that the young master said he witnessed your martial arts skills, right? Yes. Hearing them talk like that, he suddenly opened his mouth in panic. Hey, stop talking. Am I not paying enough attention at this banquet already? Chi Kong also quietly opened his eyes to observe as Hak Lien Hao raised his wine cup with both hands, chatting endlessly. At that moment, little boy was a bit surprised, not expecting to witness the formidable martial arts of young master Nguyen Van. The lost martial arts of Shaolin Temple had only been known by reputation until now, but he had never seen them himself. After witnessing the prince's display firsthand, the young one truly widened his eyes, and Bang Ho then placed a jealous hand on his shoulder. Oh, that sounds impressive. It must be a very powerful martial art. He here is secretly sweating. All right, stop talking. Fa Tien Da quickly spoke to defend himself. I was just lucky to learn some martial arts from Shaolin, so I was just waving my arms around. As for Shaolin martial arts, no one can surpass Grandmaster Chi Kong. Elder Fong opened his eyes wide like 2 marbles, assessing. I don't know who is higher or lower, but if it can be verified that this is the martial art of the 6th patriarch of Shaolin, then wouldn't this young master here hold the highest rank in Shaolin? I would never dare to interfere. Everything is up to Master Chi Kong to decide. The Grandmaster raised his cup and took a sip, nodding in agreement. The Supreme Alliance leader said that was partly correct. Young master, if it's true that you are a disciple who learned martial arts from Master Hui Long, even if just by luck, then when the great master kindly puts down his cup, how can I, your humble servant, refuse to acknowledge your duty? If it is confirmed to be true, then young master should go to Shaolin Temple to receive a rank equal to mine. Han Thien and Len Tan are stunned with their mouths open in amazement. So it's on par with Grandmaster Chi Kong? That means this story is related to Shaolin but also connected to the martial world. Bang Ho also looked confused. So this young master here has a status nearly as high as the top figures in the righteous martial world. Fong Thien Ho's words at that moment caused the atmosphere of the banquet to tense up a bit. He quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest and expressed himself.
Please don't be like that. I am still new to the martial world and dare not compare myself to the elders here.
Han Thien immediately frowned, annoyed. Where did this bastard come from? I heard that he uses Shaolin martial arts, but I didn't expect Master Chi Kong to want to acknowledge him as an equal. Shaolin is currently led by Chi Kong, the #1 sect in the martial world since forever. The influence of Shaolin on the righteous martial world is undeniable. With the information network of the Kai Bong, their influence is not much less than Shaolin's. The celestial sect is now led by Elder Fong, and they also have the support of the sect according to the Grand Elder's words. That kid is troublesome. Han Thien has plans in his heart. If I want to unify the black and white paths, these 2 forces are indispensable. He turns away as if nothing happened. Luckily, I haven't done anything too much to this kid yet, or I would regret it in an instant. He then bowed his head and fell into silence. Now, I have to endure for the future of my plans. The relationship with the gang and Shaolin is too important. In moments like this, I wish I had a daughter to marry off to that young man. It would be perfect. The celebration continues happily as always, but each person has their own thoughts. People sit together at the same table eating and chatting, but their hearts may not be united. Still, the name Nguyen Van has been etched into their minds from today.
Then the vote on whether to attack the demon sect by the North Sword Society proceeded as expected, with the majority supporting the North Sword Society's proposal, accounting for 70% of the votes.
Hanthean achieved his initial goal but showed no expression at all, so most sects and clans agreed. All the authority to lead this demon sect destruction will be held by the Northern Sword Society. When he raised his sword high, everything changed. So this is the first time in 1,000 years that the righteous sects have declared war on the demonic path, and it marks the formation of the greatest righteous alliance, aimed at destroying the entire demonic sect. In the towering, lush bamboo forest, no sun can be seen. The demon lord, unable to believe, asked again, "You want to learn more about the demon sword? Break the heavenly seal, fold my arms confidently. I also want to learn more to prevent any unforeseen events tonight. If something gets out of control, at least you have something to respond with." He grins mischievously. Yes, learning more about the heavenly demon sword is exactly what I want. The sword is the king among weapons, and I will teach you everything I know. Like this. He waved his hand again to continue guiding, now controlling the sword to send it far away. I was confused and didn't understand. Send it far away. But I also follow suit, flicking 2 fingers strongly from behind to the front, and the heavenly demon sword swiftly cuts through the wind, rushing forward. Suddenly he shouts, "Quickly retract the sword now!" Suddenly it changed direction, so you had to use your other hand to hold the one performing the move to stay in control. Why did you suddenly pull it back when you were making it fly out? Huh? So it cut through the bamboo completely. He was behind, very pleased, laughing happily. The heavenly demon sword is incredibly sharp and cold, capable of cutting through even soft tofu easily.
If a single tree can't be cut down, what's the point? He simply crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and explained, "I saw the sword fly out about 10 meters, but your inner strength can't control it anymore. That is now the limit of the internal energy within Yuanya's body." Tianmo sneered and said, "That's just beginner level of swordsmanship. You don't quite understand that when the entire body of the heavenly demon radiates a powerful aura, it's like saying you're only just beginning to learn martial arts. When do you think you'll reach the realm of human and sword as one?" Po Tian scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't expect that today the heavenly demon would be so serious. I had no idea. The demon heaven sword is enveloped in a red aura representing the realm of human weapon unity, where one's true energy merges with the sword. It must become one, allowing the internal energy to flow seamlessly between oneself and the sword, so that simply holding the sword in place can cut through everything around. At that time, I could control the sword freely and comfortably as I wished, which can simply be called the art of controlling the sword. He squinted skeptically. Summoning the sword? Sounds too vague. Tianma smirked and explained, "It's not vague if you understand it. Now it's still far away. First, you must reach the realm of invisible swordsmanship." Suddenly, a few gusts of wind rose, causing the trees and grass to sway and lift into the air. He then flicked 2 fingers to the side, signaling Tianma to go ahead. The heavenly demon sword strikes with even greater power than before. Then he quickly pulls back his hand decisively. The heavenly demon sword easily cuts through the tree in front, and he grins smugly. It seems I have become more skilled at controlling the sword. With such a mighty sword, what can't it cut? Tianmo suddenly shouted loudly, startling him and making him turn around. Hey, you haven't learned much about sword intent yet. He's so excited he's spitting, so instead of learning that stiff sword technique, you should focus on unleashing and chopping out sword energy to create sword wind. How do you create sword aura to form a sword wind? Like this? Suddenly, his eyes fixedly looked in one direction. He waved his hand forcefully again, creating a tornado that cut straight through the forest. Demon Heaven's eyes widened in surprise, having only heard about the technique but already able to summon such a powerful wind blade. Your learning speed is incredible. You really are a talented kid, and I will teach you with all my heart. Looking up from below, the rows of lush green trees stand under a clear blue sky with white clouds. Truly beautiful. Fathian collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. I'm exhausted, heavenly demon. What realm do you think I've reached? After thinking for a moment, Heavenly Demon replied, Well, a little above the shadowless sword form. He sat up suddenly, curious. So it's higher than the invisible shadow sword? So what level is that? Tianma tried to explain. Well, His Excellency just widened his eyes and carefully chose his words. So it's simple now. You can now naturally control your sword energy. Although I am still a bit unstable, the realm I speak of is the natural sword form. You still don't fully understand these things. Natural sword form? Still quite vague, huh? For example, during a battle, thousands of swords might fall too quickly to block, as if to say if you think each raindrop or ray of sunlight can turn into sword energy rushing down, then the enemy would only die and be unable to resist. Swords can also glide gently through places, and wind can blend with sword aura. Are there any crevices that sword aura cannot reach?
He nodded in admiration, saying it sounds terrifying. Tianma continued, "Not yet. Why are there still many other levels of the sword image?" You squint in disbelief and ask, "Are there still more levels?" The heavenly demon crosses his arms and calmly explains, "Now that you know up to this point, when you improve further, we'll talk again. But even if I tell you, you won't be able to imagine it." Breaking through to the heavens, he spread his hand and counted each finger. Then the invisible sword became a natural sword image, which is why there are so many different levels. Tian Mo enlightened him so that the entire area lit up. The external sword and the human sword merge into one. That is the level you need to reach. Understand? Tian Mo sternly advises, but now is too early to say anything, so just learn. Gradually. Take your time to improve, and you will gain their attention. Fa Tian then remembered something and looked around to confirm. Are you saying those martial arts figures are the righteous sects? Suddenly, a sinister aura radiated from the entire body of the heavenly demon as he laughed mysteriously. No, it's not them. At the Divine Sword Pavilion, Fa Tian stepped up the stairs, deep in thought. Is the leader of the Northern Sword Society only inviting me there just to eat? He seemed to have taken notice of me after the Taishang Kaibong and the abbot of Shaolin treated me politely. And although he didn't seem too worried, a hint of joy flickered in his eyes. But I didn't expect him to reveal his intentions openly like that. Taking this opportunity, I need to find out how the North Sword Society is doing so I can better prepare. The scene shifts to Han Tian, who greets Fa Tian. The hero has arrived, has he? Today, I would like to meet with the great hero privately. I hope it's not inconvenient for you. It's nothing, really. I've troubled the guild leader enough already. Po Tian glanced around the room and sarcastically commented, "This building is beautifully decorated. Living here must be very comfortable for you, right, Hallmaster?" Feeling like I am looked down upon. I am furious with heaven, but can't do anything. Fine. I will hold it in. If I can't eliminate you, I will find a way to keep you close so I can control all your moves. He forced a smile and replied with a joke. The Grandmaster keeps talking like that, making me feel embarrassed. This place is built so grandly just to show off the face of the Northern Sword Society to the martial world and our fellow sects. Po Tian wants to understand what this old man is really saying, so I'll probe a little. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, "If I can stay here, I will die content." The sect leader thinks I'm right, doesn't he? Han Tian feels a bit uncomfortable at this moment, his face grimacing, but he still forces a fake smile. If the young hero wants to stay here, does this guy want to play dirty with me? Does he want to replace me? On the surface, Fa Tian smiled and let it go, but inside he kept cursing him nonstop. I was just joking. What are you doing? How could I not have guessed your scheming to control me? Enough talk, let's sit down at the table. The young hero's maids take turns presenting delicious dishes in front of him, everything arranged neatly on the table. In front of Fa Tian, a feast is laid out, and he seems unable to contain his overwhelming emotions. All kinds of rare delicacies. I remember my past self. When I was emperor, I had seen many things. There are now only 2 people at the table, surrounded by exotic delicacies that Fa Tian is seeing for the first time. Yet here, there are many dishes I haven't even seen before. This old man really lives in luxury. Han Tian invited him to dine, and his eyes seemed to scrutinize every move I made. The hero enjoys a delicious meal, all prepared by top chefs making these dishes, so Fa Tian has to respond politely. I see. That sounds good, but now is not the time to eat. Suddenly, Fa Tian's face became unusually serious. But when do you plan to punish the demon sect? Han Tian calmly answered the question you just raised. Everything has been decided by the vote of the Martial Alliance. All the fellow cultivators agree with that opinion. I am only representing justice. Fa Tian doesn't hold back and directly questions the plan. What justice? It's all for you. So how do you plan to punish the demon sect? You must already have a plan in place, right? Han Tian strokes his chin, pretending to ponder. That will take time. This is an important matter. I estimate it will take a few years to make a thorough plan. He picks up some food. The demon sect has its main base in Huangchao, but its smaller branches are scattered across the martial world, so destroying them requires careful planning. Po Tian asked more and more about Han Tiangang, his face darkening as he refused to answer. So after destroying the demon sect, what will our martial world do next? Heavenly Hatred thought for a moment before replying, and then sounded the village drum to another place. Is this guy trying to probe me? That can be considered later. For now, let's focus on destroying the demon sect. This time, his eyes and voice were completely different, but one thing is certain. The Martial World Alliance will not disband because the Martial Alliance exists to bring justice to everyone. If it benefits you, then yes. So are there any variables that could affect the plan to destroy the demon sect leader?
Of course, nothing is certain, but I heard that the martial arts of the Heavenly Demon have reappeared.
The Heavenly Demon sect? Han Thien recounted more precisely that the person called himself the scholar Tian Ma, and his martial arts were actually from the Heavenly Demon sect. After hearing that, Po Thien could only smile foolishly and say so, but secretly thought, "It is me." Han Thien sighed slightly, but those are just rumors from the martial world. Everything still needs to be verified. Fa Thien looked up at the top of the head and asked Thien Ma, "What's wrong?" He slightly frowned and said nothing. Han Thien Lan La, being asked about it, also wanted to ask the hero, "So what are you planning to do to roam the martial world and uphold justice?"
He desperately tried to persuade you to join his sect.
The martial world really needs someone like you.
As long as you join the Martial World Alliance, I, as the leader of the Northern Sword Society, will give you a high-ranking position in the Martial World Alliance. In my heart, I think to myself, so you mean you have the authority to decide everything in the Martial World Alliance, like the leaders will?
Do you want me to join so you can easily control me?
Po Chien raised his cup. Thank you for the invitation, but I am still inexperienced and hope the Hallmaster will give me some time to think about this.
He also raised his cup, staring eagerly, wanting to invite you back. Still not willing?
This guy is really tricky. Han Thien smiled politely and said, "Fine, as long as the young hero agrees, you can tell me anytime."
He gestured with his hand and he sat across without understanding what he was doing, when suddenly footsteps approached from somewhere. Tuyet Lan stepped behind Han Thien and said, "La Ni greets father, please sit down." The moment he saw her, his eyes narrowed. What does he want? Han Thien shot a glance at Tuyet Lan and said, "What's wrong with you? Isn't there a hero here you should go greet?" Only then did Tuyet Lan notice him and greet him politely and courteously. "Are you the young master from last night?" Duko Tuyet Lan greets the young master Po Thien, then pulls out a chair and stands up, not expecting her to appear here. "I am pleased to make your acquaintance, miss. It is truly an honor to see such a stunning beauty like you." Han Thien has been watching everything so far. He sneers as if he's already made some plans. "Lan Ni, come here and sit down." Han Thien gently pats Tuyet Lan's shoulder and says, "The young master thinks I'm exaggerating. Besides Lan Ni, I truly am a rare woman in the world." What is this again? It seems like he's trying to pair me with her to lure me in. He pretended to be shy with a slightly blushing face. "I've seen many beauties in the martial world, but truly, this young lady is indeed a great beauty. No exaggeration." Tuyet Lan blushed at the compliment when suddenly a voice echoed in her mind, catching her attention. "Don't forget our promise tonight, little lady." Han Thien rested his chin on his hand and continued to talk. "This child is already 19. It's time for her to get married, but I can't just choose anyone. I need to find someone like the young master." He smiled softly. "You're too kind, young master." Ha Thien's voice suddenly became excited. "I will do my best for the Martial World Alliance and the righteous sect after receiving the leader's interest." Hearing the satisfactory reply, Han Thien secretly felt pleased, biting the hook. Indeed, men are hard to get past this test. "Then I will take my leave first. Thank you, young master, for coming here to dine with me." Fa Thien's eyes looked at Tuyet Lan with affection, promising to meet the young lady again. After finishing his questions, he turned and left. Tuyet Lan turned around to ask Han Thien, but he didn't want to answer and simply advised her, "Don't worry about it. Just prepare as I told you. Next spring, you will get married." Tuyet Lan felt anxious inside. With whom? Of course, with the young leader of Nam Min Dao. "I don't want to marry into an arranged relationship. I plan to object." But the young master earlier, Han Thien, was angry when I didn't follow his words, shouting loudly, "Just do as I say, do you understand?" Tuyet Lan bowed her head silently, and the scene shifts to the night where everyone in the city is happily enjoying themselves. People are wondering and discussing whether there will be a celebration tonight. I heard they are discussing an attack on the demon sect. Po Thien safely lands in front of the hydropower plant. You smirked and said, "Hallmaster, I don't think you've considered this, have you?" Huyen too knelt and waited for Tuyet Lan. "The young lady is ready indeed." His voice sounded a bit worried. "Even though you've thought it through, can you really trust that person named Nguyen Van? If the young lady disappears, the Heavenly Demon Earth net will be set up all over Kaifeng Mansion here." Tuyet Lan spoke to reassure him. "I know what you Huyen Tu are worried about, but I believe everything will be fine." The phantom of the sky suddenly appeared right behind them, watching everything. Look at that. They haven't even finished talking to the black-clad man yet. The demon lord is angry and says to him, "See, I told you to leave here before things get worse." I don't like it. This is the promise of a true man. They've been waiting here for a long time for Po Thien to arrive, but there's still no sign. Why haven't they come yet? Maybe he got scolded and is too scared to come. As soon as the words left his mouth, he appeared right behind Huyen-tu. "Do I know you?" he said, startlingly reflexively stepping in front of the guard to protect Tuit-lan. Huit-tu's gaze was full of suspicion. How could that be? He approached so closely, yet I didn't notice. Fathin stared intently into his eyes, panic-stricken. "That look. Wait, you were the one riding like the wind on the road to that dark devil back then." Huyen-tu also realized something, pointing at his face. "And you were the crazy one back then." He sighed. "Who is the real lunatic here? Your riding and flying on horseback is even more reckless." He reached out and pulled off his scarf. "Wait!" Huyen-tu reveals his true face. "I can't entrust the young lady to someone as reckless and disorganized as you." Fathin ignored him and walked straight past. "What did you say? Moreover, why did you take off your mask?" Huyen-tu thought you were looking down on him. He stepped in front of Tuit-lan and asked, "Are you ready now?" "Yes, please, wait a moment." "Sir, this bag contains some clothes and jewelry." Fathin lifted the bag with one hand, left everything behind, and just needed to carry his body along. "Yes." Huyen-tu strode forward fiercely, only now noticing him. Fathin pointed at Huyen-tu and asked, "Hey, you're not planning to come along too, are you?" He was now wearing the same scarf as at the beginning, confirming his question. "Of course, I'm going too." Fathin doubted her words and turned back to ask Tuit-lan to be sure. "Are you really going to go with us, miss?" She replied, "Yes, Huyen-tu is my trusted aide. Is there any reason I shouldn't have him?" He looked a bit hesitant, but there was nothing that wasn't allowed. "Hey, Black Tortoise, I won't be responsible for you, so don't cause any trouble. The person looks annoyed. I know how to take care of myself, so you just be responsible for your words." Potien and Yue-lan are chatting happily. Huyen-tu stares at him with suspicion, watching him come right behind without releasing any aura. Truly a master, but he really is quite annoying. "Hey, great master, are you planning to go out without any plan at all? What strategy? What plan?" "I was just planning to go out like this." Huyen-tu spun around and prepared to fight him. "I say, we don't have any issues, but our young lady and I don't know any martial arts." "Is that so? Then it's fine. I can just carry her out." Y has been questioning An all this time and hasn't finished yet. "And no matter who you are, you can't escape the ambush near Waterflower Palace when carrying the young lady." "Could it be that you don't even know about that?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully, and it made sense. Potien waved her hand to call Yue-lan over. "Miss Yue-lan, come here for a moment." "What's wrong?" He lifted her chin with his hand, making her face flush, and he was stunned for a moment. "Hey, what are you doing?" They kept looking at each other for a long time, acting so intimate. Turns out it was just to make the Demon Lord think of a clever plan. "Can the Demon Lord succeed? Of course, but only for a moment." Potien sneered and said, "That's enough. I'll inform Tuit-lan and him. I have a way. Listen carefully, young lady. And Huyen-tu, you listen carefully too." Seeing Fathin talk to her without a subject or predicate, Huyen-tu felt uncomfortable. That guy, he dares to speak so casually to the young lady. Tuit-lan is completely different from him. She doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. "Why don't I feel hate?" Potien pointed at her face and said, "From now on, I will change the young lady's face." "Yes, just listen quietly. The plan is this. I will change your face to someone else's, so just go out calmly with Huyen-tu. Once we're out of the ambush point at Tuihuadien, I will carry the young lady and jump out, understood?" He carefully explained so they would understand that their surveillance was only at Tuihuadien, so other areas would not be monitored, and since there was a banquet today, the security was even more relaxed. Duong knew Tuit-lan was still a bit worried about this, about changing her face. "Is that possible?" Vathian must reassure her once more to put her at ease. "It should be possible. That's why I said so, but I don't want to change my face, don't worry. In a moment, it will return to its original state." His eyes looked at him with a loving gaze. "Aren't you planning to use that disguise transformation technique? You know a lot about it, huh?" "It is indeed, this one. Didn't I tell you that the young lady doesn't practice martial arts?" Potien smirked at Huyen-tu. "I knew, so I told you to listen carefully. He asked you to call a maid here. Anyone who frequently visits the Waterflower Pavilion, I need to see that maid's face." Fathian's gaze now seems on the verge of completing his plan. "If everything is ready, I will show you both a miraculous technique." A young maid was brought before the three of them. "Lord Huyen-tu, is there something wrong?" "Just wait a moment. Come on, sorry for calling you so late." Fathin, who is invisible, has been watching everything. "All right, just stay here for a while." "Yes, okay." Huyen-tu wondered to himself if he was really watching, because he couldn't sense his aura. Just as he was lost in thought, his brother's voice pulled him back to reality.
Hey, it's done. Tell her to go back. Huyen-tu followed his command. All right, go back to sleep.
Yes, Your Excellency, Huyen-tu is truly strange today.
After the maid left, Fa Thien also appeared, sitting opposite Tuyet-lan, channeling his inner energy, his hand glowing red.
He and Tuyet-lan are still unsure about what Fa Thien will do next, when suddenly his hand presses close to Tuyet-lan's ear. Fa Thien swung his hand, causing her face to emit several red beams, and his actions startled her. What is this? Fa Thien once again moved his hand over Tuyet-lan's face, and her face had completely transformed into that of the maid from earlier, entirely changed into Kam An's face. Fa Thien's voice sounded hurried. He told her there was no time for her to marvel.
Huyen-tu, just need to change your hairstyle and clothes, and then we can quickly go out together. Tuyet-lan and Huyen-tu walk along the village path, carefully observing everything. Everything will be fine, right, miss? What do you mean by that? He went ahead to observe everything around him. It seems like the young lady has trusted him too much. Do you think so? Tuyet-lan smiled and said, I guess you also know that my father is the kind of person who always wants to please others, regardless of the process, as long as he achieves his goal. I am the same way. So when I want to leave here, I will do whatever it takes to achieve my purpose. My subordinate understands I will follow the young master regardless.
They reached outside when suddenly there was movement in the water, and Huyen-tu was startled and alert.
2 secret guards jumped out from the water to block their path.
One of them, hiding behind a bamboo tube, asked,
It's late at night. Where are you 2 headed? He forced them to answer.
My friend went out for a bit. It's the princess's order. Please step aside.
The 2 guards kept blocking their way, and both knew there was an order not to go out after midnight, right?
You knew what the lady's orders were and still deliberately blocked us. You really have some nerve. One of them just chuckled. We were only reminding them of the rules. Please, Huyen-tu, escort Tuyet-lan further. Let's go. The 2 of them pass by the 2 bodyguards, who look at them and think,
Hey, why do I feel like Kam An looks more handsome today? Come on, stop joking and get ready to change shifts.
Poisoned voice of Fa Thien sounded guiding him. Keep going straight ahead. Where is the sound transmission coming from? In front of him was a tree. Quickly head to the tree ahead. The 2 of them stopped right, as Po Thien had said. Where's the young master? Po Thien flickered in and out of sight, carrying Fu Shuelan. He ordered Huyen-tu to follow him. Fa Thien lightly kicked off the ground and soared into the sky, creating a large cloud of dust. What the hell is that? What level of lightness skill is this? It's fast. I need to catch up. Now is not the time to wonder about that. Tutu, where do you want to go now? Let's first go to the headquarters of the Kaibong. Fa Thien opened his eyes in surprise. Do you mean to go to the Kwanda Temple? Yes, I am somewhat acquainted with the supreme leader of the Tai Thuong Bang. His eyes were filled with determination as he held her a little tighter. All right, their speed kept increasing, kicking up more and more dust. Are you all right, miss? Huyen-tu runs at full speed, chasing after him, and gets scolded by him. Why are you so slow? He stopped, gasping for breath, and said, I'm sorry. I just kept thinking I was running as fast as I could. Huyen-tu helped Tuyet-lan up, and Fa Thien warned them, Listen, I have to return to the banquet now. She seems a bit worried about him. So, is the official and personal affairs happening during the banquet?
Young master, you really have guts to go out like that. Fa Thien reassured Tuyet-lan and eased her worries. It's also fine to let them suspect I have nothing to do with this, because now is the time I need to return. He gestured broadly, saying that the jade-faced divine dragon would help them because they were brought here by the Kai Bang. Luckily, the young lady also knows the Grand Elder a bit, so it's easier to talk. Fa Thien gave his final instructions. Hide here and don't let anyone find you. I'm leaving now. Cool. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off. Wai and Tuyet-lan were both surprised by that speed. It was incredibly fast. Po Thien is very eager to see the next reaction of the guild leader. I am now quite curious to see what his face will look like when he finds out his son has disappeared. Returning to the party, all the martial artists were enjoying themselves. At this moment, Hach Lien looked drunk, with a slightly flushed face. Brother, where have you been? You're so drunk you can't stand and you're leaning on someone else to walk. Master, come here quickly. We'll keep drinking until morning. Lucky for me. Fa Thien also cheerfully joined the 2. All right, let's see who falls first. He raises his cup to toast. Ya Lin joined in the fun, pouring wine for Fa Thien as Ong Hu and Hach Lien laughed heartily. Fa Thien, slightly drunk, long time thought this was the perfect chance for them to know I'm still at the banquet. These people will be witnesses for me. Ong Hu raised his cup and praised him. Indeed, the hero is different, with great martial skills and a superior tolerance for alcohol. Suddenly, his voice drops, and at first I also felt I didn't like the hero.
Hu scolds that Fa Thien has a good alcohol tolerance and high martial skills, so who would get drunk? His voice suddenly rises sharply. But now I really like that hero and feel lucky to have met him. Thanks to the effects of the potion, Fa Thien's face is a bit red. I am also truly lucky to have met everyone. On the journey to wander the martial world, it's not easy to find friends as straightforward as him. Hu rushed over and hugged Po Thien's neck. Master Van, Hoch Lin invited you. Tomorrow we will set off from here. If the hero has no other plans, he can join us. Hearing that, Fa Thien immediately refused. I have something to do. I can't join everyone now, but we'll meet again soon. The three of them also share one last toast. So this farewell toast is goodbye for now. See you again. Wishing you good health, hero. Cheers then. Han Thien became angry, his face contorted as he shouted, What? Has La Ni disappeared? Thien O reports the situation to him, and according to the investigation, it's completely unlikely that the young lady was kidnapped. So what does that mean? Are you saying La Ni ran away on her own? Thien O asked anxiously, sweat pouring down his face. Tui Hua Dien is very well guarded, so the princess being kidnapped from there is impossible. Furthermore, Thien O recounted that according to the guards, last night Huyen Tu and a maid named Kam An left Tui Hua Dien, but when questioned, Kam An said she didn't go anywhere with Huyen Tu and definitely didn't leave Tui Hua Dien. After hearing this, Han Thien deduced that it must be the Dich Dong Thuot. Thien O denied his idea, saying it was a more advanced technique than Dich Dong. That statement shocked Han Thien. Tu Tu has never practiced martial arts, so isn't it possible that a third person, or Huyen Tu, used a transformation technique on her? Han Thien thought carefully. Huyen Tu is not at that level, so there must be a third person involved. Thien O suggested to Han Thien that the expert at that level could be either representatives of the three great clans or the leaders of major sects. Last night at that time, wasn't everyone drinking alcohol? Han Thien ordered Thien O, his eyes furious. Go investigate thoroughly and report back to me with all the names under investigation. Han Thien's voice boomed loudly enough to echo outside, and no matter the method, the culprit must be found in the dark tunnel illuminated by torchlight. A person in a full-length robe walks along the tunnel. The mysterious figure speaks and opens the door. It's me, the one who went in to ask the muscular guard. Are you still alive? Yes, he's still breathing. But the muscle-bound gatekeeper reports to the mysterious person that no matter how much the father threatens, he won't speak. What about the grandson? That guy was really formidable. The mysterious person sneered and said, I must see for myself, so lead the way. The path is covered in moss and there's a trace of blood on the ground. Imshisha. Duko Trin was tied up with his hands bound and hung upright as the mysterious person approached him. He insulted both the old man and his grandson, and I only acknowledge that much. He also informed the old man that his granddaughter ran away last night. After hearing that, Ko Trin remained silent, and he continued, So there are still people helping your niece. That little illusion girl doesn't have that ability. Dugu Trin muttered to himself. Crazy, get out of here. The mysterious man bent down and called the old man, Hey, Emperor Qianlong, your son is dead and your grandson is no different. His lips curled into a sneer, his voice full of contempt, as he held out the only remaining blood of Duko. Only that girl deserves to live, so shouldn't I save her? Duko Trin smiled and said, It's the child's fate. Whether to kill or save is up to you. You really are heartless. Does that girl know how much her grandfather cares? He suddenly smirked and said, Let me tell you this. Now, the Northern Sword Society will drown the martial world in a sea of blood under the guise of eradicating demonic cults, and the infamy they will bear will be terrifying. Duko Trin slowly asked him, Are you really going to be okay? His voice sounds quite steady, as if nothing's wrong with him. Are you really okay? Is that the supreme sword realm that the Duko family once held? My conclusion is that there was never truly a supreme sword realm to begin with. It was just created to prolong the last breath. The mysterious person also said, If you and your grandson die, you'll be buried here, and even the lineage will cease to exist. Duko Trin gritted his teeth and cursed him bitterly. Disgusting, he's annoyed about being scolded. That's disgusting, isn't that too harsh? In the end, the mysterious person took off their hat. It was Han Thien. He sneered. Even though he's dead, it's still his son's face. The gate has been closed, and there are 2 guards watching, which makes everyone uncomfortable. Is this some kind of tyranny? They're angry and just want to open the door and go out quickly. What is the reason for stopping us? Is it okay for the North Sword Society to do this? The gatekeeper explained to everyone that we are just conducting a simple investigation. It's a bit inconvenient, but please cooperate for now. Everyone kept fussing nonstop. Honestly, they won't even explain the reason and are so autocratic. Is the North Sword Society an organization above the law? That gatekeeper doesn't care about them. He calmly puts down his pen and continues taking notes. Because he didn't explain clearly, everyone's reactions were unusual, but the North Sword Society seemed to ignore their words, completely unconcerned and conducting a thorough investigation. They started investigating those with unclear whereabouts from midnight until dawn, only selecting the notable experts and ignoring those who don't fit the criteria. The investigation proceeded step by step and eventually reached Fei Tian's strength. The gatekeeper asked Fei Tian where he was and what he was doing during that time. He immediately looked annoyed. What should I say? Fei Tian's response made the gatekeeper pay attention. He became a bit suspicious, thinking that was the first thing he said. If it's all above board, what is there that can't be spoken? His tone was a bit mocking. Maybe there's a reason you can't say it out loud. Fei Tian gently patted his head and replied, I am not satisfied with this investigation. You're pressuring me as if I had committed a crime. Exactly. You asked him if you want to hear me speak. Go call the guild leader here. This guy. What? This arrogant guy? Fei Tian immediately questioned him. The arrogant one isn't me, it's that guy over there. What can you do to me? The arguing drew everyone's attention. The heavenly demon scolded you and you just ran away. Are you planning to fight like that? Just wait. I've already figured everything out. I don't know where someone came from, since it was their fault first. Tu Vu stared at the two of them, looking directly at him with an angry tone. Hey! Do you dare to call the guild leader casually? Is the guild leader your friend? Is it you again over there? Just like last time when you asked for a companion, who do you think you are to say such things to me now? Yen Tu Vu introduces himself as the Heavenly Sword of the White Sword Palace of the Northern Sword Society. He demands an answer from you now. So answer my question. Fei Tian's eyes narrow slightly, and his half-smile shows his arrogance. Honestly, neither this guy nor that one seems to understand human language. I told you if you want to hear my answer, then bring that leader of the North Sword Society here. Tu Vu's face was now full of anger, and veins were popping out. Truly, that guy is beyond words. He raised his sword in front of Fei Tian, unexpectedly able to block his blade within a hair's breadth. Is this the sword technique of the Heavenly Sword Palace? Angered by the words, Tu Vu drew his sword back. He kept attacking, but Fei Tian blocked every move. He dodged again, surprising Tu Vu. Tu Vu, just a few seconds of carelessness, and he seized the opportunity. The annoyed demon lord behind him said, Draw your sword, it's a waste with someone like this. In Fei Tian's eyes, his gaze shifted from black to red, and he spun around, knocking him down. Tu Vu was immediately knocked over by Fei Tian, and he kicked his leg forward to rush toward him. The 18 arms of Quan Am channel their power into their palms. Eyes like bullets, a supreme being exists. The red copper earth moon, water fake destruction, and yet another move from Fei Tian swept up from below and sent him flying several meters away. Tu Vu's face contorted from the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground and kicking up a large cloud of dust. Fei Tian gazed at his palm, veins bulging clearly, his power completely overwhelming. Tu Vu lay sprawled on the ground, still dazed and unable to comprehend everything, as everyone around was stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. Tu Vu coughs a few times, trembling on the ground, and Fei Tian questions him. The Heavenly Sword Palace, or whatever it is, seems arrogant, but is their skill really only this much? His voice still sounded very arrogant. That bastard. I could only sneer at hearing it. Tu Vu, unable to stand, said through gritted teeth, I will fight you to the death. Suddenly, Fei Tian paused for a few seconds, then a foot stepped on Tu Vu and he broke his neck and died. That action shocked him several times. This really is something. The subordinates still have many shortcomings and have been rude to the young hero. They didn't realize how disrespectful they were. That person is none other than Han Thin. His gaze seemed to devour him whole, hoping the young hero would forgive him. Fei Tian swiftly flew past the mountains, his face showing a hint of anger, with veins bulging on his face. With the appearance of the North Sword Guild leader, Fei Tian was able to leave. Han Thin flexed his fingers to avoid a troublesome situation, but Tu Vu was already dead, and unlike his attitude towards him, Dak Kohan's cruelty at that moment made Fei Tian feel disgusted, and suddenly he stopped, landing safely. Your leg strength looks very powerful. When you landed, it created a depression around you. Fei Tian sighed, and seeing this, Tianma asked, What's wrong, Fei Tian? You've not been in a good mood lately. His voice sounds a bit resentful, and the more I think about that Duke Kohan, the more I dislike him. Fei Tian told Tianma and Huilang that they exploit their daughter's marriage for power and treat their subordinates' lives like grass. How can someone like that be the most powerful in the four great clans? I really can't understand. Tianma wondered, why are you not the rational type of person? The one standing on the right is not a gentle person, but a strong one. What's so unreasonable about that? Everything was peaceful, but suddenly you mentioned Snow Lotus and made him blush. Are you now trying to become a messenger of justice? Or is it because of that girl Snow Lotus? Isn't that right, or is there something else? Tianma and Huanleng, is that so? I have realized something through this righteous alliance. His voice was firm as he said, I really need to expand my influence. He and the others seemed a bit surprised by Po Thien's decision. Expanding your influence? You don't just want to enjoy freedom in the martial world? Looking up at the blue sky, I realized that to truly enjoy that freedom, doing it alone might be a bit difficult. Suddenly, Tianma laughed wildly as if possessed and said, That's not wrong at all. Recalling your glorious days before becoming famous across the world, I was also exhausted from living and fighting off those troublesome people. He chuckled slyly and said, After establishing my power as the Heavenly Demon sect, many of the troubles have been greatly reduced. Fa Thien agreed with the Heavenly Demon. That's right, if I had my own power, those troublemakers would be less of a problem. In the end, you still ask me that question. All right, let's assume that. So what do you plan to do to expand your influence? Could I ask for help from the Five Lotus Society or Shaolin? Huileng just smiled and said nothing more. Fa Thien smiled brightly, as if he had just discovered something new. No, he crossed his arms and pondered. The Northern Sword Society still considers itself the leader. If another power emerged within it to compete with them, what would the picture look like? Fa Thien turned around and asked, Tianma, tell the truth. Does the Heavenly Demon sect still exist? He hesitated and replied, I don't know anymore. What do you mean you don't know? When the Hive Master talks about the Heavenly Demon sect, his reaction is quite unusual. He frowns a little when he hears this. What do you mean? 1,700 years of breaking heaven. Please explain the time difference between now and when I and the Heavenly Demon sect existed. What? So you're someone from 1,700 years ago, you didn't know that? Tao tiếp tục kể. Khi nghe câu chuyện của người, tao giả nghĩ rằng thiện ma giao rô rằng và biến mất. Mấy nhiễu mày một chút, những khi nghe câu chuyện của tên dọc cổ hang dỗ, tao giả nghĩ khác. What? News about the demon sect. That's because it's my name that's being spoken, isn't it? Thien Ma retorted to Fa Thien. You said you are the Heavenly Demon scholar Po Thien, not that you are part of the Heavenly Demon sect. Rumors keep spreading among people, and even if the Heavenly Demon sect is considered a legend, people will keep talking about it whether they know the truth or not. Suddenly, he spoke with a hint of anger, because rumors spread easily and could just as quickly fade away with history. Tianmo blurted out suddenly, leaving him confused, so he had to turn to Hui Lang and ask what he was saying. It means the rumors spread easily, but don't last long. Sir, please explain once more so Fa Thien can understand. The rumors about the Heavenly Demon sect still spreading quietly, whether true or false. Some have seen something resembling the sect still lurking in the martial world, and Fa Thien now looks at you. That means the Heavenly Demon sect still exists. Of course, the fortresses are built with high walls and secretive, and their strength. Everyone's eyes no longer seem human, as if hiding something that is not revealed but always present. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon erupts in fury. If those little kids of the Heavenly Demon sect follow my wishes, then at this moment, the Heavenly Demon sect must still exist in the world. Fa Thien was a bit surprised, his face suddenly blushing. Come on, no more talking. Let's go quickly and see if it's the Heavenly Demon sect or something else. Buddha bless. Hey, Heavenly Demon, are you sweating and trembling as you answer Fa Thien? This place is truly located here. Fa Thien looked around, then turned to Thien Ma and asked, Is there anyone living here? Fa Thien looked down at the cliff, showing disdain. Someone actually lives in a place like this. If not here, then it must be the band of mages. A sudden gust of wind rushes through the mountain crevices, his face now flushed from the cold. Try to focus. Then slowly close his eyes. Fa Thien concentrates to sense everything around him. Suddenly he sensed something, exclaiming in surprise, Wait a minute, there is definitely some aura. Fa Thien looked down at the cliff where strong winds were blowing. Damn it, even without the snow, it wouldn't be easy to find. Suddenly, he thought of something. Wait a moment. The snow, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Tian Ma asked suspiciously. What are you thinking? Huey Lang clasped his hands together and said, Buddha Amitabha, it seems I can read your mind. Fa Thien took a deep breath, held it in, and then let out a loud roar, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that caused the nearby snow mountain to shake and sway. A few snowflakes fell off, and with a loud bang, an avalanche occurred. He let out a sigh upon seeing this scene. At this point, the nearby mountains are completely bare, with no snow remaining. Fa Thien is somewhat dissatisfied with his achievement. Is that enough? Hugh Lang was startled and filled with amazement. You thought the demon lord would be stunned? He turned around, eyes scanning back and forth, searching for something. Fa Thien happily smiles as he finds the cave emitting cold winds. After a while, Fa Thien had entered the cave. He moved with difficulty and muttered, "Ugh, the path is too narrow, just a little further," when suddenly he saw something. Fa Thien looked down and saw neatly arranged bricks. Look, there are traces of human hands here, and I can also feel a warm aura inside. Then he kept moving forward, feeling more uneasy with each step. Fa Thien kept glancing around nervously, feeling his way through the darkness as he continued to move. After a while, Fa Thien lost his way, grinding his teeth in frustration. He stood in the middle of a vast, hopeless maze and shouted, "No way. Where exactly are they? I'm too tired now. I won't keep searching." "So you're giving up? You've come this far. Are you going to give up now?" Po Tien looks at him with doubt and asks what. "What did he say?" "He told me to look at the stone over there." Following the demon god's words, he quickly looked over and saw a three-headed pattern. He asked in confusion, "What is this pattern?" Heavenly Demon replied, "This is my way of expressing myself. If you are a descendant of the Heavenly Demon, you would all know it. Try to see if there's a mechanism nearby and activate it." Poaching Tien Vung is clumsy, looking around repeatedly. "Is this it?" Then he presses the device. "Like this?" Thien Ma slowly guided him. "Yeah, the third and fifth on the right. That's right, it's so complicated." After some fumbling, Fa Thien managed to open the mechanism. A passage appeared before him, and he smiled excitedly, seeming to have found the right way. "Let's go in." A moment later, Fa Thien had entered inside. Not sure what he saw that made his face flush red and exclaim in surprise. A scene of late autumn poetry and grandeur unfolds before him. He asks in confusion, "How can there be an underground forest like this?" "It's connected to other places through underground tunnels?" Tien Ma replied, confidently. "I guess so. Indeed a descendant of mine." Suddenly his eyes widened with extreme vigilance, quickly activating the Heavenly Demon hidden technique, surrounding himself with a protective force. Now he seemed invisible, or hidden somewhere, observing the two girls in front of him. "Someone is coming." Xiao Chu happily asks the person next to him, "Who do you think will win?" "No matter who wins, we still have to follow the wishes of the Red Sun Demon Lord." I hope the Red Sun Demon Master wins so I can go outside." Luke is a bit worried that if Lord Blood Demon wins and their plan to enter Central Plain fails, everything might be lost. Suddenly, Xiaozhou's face turned red as she shyly said, "I want to roam the martial world with young Master Jade Unicorn in Central Plain." Xiaolu also blushed happily and patted her on the shoulder. "You too, huh?" "Me too." Po Tien hears this and becomes suspicious. "Who is the person called Jade Unicorn? He seems to be quite famous," I ask with my thoughts. So, Heavenly Demon. This place does seem to be the Heavenly Demon sect. What do you think? Heavenly Demon smiles smugly, confidently replying, "If they are my descendants, they should definitely be at this level. Looks like this place is quite a cool headquarters. At least our descendants should be like this." Hearing that, he felt helpless, his smug face showing through. After thinking for a moment, Fa Thien started to act, rushing forward with determination. "All right, then let's go a bit deeper and see what we find." While running at full speed, he notices a house. He looked up at the tall building and thought to himself, "Not bad at all. Let's go inside and see." Inside this building, there are dazzling and luxurious lights. He secretly sneaks into a room where a woman is lying on the bed and a man is kneeling on the ground. Wiem Hao slowly spoke. "Even if Shich Duangma loses, it won't be any different from now. After all, the 12th Demon Lord will side with the winner, right?" Fa Thien saw her, his face suddenly blushing as he couldn't help but praise her. The Heavenly Demon beside him was also no stranger to women, truly worthy of our Heavenly Demon sect. Wiem Hao once again spoke to the man on the ground. "Shich Duangma of the Northern Palace will ultimately hold control over everything as long as our Jia Luat receives support." Her eyes revealed a calculating and scheming look. Moreover, Dam Dai and Ouyang are not that close. In the end, it will be the Northern Crown that takes the ultimate power. She sat up, tied her hair back, and continued to say, "Tell my senior brother Hun Thien Ma that everything is proceeding exactly as planned." Hearing this, Fa Thien began to ask himself a series of questions. Dam Dai, Ao Duong, Bak Kung, Jia Luat. They sound like the 5 alliances of the Heavenly Demon sect, right? The subordinate on the ground, upon hearing this, wanted to leave immediately. "Sir Emperor, I beg your permission to withdraw?" But she stopped her. "Wait a moment." "Yes," Wiem Hao asked, "what is your name?" That one reports that his name is Jia Luat Din Van. She smiled mischievously, lifting her leg high, her voice carrying a hint of authority. So he's actually my nephew? Come here quickly and massage the matriarch's feet. After hearing VM Hao's words, Din Van suddenly agreed. Oh, that thing. He trembles as he looks at her foot, and Din Van's hands move closer to her foot. VM Hao glared at him, suddenly kicking his leg, causing him to stumble. VM Hao angrily said, "Get lost, you pathetic loser." It made Din Van Huang so scared that he ran away. Yes. If that's the case, what about me then? This made VM Hao freeze in place. She quickly turned around and asked, "Who?" VM Hao thought to herself, can there really be someone as handsome and dashing as this in her class? She leaned back, smiling as she admired his handsome face. Her gaze made Fa Tian confused, wondering if she was wary of him or something else. Your gaze at me is full of desire. VM Hao smugly stretched out her leg. Hey kid, you don't want to try massaging my legs, do you? That's so rude, daring to ask the great heavenly demon to massage your legs. Po Tian blushed and stared intently at Flamehound, then said, I can tell this woman has practiced the solar yin technique and seems to be maintaining her youth with a longevity spell. After Tianma speaks, Po Tian hesitantly extends his hand, so where should I start? She confidently replies, go ahead and start freely. Suddenly, her shoulders and stomach twinged, making VM Hao panic. She couldn't believe it and thought to herself, he has sealed my acupoints. Tianmo said seriously in his mind, listen carefully. From now on, you must answer my questions honestly. VM Hao shivered and glared at him. I couldn't react quickly enough to his swift pressure point attack. She was confused about who this person was and how he had such high martial skills. Fa Tian crossed his arms and said, I'll introduce myself first. I am the scholar Tianma, a descendant of Tianma. Hearing that, VM Hao frowned. He curled his lips. This reaction of hers seems to be disbelief in what I said. I only got here thanks to Tianma pointing out this location. She probably doesn't believe it either. VM Hao blushed and laughed loudly. No, I believe you. As long as it's the words of a handsome young master like you. I believe everything. Why are you so surprised? Why is your face turning red? She honestly replied, also, because from the beginning, if the young master could come in here without bloodshed, then of course he is not someone with poor martial skills. Suddenly, the heavenly demon appeared to remind him, Hey Fa Tian, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? Fa Tian asked curiously what he had said. Remind him that I told you to demonstrate the techniques I taught you directly. Don't you know that seeing is believing? There's no need to persuade through dialogue word by word. That's exactly what I mean. He nods and starts moving his limbs. I see. If that's the case, then it's quite simple. Fate turns his back, leaving VM Hao confused, then he turns around to remind him. He sneers and says, Check and see if I am truly a descendant of the heavenly demon. There are 3 martial arts that the heavenly demon will not pass on to his disciples. The heavenly demon, 3 swords, breaking the heavenly king, a Tula destroying the heavenly leader, and the overwhelming power of breaking the heavenly. He smirks triumphantly and says, Watch carefully. Fa Tian stomps the ground as clouds of smoke swirl around him. VM Hao, sitting still, is startled by the explosion, then many Fathian techniques appear, revealing this is the heavenly demon army, Lam Mo. She was also amazed by the incredible power she saw before her, and thought that this was the Ta Tam Than, Hu Tam Tan, Ho Tam Tan, and Teen Tam Tan. Her body divided into 12 parts. Wei Hao cautiously observed that this was indeed the heavenly demon army commander Lam Mo, a martial art believed to be legendary. Does he truly have the identity of a heavenly demon descendant? After showcasing his skills, he returns to his original stance. Po Tian asks her, Do you believe? Now, go ahead and try. Your pressure points have been released. Are you really a descendant of the heavenly demon? Yes, I have returned to my original sect. I have something to ask you. Tell me everything you know about the power of the Imperial Court and the situation of the heavenly demon sect here. The woman that Po Tian encountered was VM Hao Jialuat Duanlin. She began to recount that the heavenly demon only consisted of people from the 5 Don Mok families. This is also the surname of the heavenly demon founder of the heavenly demon sect, and linked to the surnames of the 4 disciples of the heavenly demon, which are Bak Kung, Jialuat, Dam Dai, and Q Duong. The heavenly demon sect prioritizes inheritance of rules, so the first patriarch can only consider direct descendants of Doan Mok as the sect leader capable of commanding the heavenly demon sect. However, 250 years ago, the head of the Doan Mok clan, Than Da, was killed in the 7th Great War between the righteous and demonic forces,
And since most of the Doan Mok family is a single lineage, the position of clan leader has remained vacant until now. After hearing this, Fa Thien wondered.
There is currently no head of the family?
Without a leader, with your personalities, you probably would have fought each other to the death by now.
But I see that things are still going pretty well here.
Has some other power replaced the head of your group to lead you?
VM Hao briefly felt surprised and thought to himself, I didn't expect him to be so perceptive, able to deduce the situation of the sect immediately upon arriving here. Truly, someone capable of cultivating the heavenly demon martial arts must have a sharp mind. That's because the position of the head has been left vacant, so the heavenly demon sect temporarily shifted from a leadership structure where the head manages everything to one with guardians and elders. The guardians are responsible for overseeing branches like the Duan Muo family, who cannot become the sect leader. Currently, there are 3 guardians and 7 elders in the sect, and she said seriously.
The 4 demon lords, breaking through the heavens, asked again, the 4 demon lords, guardians or elders, are they just puppets, I wonder?
Are the 4 demon lords the only ones with real power here? Venom Queen explained. Blood demon, Crimson Sun demon, Chaos Heaven demon, Poison demon, they are also the clan leaders representing each family in the sect. He thinks that if he wants to take over the heavenly demon sect, he will need to weaken the prestige of the 4 demon lords and subdue them. She continues to explain that there are also the 4 queens and the 4 transformations who are top experts among the young women in the sect. Poison Heavenly asked, Are you VM Hao? Then maybe you are one of the 4 queens, too.
VM Hao nodded, yes.
She looked at him and continued, But the ones who can oversee the most followers in the heavenly demon sect are the 12 demon young masters. He frowned. That's too complicated. So, what is the total number of disciples in the sect? She honestly asked, considering the actual strength and capability of the disciples here at present. There are roughly 2,000 people, but when you include all the disciples from various branches,
the total is about 20,000. Fa Thien thinks that the Northern Sword Society has around 5,000 members.
He laughed loudly. That's great. That's great. With that many people, it will be a pretty large source of manpower for me to use. VM Hao smirked and said, Don't be too happy just yet. Even if you are a heavenly demon descendant, it will be very difficult to lead the heavenly demon sect without a strong backing or support behind you. He casually replied, What are you talking about?
Why wouldn't I have an assistant? VM Hao has you as her assistant after all.
As soon as she heard it, she froze in place. VM Hao stiffened, secretly wondering what on earth this guy was talking about.
Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, the image of the triumphant destroyer flashes, as if the heavenly demon sect is already in his hands.
VM Hao was a bit contemplative. I really couldn't understand what he was thinking about. But it's okay. This guy does have some strength. She curled her lips into a wide smile. VM Hao relented. All right, your face is hard to read.
She smirked and pointed at Fa Thien, saying, I will help you, but I have one condition in return.
He asked curiously, What is the condition? Try saying it.
If you promise to fulfill whatever I ask whenever I ask, I will do my best to help you.
Po Tien agreed and held out his hand.
Yes, as long as it's not an unreasonable request, fine, I promise you.
Emperor Flame. Queen bows respectfully. I am the Flame Queen. All right, Venom King, what do I need to do now? She suggested that to be recognized as the Heavenly Demon Chosen, or the Great Heavenly Demon Master,
you must gain the approval of the Elders and Guardians. She crossed her arms and added, and then you need to make the 12 Demon Lords submit. Facing the 4 Demon Lords can come later.
Thanks. I'll try to seize control of the Heavenly Demon Sect and make it look impressive. Then he dashed away with a swift move. Fa Thien silently thought. She said first that she must be recognized by the Guardians. Fa Thien Thang quickly folded his arms and asked himself, She said to go this way, right? I remember what Queen Yan said. Be careful. The Guardian Elders have the Guardian Guards, the Sword King 10 guards, the Watch, the Elders' Hall has the bodyguards, and all the Elders and Guardians are secretly trained experts. Suddenly, Demon Heavenly appeared and said to him, You're not going to see the Guardians right away, but wandering around, trying to see what those 10 guards will do, huh? Fa Thien smirked and thought, That's clever of you, Demon Heavenly. I just want to test their strength. The door was normal, then suddenly a member of the 10 guards burst through it. Fa Thien quickly turned around in surprise, and the guard jumped out, aiming to strike him. Who are you? But Fa Thien dodged, the sword hitting the ground. He forced a smile and said, That's strange. Fa Thien tries to hold his body up to the ceiling. The assassin looks around confused, sensing a slight disturbance in the air. I secretly thank you. Oh, really? Hey, Heavenly Demon, is it true that the hidden technique won't be detected?
Your internal energy is still not fully developed, so what do you want me to do now? Besides, that guy is only using the basic form of the heavenly demon hidden technique, so your higher skill level should keep you from being detected. Is it normal for the heavenly demon sect to use that guy's martial arts? I guess we all understand each other's skills now, so that's a bit troublesome, huh?
Thapve sees he can't find him and turns away, wondering if he's been weakened lately. Fathian thinks that if the Sword King Thapev is more skilled, he must be careful. Just stop thinking and go in now. The image of a flickering flame appears, with 3 people sitting in the middle of the room. Guardian Yu, have the kids' martial skills improved a bit? Mok Tin replied. They have made very noticeable progress. Especially this time, many of the children have outstanding potential. Thenvan continued to ask, what is Shich Ma Ton doing? Guardian Tamok Tin reports that there has been no further action so far. After entering seclusion to cultivate, there has been no movement at all. He continued, actually, when it comes to martial skills alone, the Blood Demon Lord has a slight advantage. Maybe the Crimson Sun Demon Lord also knows the truth, which is why he is trying hard to cultivate. Mok Tin asked curiously, do you think the Supreme Elder believes the Crimson Sun Demon Lord would be a better leader than the Blood Demon Lord? Thenvan assesses the situation, and if most want to punish the martial world, he will probably have to hand over the leadership position to him. Hearing this, Mok Hao considers and speaks up. Huyet Maton will not let this go. Thenvan immediately denied it. No, that child is a powerful and talented demon lord with a commanding presence. If he loses the competition, he will accept the outcome. The issue is, if Shich Ma loses, it would be quite troublesome for our sect. Suddenly, Thenvan sternly calls out to the 10 guards. Sword King 10 guards. Hearing the order, the 10 guards kneel down together and say, you called for us? Mok Tin confusedly asked, what's going on? The Supreme Elder shouted angrily, what are you all doing letting outsiders come this far in? Hearing that, the Thapve looked confused and asked, where exactly is the outsider? Thenvan launched an attack, the sword flying swiftly with an arm grabbing it. He sighed, then crushed it with a displeased look, saying, this is the first time I've been humiliated like this since I started my journey in the martial world. The 10 guards immediately turned around and drew their swords. Who are you? How could you get in here? Fathian sneered and said, that's not really the important thing. Then he disappeared, surprising the 10 guards. He reappeared in front of Thenvan, causing the old man to also startle. Are you the Supreme Elder? The 10 guards shouted, kill him now. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Everyone stop right there. Fathian silently sighed. Oh, that's good. Exactly. I am the Supreme Elder. Who are you? Tianpao, clasping his hands behind his back, introduced himself, saying, Supreme Elder, you can call me the Heavenly Demon Scholar who destroys the heavens. He then smirked and added, or perhaps I am a descendant of the Heavenly Demon. Queen Vayim asked, do you want me to talk about the 3 great protectors? All right, then. The first to be introduced is the Left Guardian, Kim Thap Dien Demon Doan Mok Hao, followed by the Right Guardian Demon Ring Golden Army Don Mok Tin. She emphasized that the most powerful person you should pay attention to is the last to appear, the Supreme Guardian Q Tien Demon Emperor Don Mok Than Van. She explained carefully that the Tai Thuong Hofap was elderly, with a level of power no one could know, and his true strength remained a mystery. Apparently one of the 12 demon princes had a disciple of his. Fathian thought to himself, yes, this is a real expert. He can see through my stealth technique, which is no trivial matter. He confidently asserts that he is the Heavenly Demon Scholar. Everyone on the other side is surprised. The Heavenly Demon Scholar. Mok Hao doesn't believe it. The Heavenly Demon Scholar. You can just take the title of Heavenly Demon like that? They really want to die. Potian confidently states, is there even a need to say more? The title of Heavenly Demon I can indeed use. Mok Hao frowned. You claiming that title must mean you have greater strength than I do? His eyes narrowed in intense tension. Fathian smiled softly and replied succinctly, that's right. The opponent is dissatisfied, so what do you have to prove this? He was stunned, then regained his confidence and asked, how do I prove it? All right, then. Fathian firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and drew it out quickly, the blade shining bright red with power. Mok Hao was very surprised. Is that the demon heavenly sword Mok Tin nearby is not much different? Is it real? What do you think? Do you believe me now? Mu Hao still stubbornly refused to accept it. Perhaps this is the real Ma Thien sword, but that alone doesn't make you worthy of the title Heavenly Demon. How bored is Fathian? Mok Hao seriously said, if the young master returns the demon heavenly sword to our sect, I would be very grateful. But if you use the demon heavenly sword to cause chaos here, I will have to take action against you." Hearing that, Fa Thien laughed loudly. "So, heavenly demon, what do you think? I brought the Ma heavenly sword here, so what's the use of returning it? It seems the disciples don't really respect him." Tian Ma was furious, truly stupid. They deserve to be punished. He continued, "So you also want me to do that?" The people around paused, confused by his solitary smile, feeling a bit suspicious. What the hell is he talking about? He seems to be so scared he's going crazy. The other side proposed an idea, if the young master could prove he is a heavenly demon. Then Van stepped forward and said, "There is a simple way. Just use your strength instead of relying on the demon heavenly sword." The scene shifts to another place. A deep, seemingly endless dark cave with no visible exit, shrouded in darkness. There are countless uneven stairs stretching endlessly, with low oil lamps casting a red glow along the walls along the path. Fa Thien asked, "How much longer do we have to go? You're leading the way. We're almost there." He complained that it was really troublesome. He asked around, "Even in this tunnel, the airflow still seems to be good, huh?" The other side replied, "There are many ventilation shafts. We're here." Finally, Po Thien reaches the treasure vault and a wall with strange patterns appears. He stammers, "The heavenly demon's secret vault?" Remember when Than Van said that if the young master really is the heavenly demon, just bring back an item from the heavenly demon's secret vault. So Fa Thien immediately asked, "Just one item? What is it?" The old man slowly explained, "The heavenly demon ring. It is the token of the heavenly demon." The old man briefly explained a few details about it, an emblem only the heavenly demon sovereign can bear. And according to legend, wearing it can help martial artists break through bottlenecks. Now back in the present, Fa Thien is investigating what the old man said. Does the heavenly demon say what that thing is? Is it powerful or not? Tian Ma chuckled and said, "It's just my ring, a token, so of course it has some special powers. Fa Thien needs a way to observe the door, and it seems that item can be used for that." But he looked up and observed, then made a guess. "How can we open the door? There's no lock, only walls visible. Are the three of Than Van arguing over here? Is the Supreme Elder just going to let him go to the secret treasury like that?" Than Van responded with a fierce attack. He must have used the heavenly demon concealment technique, which is probably related to our 4 sects. Then the old man turned back and continued speaking. "But just the demon heavenly sword claiming to be the heavenly demon supreme lord is unacceptable. He decided that if he brings back the demon heaven pill, I can recognize him as the true successor of the heavenly demon," Than Van said very seriously. "If he can't do it, he still has a place where we can take advantage of him." Mok Tin also secretly understood the opponent's intention. "Could it be you?" Than Van firmly confirmed. "That's right." The old man thought of a huge, striped figure. Inside the secret vault, there would be a demon guardian. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere. Master To Tai Thuong immediately asked, "How is he?" The person respectfully reported that there was nothing, but he needed to ask for your help. Than Van asked, somewhat surprised, "What do you need?" The person immediately replied, "Bring him some rations and water and let him stay there alone. No one disturb him." Does Than Van doubt it? Is he planning to stay there to investigate? Won't the other side wait any longer? He replied that he would cut through that door with the demon heavenly sword. The image of Fa Thien's back standing in front of that door is hard to describe. He pulls out the Ma Thien sword with its red blade and directly moves to action. Thien Ma advised to focus your demonic energy into the sword and then strike. The demon heavenly sword is extremely sharp, so you can rest assured. Fa Thien laughs excitedly. "We'll see if we can cut through this door." But suddenly, his eyes moved sharply, and his foot stomped firmly on the ground as if to push himself forward, with such force that nearby stones were kicked up. Fa Thien swung his sword decisively, creating an unbelievable scene. With a bang, a small explosion occurred, and dust and smoke obscured the view. He thought he had broken it, smirking confidently. And then, but his confidence didn't last long, his expression darkening as he noticed something. At this moment, only a tiny dent appears on the door. The demon lord beside him scolds him. "What do you mean, done? That scratch is barely noticeable." "That guy made me break out in a cold sweat," I nervously replied. "Oh, really? It's serious." And then the boring routine continues. Continuously wielding the sword is not an easy task, even for Fa Thien. Now we can see how exhausted he truly is. He struggles to breathe, muttering under his breath. Damn it. After 3 hours had passed, he exhausted all his strength, but only left a 1-meter deep dent. As time went on, Fa Thien stopped using his techniques, and his sword was planted into the ground. He sat down seriously to practice cultivation. beginning to focus his mind to circulate his energy. Inside his body, the surge of power flows through the meridians. Heavenly Demon and Hui Lang are watching nearby. Hui Lang anxiously asked, "Are you okay, sir?" The Heavenly Demon beside him was annoyed and said, "Don't cause trouble." Hui Lang listened silently, puzzled. Tianma continued to observe him carefully but explained this person might just surprise everyone. He looked at Fa Tian as if he were a monster and thought to himself that classifying internal energy by years of cultivation was truly meaningless. In just a moment of enlightenment, he could leap several levels in power. Observing him, it was clear that his energy was still increasing, or perhaps he was relying on his own willpower to open a new realm. At that moment, the martial artist was on a completely different level, with a growing stream of energy radiating from him, becoming denser and denser. His two palms pressed together, releasing increasingly powerful energy as he focused his enlightenment. The technique is bound by form and shape. The mind sword will instinctively strike when the opportunity arises, and it will not hinder the path in the mind. He keeps thinking, opening his heart and setting his mind, then channeling energy. Inside his mind, he slowly raises his hand to form a shape, then places his other arm on the raised arm. A punch he throws instantly. He then pulls his hand back, moving smoothly, whispering. He strikes a cool pose, raising both hands high and leaning forward while he forms a circle with his hands. Vo, if I had those things, Tantri would be more and more enlightened, maybe about to break through. Just keep going. That's the way of the path. Fa Tian has also opened his eyes, and his gaze is sharper than ever. After 14 periods and 3 moments since he started cultivating, Fa Tian finally opened his eyes. His aura now seemed to have changed, and he slowly stood up straight, his eyes revealing determination and sharpness. He or she, feeling their body, replied, "I don't know anymore. Did he say that what I have isn't worth much? Although I'm not sure, it seems like I can sense a vast mysterious world swirling around." I pointed at Heavenly Demon and criticized. I thought he was just bragging about the invisible sword or the heavenly sword breaking. Damn it, how glorious it is to die with the radiance of one's own enlightenment. He sneered and replied, "As a martial artist, is there anything more blessed than entering the 3 paths? Now is the beginning. If it were you, you might be able to see the end of martial arts." Hearing that, Fa Tian no longer looked playful. The end point? There is no such thing as an end point. Demon Lord, keep going, and when I stop, that will be my end point. He moved his body to jump around but didn't forget to speak, because he knew he had to do everything to feel alive and keep going. After finishing, Fa Tian reached for the sword stuck in the ground and lifted it up with force. With a swoosh, he easily drew the sword into his hand, feeling as light as if his internal organs were hollow. Although he can no longer feel the surge of spiritual energy, like before the explosion, Fa Tian has now achieved enlightenment. He clenched the sword tightly in his hand, gently threw it away, and reached a new realm. The sword flies slowly, but when it hits the wall, it leaves a large dent. Fa Tian closes his eyes, sensing the sword's aura and the sword's wind, which encompass countless sword auras and surpass them all. He suddenly opened his eyes as if he had an idea. The sword erupted with power. Removing his thoughts, the sword embedded in the door suddenly released its strength. In just a blink, the sword suddenly unleashes its power, creating a tornado that crashes into the door with a deafening roar. Hui Lang couldn't hide her excitement as she watched the scene unfold, while Fa Tian was gradually realizing that true strength was beyond what he imagined. And Tianma also couldn't hide his excitement. His face was more determined and imposing than ever. His inner strength has been restored to the peak. The tornado has dissipated, revealing his sword emanating a terrifying aura. The sturdy door has now been pierced with a large hole. He gently sheaths his sword, slings it over his shoulder, and confidently says, "Let's go take a look." Tianma Huan steps inside, and Fa Tian is stunned into a loud gasp. In front of him were thousands of books and secret manuals. He walked around, marveling at them. Wow, what are these things? Is there also ancient armor script? This is a martial arts secret manual. It has everything. He showed no respect for these things and casually threw them on the ground. Hui Lang saw this and, feeling disappointed, asked, "Heavenly Demon, don't you like these writings?" The Heavenly Demon vaguely replied, "Oh, ho, why is this person like that?" He looked at Fa Tian walking leisurely and said, "Do you think a young kid just entering the mind realm would be interested in that pile of papers? Let me explain a bit about this place. The Heavenly Demon secret vault is divided into 6 rooms in total. Room 1 contains common martial arts secret manuals. Room 2 holds secret manuals created by multiple generations of top experts from elders upward of the Heavenly Demon, and Room 3 is for spiritual medicines." Fa Tian also reached the 3rd floor and looked in admiration at the cabinet filled with spiritual herbs.
Well, the old man didn't stock up much spiritual herbs, but compared to this place, it's hardly anything.
He glanced back at Lang Nuok's shelf, silently calculating that he would need to come back here again later.
It's not much for me, but it will be very helpful for my subordinates in the future.
Quickly, Fa Thien reached the fourth room, the armory, filled with various weapons and a simple explanation attached below each weapon. He marveled at the weapons scattered around and couldn't help but praise them. Truly impressive. Proceeding to the fifth room, the Ancestors' Chamber, which contains large, full-body bronze statues of many generations of heavenly demon sect leaders in martial arts, representing their pride. Fa Thien looked at Tien Ma and said, "According to the Elder, the last room doesn't contain your relics and secret manuals, but he has an answer." They're cleaning up and making a mess. But I find it strange. Doesn't it seem odd that he said just opening the heavenly demon's secret vault would prove his strength as a heavenly demon sovereign?
Yeah. He glanced away, struggling to guess.
It's not easy, but something keeps bothering me deep inside. In the heavenly demon's room, a giant bronze statue appears, along with a small three-headed dragon statue of great value. Wow, what is that divine steed? In front of you now is an old statue, but it cannot diminish its grandeur.
Tianmo replied, "Ha, I've restored my original appearance." I couldn't help but praise it. Lost in admiration for the giant statue, suddenly from behind a figure full of murderous intent rushed towards him, unaware of anything. The figure pressed close, reaching back to deliver a powerful punch, its low voice filled with excitement. How long has it been since I last smelled a human? Now I finally react in shock and turn around. He quickly uses the heavenly demon search image technique and leaps out of the way to avoid the attack. He feels confused inside. Who is this guy? He gasped for breath, realizing he couldn't sense any aura. Without giving the divine weapon time to stabilize his mind, that dark figure charged at him with terrifying speed. A punch straight to his face was thrown. With a loud bang, it delivered a devastating blow to his face, sending him back to distant memories from about 50 years ago when the pre-devil demonic world was home to the strongest figures of the heavenly demon sect. Among those characters, one with overwhelming strength that has never been seen before, even though he is already too powerful. No one can escape human greed. He wanted to dominate the heavenly demon sect, so he secretly sneaked into the treasury to steal the demon pill. Once he had the demon pill to cultivate his demonic arts to the peak, he secluded himself to train. But the demonic energy within the demon pill was not easy to absorb. With that amount of demonic energy, he couldn't control it, leading to him losing his mind and going insane. This guy's face turned ferocious and uncontrollable. At that time, the heavenly demon sect was in chaos, and many of its disciples lost their lives trying to stop him. But the high-ranking members of the heavenly demon sect have imprisoned him in the treasury, so he could be like a demon guarding the treasure. Since then, the treasury door has remained closed and has never been opened. Returning to the present, the person mentioned earlier is now targeting Fa Thien as prey, launching a powerful attack. With a loud bang, Fa Thien was slammed into the wall by his punch. He was slightly off balance now, and the wall behind him cracked. He let out a pained cry, glancing at his arm as he braced himself, feeling a twinge of fear. "That's right. He's faster than lightning. If I slow down just a little, I'm done for." Trui Quang's face became excited and crazed.
Fa Thien looked at the bewildered man in front of him and said, "The internal energy in my body is chaotic, yet this move is powerful. I don't know who this guy is." Without hesitation, Trui Quang once again charged forward with his speed, aiming to kick him in the head. He arrogantly said, "If you want to know who I am, then block this move of mine." He suddenly drew a sword from somewhere and slashed straight at Fa Thien. Seeing that, he broke out in a cold sweat, fearing it was a sword strike. Without letting Trui Quang act first, he quickly delivered a powerful blow at Trui Quang. He skillfully raises his sword to block the attack. The two weapons clash with a deafening sound. He excitedly watched the two swords clash fiercely, then gathered his strength and shouted with all his might, full of energy. Nice. He counterattacked by reflecting the light. He skillfully knocked away the destroyer's sword and quickly struck back at his neck with a deadly blow. In an instant, the blade whistled toward his eyes. His eyes widened, and his pupils shone with a golden light. He quickly spun around with his sword to create a protective barrier. The two powerful strikes collided, sparks flying from the clash of their swords. After the move, both of them retreated to maintain distance. Heavenly Demon praised them, saying, "Those two, their sword techniques clashed and neutralized all the danger for you." And Hui Lang was reciting Buddha's name, Amitabha. "So you're just a kid after all. Your strength can block a few of my moves, so I guess we need to exchange a few more blows." Without hesitation, he threw his sword fiercely at him. Fa Thian also gathered his strength to throw his sword in response, and suddenly, Trui Quang sped up and charged at him, leaving him stunned and surprised. A deafening sound rings out as the two swords collide, while Trui Quang relentlessly attacks from below. He struggles to defend himself. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and poured all his strength into his hand. With his power, the sword that just disappeared reappeared in front of Fa Thian and struck a powerful blow down. He skillfully wielded his sword to block the attack. The two sides exchanged moves rapidly, the sound of weapons clashing echoing everywhere. Using all his remaining strength, he shouted and poured everything into his strike. His attacks grew stronger and stronger, completely overpowering and forcing the enemy back. He was overwhelmed and extremely surprised, struggling to cry out a few times. With no other choice, he gathered all his strength into one strike and swung down hard. The two weapons clash forcefully, and gradually the two swords ring out in the air. The two swords spin and thrust into the ground simultaneously. Trui Quang looks visibly exhausted, but still smiles with great satisfaction. Fa Thian also smiled, very satisfied. Then the two prepared to attack each other again. Fa Thian, exhausted, silently guessed that he seemed to have also reached the half-demon realm.
I didn't expect to face a young expert like you in this treasury. You're still young, but already at a high level in demonic arts.
He sneered and said, I guess you were chosen by some of the immortal elders in the sect to be here, right? I didn't think there could be a young expert like this in the sect now. Fa Thian politely stretched his hand and replied, You're flattering me, but I do have a question. Who is your family, and why are you inside this treasury? He skeptically asked, Your strength within the church doesn't seem to be any less than that of the elders. You could leave here any time, so why don't you do it? Hearing that, Trui Quang was a bit surprised. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly sneered and replied, I have things to do here, so I never intended to leave. Now Trui Quang asks you, why did you come into this treasury? It's almost a forbidden zone here, isn't it? He calmly replied, I am here just to take the heavenly demon ring. Trui Quang raised his hand to his chin as if thinking, Huh? So those old men sent you here?
You could say that's true, but I don't have to follow anyone's orders. I just need the heavenly demon pill for my own purposes.
He glances at him with a murderous look, his pupils suddenly turning red, voice full of suspicion. The heavenly demon ring? Suddenly he unleashed his power, radiating a fierce aura, and coldly said, If you want to get it, you must defeat me first. I seem to have been quite lenient with you before, but now it won't be so easy anymore. He forcefully pulls the sword back into his hand, his eyes blazing with fury and a crazed expression, speaking in a savage tone. To get what you want, you might also have to pay with your life here. Fa Thian spins his sword in the air, recalling those words. His life is at stake. He gently grabs the sword with an indifferent expression. You seem to be quite boastful. If you say it, you better be able to do it. He confidently points his sword at Trui Quang. I speak so confidently because I am the descendant of the heavens, returning to the distant memories of Trui Quang. On a martial arts arena, it's him when he was young, and a defeated opponent lying on the ground, groaning in pain, his face battered and bruised, tears streaming down as he stammers and begs, Trui Quang, spare my life just this once, at least out of old friendship. Trui Quang coldly looked down, silent and unresponsive, and then another punch rang out with no mercy, ending the life of a person. The judge of this martial arts tournament loudly declared, You win, Trui Quang. He coldly glanced at the excited crowd in the stands, wondering, what are they so happy about over there? He glanced at the guy who's dead. That guy doesn't inspire me at all. He's like a tiger that doesn't seem happy about knowing it will kill a rabbit. I turn around and walk away, muttering in boredom. So boring. Even within the heavenly demon sect where the strong dominate all, his boredom remains unbroken. No one can rival Trui Quang. Therefore, he deliberately stole the heavenly demon orb and sank into his inner demons. But that intensity was only temporary. When he regained consciousness, he stood before hundreds of corpses, realizing he had personally killed 300 people in the sect, each dying one after another from the trivial gestures he no longer remembered. A despair greater than boredom. Confronted with his own strength contrasted with their weakness, this drove the demon lord into a deep despair. At that moment, he walked away muttering, What use is something like the heavenly demon pill? I no longer know what I am cultivating for. Trui Quang stands before the giant heavenly demon statue and mutters, So you're also quite sinister, huh? He confesses his feelings to the statue, the only one he can share his thoughts with now. He bows his head, a bit sad. It would be so good if I had been born in the same era as you. Trui Quang took out a ring. Master Heavenly Demon, I am returning this to you. Is this the book that Heavenly Demon wrote himself? He eagerly picks up the secret manuals to read. After a moment of silent, focused reading, at some point, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The arrogance of a once proud person, the strongest of the demon kings, shattered into pieces before Tianma's martial arts. Cui Quang muttered in disbelief. These contents are hard to believe. Isn't it about different approaches? If I weren't at this level, I wouldn't be able to understand the profundity of these words. Even though they are just words, the more he read, the more excited he became, laughing like he was driven crazy by their allure. A person like Cui Quang, who had spent his entire life in boredom, was saved by the words left behind by the heavenly demon. Cui Quang made up his mind and slammed the secret manual to the ground. I will abandon these petty ambitions. And here he reached the realm of the superdemon with the book of the heavenly demon ancestor. And then 50 years passed by. Now in front of him appeared a brat calling himself the heavenly demon supreme. Cui Quang sneered with contempt. Doesn't he know his limits? That's really funny. His face suddenly turned crazy, laughing maniacally. You call yourself the heavenly demon supreme? He continued. Achieving that level at your age in your 20s, I admit that Po Thien is a bit intimidated by Cui Quang's expression. You. Cui Quang gritted his teeth, his face grim as he snarled each word. But the title of Heavenly Demon Lord is not something you can casually throw around. After saying that, he charged forward and quickly swung his sword at him. He quickly raised his sword, putting all his strength into defending. The two swords clashed fiercely, sparks flying as if both sides were evenly matched, neither giving way. Despite struggling to hold his ground, Fa Thien still sneered confidently. Seeing his expression, Cui Quang was delighted and laughed. You have a courage worth praising. I like it very much. He pushed all his strength to knock him away again. Fa Thien's sword was trembling at that moment. He looked at it and silently marveled. His power is truly terrifying. Suddenly Cui Quang relaxed his body, making him suspicious. He said seriously, only one person has ever been called the Heavenly Demon Supreme from all the sect masters. Thien Machiton. That person is important to me. The memory suddenly flooded back, and I looked at something blankly. Then suddenly I became happy and excited. A creature resembling a butterfly is flying above Cui Quang's head. He continues, just like a god. Then he slowly clenched his hands around the sword and said, You are seeking your own death. Cui Quang prepared himself, his eyes radiating murderous intent, and the sword emanated a terrifying energy that grew stronger by the moment, enveloping him in a red aura of energy. Fa Thien was extremely surprised to see how terrifying the sword aura was. Cui Quang then grinned wildly and warned in a harsh voice, Kid, be careful, when did he manage to get close to you? The sword was swung back to attack. Without hesitation, he struck a devastating blow downwards. After the attack, Fa Thien managed to block the blow. His face showed great apprehension, and his sword was slightly scratched, as Cui Quang delivered another powerful strike. He once again raises his sword to block, secretly feeling afraid inside. Not again. But this attack he couldn't block. He stepped back slightly as Cui Quang's slash missed and hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. Still furious, he swings another horizontal strike, while Po Thien continues to raise his sword to block. It seems Cui Quang's power is overwhelming, and he's struggling to defend himself. Ugh! He kept swinging wildly while emphasizing each word, shouting loudly. Die, he shouted. He kept attacking without pause, disregarding changing tactics as if he was already sure of victory. He's so dirty, you're doomed now. Fa Thien struggles to defend against each strike as Cui Quang suddenly lets out a terrifying laugh. That is the raw power of this body. He unleashed hundreds of sword strikes with terrifying strength. A powerful strike suddenly passes by. At this moment, Fa Thien's sword is planted on the ground. Although he was exhausted, he successfully blocked those hundreds of strikes, and the scars they left reveal just how terrifying his strength was. Cui Quang angrily grits his teeth and asks, Can you hold out? Tien Mo beside Po Thien is annoyed and scolds him. You idiot. Once you've seen his suffering, this is not a fight you can continue to face. Don't fight him directly, use your skills. That skill. He breathes out slowly, regains his strength, and says, Even if you didn't say it, I would have known just by standing up. Cui Quang jumps down from above and angrily says, What are you muttering to yourself alone? Go and die. Fa Thien's face suddenly changed, his eyes flashing with sharpness. He stomped the ground so hard that rocks shattered. Cui Quang was furious, as if he wanted to devour Fa Thien alive, who seemed to hold victory firmly in his grasp. In that instant, Fa Thien used demonic army magic to teleport instantly, summoning his power to approach Cui Quang. Trui Quang was stunned, unsure of what technique Fa Thian was using. Surprised by Fa Thian's formidable power, he calmed himself, thinking it was just an ordinary clone technique.
Fa Thian seized the opportunity and charged forward, quickly approaching Trui Quang.
Fa Thian's powerful attack makes Trui Quang recoil, realizing that Fa Thian's strength is incredibly formidable. Fa Thian kept slashing non-stop, and I was stunned to realize they were all real entities. How does he know the secret footwork of the demon ancestor? In an instant, he remembered that he could see his swordsmanship magic similar to Fa Thian's. He charged forward, shouting loudly, "Die!" and fell before a master like the demon lord. At first glance, there may be many attacks launched simultaneously, but if you look closely, you'll notice their order. Returning to the present, you realize that the key to these strikes is fundamentally countering the sequence of that assault formation. Then he was knocked out, blood splattered on the ground in front of you. You look at him and realize that no matter how strong a master is, only speed makes the difference. It's not much different from itself. You're right, this is really boring. Seeing Fa Thian's attack, you realize his technique is different, making it hard for you to keep up. As you block the strikes, you know that even if you are the Demon King of Madness, it would be difficult to withstand these continuous attacks from all directions. Trui Quang, angry, turns his face and lets out a loud grunt. He uses all his strength to swing his arm and fight back against Fa Thian. Fa Thian continued to move, enveloping Trui Quang, and unleashed a skillful attack striking fiercely down at him. His technique is blazing everywhere. Suddenly, he stops. Surprised by the resilience of the Blood Demon Lord, he marvels that he is truly no ordinary opponent. Seeing this, the heavenly demon shouted in anger,
"Hey, Fa Thian, that's not enough! You need to attack more!"
Seeing that, Hu Lang calmly sighed and said, "No, venerable sir, I think you should avoid this place for a while."
Fa Thian, furious, nearly shouted, "Oh my God, just die already."
"You two each say a line, giving me a headache." Suddenly, he paused, realizing something, and said, Wait a minute. Is there a way to see him just standing there talking to himself? Trui Quang wondered. Why is he suddenly talking to himself? Could he also be as crazy as I am? Fa Thian turned his face away with a cold expression. Suddenly, he spun around and ran quickly, shouting, "Give me some time to think." Seeing that, Trui Quang shouted sternly, "Why are you running away like a coward?" Hearing that, Fa Thian suddenly slammed on the brakes and said seriously, "Who are you calling a coward to run away? I'm just thinking of how to deal with you." Then he drew his sword and said, "I've just made my decision." Trui Quang saw that and angrily looked at Fa Thian. Fa Thian chuckled and said, "You lose now. Just lift each sword one by one without using your hands, ready to pierce through Trui Quang. Are you trying to use swordsmanship to control both swords at once? You arrogant fool." Fa Thian confidently swings both swords towards Trui Quang, launching a direct attack at him. He tries to block the two magic attacks, with the swords continuously striking his body. This swordsmanship truly is extraordinary. The attacks are terrifying, and the power is no less than when wielding just one sword. Suddenly he realized that power was not just there, it was even greater than that. Then a sudden explosion sent Trui Quang flying far away. He soared into the sky, vaguely realizing that only when facing directly could he truly understand that terrifying power. Trui Quang thought this young boy was the one. At that moment, he suddenly saw the enormous giant statue he had seen before as Fa Thian unleashed a blinding strike. Boom! The sword was also knocked away at that moment, piercing deeply into the ground, with smoke billowing everywhere. The smoke continued to fill the area, and Trui Quang was knocked back, sitting slumped among the broken debris of the wall behind him. Trui Quang slowly opened his eyes and looked at Fa Thian. Fa Thian stepped forward and stood in front of him, saying, "Do you still not believe that I am the heavenly demon sovereign?" Trui Quang replied, "Let me ask you, is it true? Could this really happen?" Fa Thian said sharply, "Does that matter? Moreover, you're the one fighting me, so you should know the answer yourself, right?" Fa Thian said with a smug smile. "So what? Do I look like I'm lying?" Trui Quang stammered, unable to speak, and then suddenly bowed his head, saying nothing more. Seeing that, Fa Thian asked, "Do you plan to stay here forever?" Trui Quang hesitated and replied, "I don't know." I'm disappointed, and told Fa Thian that I brought the Super Demon Scripture to gain a broader understanding of our founder's martial arts and to dominate the Heavenly Demon sect, but now that you appear, that no longer matters to me. Trui Quang was surprised by his words, looking at his hand and saying, "I will turn the power of the Heavenly Demon sect into my own. I don't know what I will do in the future." Fa Thian resolutely said, "But I promise everything will not be boring." Looking down at Trui Quang sitting there, I said, "I need you. Come with me." Hearing those words, his eyes seemed to pause for a moment. The cold figure of Trui Kwang suddenly reappeared, and his loneliness seemed to be painted anew by him. Now, I have you walking alongside me through this meaningless and dull life. Trui Kwang quietly said, I wish I had been born in your time. After finishing, he clasped his hands together and loudly announced, I am the disciple of the demon lord of madness, Dan Dai Trui Kwang. Trui Kwang tearfully and happily replied, I humbly bow to the lord of heavenly demons. In the Guardian Hall, Thanvan stands in deep thought, looking serious as if contemplating something. Suddenly, a killer appears and reports to Thanvan.
Sir, how did it go?
Have you killed him yet? The assassin hesitated to say. Well, revealing that might surprise everyone someday. After hearing the full story from Thanvan, Mok Hao, and Mok Tin, they all widened their eyes in shock at the tale. Po Tien stepped in, holding up the ring he was wearing as he approached the three men. They looked shocked, thinking, huh? Success?
Then they saw a large dark figure walking behind Po Tien and nervously asked, What is that man behind him?
If you look closely, you'll see. Isn't this enough to prove it? After saying that, he smiled and said to Trui Kwang, How do you feel, Kwang Ma Ton? This is the first time in 50 years you have enjoyed the fresh air outside. Even as time passes, this place remains the same. Trui Kwang softly smiled and said, The Supreme Lord. Thanvan was startled, thinking this person truly was the crazy demon lord. But why did the crazy demon lord call him the Supreme? He frowned in disbelief as he saw the person here holding the heavenly demon ring, annoyed as he looked at the two arrogant young men in front of him, wanting to curse and filled with countless questions. Is this crazy person? No, the Crimson Demon Lord. Why? What does it mean to be the Supreme? Fa Tien Then said, Sir, I have been waiting for your answer all this time. Have I proven my strength yet? He stammered in response. He suddenly knelt down, raised his hands, and loudly proclaimed, I, the Divine Guardian Duan Mu Than Van, am truly delighted by the appearance of the Supreme Lord Heavenly Demon. Mok Hao and Mok Tin looked at Thanvan kneeling in surprise and panic. The nearby assassins saw this scene and were stunned, then immediately all knelt down to pay respect to the Supreme Being. In the dimly lit room, Po Tien sat facing the three elders and Trui Kwang, all of them looking serious and tense. Mok Tin said to Po Tien, If I understand correctly, the heavenly demon ancestor is temporarily present within this noble jade body. Fa Tien calmly replied, Yes, it's all thanks to the great technique of soul-transmitting spirit. Hearing this, Trui Kwang recalled the fight and realized that he wasn't talking alone at that moment. Then Von Then laughed. Ha ha, there are many things in this world that human wisdom cannot comprehend. This is truly wonderful. So now, what is the Supreme Heavenly Demon Master saying? Fa Tien Yun forced a smile, realizing that Heavenly Demon has been scolding those people all along. Tianmo angrily said in a loud, harsh voice, Yes, those ignorant fools. Then Fa Tien sighed and said, Tianmo hopes that his descendants, the Tianmo sect, will dominate the martial world. He said disappointedly, but seeing the situation in Central Plain is truly disappointing. Tianma leaned close to Fa Tien and said seriously, Listen, Fa Tien, from now on tell them exactly what I say. What? Does Heavenly Demon have something to say? I will convey every word without missing a single one. So, Fa Tien listened carefully as he relayed the words of the Heavenly Demon. I am the Heavenly Demon. The four of them suddenly sprang back and shouted together, We humbly pay our respects to the Heavenly Demon ancestor. For a long time, the Heavenly Demon has been feeling annoyed and wanted to reprimand them. Whenever he sees the current state of the Heavenly Demon sect, the Heavenly Demon orders that Fa Tien be regarded as equal to the Heavenly Demon and follow Fa Tien's commands, of course without anyone doubting Fa Tien's abilities. Everyone obeyed the orders of the Heavenly Demon. They shouted loudly, I obey. So, Your Excellency, would you like to try using the Heavenly Demon ring? Fat Thien looked thoughtfully at the ring and said, Let's see, this ring has a pretty special shape. The Heavenly Demon proudly said, A ring with an unusual shape is nothing. You don't know. I will personally show you how amazing the Heavenly Demon ring is as a weapon. I didn't ask for your opinion. No matter how strong your self-defense abilities are, it will pierce through like paper. It also has a skill called Fireproof Shield, which when activated will instantly expel the internal energy, toxins and poison from your body. All right, I get it, he exclaimed proudly. Well, it's clear that it's not an ordinary ring, and Heavenly Demon looks confused. That's obvious. After speaking, he looked at Trui Kwang and said, All right, let's go. The crazy demon lord wondered where they were headed. Fa Tin Yim Hai replied, Let's go meet the 12th demon lord, the ones who will help us through the treacherous paths ahead. Mu Hao and Trui Kwang were surprised. What is it, 12th Demon Lord? Thenvan murmured softly. Just as their name suggests. Master Nkim said they are the most skilled experts of our sect. They are promising leaders, the people who will help our sect stand firm in the future. If they assist us, the road ahead will be less thorny. Fathin said, All right, let's go meet them. Then Fathin and Trui Kwang went to find the 12th Demon Lord. While walking, Trui Kwang asked curiously, Lord Chiton, why do we have to use invisibility magic like this? If they get scared and run away, what should we do? We have to move quietly and secretly. Suddenly, something surprised Fathian and made him exclaim. Fathian said, I see. They are here. In the sacred forest and still water, a group of people are noisily standing in front of Fathin and Trui Kwang. Trui Kwang was stunned. So they are the 12 demon sons you mentioned? They are all young people laughing and chatting happily, and Fathian shouted loudly at the crowd. Hey everyone, can I join you over here? Voan suddenly shouted. What's going on? Who is that? The gossip spreads everywhere. Where did he come from? So, the two of them and the 12th Demon Lord looked at each other with confusion. Potian was pleased. Ha 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 ha, who do you think I am? The 12th Demon Lord personally asked for our names so warmly. Mad Lord of Madness. Can you answer me? Trui Kwang stepped forward and replied, Understood. Voan frowns and looks on. This really isn't funny at all. Suddenly, Voan's face was bruised and swollen, staring in disbelief. Don Thap Ni Ma Kong Tu painfully knelt before Fathian and Trui Kwang, successfully subduing Thap Ni Ma Kong Tu. Voan was stunned. What's going on? The technique that guy just used is the Heaven Breaker, and he proudly drew his sword and said, I've heard that your strength is much greater than your age, especially since you have exceptional stealth skills. What is your name? Voan replied hesitantly. I am Voan Ton Bak Kung, the Illusion Master. We don't know who you are, but you can use the martial arts of the Heavenly Demon Lord. Trui Kwang looked down and said bitterly, You are the true Heavenly Demon Lord. Voan widened his eyes in surprise and said, Indeed, when we, the 12 demon sons, swear loyalty to someone, 2 conditions must be met. First, that person has to have higher martial skills than us, and second, that person must be the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Both conditions have now been fulfilled, and from this moment on, we 12 demon sons are committed to serve under your command. As he finished, everyone knelt before Fa Thien Dong Thun and shouted, Supreme Lord, Lord of the Army! Fa Thien sighed in relief. I have finally subdued the 12th Demon Lord to serve as my guardian. From now on, Tianma looked at him in panic and said, Your face doesn't look very good today. Don't tell me you're dizzy, your mind spinning, your face pale, you collapsed to the ground hard. Everyone was stunned and shouted loudly, Lord, Lord, Commander! In the large hall of the Protector Gods, Fa Thien was brought back and resting after fainting, his face pale and bluish, his body hot and sweaty. In the distance, Thanvan and Trui Kwang are looking at him with deep thought and concern. Thanvan seriously said, Did you just stand by and watch when he passed out? Trui Kwang seriously replied, I think he tried to develop a new kind of martial art he had never attempted before, which exhausted him. It seems he fell into a state of mental chaos while doing so. Thanvan wondered what kind of martial art could be so terrifying when he was already a master at the supernatural level. Trui Kwang seriously replied, The sudden sword intent. Thanvan wondered what your words meant. It's a natural sword intent. Trui Kwang frowned and said, I've never seen that kind of martial art before, so I'm not sure. I heard it's even more terrifying than the invisible sword. Remember the intense confrontation with the 12th Demon Lord? Voan, holding his sword in one hand and clutching his chest with the other, struggled to shout 2 words. Hu Yu. Hu Yu. Fathian calmly said to Trui Kwang, Wait for the demon. Stop right now. Do not harm those young masters, Voan shouted loudly. We will never submit, even if we die. Fathin calmly watches Voan shouting with frustration, knowing that if he cannot conquer their hearts, he will never truly win their loyalty. Then he slowly drew out his sharp Demon Slayer sword, his body filled with deadly aura, ready to fight so that the 12th Demon Lord could see his true strength. Trui Kwang standing beside suddenly said, That sword in your hand is emitting faint flickering lights like flames. That's not an ordinary sword technique. The power of that technique is unlike any we've seen before. It seems quite different when performed. The aura it emits is strong and has the scent of burning incense. The aura from that power quickly thickened into a fog, enveloping the body of the one using the technique. The 12 Demon Prince watched this scene with a look of surprise, admiration, and awe. In an instant, they realized their bodies had frozen solid and they could no longer move. Breathing also came to a halt. Bowen grimaced and asked, What, this breathing is too difficult. What exactly is this sword technique? Is that person the one who made us submit? Thenvan, hearing Trui Kwang's story, couldn't believe his ears and asked again, Suddenly the sword intent
And the techniques are even more powerful than the invisible sword.
Does that thing really exist in this world? Something I have never seen before. You reply, We don't need to question anything. That young master already had the strength to lead the demon god sect. The only thing to do now is to follow the orders of the Lord Supreme. He will wake up soon. Thenvan pondered anxiously. At such a young age, he had already surpassed the level of super demon. This is probably something never seen before in the history of the martial world. Perhaps it is a rare talent of our heavenly demon sect. Suddenly, Fathian opened his eyes in panic and woke up, quickly sitting upright. Seeing this, heavenly demon was panic-stricken and worried. Potian, are you awake? Yulang calmly asked beside him, Are you all right, Lord of the Sword? Was it a dream? In the dream, I was standing alone in the pitch-black ocean, blaming heavenly demon. Tianma, may I ask what is the difference between the gentle sword technique and the sword will? Tianma was stunned and replied, Why do you suddenly ask that? Then, Fathian woke up from his dream and suddenly kept asking Tianma a series of questions about martial arts. He kept questioning non-stop, sometimes with the innocent look of a child, sometimes with the passionate voice of a young man, and sometimes with the profound gaze of a wise master. At first, Heavenly Demon was a bit stunned by such unexpected questions, but on the other hand, he felt an endless excitement because someone was discussing this matter. Through his conversation with Heavenly Demon, Fathian seemed to have grown a little more mature, with new insights into martial arts that he couldn't compare to before. The following days passed quietly as Fathian and the 12th Demon Lord continued to demonstrate many new extraordinary techniques, gradually winning them over and strengthening their own power within the Heavenly Demon sect. And so, he taught them many things. Fathian was also surprised because this was the first time he had taught someone martial arts. He had already reached the super demon realm and could freely use the invisible sword to split the stone in front of him just by shouting and swinging his hand. The 12 demon young master was stunned to see this. Is that an invisible sword? Fathian has mastered swordsmanship more than anyone else, which means there are aspects in which he has surpassed even the heavenly demon. Now everyone bows and kneels before him in submission. The 3 elders look at him seriously, and even Trui Kwang regards him with respect. All 12 demon lords kneel before him with respect. He sits on the throne, softly smiling to show his authority. Emperor Wiem refuses to accept defeat. He's truly an extraordinary young man. In just a few days, it's unbelievable that he managed to win over both the Guardian and the 12 demon sons. Are you looking at Trui Kwang, the same demon lord who was involved in many scandals before? Seeing that, Trui Kwang looked at her with a fierce expression and asked, What are you looking at? She was startled and nervously replied, Oh, no. Then she looked up at Fathian again. Anyway, he is truly an outstanding man. Thanvan looked up at Fathian and reported, Please declare the truth, Your Majesty, and suggest a direction for the development of our heavenly demon sect. I have a request. I hope everyone in the heavenly demon sect sincerely acknowledges me as the heavenly demon sovereign. And tomorrow, right? Yes, that's correct.
Everyone knows that Chich-Duang and the demon lord are sworn enemies. Both outstanding individuals recognized by everyone in our sect. There are also differing opinions about their strength.
Therefore, this martial contest is not just an ordinary fight. It can be said that it will determine the future steps of the Heavenly Demon sect. Actually, right now everything is meaningless since Lord Heavenly Demon has appeared. Fathian then laughed and shook his head, saying, Don't say that. It can be said that those 2 demon lords represent the power of the Heavenly Demon sect.
I think this is a good opportunity for us to test the hidden strength of our sect.
First, I want to see the result of the duel. Everyone, please don't rush and follow my instructions. After hearing this, everyone was startled and shouted orders. Seeing that, Trui Kwang asked curiously, Lord, what do you plan to do with the martial world of Central Plain? We will carry out the punishment when our sect's situation is stable, right? Fathian replied, Punishment? I plan to avoid a full-scale war with the Central Plain martial world, because I have my reasons. Everyone was shocked and asked, What do you mean? He calmly continued, The method of punishing Central Plain that the Heavenly Demon sect is pursuing costs too much unnecessary sacrifice. Instead, it only encourages unity among the resisting forces. The important thing now is not the external matter, but the internal issue. With a resolute aura, he continued, I will first reorganize the power of our sect. After finishing, the 12th Demon Lord stepped outside. As he walked, Jade Keelan asked Void Shadow, Brother Void Shadow, what do you think? Is the heavenly demon sovereign a bit different from the people in the heavenly demon sect? Voan retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? We have seen his strength with our own eyes, but Voan also admits that Ngakilan's words are not entirely wrong. Remembering the moment when I fought Kung Maton and Fa Thien, I wonder what Chiton was thinking at that time. Under the night sky, Choi Kwang was training intensely unaware that Fa Thien was standing behind, quietly watching him smile. Your training spot looks just like a recent battle. You breathe heavily and finally relax your muscles a bit. Fa Thien stands behind, only able to make a dot, wondering who relaxes like this. Fa Thien said, You've worked hard, crazy demon lord, you startled me. Supreme Lord, when did you arrive here? Tri Kwang asked curiously if there was something the Lord wanted to tell him. Crazy demon lord, secretly select loyal experts under 40 years old, Fa Thien Yim Tuk Bao said. Tri Kwang asked in confusion. Under 40, should we recruit men or women? Fa Thien replied, Gender doesn't matter, and also check the situation at the training camp. Tri Kwang was assigned to accept and obey, and seeing that you agreed to destroy the heavens, he turned around and said, All right, I'll count on you. Surprised, Tri Kwang wondered, Chiton, what exactly are you thinking about? Sitting on the throne in Fa Thien Palace, he seems to be pondering something, tapping his finger on the chair as he considers that from the summary of the information he has gathered so far, tomorrow's martial arts tournament might confirm the intentions regarding the campaign against the Central Plains martial world within the Heavenly Demon sect. Soon, a fierce battle for survival will begin between the righteous Min and the demonic Lin, centered around the Northern Sword Society, but fortunately the Heavenly Demon sect remains outside their concern. The martial world is about to change. He looked up and called the Sword King Thap V. Suddenly, an assassin jumped down from above and knelt before him. He summoned the Divine Lord. Fa Thien then handed the assassin a letter and said, Prepare to send this letter to me, to Zhongyuan, to skilled martial artists with swift footwork and stealth techniques. Today has also arrived. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament begins with drums pounding loudly everywhere. The battle between demon-faced experts starts, with one wielding a divine wooden staff ready to strike, instantly rushing forward to attack lightning fast. The lively battle had everyone cheering excitedly from the stands. That day in Trung Nguyen, it was a term used to refer to the place that needed to be punished by the Heavenly Demon sect, and it also evoked a vague longing for home. Is it because of its special nature that it punishes Central Plain? Whether they agree or oppose the punishment, the mood of the martial artists gathered at this grand tournament is extremely excited. Then Tan Van, Mok Hao, and Muk Tin with great presence stepped in. The audience cheered, thinking they were the Tai Thuong Guardians, but suddenly someone in the stands looked away in surprise and asked, Who is that? Fa Thien and Troi Kwang appear with great grandeur, with Troi Kwang covering his face and standing behind Fa Thien full of authority. When a spectator sees Fa Thien reply, he says, I don't know either, but his face looks very dignified. The sound of drums pounding loudly as two tall men beat them fiercely. The five of them sat down to watch the match. Fa Thien looked around and said, It seems everyone is very excited. Than Van replied, Maybe because this is a martial arts tournament related to the conquest of Trung Nguyen, so everyone is probably thrilled. Suddenly, a loud bell rang out, startling Fa Thien and leaving him confused about what was happening. Shich Duong smiled and entered with grandeur. Vu's cheers resound. Shich Duong Maton, please win. Oh. Seeing Fa Thien recognize that person as Shich Duong Maton, he slowly looks at the other one. If so, that person is the thunderous cheer. Blood Demon Lord, please win for the honor of the Dam Dai clan. Seeing this, Fa Thien calmly said, The cheers for both sides were very loud. Trui Kwang, sitting nearby, only listened without saying a word. Fa Thien asked Then Van curiously, Why are those two the ones? Aren't there supposed to be 4 demon lords? Then Van replied, They are both pillars of the Heavenly Demon sect, and see each other as rivals to surpass. Then he looked at Trui Kwang and asked, Blood Demon Lord, you still remember, right? Before being sealed, the Blood Demon Lord was your subordinate. Troi Kwang replied, I see, I don't remember. My memory is too faint now. Seeing that, he continued, Blood Demon Lord truly respected you. 50 years ago, when you caused the Blood Death incident, Blood Demon Lord still sided with you, but in the end he was imprisoned. He pondered and said, Let's forget the past. I just want to see what will happen now. Seeing that, Fa Thien smiled and said, Anyway, the two of them are almost considered sworn enemies, so let's begin, Tai Thuong. Then Van stood up and loudly declared, The duel today is crucial and will determine the direction of the entire Heavenly Demon sect. Both sides must submit and accept the outcome, whatever it may be. He stepped forward and asked, "Do you have any opinions?" Vu Li coldly replied, "No." Shichduang suddenly raised his hand and said, "I have an opinion." Vu Li looked at him with cold eyes.
Shichduang proudly declared, "Everyone of Shichduang today, I stand here with the hope of fulfilling the long-held wish of our heavenly demon sect."
The crowd cheered. Wow. Demon Lord Shichduang. Demon Lord Shichduang. As a martial artist, I also respect Blood Demon Lord, but everyone's long-held wish shouldn't be sacrificed for just one person. Hearing that, Vu Li was angry, and he took the opportunity to continue, "Why should we hesitate to enter Zhongyuan now that our heavenly demon sect is still thriving? We must absolutely reclaim our ancestors' bloodline. Yes, we must." The entire audience cheered. Long live the heavenly demon sect. Punish the martial world with justice. Long live the heavenly demon sect. Fathin glared at him irritably. That guy. So sharp-tongued. The battle begins. Thenvan raised her hand and shouted, "Let's begin." Vu Li looked at the other side calmly and seriously, while Shichduang smiled coldly and maliciously. Maybe today's duel won't end until one person admits defeat. The crowd around the arena is clapping excitedly. Shichduang grins wickedly, channeling his energy, while Vu Li also prepares his sword in hand. Both of them are already in fighting stance, but haven't moved yet. Fathian wondered why neither side is making a move. Demon Lord replied, "Isn't that obvious?" He explained carefully that even a small mistake in a duel between two experts can cost them their lives, so they are both being so cautious. You analyze the situation, and although it looks like a stalemate from the outside, in reality, neither side dares to act first because they are carefully observing each other's movements and must understand each other well. Breaking the heaven also sounds quite strange. If it were me, I would rush in to fight decisively and determine the winner right away, the other side replied. That is because you are fighting an opponent weaker than yourself. From behind, the Blood Demon Lord approached and asked, "What do you think of this battle, young master?" From my observation, it seems like the two are in a state of détente, but the details suggest that the Blood Demon Lord has a slight advantage over Fa Tien. I see, of course you think so, but this is a life and death contest and everything can change dramatically. The Kwangmo asked curiously, "What do you mean, young master?" He continued, "If you watch a little longer, you'll see soon enough." Shichduang begins to use the strength from his palm to attack, throwing all his magic power forward to defeat his opponent. Vu Li quickly turned to dodge the attack and then rushed forward to counterattack. The blood dragon swordbreaker within him was unleashed, glowing with a crimson hue as each of them launched their moves, yet the two others paused again. The mad demon thinks to himself that from that move, it seems like neither side has gained the upper hand yet. Potian adds, looking at their appearance, "That's how it seems," and you frown, saying, "But it looks like Lord Crimson Sun Demon has not yet revealed his full strength." That's right. Shichduang continued to leap into the air without attacking, launching a series of continuous strikes at his opponent. Vu Li is not someone to be taken lightly, so he easily blocks the deadly attack. But suddenly his sword hand trembles strangely. He grits his teeth in frustration, then continues his counterattack with his blood dragon. Seeing this, Shichduang laughed cunningly, his eyes flashing with a deeply malicious intent, as he continuously unleashed dark energy attacks towards the blood dragon. Vu Li, despite taking a deadly hit, reacted by gritting his teeth and holding on. Shichduang shouted, "See if you can withstand this move of mine." He quickly launched a deadly attack straight at his opponent, causing Vu Li to vomit blood in pain. "Is that all you've got?" He forcefully slammed Vu Li down to the ground with great strength. His eyes suddenly changed expression from before, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Yet Vu Li remained unfazed and unyielding. Something approaches, causing Shichduang to leap back instantly. They quickly returned to their original positions. Shichduang said, "Looks like you haven't given up yet. You can endure quite a long time." He decided not to hesitate, so I can't hold back anymore. Vu Li Su was surprised. "You break the sky, speak up quickly, and intervene in the battle to protect the Blood Demon Venerable." The Blood Demon quickly charged forward on command, and Shichduang still showed no sign of stopping. This battle is over. Suddenly, someone rushed in and threw the old man out of his original position. Shichduang hesitated to choose a piece on his cheek before the battle was decided, while the mad demon stood there proudly without moving. Shichduang angrily asked, "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere in this battle?" Everything there suddenly fell into silence, with not a single word. The raging demon lazily replied, "It's already decided who wins and loses. There's no need for cruelty." Shichduang angrily scolded back, "You bastard, this is my fight. Why did you kill him?" Kuang Ma was a bit surprised. "Do you want to kill me?" Fathin secretly thought that others were lying in ambush here. As the group suddenly attacked from behind along with the demons, Thenvan was confused and asked who they were, while Fathin quickly ordered the Sword King's 10 guards to protect everyone here. 12 demon lords, control all the new arrivals quickly. Don't forget to warn him, Kwang Ma, be careful. Some immortals suddenly leapt into the air and swung their swords down to attack the enemies. The battle erupted as if a long-held secret had been revealed, causing those outside to freeze in surprise. The Kwang Mo confidently lifted the other person effortlessly. They asked, "Who are you?" "You all stay silent, huh?" the furious demon roared. "These bastards." Shich Duong kept giving orders. "Kill them all." Anton charged forward like a gust of wind, his sword piercing straight through the masked boss, while Trui Kwang casually threw a punch at him. Shich Duong outside, starting to get anxious, mutters a curse. "Damn it." His face hardened. Suddenly, Fathian, standing behind, spoke up. "Where are you looking?" It made Shich Duong jump. As he turned his back, his face was immediately struck by a punch like thunder. Fathian didn't hold back and delivered another blow, causing him to fall to the ground. The masked man and the demon lord grab Shich Duong by the collar. "Come here." As for Po Tayin, he stands over the man and asks, "Where is the Shich Duong demon lord really?" "Shich Duong is beating the village drum. I've never heard of the heavenly demon sect having a master like you. Who exactly are you?" He was surprised when Po Tayin grabbed his collar and looked at him hanging in his hand. "I asked you first." Then I smile faintly. "If you won't speak, that's fine. I will give you a chance to become someone who helps me vent my anger and fury." Fathian's eyes remained fixed on the disgusting man in front of him, and Shich Duong also looked at him. Finally, he had to admit, "I am the deputy leader of the Tatu Huyet Ma." Hearing this, a doubt arose in Fathian's heart. The blood demon of the Tatu, then he asked further, "So what?" Shich Duong explains that Shich Duong Maton and Huyet Maton are equals. So Shich Duong Maton borrowed our strength to enter Trung Nguyen. He recalls that we wanted to use him to plant an insider in the heavenly demon sect, but he refused our offer. We ordered our spies to poison Shich Duong Maton for a long time. He's still alive but has lost all his martial skills. I heard Shich Duong Maton is in seclusion training, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. He must really be there. Trui Kwang quickly reported that the Chiton had captured and killed all the black-clad assassins. Everyone around was stunned and exclaimed, Chiton! The 12th demon child calls that person Chiton. Fathin turned back, puzzled. What are those people doing? And the fake red sun was stunned. Oh my God, have all the black-clad men been killed? He sweat nervously and wondered who else could be the Chiton. Is there anyone else here besides me? He said to Fathin, "You've heard the answer you wanted. Now keep your promise and let me go." Fathin muttered, "This guy just irritates me. Really annoying." And then he let him fall, leaving him no time to react. "But that's enough to be happy," he said. "Is that so?" "As expected, you're the one in charge, so you understand the situation quickly. Keeping me alive might also benefit you." Fathian replied indifferently, "I don't know what the benefit is, but it seems you're slow to grasp the situation. I will not negotiate with someone like you." Vice Commander of the Blood Demon Tsu Huyet Ma said stiffly. "How are you?" Fathian coldly replied. "I have already made my intentions clear." Then order to deal with him Kwang Maton. The Blood Demon Lord swiftly appears before the Vice Patriarch of the evil sect, ready to strike, and responds to the order without delay. Meanwhile, everyone else continues to discuss. Master Chi. Wasn't it the 12th Demon Lord who called that person Master Chi earlier? And also, that sword and ring are definitely the Heavenly Demon Sword and Heavenly Demon Ring. Trui Kwang realized he had spoken out of turn and hurriedly apologized. "Lord Chi-Chi." Pothian was annoyed. "It's best that you don't speak." Trui Kwang tears up and nods. "Yes, I will obey." Fathin thought to himself if being recognized like this, it would be a major breakthrough for him. He decided to reveal himself. "Yes, I am the Heavenly Demon Lord, Fathian." The crowd couldn't help but be amazed. The Heavenly Demon Lord. Breaker of Heaven. Are those two men discussing with each other, wielding the Heavenly Demon Sword and the Heavenly Demon Ring? Is that young man really the Heavenly Demon Supreme? Is that really true? Isn't he just a crazy man spouting nonsense? I knew everyone would react like this. What should I do this time to convince you all? Kwang Ma-ton said. "No need, sir." Hearing that, the two men were extremely surprised. Everyone calls him the Crazy Demon Lord. Wu Lei only calls him his master. The Demon King of Madness knelt down, and everyone else followed suit. Trui Kwang and Anton did the same. The whole group bowed in unison to the Supreme Lord, including the 3 guardians, the Mad Demon Lord, and the 12 demon princes.
The two men from earlier could only exclaim, no longer in doubt. The crowd shouted together, "The Supreme One has returned!" Fa Tian exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, this way is easier than I thought. It's at the Demon Lord's main hall."
Fa Tian said, "Supreme Elder, tell me everything you know about the Blood Demon Taint." Than Van replied, "The Blood Demon Taint is a faction of evil cults from Tianzhu, and after the 7th Great Demon War, our relations with them were completely severed. My subordinates had no idea they had infiltrated deep into our sect and carried out such a terrible plot."
The old man takes the blame. "My subordinates deserve to die 1,000 times, and Fa Tian soothes him. It's not his fault."
"How does their power compare to ours, since it seems they also possess that strength?"
Than Van said, "I don't know their current scale, but based on past records, they are not inferior to the Heavenly Demon sect in size."
Po Tian said, "If that's the case, why isn't their reputation very great in Central Plain?" "That's because, like us, they are a secret force that has never entered Central Plain before. In the last Great Demon War,
only some of their forces were incorporated into our sect and participated in the purge."
Fa Tian pondered silently. "Those guys have tried to swallow our entire sect. That means they are truly confident in their strength.
All right, let me find the real Crimson Sun Demon Lord to hear the details, and I will talk about this gradually later. I think the Heavenly Demon sect is in more danger than we realize, so we must push forward with the delayed tasks." Then he sternly ordered as the Heavenly Demon Lord, "Everyone listen to my command." Everyone was stunned. "What?" His eyes are cold and piercing. "From now on, I will reform the Heavenly Demon sect with significant changes." On a quiet night, exclamations echo through the forest cave area of the Heavenly Demon sect. "Oh my God, Xiao Chu is excited. I can't believe the legendary Heavenly Demon Sovereign is here. Are we dreaming?" Little Lu is teasing, "What are you dreaming about?" She's curious. "Do you remember that handsome face?" She also feels excited. "I want to meet that person again." Meanwhile, in another place, Po Tian is extremely disappointed, and Than Van firmly opposes. "That's not allowed. The Supreme Lord cannot open the Heavenly Demon Treasury." The old man patiently explained that only those with the proper qualifications can access the secret documents in the treasury. "That has been the tradition for over 1,700 years. Please reconsider your words." "I secretly think this reminds me of the old days. In the end, Fa Tian remains resolute, and traditions will surely be broken someday. Even if it is a precious treasure, its value only comes when used where it is needed." Moreover, he proposed that disciples be allowed to view the secret scriptures in the treasure vault. Furthermore, weapons and spiritual medicines will be used to enhance the disciples' martial skills. Fa Tian's words left the elder guardian speechless and stammering. The story doesn't end there. He also continued to make requests. Furthermore, from now on, reorganizing the organization will prioritize the individual abilities of the disciples. Fa Tian also said that he would not discriminate based on status. If someone outstanding surpasses others, he would definitely promote them to a higher position within the sect. Objectively speaking, the systems that Fa Tian implemented are truly revolutionary. Based on that, he reorganized all the ranks of the Heavenly Demon sect into 10 levels, classified by the color of their clothing accordingly, and also reformed the structure of the divine organization, minimizing separate factions and raising the purity of each group to improve their efficiency. Moreover, he also assigned the chief of the guard team under the Demon King Sword Guard to the Demon Lord, and he immediately accepted the order. Following Fa Tian's command, he also appointed you as the head of the entire sect to oversee and instruct all the disciples in the future. As he finished speaking, there was a commotion below. Mohao hesitated to speak, but the Chiton, that is Fa Tian, interrupted. "All right, even though he was the mastermind behind the massacre 5 years ago, I have personally helped him release his pent-up anger, so you don't need to worry anymore." At that moment, the Mad Demon Lord also expressed his loyalty. "This body may be useless, but if the Chiton wishes it, even if my body is exhausted and my soul trampled, I will do my best for the Chiton and the Heavenly Demon sect." Seeing that, Than Van was also somewhat satisfied. Additionally, he asked, "Master, what do you plan to do about the vacant position of Shichduang Demon Lord?" As he finished speaking, a voice echoed, "Master, Shichduang Demon Lord requests an audience." He immediately replied, "Perfect timing." Everyone was startled to see the Crimson Sun being carried into the hall. They whispered among themselves, "What exactly happened to make him end up in such a state?" Then Van asked suspiciously how you found that out, and Pa Thian replied indifferently that as he predicted, he was being suppressed within the sect and the position of the opposing force of the Crimson Sun Demon Lord would still be assigned to the Crimson Sun Demon Lord. Muak Tin immediately objected, but his Supreme Lord had betrayed his sect. "I swear, I know I will only forgive once. If you make another mistake, I will personally punish you. Remember that clearly."
He gratefully pleads for forgiveness, humbly bowing 3 times to the heavenly destroyer, promising to overlook all past mistakes of the Shichang demon lord. But do not forget the tears of suffering now. Moved, Shichang responds in accordance, having observed the crazy demon lord closely, secretly admiring his profound depth, while recalling the first time he drew his sword and trembled before the embodiment of power that only existed in his imagination. But now he is moved and willingly submits. Perceiving that the Chiton in the story was once a very lonely person, I felt more anxious when I learned that. Although I had thought so, the current Chiton in front of me is a bit different. The crazy demon lord highly appreciates that you have restructured the organization and established new rules for our sect. Additionally, you listen to the stories of your subordinates. Despite that, he still firmly upholds his will and judges right from wrong. He wonders about the peerless expert level of the super demon. However, Kwang Ma Ton felt that it was not quite like that. Wasn't it the same majestic aura as an emperor? A fleeting thought shocked him. The current heavenly demon supreme, Kwang Ma Ton, silently thought, maybe you will become a greater character than the previous useless dog. At night in the forest cave, the shouts of training echoed, and the children all practiced enthusiastically. The cold-faced commander orders, focus on swinging your sword once more. He softly calls, Kwang Ma Ton Trui Kwang Gongjing, Your Majesty, have you arrived? The two of them find a quiet place to talk. Potian asks, how many children have died in this training ground? I report about 10%. Those are the children who couldn't withstand the harsh training. He sighed quietly and said, is that so? The Lord of the Demonic Madness solemnly lamented that even if there are more empty words and flowery speeches, the reality is still a world of weakness and strength, ruthless and inhumane. In addition, it might seem cruel to others, but in this place, experience becomes a valuable asset for the children. To live as a martial artist their whole life, they must endure hardship and rigorous training, or they won't survive later on. But beyond your worries, Po Thien praised you and said you're right. The crazy demon lord looked at the passionate children and secretly thought, even though they are still kids, they've been trained to such a level, it's truly amazing. It seems that Fa Thien's assessment is correct, that they are a powerful group. I think I understand why whenever the heavenly demon sect appears in the martial world, the martial artists must unite to oppose them. After the restructuring, the heavenly demon sect went through a period of unprecedented busyness. Thanvan supervised maintaining discipline within each organization, while the demon lord focused on strengthening martial arts training. In addition, weapons, spiritual medicines, secret manuals, and martial arts from the secret vault of the heavenly demon have been shared with the disciples. Their training with these medicines and techniques has helped strengthen their internal energy and power every day. Time has flown by, and 2 months have passed for the heavenly demon sect. He muttered to himself, it's time for me to take action, isn't it? At the grand and magnificent demon lord's palace, the bright glow of yellow candles illuminates the throne where the heavenly breaker sits. With an imposing aura, he speaks to his subordinates. We have changed significantly now, but as I said before, we will avoid a full-scale war with Central Plain. So Kwang stood upright below and asked uncertainly, so are we going to continue accumulating strength here, Shanghai? He looked down at him and decisively denied it, saying we will go to Trung Nguyen, even if not the entire sect. Fa Thien confidently outlined the plan of action, taking control from behind the scenes without them realizing it. That is my way, crazy demon lord Trui Kwang. Hearing this, you immediately assume the ready position to carry out the order. Understood. He looked at Voan and called him Voan Ton Bak, the Lord of Illusions of the palace. He immediately knelt respectfully with his hands clasped. Yes. Then Fa Thien turned his attention to Vo Luan, Duang Truong Hua of Vo Lan. She was startled and quickly bowed in greeting. With Po Thien standing up suddenly, Nyem Nhi ordered, you will come with me to Trung Nguyen. Is there something that needs to be done before we set out? What is it about? Old man Tron hesitated for a moment and then said, that is a tradition among the children who leave the training area to become warriors, dating back many generations of the sect's leaders, to give weapons and armor to the training leader. Thanvan solemnly recounted and respectfully bowed his hands, saying, this time, a child achieved excellent results. But if the commander doesn't want to follow the old tradition, Fa Thien feels it makes sense. Hai Long agreed, no, we must follow the tradition. Encouraging the children who will lead the heavenly demon sect in the future is something I naturally have to do. Bring that child here. As he finished speaking, Tiu Quan strode confidently into the main hall. Fa Thien sat high above, lost in deep thought. Are you a girl? The girl's face lit up, but she still needs to bow in respect. Greetings to the heavenly demon lord. I am Tiu Quan. The girl is the leader of the training camp. Tiu Quan, He observed the girl kneeling on the ground and asked, I heard you achieved excellent results. All right, what do you wish for? Tu Quan replied confidently, I have no requests.
That answer made Fa Tian feel uneasy and suspicious, so he asked, Side, I don't want to be anything. The girl with bright eyes happily replied, Yeah.
What? Why did that kid answer so curtly? He clicked his tongue and then calmed down before asking, So what kind of person do you want to become in the future? Tu Quan, with rising determination, eagerly expressed his wish, I want to become the best swordsman. The old man secretly resented in his heart, angry that in front of the Supreme Being he dared to speak of being the best without any courtesy. Mo Tin was just as furious, but Fa Tian felt intrigued. The greatest swordsman, huh? In your opinion, what kind of person is the greatest swordsman? The little girl carefully pondered for a long time before answering. Isn't he the one who conquers everyone else with his sword? He muttered angrily to Mok Hao. Look at that, what's with that attitude as if he's talking to himself? He quietly wondered in frustration. Who exactly is he, the teacher of that kid? Unlike the two of them, he cheerfully shouted loudly, showing great courage. Seeing Fa Tian's sinister smile, Tu Quan was frightened and stammered. Sorry, leader, I got up excitedly to explain. No, on the contrary, you exceeded expectations, and I am very pleased. This action directly stunned everyone, causing them to turn around and look. Fa Tian normally holds up 3 fingers as a signal, which is traditionally said to be a gift for the leader of the martial training camp and weapons. Right? I'll give you one more item, so that makes 3. Then Ven hesitated, then spoke, calmly revealing the 3 items he had always kept hidden. I don't carry many weapons. The first item is this one. Fa Tian Duk draws out a precious white sword. Recognizing the item, the old man is startled, stunned, and shouts loudly, A weapon used as a gift that's already part of the heavenly demon secret treasury. That might be a bit too much, Your Highness. Seeing that, he was hardly surprised and just pointed at himself. Is that too much? Here's the second gift. The words that were blurted out left everyone frozen stiff. Yes. Po Tian held his sword in front of Xiao Jun and said clearly, From now on, we are sworn master and disciple, and I will gradually teach you martial arts. The girl was awkward and still couldn't accept the reality. Yes, Then Van hurriedly interjected, feeling confused. Your Majesty, what is the third gift? Did you immediately think of this? That's right, the third item. Po Tian Dieng pointed out the issue. The best swordsman is a great goal, but it's still a long way off. My third gift is to set a goal closer than that one. I openly invite the girl to serve under me. I believe your next goal is to conquer the martial world of Trung Nguyen with me. As soon as these words rang out, Tu Quan cheered up, smiling happily and listening. Yes, sir. Time passes, and congratulations on the group's journey to Trung Nguyen. At the Dai Dian martial arena, everyone from the Heavenly Demon sect is gathered, and the noisy discussions fill the air. The brown-haired person questions cautiously, but how did the Supreme Lord come to Trung Nguyen? The person beside him chuckled confidently and replied, Of course it's not that thing, right? At this moment, a group of people gathered on the training ground, and he, feeling confused inside, asked cautiously, Hey, Senior, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? Why would it be like that? Lord Fa Thian, doubtfully examining the ring, not fully trusting, if I breathe spiritual energy into the Heavenly Demon Pearl, will the spirit beast appear? I'm a bit too nervous to believe it, but I'll ride that thing to Trung Nguyen. Fa Tian whispered to the Heavenly Demon. Do the words of the Supreme really hold truth? Is that the spiritual beast you raised? And the Heavenly Demon replied straightforwardly, If you don't ask directly, you'll never know, right? The Heavenly Demon was somewhat hopeful. I raised it since it was young. If it's still alive, how old would it be? He examined the ring carefully, feeling conflicted but deciding to give it a try. Then Fa Tian took a breath and blew into the ring. The whistle sounded, soaring into a high pitch, making his face flush and his body tremble. Fa Tian exhaustedly stops blowing the whistle, lets out a sigh, and sees no movement. He irritably complains. Hey, I don't see the spirit beast's nose anywhere. Before Fa Tian could finish speaking, a shadow covered him. Seeing the wings of the divine eagle spread wide and fly in, the old man secretly transmitted to him. The Supreme is a spiritual creature, only used by the generations of the Heavenly Demon sect's patriarchs. Fa Tian looked puzzled and wondered silently, what kind of divine beast? As he thought this, he saw it extend its sharp claws and rush forward. The divine eagle flew towards Fa Tian and swooped down. Tianma cheered happily. This creature is called the Divine Eagle. It's still alive and well, isn't it? It looks even bigger. It performs a few moves, then folds its wings back. The eagle gently lands on the ground, and I nervously step back. Are you not going to eat me? You keep urging eagerly, seeing how the eagle responds. Don't be afraid and reach out your hand. Fathian hesitantly extends his hand. Like this? He said softly as he touched it. The eagle owl let out a gentle, pleased cry. Fathian realized it had sensed you. Can you see the celestial demon inside me?
As expected of a divine beast, I am thrilled inside. Why didn't I realize that such a sacred creature existed inside this palace?
Fathian reminds everyone, hey everyone, get on the divine phoenix. Now let's head to Trung Nguyen, his face showing rare excitement. Potian and his companions rode divine eagles and headed into Zhongyuan. They soared through the sky and brought everyone to the jewelry shop, where a majestic city stood beside the river. This place is bustling with lively trade. The pearl market is renowned worldwide for its stunning scenery. Because it is located right at the river entrance, foreign ships frequently pass by, making it a hub for exchanging treasures and people from various cultures, bringing artistic performances to this place. It is a dreamlike place where culture flourishes and beautiful women dance energetically, which has enchanted Fa Thien and his subordinates. Those who had been confined within the heavenly demon sect for a long time were all excited and joyful. Xiao Junhao cheered enthusiastically, "Oh my God," except for Fa Thien. He calmly observed the surrounding scene.
Ah, this is what I heard rumors about inside the palace.
Potian smiled, feeling happy inside.
However, this is the first time I've walked down a street like this. It's really exciting. The little girl's bright eyes eagerly ask, "Master, aren't you hungry?"
Are you hungry? You must be very hungry. Let's go to a restaurant.
Sir, I am truly curious about the food sold in places like this.
Trui Quang annoyedly lifted Xiao Jun.
You're so rude. Let me comfort him. He's fine.
Okay, let's go try the food.
Let's go to the most famous restaurant here. Everyone heads to the best tavern in Jiangnan, the first tower, along with the Huang Hak Tower.
This place is known as the second largest death tower in Central Plain, divided into inner court, upper court, and lower court to host distinguished guests. Each courtyard has a different price, with the inner courtyard being the most expensive at 100 taels of silver per night. Inside the tomb, guests gather around tables happily enjoying their meals. The little servant was terrified by the chaos and silently wondered, "Oh, what is going on here?" Seeing these distinguished guests as if they were from the underworld, he swallowed his fear and asked, "What would you like to order?" He smiled brightly and called out the dishes. "Please give me roast duck, steamed buns, vegetables, and wine." The young servant sighed in relief. Luckily, there are still people who look proper.
"Yes, young master. Is there anything else you would like to order?" "Uadamar," Potian replied with a smile. "If needed, I will call more."
I'm not pleased," I whispered to the group. "Before we eat, I have something to tell you. It seems you didn't realize it, but you looked terrifying earlier, especially the Crimson Demon Lord." As soon as these words rang out, all three were stunned and speechless. Fa Tin Nyim sternly warns the three of them to keep a calm expression, like someone from Central Plain. Avoid attracting attention, but don't do anything that looks funny, Quang Ma Ton. Trui Quang's smile gradually became awkward as he seriously corrected his way of addressing others. "From now on, do not call me young master or lord. In Central Plain, I am known as the jade-faced divine dragon Wendon, so pay attention." Fei Thien's expression darkened. "You should also come up with your own nickname. If you call me the Mad Demon Lord or the Shadowless Lord, it will quickly attract the attention of those around us." I calmly respond. "Understood." Xiao Jun happily ponders. "A nickname? What could it be?" Soon after, delicious dishes were laid out on the table. The food has arrived.
"Ladies and gentlemen, are you satisfied? All right, let's eat."
Everyone happily responded, "Yes." Trui Quang and Voan excitedly tasted the flavor of the wine, while Volan and the little girl focused only on enjoying the dishes brought out. Dieu Quan, with puffed cheeks, asked, "Brother, master, I have a question. Central Plain is so vast. Why did he choose to come to Hangzhou?" Fatin Tutin explained the reason. "I heard a rumor that the leader of Madao Lian is here." The girl was surprised to hear that. "The leader of the demon cult, you firmly believe that the fastest place to gather information is this Hangzhou. When the righteous flag is raised, before I return to our sect, the Northern Sword Society has already established a martial arts alliance and launched a demon extermination campaign, so the results should be in by now. That's why I came here to see the result for myself." Hearing this news from you, Xiao Junhai nodded eagerly and said, "Yes, I understand roughly." At this moment, two men in white robes suddenly appeared in the tavern and brazenly walked past Fa Thien's group. Trui Quang, with a sharp gaze, immediately recognized and said, "Commander, those people don't seem to be commoners but martial artists." He calmly added, "I'm waiting for them." Just in time. Then Fathian whispered to the others again. From now on, do not move. Everyone was surprised and asked, Lord Commander, what are you going to do?
Hey, they've been staring at us the whole time.
They seem to be members of the Martial World Alliance. Fathian moves behind the two and bows solemnly. Hello, everyone. The two of them were stunned. Since when did this happen? The two men in white shirts assume defensive stances and question, what's going on with you? You still remain calm.
Really?
Then Breaking the Sky laughed happily, looking innocent.
Could you tell me where Ma Daolian is, senior brothers?
The brown-haired man decisively drew his sword and pointed it at him before asking,
Ma Daolian, who are you? Are you the remaining demon people of Ma Daolian?
But the brown-haired guy was quickly stopped by him using the sword sheath to block him. The brown-haired guy suddenly realized the sheath had disappeared. My sword. Seeing Fathian's cheerful face, the brown-haired man secretly cursed in frustration. Who is this powerful guy? How can he wield a sword that I can't even pull out? The brown-haired man roars furiously in anger.
Let go now!
Anlin releases his hand as he wishes, causing the brown-haired man to stumble and fall backward. Jiu Quan was stunned and sighed. Master, that guy is not a match for you at all. Troy Quang nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is the lord of the army. The brown-haired man struggled to get up, breathing heavily, then looked blankly at Fan Van Fat Thien's outstretched hand. He gently admitted his fault, saying, I am Ngok Dien Than Long. Van Doan Fa Thien politely continued. I want to ask about the demonic path. I had to go abroad to the frontier for the past 3 months to handle some matters. Therefore, I was unaware of the current state of affairs in the martial world. The two men in white were utterly shocked after hearing this. The jade-faced divine dragon Doan. The two quickly kneel and bow to beg for forgiveness. I, a humble person, am blind and cannot recognize the hero. Why are you so flustered? You seem somewhat helpless as you ask who is spreading the rumors about me in the martial world now. The brown-haired man happily and excitedly replied, in the martial world, perhaps no one is unaware of the name Great Hero. The image of Fa Thien and Choi Ju Tien Ho is etched deeply in everyone's mind. The Great Hero defeated the leader of the Tai Thuong Bang of the Kaibong and treated him like a beggar. He ascended to the top, kicking Hulong down. Currently, Shaolin, or rather the Nine Peaks Alliance, the Grandmaster is the most skilled expert in the Nine Peaks Alliance, surpassing even the abbot of Shaolin. Po Tien's eyes widened in horror. Who spread such terrifying rumors about me? Ma Thien sneered and said, well, did they say anything wrong? You immediately rebut, but there's a slight difference. I can't do that. Master is famous in Central Plain. This is a difficult question for you. Fa Thien sneered and asked sharply, so tell me, can you tell me what has happened over the past 3 months? After hearing the latest news about the developments in the martial world, Fa Thien was quite surprised to learn that the leader of the Northern Sword Society, Dugu Hu Tian, had called on various sects to unite and form an alliance against the demon sect, which he led with a commanding and resolute presence. The alliance was formed to push back the demon sect. Once stabilized, they launched a full-scale attack on the demon sect's headquarters. In the forest outside Hangzhou, under Ho Tian's command, the troops swept everywhere, but there were many casualties. However, what no one expected was that the martial alliance at that time suffered a disastrous defeat and was temporarily pushed back. The demon sect succeeded because they had prepared in advance and also relied partly on the treacherous terrain of the demon sect's main base in Liandong. The balance within this heavenly breaker is delicate, he said confusedly. I can't understand. This time the martial alliance gathered almost all the talented martial artists. Their strength far surpasses that of the demon sect alliance. So why did they fail like this? Can you tell me what happened? The brown-haired man sighed in exasperation. This was truly beyond the alliance's expectations. Of course, the demon sect alliance couldn't face the alliance head-on, but their treacherous terrain and mastery of guerrilla tactics, attacking and retreating while setting deadly traps, made it difficult for the Martial World Alliance to launch a full-scale offensive. The Martial Alliance has only just regrouped, and they haven't yet coordinated their efforts effectively. Part of the reason is that the martial world is filled with unorganized fighters who quickly lose morale and fall apart when unexpected crises occur. His eyes grew sharp as he carefully considered. It seems that the Demon Path Alliance has been employing guerrilla tactics. From the perspective of the Martial World Alliance, this is of course cowardly and despicable. But regardless, victory is what truly matters. They also have no other way to deal with it, besides doing that because Ma Dao Lian is too weak compared to Vo Lam Min. Recalling the map, the brown-haired man grimaced as he summarized how the Demon Dao Alliance had conducted small-scale attacks using terrain to ambush and sneak up on the Martial World Alliance.
Their main force had yet to appear on the battlefield, suggesting they had already devised a plan to counter the Martial World Alliance in advance.
It was their reckless and hasty attack that led to their defeat, as they aimed for a quick victory. But now that plan has completely fallen apart. Then, the brown-haired man whispered a piece of news, but all I could hear was just a rumor. The more important information is that I heard Medallion has powerful backing, which is why they can stand against the Alliance. That mysterious person must be a descendant of the Gaikat family. Only then could the Demon Path Alliance temporarily repel the Martial World Alliance with their plans. Fathain wondered suspiciously if the descendant of the Giatat family was serving as a strategist for the demon sect. How could that be possible? The new wife scolded him sternly.
How can you speak so recklessly without verifying the information?
If this gets out, you won't be able to stay safe. That also makes senior brother Doan think a bit. The brown-haired man chuckled and said, "This is just what I overheard, so please ignore it if you hear anything, and don't blame me for talking too much." The man bowed and said, "These are the recent matters about the Alliance that I have heard about. I hope this information can be of some help to the hero." After hearing this, he clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "Thank you both for taking the trouble to tell me. Whether true or not, this is the news I need to know." "Thank you for observing how Master Pothien left," the brown-haired man mused, never expecting that Doan Van Dyke Heap's personality would be so cheerful, completely different from the rumors on the Martial World. The bearded man nodded along. That's really true. But his mind was completely in chaos, not expecting the Demon Sect Alliance to be able to stand against the Martial World Alliance without losing. Vathian sat down at the dining table, silently thinking that he had previously believed that when the Alliance attacked, the Demon Sect Alliance would soon be completely defeated. Not only did they not fail, but they also fought back fiercely, causing the Martial World Alliance to suffer a bitter defeat. I don't understand, according to the rumors, how could a martial arts noble from a prominent family side with the Demon Path Alliance to help them oppose the Martial World Alliance? The image of the strategist appearing with a heroic aura, everyone stunned, Troy Kwang nervously speaks out, "Your Majesty." He regains his confidence, his tone full of heroism. Everyone quickly prepares everything and departs immediately. We need to reach this place as soon as possible. Then, Fathian's group moves to another location. The network that Fathain needs to contact must be a swift and extensive information network across the entire country. Currently, the most unified force he can choose is Kim Hwa Duong. This place is spacious and beautifully decorated. Kim Hwa Duong is the most influential power in the communication networks across Trung Nguyen, with branches throughout the territory and even outside Inner Mongolia. Branch manager of Kim Hwa Duong in Hangzhou, Van Hin tiredly walks on, constantly complaining. "I don't understand which bold guy dares to find me while I'm resting like this. If I meet him, he better watch out for a good beating." He indifferently looked at the weary figure of the man. Seeing Pothien appear here, Van Hein was extremely annoyed. He's just a kid with milk on his breath. "You don't seem to have much money. What do you want with me?" He nonchalantly shows the gold token. "I came here for a reason." He looked at him with a suspicious and displeased expression, observing him closely. Off the record, Kim Hwa Duong also belongs to the two elders. Van Hein opened his eyes wide, realizing something was unusual. He was suddenly surprised and stunned, shouting, "So this young master is indeed my benefactor." Therefore, almost all of Kim Hwa Duong belongs to Fa Thien. In the conference room of Kim Hwa Duong, everyone sits around a long table, with Van Hein attentively serving tea. He saw him spill water all over the table and couldn't help but feel helpless. Van Hein trembled in fear, admitting fault, saying, "I am sorry. I have wronged the young master. Please forgive me, Tionyan. Sorry about yesterday. I didn't sleep well, so I was a bit off. I want to get in touch with the two elders again, so I came here to ask for your help. Can you find a way to contact them quickly for me?" The man awkwardly forced a smile and replied, "You mean the sect leaders? I can't track their whereabouts, but rest assured, I will send someone to find and contact them as quickly as possible." He seriously instructed Van Hin to tell them to come to Hangzhou to see him if they could get in touch, and the man nodded in compliance. "Yes, young master, I understand. Have you found a place to stay in Hangzhou these days?" Hearing that, Fa Thien replied calmly, "We rushed here, so we haven't found an inn yet." Van Hun patted his chest confidently and said, "Then don't worry, young master, leave that to me. The first inn in Jiangnan in Hangzhou, please stay there, sir. This is something I can help you with. Leave the accommodation to me. I will handle it. I heard that the fees for lodging and dining there are quite expensive," he confidently affirmed. "You don't need to worry about that. Kim Hwa Duong is definitely not lacking funds. Maybe this is your first time here, so you might not know. Fa Thien Diem Nien will share what she knows. It's true I still have much to learn about Kim Hwa Duong. When I came here with this pretense, I only hoped for some help, nothing more profound. He has grasped the key point, his eyes shining with cunning. As for the wealth of Kim Hwa Duong, it can be described as limitless. With Kim Hwa Duong's influence spreading across Trung Nguyen, everything we have is beyond measure. Fa Thien's group was truly amazed. Oh my. So the search for Kim Hwa Duong is finally over, and Fa Thien is staying in Hangzhou for a few days to wait. The morning sun gradually sinks toward the horizon, making Kim Hwa Duong shine even brighter. He looked up at this magnificent scene and silently admitted that Kim Hwa Duong truly possessed immense power, even greater than the treasury of the former imperial palace. Fa Thien smiled softly, feeling satisfied, and thanks to this visit, he now knew that in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about funds for operations in Trung Nguyen. At night in Hangzhou, it can be said to be the most beautiful at night, with young men and women going out to enjoy the scenery and exchange greetings by the river. Everyone strolled around happily chatting. Since there was nothing else to do here, waiting in the inn was boring, so it was better to go out and enjoy the breeze. Therefore, Fa Tien's group also relaxed and wandered around Hangzhou, sightseeing and enjoying the wind. Sir, I am the person in charge of the branch manager's orders, and will take care of your travel and accommodation here in Hangzhou. If there's anything you don't understand or anything that causes trouble, just tell me, young master. He gladly accepted the old man's hospitality. All right, thank you very much. I'm not yet familiar with this place, so please help me if anything comes up. The old man happily invited him inside. Yes, that is my duty. Voan happily agreed. All right, Xiao Jun eagerly added, let's have some real fun. But Fa Thien's voice transmission made everyone stop. Hey, you're not here to play around. In the bustling city streets, he sternly warned you all not to cause trouble while mingling with the people of Zhongyuan, just like when you were in the demonic sect. I've told you many times before, do whatever you want, but don't cause any trouble. Do you understand now? Fa Thien said angrily with a scowl. Everyone nervously replied, yes, and then Volan and the little girl happily went shopping at the stalls. Voan excitedly dances with the beauties as fireworks bloom beautifully, lighting up the night sky. You asked Trui Quang how he felt about leaving the demonic sect and coming to Central Plain. Naturally, here is much more lively and joyful. It's been too long since I left my sect, so I also feel a bit unfamiliar and haven't fully adapted to this place. Hearing this, Fa Thien was quite surprised. I thought with your age there wouldn't be a place you haven't been to before. Troi Quang shyly replied, well, if you say so, I haven't been quite like that. He was a bit embarrassed and unsure how to express himself. Even though I am not young anymore, I am nearly 137 years old. But worlds like this are completely different from what I know. It's because I mainly focus on practicing martial arts, so I don't pay much attention to social matters. This made me wonder in surprise, so you're nearly 137 years old. How are you already so old? Fa Thien forced a smile and tried to comfort him. All right, just follow me and rest assured there are many things in this vast world that you have never experienced before, Trui Quang said happily. Thank you, sir. At this moment, I accidentally bumped into someone else. Sorry, you bastard! You think a disrespectful apology will do? The troublemaker pushed further, poking into your chest. Are you walking with your eyes on your butt? But I can't swallow this anger. I stare hatefully. That crazy guy must be dying to die. Calm down and don't cause trouble. Achak keeps provoking your patience. Are you deaf or what? Don't think I won't do anything if you stay silent. Suddenly, Troi Quang grabbed the hand of the troublemaker. Hey! What are you planning to do, you bastard? How can you take my shoulder without permission? The boy calmly assessed the other's body. I see you have a strong body and agile limbs. The bully raved wildly and insulted. You didn't learn your lesson, and now you're doing this. You must want to die. Even if a ghost kneels and begs for mercy now, it's too late. You bastard. Trui Quang calmly responded. I've already apologized. What do you want me to do now to get you to forgive me? The people around are just sitting there chatting and eating melon seeds. There's a fight going on. That guy is known as a notorious villain in this region. The arrogant brother-in-law ordered with a sneer, let him go, then smirked cunningly. If you can do that, I will forgive your damn bastard of a son. If you let me go, I will let you go. Fa Thien also frowned and thought, what's going on? Why is this happening? Calm down, Troi Quang. Trui Quang's hand veins bulge as he slams it down onto the ground. He abandons Bang Ho's legs. He turns to look at him and thought to himself, so he did it like that? Everyone around was also surprised by his way of handling things. At this moment, Fa Thien was also gaping in surprise, thinking how he could have done that, wondering if the arrogant demon lord had endured this much. Trui Quang was slowly standing up, brushing off his clothes as he said, all right then, now let me go home. Bang Ho gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe he had crawled between my legs. Yeah, I never expected this. Is this how it will all end? Is there any reason for this to happen?
Trui Kwang asked. I've gone this far, and you still won't forgive me for bumping into you?
He continued, if a man makes a promise, he must keep it. Everyone here is a witness to me. He stammered in discomfort, words failing him amid the shouts of everyone around.
Let it go for him. He's already done what you asked, so don't push it.
At this point, Fa Thian also interjected. Are you still planning to make things difficult for him after all he's done? So you still think it's acceptable? Today here, we admit our mistake to you. Bang Ho pushed him away and shouted, What the hell is this bastard doing bothering me when I'm already annoyed? That guy I'll ignore, but you won't be so easy. Suddenly, a hand appeared on his head, making him gasp in surprise. Huh? Then that hand forcefully pressed his head down to the ground in a brutal manner. Suddenly, the bamboo there collapsed into a deep, water-filled hole. Everyone witnessing was stunned, speechless. Trui Kwang said softly, I only did what the sovereign commanded me to do. I would even become a dog if needed. I never wanted to disobey his orders. I have done what I needed to do.
Trui Kwang gritted his teeth and shouted, If you bully me, that's fine. But if you touch my lord, I, Trui Kwang, will not let you go even if I die.
Everyone was running around in panic and shouting, Oh my God, someone is dead. Fa Thian rushed over to your uncle, worried that something was wrong, saying that doing this in such a crowded place was reckless, and although I appreciate your intentions, Trui Kwang's tone softened with remorse. Sorry, my lord, I couldn't control him. No matter what, I would endure it. But if he harms my lord, I will risk my life to fight him.
A noble suddenly ran over, shouting, Wait a moment, let me pass. What is happening here? Fa Thian and Trui Kwang are now helpless, not knowing how to explain.
The nobleman approached and shouted, Sir, this is a big matter. If you do this to him, it will be hard to resolve, especially with so many witnesses around.
Fa Thian whispered, Sorry about that.
He clasped his hands and said, If I have lost control of the situation, please forgive me. Is this really so difficult to resolve? The great lord scratched his head and exclaimed, This is obviously difficult. In a time when the imperial authorities are strictly hunting down the demonic sect, killing someone in such a crowded place is quite troublesome, isn't it, young master? That guy's background is also quite complicated. He glanced at the corpse before speaking.
All right, you tell me what's so strange about that bastard's background. I think he's just a thug anyway.
When he started naming him, everyone knew he was a troublemaker who caused trouble on this street. But the main thing is he was a henchman of the demon sect up there. Fei Tian thought to himself, The demon sect Tian Sao? All right, that seems fine. I need to find them anyway, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The lord then urged him, Master, you should run away now. My Dao Lin will come looking for you right away. Listen to me this time, Fa Thian replied.
All right, I understand what you mean. Thank you, but it's okay. I already have my own plan.
Just follow my instructions and everything will be safe. The next day, a notice was posted on all the billboards in Hangzhou. The notice clearly states that last night in the market district, a scoundrel caused trouble with me. I tolerated him, but he grew bold and I accidentally caused his death. I did not wish for this to happen, but I will take responsibility for my actions. In the Gao family records, it also states that no matter which powerful forces are behind him, come find me. I am at the inner courtyard of Kimoa Street. Some of the men, after reading the notice, sneered disdainfully, unable to believe that this person had caused such trouble and still didn't run away, but instead wrote such a notice. The person next to him said, Whoever said come find me, I will bear all the consequences. At the first building, people are still bustling back and forth. Tu Quan is shouting and complaining, Master, we've been here for days and you haven't taught me anything yet. Fa Thian calmly asked again, What do you mean by that? The girl immediately replied. Then Master said, Follow him to Trung Nguyen and he will gradually teach you swordsmanship. Trui Kwang also agreed. That's right. Staying in the room like this isn't good. If you want, you can come out and teach some swordsmanship. If there's any movement here, your subordinates will report it to you. So you don't need to worry about anything. After hearing that, Po Thian thought to himself, The crazy demon lord is right. I've been here for days but haven't done anything worthwhile. He then sighed and said, Fine. Since you genuinely want to learn, I certainly can't ignore that. The girl cheered up and said, Yes, thank you, Master. I will do my best to learn well and not disappoint your guidance. Fa Thian then said, Go outside first. I will come out later. Tu Quan happily replied, Yes, thank you, Master. He then turned to advise Trui Kwang. Be careful here. Madao Lin might take action. Trui Kwang replied, Yes, Lord. Rest assured, I will know how to respond. He still lingered to give the boy some more instructions. Your martial arts skills, I don't need to worry about, but what I remind you is not to kill them all.
Leave some behind so we can question them later. Understand? He glanced and continued. Ask where the main camp is in the forest and how to approach it.
So for now, that's enough, although I am quite curious about who is behind our strategist, Jia Cat.
Trui Quan Tuan Len replied, Yes, outside the outskirts of Hangzhou City, on the mountain, Xiaojun is currently practicing swordsmanship.
Fa Thin is teaching her that as a woman, her swordsmanship should be gentle and flexible,
with quick and agile strikes like a soft breeze or a willow branch. Do you understand?
Is this okay, master? He said in a deep voice. Your hand is trembling so much. How can you control the sword perfectly? Tiu Quan's hand was tired and trembling, and as he looked at her arm, he silently admired her. Although she has awareness and talent in swordsmanship, she is still young, so she might not have fully absorbed what he taught. Then he said, Tiu Quan, take a break. The girl politely replied, Yes.
All right, today I have taught you the Heaven Demon 3 Ghost Sword, so how do you feel about our sect's swordsmanship?
Tell me,
Tiu Quan replied honestly. I can only say I've just had some contact, so there are many things I don't understand yet.
It's only been a brief encounter, so there are many things you haven't understood yet.
You could say everything is still quite unclear, master.
He nodded and said, I understand what you mean.
Fa Thien encouraged Tiu Quan, but keep studying, and once you master the Thien Matam Kui sword, you'll understand more.
No matter how hard it gets, don't give up, okay? I'll teach you everything.
Tiu Quan pouted and argued, but he said, My master is teaching me after all, and today is only the first day. He shyly replied, All right, I will pay more attention.
The little girl cheerfully replied,
Yes.
Then Xiaojun suddenly leapt forward and said,
I need to practice more now.
Master, just sit there at home. Fa Thien nodded in agreement. Very well. Thien Ma suddenly appeared and scolded you. You're really strange. Fa Thien turned to ask him, Is there something you're upset about with me?
He then complained that you have a talented disciple eager to learn, but you refuse to teach him, and you will regret it later. The successors of any sect need proper guidance to carry on properly.
Why are you suddenly so difficult today?
I'm only angry on behalf of my sect. He gets even angrier and shouts louder, but he's just constantly furious.
Why do you still seem to have no demonic nature after becoming the Demon Lord? You just said to capture the demons alive, but you don't even know what to do with the Demon League. If we need to kill, just do it. Don't spare those who have murder in their hearts against us.
Po Xuan still calmly said, What are you saying, Heavenly Demon? Kill them all, and then you can enter the main hall of the demon sect. Don't you see the Martial Alliance is still being beaten badly?
I do that to see how powerful these big forces are and to wipe them out all at once.
Heavenly Demon was helpless but still argued back.
You're always right about everything. If it were me, I wouldn't need to think at all. Just keep attacking all these who dare oppose me quickly.
Po Tian then said, If you keep talking like that, you'll be exhausted, bringing our entire sect there.
So how many people will fall here then? He Lang also appeared and said, Right, if we can talk and avoid fighting, more people will suffer.
Fa Thien then proudly shouted, All right, thank you for sharing your opinion, but it's okay. I have my own plans, so you don't need to worry. Heavenly Demon sighed, If it's you, then fine.
I won't deny that either. Suddenly, a scream made him surprised.
Oh,
This sound, Fa Thien exclaimed happily. It seems Trui Quang has caught some of the demonic cultists.
Now it's time to head back, Tu Quan replied from afar.
Yes.
What is this, Trui Quang? And you said to catch one of them for interrogation.
Tu Quan peeks in and says,
Looks like they're all dead now, master. Troi Quang points to a tied-up man and says, Commander, don't worry. Troi Quang is still following your orders, and there's still one survivor here.
Haknya's face was pale and on the verge of life and death. Fa Thien let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Well, it is what it is. There is still one survivor.
You bastard, you probably want to die with them, don't you?
Quickly tell me. What the Lord Commander asks must be answered clearly, or else look at those guys lying there as a warning.
Black Na then asked, Do you mean to ask how to get into the main hall of the Demon Path Alliance?
He secretly drew the dagger from behind his back,
then cut the rope binding his hands and shouted, So this is just to make you overconfident. I'm not so easy to control, you bastard. I've been waiting for you, and now that you're here, there's no need for you to go anywhere else.
Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him like a fragile breeze, making him turn around in surprise. A dagger shot towards him, knocking him back while Xiaojun, graceful as a plum blossom, was wielding the Heavenly Demon 3 swords to break through.
Trui Quang exclaimed in amazement. That was impressive. Wen beside him shouted, Yes!
Hainyang sitting nearby cursed, You bastard! You're lucky the master didn't mean to kill you or you'd be dead by now.
Are you really that smart? If I can't even fight back, then trying to attack my master is just a pipe dream.
He was furious, thinking to himself, I can't believe it. Those guys here before I can even say anything. But now, that little girl, still a child, with a face full of innocence, can defeat me with a single move? Fathin stepped forward and said, You're good. Now look at him and ask, if you don't tell me quickly what you know about Madao Lian, there definitely won't be a second chance for me to spare your life like before. After the failure, with no defense against a girl, he lost his spirit and answered whatever was asked without resistance. The information that Fathian obtained about the leader of Madao Lian is as follows. Madao Lian has a total of 8 subordinate factions operating, including Hakho, Luklam, Hakim, Thabathai, Inguhanbang, Huitmak, Huayokung, and Tai Duongkung. Those 8 forces under its command form the powerful 8 gates of the demon sect, and this chained man is Hak Na from the Black Sword Gang. He mainly carries out assassinations of the enemy's key figures when ordered. This time, he came here to get close to Fathian as commanded by the Hak Kiem Hoichu. All right, I understand now. What is your relationship with the bastard I met outside? Hak Na replied. The man you killed outside the main street is a relative of the Black Sword Guild leader. Fathin immediately said, So that's why you blamed that guy for coming here, So I ask you again, can you lead me to the Black Sword Society leader's place? Of course, I am coming with good intentions to ask for his forgiveness. Haishin shook his head and refused immediately. No, if you go there, it means we have failed. If we fail, it won't just be me. Our families will also be in danger. Demon Lord appears to warn. Watch out, it seems. Fathian has more visitors approaching. Fathian then turned to instruct Trui Quang. Watch out, we have guests. It seems they have guessed that this assassin team has failed because they sent another team instead. Haknya immediately denied, That can't be true. How could the Black Sword Guild master find out about our failure so quickly? Fathian then continued. Hey, Trui Quang, stick to the plan as we agreed. This time, don't let me down. If you fail, don't expect me to trust you again. Chuyen Quang excitedly exclaimed, Commander, are you saying you believe in me? Trust your subordinate, I won't let you down. Voen turned to ask Volan Trui Quang what he was talking about, and she replied, He mentioned that 2 days ago. He immediately exclaimed, Oh, that? 2 days ago, after causing trouble with the thug on the main street and returning home, Trui Quang worriedly said, The Lord's martial arts are already extraordinary, that's not the point, but those who haven't faced you yet only look at the surface, they won't believe in your true strength at all. Fathin raised an eyebrow and asked back, What do you mean by that? Are you saying I look small and weak? Trui Quang immediately defended himself. What are you even talking about? The handsome scholarly commander can't be called a master just by looking at him, and he immediately raised his voice to correct you, saying that's not quite right. How can they judge me as weak just by looking at me? Only ordinary folks judge a person based on their appearance. He replied, Of course, his subordinates knew, but ordinary people wouldn't recognize the martial skills of the commander. Trui Quang continued explaining. The subordinates already knew the Lord's true strength, but how did they know the strength of that demon sect leader? At that time, there might be many troublesome things happening like that day on the main street. You immediately suggested, There is a way for them not to be able to judge your strength by your face. The commander just needs to wear a mask. At that point, of course, the mysterious gods would be even more afraid. Fathian then said, All right, I understand your intentions. Whatever happens, adapt accordingly when the time comes. When he approved of his idea and was happily raising his hand to like it, he turned around suddenly, making him scared and pull back his hand. Fathian bent down and looked at Haknya, saying, Today, you are lucky, Haknya. You are probably the first enemy to witness this miracle. He also obeyed, yes? He used his disguise magic and then asked him, How do you like this new face of mine? Haknya was stunned, his mouth opening in surprise. Oh my God, you're laughing so ferociously. Now let's get ready for the guests to arrive. Today, I, the heavenly demon, will enjoy a good time. Outside, the sky is gradually turning dawn. People on the street are talking. Oh, has Jiangnan, the #1 in the world, taken a break? Everyone looked at this building and whispered that they had turned off all the lights and weren't serving customers. Probably busy with work. A high-ranking official came out to announce at the gate. Yes, our guests, please understand that we are busy today. Please ask again later. Is that so? A few guests turned away and sighed. I didn't expect the #1 in here to refuse to serve guests. Another person with a dagger pressed against the back of the noble's head, then threatened him. You can do that, now sit over there. Everyone in the house has been possessed by demons. Masked men with swords are patrolling. One of them is checking each room, opening the door and stepping inside. Fathin inside silently thinks, They're here. He then shouts, Come in if you're here, don't be afraid like scared mice. The door still remains slightly open without anyone rushing in.
as Tian Trung glances half of his face through it, while Haknya inside fears and steps back. Fa Tian observed and immediately recognized his reaction. He glanced at the Black Sword Guild leader, Ha Tian Trung, and guessed that he was probably the guild leader. It seems like you're the only one left alive, Haknya. Your comrades must have all been killed, so what are you still sitting there doing? Haknya trembled and replied, Yes, I understand. Don't rush, you idiot. Tell me what's wrong after you think it over. Tianchong said with interest, You're quite bold to wait for me here instead of running away. He still smiled brightly in response. Of course I'm happy here. Why would I need to run anywhere? With such a luxurious place and attentive service, where else could I find this? It seems like you're still young and inexperienced, huh? That's how arrogant and self-important martial world elites like to act. All right. Today I will grant your wish to reunite with my brother in the afterlife. Break the Heaven North sword onto Gu Chok to provoke him. Oh, are you saying I am or you are? Do you mean you will reunite with your sworn brother Appa and just leave it at that? Then he will be grateful to the one who does it. Tian Trung sneers as he looks at him. Fa Tian remains calm, calculating that he will end him with a single deadly move. Tian Trung smiles, thinking I will finish him with just one strike. Ha Tian Trung, the one who will take your life today. Fa Tian, holding the heavenly demon sword, assumed a fighting stance and asked sharply, Does anyone have a question? Tian Trung's eyes turned sharp and his facial muscles tensed. He rushed quickly towards Fa Tian, but unlike him, Fa Tian remained calm, ready to defend. Fa Tian's face grew serious as he began to observe. With that impressive reputation, his swordsmanship is truly meaningless. Po Qian raised the heaven demon sword and blocked Tian Trung's strike, surprising him. He widened his eyes in horror. Impossible! Tian Trung looked at his arm, growing increasingly sore, feeling that just one move pushed his senses back as the demon heaven sword emitted a cloud of smoke. He asked, Are you not going to draw your sword? Fa Tian smiled, scratching his chin, and said, I'm not confident enough. Confidence won't kill anyone. Tian Trung clenched his teeth in anger, feeling frustrated, with his eyes blazing with fury and defiance. However, what allowed Ha Tian Trung to reach the front of the group was his incredible judgment ability. He assessed Po Tian through his recent attack. Po Tian rested his sword on his shoulder and smiled, saying, Look elsewhere. I don't know what it is, but that guy has something about him. Tian Trung, furious, thought I will observe a little longer until I find out what it is. Black Na's face was bruised as he shouted, Captain, you must stop right now. This person is the one. It's that heavenly demon scholar who destroys the sky. Tian Trung stared blankly, asking again, What? The heavenly demon reincarnated as Breakthrough Heaven? His face turned pale, eyes wide with horror. Did the heavenly demon scholar break heaven, kill all the members of the Satkim group? Moreover, the earlier words made his statement even more convincing. The heavenly demon scholar he was so eager to approach was right in front of me. Tian Trung opened his mouth wide and smiled happily, thinking what luck this was. Po Tian stands amidst the chaos after the battle, the figure known as the Blood Son of Mount Tai, who slaughtered the experts of the North Sword Society and Nine Main Lotus, is the heavenly demon scholar Po Tian. The Demon Sect Alliance has sent experts everywhere to recruit him, but still has no idea of his whereabouts. Tian Trung kept smiling brightly, his eyes shining as he thought if he became the bridge between the main sect and the heavenly demon scholar, his position in the Demon Alliance would rise. This was his chance. Tian Trung rubbed his hands together and asked, Are you really the heavenly demon scholar, Po Tian? What is this? Why are you suddenly so meek? Chui Quang smiled and approached Fa Tian, whispering Chiton to make him turn around. Chui Quang grinned, pointing at his face and whispering, I told you so. Fa Tian excitedly shouted, So it turns out it's because of Chui Quang? But that's not it at all. As evening approaches, the outside of the inn is deserted, and the voice of Tian Trung echoes, I would like to formally introduce myself once again. He clasped his hands and introduced himself as the lower-ranked Trung of the Sword Slaughtering Sect under the Sword Alliance and expressed great honor to meet someone as renowned as the Great One. Fa Tian said, You looked like you would kill me even if the sky split in two just a moment ago, but now you've changed your attitude. Is this the power of that appearance? Tian Trung asked in confusion. So that is the power of your Excellency's appearance? In any case, I will do everything I can to find that great person. If you are coming with him, we will surely give you a warm welcome. Fa Tian then added 3 more people behind him and asked, Are you affiliated with the main sect? If I have already met you, then I don't need to go to the headquarters anymore. Just deliver my message to the leader of the headquarters. Fa Tian said, I do not take sides in the martial world.
I cannot stand the way the Martial World Guild relies on strength to commit such evil acts anymore. So, we share the same enemy. I want to meet with the head of the guild, directly pass on this message, and talk about it.
Tien Trung widened his eyes in shock and asked, "What place do you want to talk about? If it weren't for me, then, sir, you would have already chosen a place, right?"
Fa Tien pointed at Tien Trung and said, "The time is in 10 days, and the location is Trunghua Tower of Kaifeng Palace." Tien Trung asked in surprise, "Is Kaifeng Prefecture not where the headquarters of the Martial Alliance is? Are you planning to summon the Grand Master to face the tiger? I am also being hunted by the Martial World Alliance like you. I have trusted people in the Kaitong Prefecture, so I hope you will understand." Tien Trung scratched his head hesitantly, but confidently assured that if anything unexpected happened, I would definitely protect your Grand Master. If necessary, just fighting a battle isn't that enough? I mean, with the main group of the Martial World Alliance. Tien Trung forced a stiff smile, thinking maybe the kids were just fighting in the village, right? Surely this is the Blood Sue's master. Could this be the heavenly demon Bookborn? Tien Trung bowed and said, "I understand. I will pass the message to the Grand Master." The commotion of the Blood Sword sect comes to an end. 2 days later, Bao Dailan's face looked like that of a little kid. He sighed at the counter as Fa Tien followed the young soldiers. "Hey kid, I told you not to run." Bao Dailan sighed even more, his face looking worse. "Is it because of what happened last time? I have handled the Ma Dao Lian matter very well now," but he still keeps sighing repeatedly. Lately the number of guests coming here has decreased significantly. Because of the incident near the Ma Dao Lian sword sect, the people who seemed to be from the Martial World Alliance kept watching Jiangnan First Tower after that day. They caused trouble for the visitors, and the situation quickly spread, causing everyone to leave in droves. Fa Tien, angry. "These bastards don't worry, Bao Dailan. I will go find them and deal with them immediately." Bao Dailan trembled and asked, "Where are you going?" Fa Tien angrily said, "Where else to go? To the Martial Alliance." After receiving guidance from Chang Dailan at Kim Oa Front Hall, Fa Tien set out for the branch of Wu Lin Ming in Huangchao and sat next to Van Hen on the carriage. Van Hen said, "Since the rise of the Martial Alliance, local merchants have suffered greatly, as they continuously use force to expand their territory. If this continues, neighboring commercial rights will be seized by them." Fa Tien asks, "So what is this all about? Does the Martial World Alliance still have influence over the business community?" Van Hin nervously said, "Only merchants and the treasury that obey them are allowed to trade. If they oppose, they will use force to suppress and ruin them, so no one dares to fight back." Fa Tien sighed and said, "How many more enemies are they planning to create?" He then asked, "What about the Kim Oa Merchant Guild? Is there any damage?" Van Hein replied, "We are relying on the support of the royal family and high officials, so the situation here is very different from there." Fa Tien suddenly said, "The imperial court and high officials truly are trustworthy allies. Who would have thought those two old men are so well connected?" Van Hin has arrived, sir, and Fa Tien is standing at the entrance of the Wu Lin Min Huang Chao branch. He looks up and comments, "The construction is quite grand." "Who are you? I wasn't informed anyone was coming. Did you make an appointment?" Fighting Heaven shouted loudly, "Head of the Huangchao branch, come out here!" The angry guard shouted back, "Do you know where this is that you dare cause trouble?" Fa Tien shouted in anger, "The little bastard, get lost!" He yelled, What? Who is this rude person approaching?" The person slowly opens the door and says, "Are you causing trouble in broad daylight again?" Fa Tien stood from afar, puzzled. "Yes, you are Huyen Trung." He sighed and said, "So you still dare to call the branch chief you? If you're going to go crazy, at least do it properly." Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, realizing something and staring blankly. Fa Tien smiled, pointing at Huyen Trung and said, "I had a suspicion all along." That's right. Huyen Trung panicked even more, his face turning pale as thousands of O's and question marks kept flashing through his mind. Huyen Trung grits his teeth and asks, "What crime did I commit that I keep getting involved with a demon like him?" His face contorts even more. He is the former leader of the Law Enforcement Corps, and now the branch head of Huangchao for the Martial Alliance. The ruthless sword-slaying Ngu Huyen Trung. Fa Tien smiled and said, "How long has it been since the sword-slaying?" "Master Niu, this is easier to handle now." Huyen Trung stared at him in surprise and asked, "Does he know the branch chief?" Perhaps because he was promoted to the position of branch leader, Master Niu's attitude and way of speaking have become more enlightened. Much more comfortable, right? Huyen Trung shyly scratched his head. "Young hero, is that so? Ever since ancient times, hasn't everyone who gets promoted to a higher rank experienced more joy and excitement? Suddenly, he slammed the teacup down on the table, startling him. Fa Tian said, "Let's get straight to the point now. I'm currently at the #1 inn in Jiangnan because suspicious people keep hanging around, making it impossible for us to do business."
Huyantrung politely replies, "What kind of bastard dares to brazenly probe the hero?
Those scoundrels of the martial world are really shameless these days."
Fa Tian exclaimed, "Hey, Huyantrung, you're lying without blinking," until he asked, "Are they your people?"
Huyantrung broke out in a cold sweat. "If he's not a hero, why ask that?" Fa Tian asked again. "What do you mean?" Huyantrung couldn't explain. That was his decision to run away. "I need to leave quickly. I will be gone for a while. Young hero, feel free." Fa Tian saw this and chuckled happily, then ran quickly. Huyantrung just kept running, grimacing as he thought to himself, "Damn it, this is not good." He turned pale, surprised that he had seen through his plan. When Huyantrung previously heard from his subordinate about suspicious individuals hiring the best in Jiangnan, he ordered them to monitor and investigate every customer at Jiangnan First Tower. After being exposed by him, Huyantrung's tears flowed down his face. Damn it, how was he so perceptive? Huyantrung had high rushes outside to find his subordinate. Seeing his urgency, the subordinate quickly asks, "Branch Chief, is something happening?" He ordered, "Go quickly to the first tower of Jiangnan." The subordinate still didn't understand and asked again, "He is talking about at the first tower of Jiangnan." And he replied, "Yes, quickly get our Nguo out of there." Then Huyantrung returned to the reception room, sweating profusely. Fa Tian saw this and smiled, then asked him, "Are you in such a hurry? Have you finished everything already?" He still had to smile at Fa Tian, scratching his head as he spoke. "Seems like there was a problem with breakfast, but now it's okay. Are you really that urgent that you have to go to the bathroom right now? Shouldn't you have taken care of that before I arrived?" Huyantrung immediately felt guilty, yet Fa Tian frowned and reminded him that from now on, the area around the #1 building in Jiangnan would be cleaner. "This probably won't be a big problem for you, right? All thanks to you." Hero Niu Hui Xuantrung could do nothing but agree and said, "Yes, I will not let a single ant near the area of the #1 building in Jiangnan." Young hero, rest assured, he then turned pale. This bastard already knows everything. Fa Tian then smiled brightly. Just as he hoped, Senior Nagu is very good at handling things. He clapped his hands and said, "Everything regarding the #1 tavern in Jiangnan has been settled." Fa Tian asked, "So how have things been in the martial world lately?" "I've been away for a while and just got back, so I'm very curious about the recent situation in the Zhenghu. May I ask you to explain a little, sir?" As a hero, you might think that this is a good opportunity to gather information from the North Sword Society through this person. Of course, if the hero asks, I will answer honestly. Recently, the Martial World Alliance has launched a full-scale campaign to eliminate the Demon Sect. The battle to destroy the Demon Sect, Lianma Huyantrung mentioned, is not much different from the rumors heard throughout the continent. However, if you pay close attention, you can identify some new information. The reason the Demon Sect can still thrive and remain close to the Central Plains martial world is because their commercial trading activities still exist. Therefore, to eliminate Ma Daolian, the Martial World Alliance is trying to control the merchant circle and dominate Ma Daolian's entire economy. But it's quite difficult, as even within the Martial World Alliance, there are many conflicts. The conflict between 9 Pinnacle Alliance and 5 League Society is still very intense, with the higher-ups of the Martial World Alliance and the Northern Sword Society clashing over everything from power to wealth. Huitrung said, "However, all the main forces are now under the command of the sect leader. As the Lord of Light said, destroying that demonic alliance won't be a big problem." Fa Tian thought for a moment. Destroying that demonic alliance isn't a big deal. As expected, the leader of the North Sword Society truly has insight into the strength of this righteous alliance. "I remember what Wojiang told me before at the Imperial Palace, Nuanvan. Do you know what can break a large dam?" He immediately replied, "A disaster as great as the Earth's words?" He's mistaken. Fa Tian was stunned. "What do you mean? So what is it?" "Grandpa, the giant dam could completely collapse just because of a single mouse." "You're surprised? A mouse can cause a dam to break." He explained that yes, the holes the mouse dug to build its nest gradually became large cracks over time. A small mouse hole can cause a dam to lose its stability. No matter how big the dam is, if it gradually loses stability, it will eventually collapse. A powerful country is no different. The smaller the apparent risk, the greater the hidden danger. You must be careful to remember that. Yuan von Fa Tian continued to think. Even a mighty dam can be toppled by holes caused by mice. Small enemies are continuously gaining strength. We must be careful because the demonic path will later face the Martial Alliance, so we need to be cautious about their power. He raised a big question mark, but how can we confront them? Duke Ko hates that he has quite good vision and leadership. He is a rather difficult person to deal with.
At this moment, Huyen-Trung interrupted his thoughts. But Nguyen Van, great hero, when will you join the Alliance?
Now the Alliance really needs someone like you. Did Fa Thien get surprised? They talked for a while before Fa Thien left. He said, I will leave first. Thank you, Hero Neo, for everything. Huyen-Trung bowed respectfully and said, I will pass your message to the leader. Fa Thien said, It's just a small matter. He turned and left, sighing. Oh my. I was a bit flustered earlier when Huyen-Trung asked me a question, but I replied, Oh, I was planning to go there in a few days. It's been a while. I haven't met the leader yet. Huyen-Trung laughed happily. So that's how it is. If the hero contributes his strength to the Alliance, the leader will also welcome you with open arms. Fa Thien frowned, thinking to himself that it really is troublesome, but he had to accept that going to the Martial World Alliance, he wasn't sure how he would deal with the Vixen Hallmaster Duko Han. Still, today he gathered a lot of good information. Currently, the internal structure of the Martial World Alliance seems unstable, with many conflicts, and their information network is not very sharp. This information will be very helpful for me later. Van Han asked him, Everything is settled, young master. Everything is fine now. Let's go back to the first tower. In Jiangnan, at the first tower, Fa Thien reports everything to the boss. He asked, Is that really true? Young master, I have already spoken with the Martial World Alliance, so you don't need to worry about business anymore. The boss was overjoyed and said, Thank you. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Voen suddenly appeared behind Fa Thien and said, Sir, I have something to tell you. He asked Huyen-Ju what is going on all of a sudden. Why are you hiding here to talk to me? He said there's a guest currently here. Fa Thien wondered. An enemy. Why do I not feel anything special? Roy said to the boss. Now the only thing left is to make money. Boss? The boss happily replied, Yes, that's right. Thank you, young master. Boan told Fa Thien that the person was very cautious and also mentioned that they came here at the invitation of the Lord Commander. Fa Thien wondered, my guest. Voan recounted that the person said they came from the Ma Daolian headquarters. Fa Thien immediately told the master, I'll go upstairs to rest for a bit. I'm a bit tired today. Don't let anyone disturb me. I need a good rest now. The boss replied, Yes, please rest well. No servants will bother the young master. Po Tien went upstairs to observe and saw that the owner was not paying attention, so he used a disguise spell to call Wu Ying. Let's go, illusion master. You must be in a hurry to meet me, right? Why did you come here without sticking to the agreed time and place? The guest replied, The time agreed upon with the young master has been too long. 10 days is too long to wait. So I came to see you. Fa Thien was stunned, and his voice asked, Are you the female leader of Ma Daolian? Fa Thien asked, By the way, Trui Quang, why did you let the people from Ma Daolian come in so easily? Trui Quang replied, Because they appeared very polite and courteous, so I overlooked it. Fa Thien scolded him, So you just let them in if they are polite? Trui Quang bowed his head and said, Sorry, I was wrong. All right. You politely introduced yourself, saying, I am Fa Thien and I am pleased to meet you. I have heard that the demon sect is very successful in resisting the martial world despite being outnumbered, and I feel great upon hearing this news. The guest told Komeng, too, that one statement was correct and one was wrong. Fa Thien asked, What does the sect master mean by that? That's right. Those arrogant martial world people are always taught a lesson by us. However, you are mistaken to say that I am the sect leader of the demon sect. So it's not then? I only wanted to talk to the leader of the demon sect. The guest said, You haven't even heard my name yet and you've already made that decision. You will surely change your mind once you know who I am. Fa Thien nodded. Oh, that's impressive. So, who are you to speak so confidently like that? The guest removed his veil. She is Chiao Hong. Introduce yourself. Pleased to meet you, sir. I am the strategist of the Demon Path Alliance. Jiaket Triu Hong Po Tien said, I've heard a lot about your reputation lately that has shaken the martial world, but meeting you in person like this really surprises me. Chiu Hong smiled. You should be surprised. That's only right. I thought that if the rumors were true, the young master would be a more ruthless guy. Surprisingly, he's a much more handsome man. Fa Thien hesitated. Really? Tu Quan suddenly said, Big sister, I told you already, our master is really very handsome. Fa Thien forced a smile and said, Sister Chu Hong is just going along with what little sister said. Tio Quan and Fa Thien looked at the girl silently, wondering if they had already finished introducing themselves to each other. Is young Ms. Tio Quan just talking nonsense? Fa Thien cleared his throat, feeling that it's a bit noisy here to have a proper conversation. Chu Hong then said, Then I will order my subordinates to step back, and we can have a chat, young master. Fa Thien replied, All right, let's go with that decision. He glanced at Trui Kwang and called him, and he immediately obeyed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chiu Hung turned and said, "Step back." The henchman bowed and obeyed. Trui Kwang had to use force to pull little Tiu Quan out. "Come on, let's go outside, Tiu Quan." But the little girl struggled, saying she wanted to play with the master and the older sister. Trui Kwang is helpless. Is the kid always this spoiled? Before leaving, Tio Quan reminded Chiu Hung not to forget to finish the unfinished business from earlier. Chiu Hung smiled and said, All right. In the tea house, the two sat facing each other, drinking tea. Fa Tian spoke up, "I find Tio Quan quite troublesome, and I feel guilty. But what exactly is that young man asking for?" "I'm also very curious." Chiu Hung said it's nothing serious. She asked who is the #1 master among the martial arts heroes of the post-rebellion era. Fei Tian thought to himself, what a question that truly suits Xiao Jun. "You asked, and she said who?" Chiu Hong replied. "I already told you it was 2 people. Fa Tian raised an eyebrow. 2 people. Chiu Hong said, "One is a blood spirit of the demon path, heavenly demon bookborn Fa Tian, and the other is a divine spirit of the righteous path. Jade Face, divine dragon Van Nuan." After hearing that, Po Tian was stunned. Seeing Po Tian's expression and reaction, Chiu Hong was a bit curious. "Putting on that expression, you must know something, right? It seems you've also heard about the story of the Jade Face divine dragon." "Oh, what did you hear?" "It's basically just a rumor circulating in the martial world. I think I have more important things to do than listen to rumors." Chiu Hong added that it includes the 2 of them, the Grand Master of the martial world, the Great Master Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang, and the martial world people have started calling them the 5 Forests of Heaven. These are the top-tier characters in the martial world right now. Po Tian spread his arms and said, "Wuluan Wutian, that's the first time I've heard of it." Chiu Hung replied, "That's probably right since they only appeared recently. Still, the world's attention remains on Blood Essence and Divine Spirit. They are focusing their attention on the Young Master and the Jade-Faced Divine Dragon." Fa Tian asked, "If it's the 5 celestial warriors of the martial world, then there should be 5 people, right?" "Why are only those 2? Chiu Hong explained, "The focus on talented individuals appearing is not surprising, is it? Moreover, who will be stronger between Fa Tian and Van Yuan? That's also what I am curious about." Fa Tian forced a wry smile, thinking to himself, it's really awkward. Basically, depending on the situation, Min has disguised his identity to act, and Van Nuan and Fa Tian are seen as separate characters causing a stir in the martial world. Tianma said, "What's so difficult to handle?" "Aren't those 2 identities of yours actually your secret weapon? Turning danger into opportunity, isn't that right?" Hue Lang laughed. "Oh ho, Tianma Thai Chu is talking wicked again." He turned angrily and said, "I wasn't talking to you, old fool." Tianfa pondered. What Tianma said wasn't wrong either. Hue Lang and Tianma started arguing again. "Have you ever been beaten with a drum, heavenly demon?" "What, is this old fool crazy? How?" Fa Tian was still lost in his thoughts. As long as he used that identity effectively, he would have many advantages. Young Hong said, "If there's nothing else you want to ask, can you listen to my story?" Fa Tian replied, "Huh? All right. I still haven't heard the reason why the strategist personally came to this place. The Demon Path Alliance needs the power of the young master." Fa Tian felt pleased, just as he had expected. "You said to Chiu Hong, isn't it possible to solve all problems with your exceptional willpower?" Chiu Hong humbly replied, "Even if my abilities are excellent, I cannot match the strength of the martial world's top power with my own." Fa Tian crossed his arms, squinting at her, and said, "Then I am just an individual too." "You're mistaken." Chiu Hong laughed and said, "That's not right. Isn't the demon lord a blood spirit? The person sitting in front of me is not just a person, but a star." Hearing her say that, Fa Tian burst out laughing. It was indeed a dull joke. On the contrary, Jia Cat Chiu Hong felt satisfied with her joke and said, "So it turns out you like that kind of thing." Fa Tian stroked his chin with a chuckle and said, "Anyway, you do have a talent for making others laugh, even if not for the reason you think." He then asked, "But if I refuse, what do you plan to do?" Chiu Hong replied, "If you refuse, there's nothing I can do, I just threaten him. But if I spread the rumor that you're here, the Martial World Alliance will risk everything to fight you." Fa Tian chuckled softly and said, "So it seems you've already used some tricks. If I don't cooperate, the rumor will be spread immediately." Chiu Hong said, "I don't know yet. It depends on what you think. But should I fight you or fight with us? For the righteous path, they will still suffer losses, right? If it benefits me, I won't hesitate to do anything." Fa Tian was speechless. I thought she was as gentle as a cloud, but it turns out she's a cloud with lightning inside.
Now I understand why those martial world leaders got what they deserved, but I'm still the one holding the knife, so I might as well charge forward boldly. Fa Thian smiled and said, "Do you accept any conditions I request?" Chiu Hung replied, "Just say it and see." Fa Thian stated that his conditions are two: no one can command him or hinder his actions. And one more thing is to grant me the authority to use the demonic organization whenever I request it. Chiu Hung immediately said, "The young master's condition sounds simple but isn't easy to fulfill, right?" "It sounds like you're about to become a great sect master." Fa Thian frowned. "Is that so? Then there's no need to complicate things. Just become a grand master of the demon sect." He wondered what her decision would be. The strategist of the demon path, immediately. Chiu Hung smiled and said, "Fine, then I have a favor to ask of you." Fa Thian replied, "Are you asking me for something instead?" "There's nothing more frustrating than this." Chiu Hong stood up and said, "I know, but no matter what, we still want to borrow your strength." "Is it because as long as it's for our sect, you're willing to do anything?" She replied, "Yes." "All right, the wishes of the dead must also be fulfilled. Tell me what it is." "The current demon sect is rotten from within, and the Elder's hall-holding power threatens even the authority of the Great Master." Chiu Hong is sad. "I also wish I could, but right now we are facing the Martial World Alliance. If my troops or the Grand Master act to solve the problem, the Bolien will suffer irreparable damage." Fa Thian thought to himself, "What the heck? Even the Martial World Alliance and the Demon Sect have complicated internal affairs." Fa Thian said, "Wait, hold on. If that's the case, then even if I take over the Demon Sect, I wouldn't be able to do anything." Chiu Hong admits, "Yes, but if the Demon Lord can remove the rotten wound and reform the Demon Alliance, wouldn't that make a difference?" Fa Thian thinks, "So they want to use a proper Demon Alliance by directly fixing it." Fa Thian laughed. "So I can interpret that as you telling me to completely control the Demon Sect." Commander Chiu Hong frowned. "Feel free to do as you wish." "Great Demon Lord of the Demon Path, or rather, Great Demon Duke of the Demon Path. What is that exactly? What is this new title?" Chiu Hong still kneeling and saying, "The Great Duke, now the young master can talk to me without honorifics. The position of Grand Commander is even higher than that of the Grand Master. Even the Grand Master cannot command the Grand Commander, and this rank can even investigate and punish all disciples of our sect." Fa Thian thought to himself, "Isn't it a rank equivalent to the Grand Master?" Fa Thian asked, "But you're not the Great Ancestor either, so how can you have the freedom to make decisions?" Chiu Hong said, "There is a reason I cannot tell you." "Young master, do not worry about this." Fa Thian looked at her and said, "You're not telling me everything. Are you planning this all along?" Chiu Hong looked at him and smiled without saying a word. Fa Thian raised his voice, "So let me take a chance in this game. Tell me the exact location of the Demon Path Alliance headquarters. I will find it within a few days." Fa Thian gathered everyone in his team and stood on a large rock asking, "Are you all assembled?" Everyone responded in unison. Diu Quan quickly asked Voan what was going on. "Huyen Chu, what happened to my master?" Voan pushed the girl away and told her to focus and listen, or else I'll cut off your head. "Volan came to remind you?" "Huyen Chu, don't be so cold to Diu Quan. When did Wu Ying cross her arms and start acting friendly with him?" Everyone's talking at once, and it suddenly gets noisy here. Fa Thian calls out in frustration, "Where is Trui Quang?" Trui Quang, looking terrifying, warns them, "Those guys better shut up now. The commander is speaking. Listen carefully, everyone. Respond with 'Yes, sir.'" Tearing Heaven said, "All right." Now that everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. Fa Thian has shared with the Heavenly Demon Sect members what he knows and what he has recently learned. The two identities are Heavenly Demon Fa Thian and Jade Face, Divine Dragon Von Don. Rumors and the influence of these two identities on the martial world, as well as the gossip about Demon Dao Lien, were heard from Jia Kat Chiu Hong. Po Tian said, "Because of this, whenever necessary, our positions and identities will change. Everything must also change accordingly, with no mistakes." Trui Quang said, "That means we also have to use disguise techniques to hide our true faces when acting." Fa Thian replied, "Exactly. Trui Quang, Huyen Chu, and Vulan can use illusion techniques, but Tio Quan, your inner strength is still weak, so you cannot use illusion techniques. From now on, you can only accompany me. When I appear as the Heavenly Demon Scholar, and he transforms into the Divine Dragon with a jade face, pretend you don't know me at all." Tio Quan disagrees. "Oh no, this can't be happening. Master, besides, some people have already seen us together in Hangzhou." Fa Tian said, "We haven't been in Central Plain for long, so it's okay and no one knows. But from now on, it's best to be more careful. Once you master the transformation disguise technique, we can go together." Besides, the only time you can't come with me is when I appear as the jade-faced divine dragon, so don't be too discouraged.
Prince Tu reluctantly agreed. Yes, sir. Po Tien continued speaking. And as always, you must not make judgments or act impulsively without my command.
You should sit down. Especially Trui Quang, your martial arts stand out more than others. Be more careful in every situation.
Trui Quang asked again. What do you mean? He smiled and said, Don't act too tough, understand, yes? Trui Quang was touched that Fa Tien praised him and immediately clasped his hands. Yes, sir. Trui Quang wondered, is he praising me? He turned to the other person and asked, Huyen Chu and Vulan can use orthodox martial arts, right? They replied, yes. My subordinates know, but can't use it much. Fa Tien said with a smile, It's not important, as long as you know. Vulan, based on your experience and knowledge, learn more about the orthodox martial arts. Vulan blushed and nodded in obedience. She was moved and still remembered her martial arts and experience that day. Fa Tien said loudly, From now on, unless I give the order, demonic arts are completely forbidden. We will blend in with the crowd in Central Plain like ordinary martial artists, understood? All together now. A few days later, on the way to Kim Hua Prepaid in Hangzhou, Fa Tien asked Trui Quang, How do you feel about walking around like this? Trui Quang hesitated. Yes, although I have some concerns, it's still worth trying. The scars on Trui Quang's face have been erased with a disguise technique, Trui Quang said. That woman is amazing. I couldn't even speak freely because of the Lord's order. I was afraid that talking nonsense would cause trouble. Or rather, I couldn't believe you would make such a proposal. Fa Tien says, That's nothing special. My heart is now boiling with excitement to go there. Trui Quang says, I see you're looking forward to it. This is truly beyond what I expected from the divine. Fa Tien recalled his conversation with Chu Hong. Then let me take part in this game. Tell me the location of the Ma Dao Lian main base. I will go there in the next few days. Chiu Hong said, It's near the Dongding Lake area. This is the major decision. Later, Pambyamar. Don't regret it, Fa Tien said. In the Hodongdin area, a battle has broken out with the great martial world. But it seems they haven't yet guessed the location of the demon sect's headquarters here. Could this also be her strategy? Chu Hong replied, As the righteous sects grow stronger, they always impose oppression on the demonic path. I am only preparing for my future by reflecting on past mistakes. Can you call that a strategy or not? Are they just preparations for everything? Po Tien said, That is your impressive advantage, always predicting and planning ahead. Let me ask you one last question. Are you a descendant of the Jia Cat family? Why did you call for the overthrow of the righteous faction? Chu Hong frowned and said, I want to kill a man. And now he holds a leadership position in the righteous faction. Fa Tien Kin Hat Ngak, the leader of the righteous faction, is hated by the lone wolf. Trui Quang asks, Is it that guy again? Fa Tien said, I can only guess that, but I don't know for sure. But right now, everyone in the martial world is indeed being controlled by him. Trui Quang said, I guess so. So, Lord, who exactly are we looking for? Fa Tien is helpless, asking again and again, You are my benefactor. Trui Quang says, The one the Lord calls benefactor. My subordinate is too curious and can't hold back his emotions. Fa Tien smiles. I am also curious. Then he recalled the early days when the old man saved him, feeling moved once again. He said, I wonder how they are now. Fa Tien entered Kim Hua Duong and said, I am here. He saw Van Hin waiting in front. He said, You have arrived. The Lord is waiting for you in the reception room. As Fa Tien opened the door and said, I'll come in, a teacup suddenly fell to the floor, and he saw Huyen Lao and Yi Lao sitting and drinking tea. They were teary-eyed when they saw Fa Tien. Lord Commander, Fa Tien asked, Are you two doing well, Elder Huyen, Elder Y? They were so moved they stuttered, Lord, 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 Lord Commander. The three of them embraced each other in tears after so many days apart. Oh my God, I never thought I would be able to see you again. Sniff, I am so happy I don't know what to do. Huyen Lao tears up. Since you left Mount Tai, I haven't even been able to see you again. Oh my God, have you regained your majestic aura? That overwhelming power and majesty, whether in the palace or the martial world, Elder Huyen bows respectfully with clasped hands. Emperor, I can't explain my feelings right now. Po Tien is holding the two elders to comfort them. Please don't cry so much. Old Song is about to cry too. Oh my God. Lord Commander, someone has appeared and is calling you the Supreme Lord. Fa Tien turned around. What's going on? Who is that? Kun Fio shouted immediately. Are you asking who I am? I am the demon king of the divine face. Ha Fu, this is Quan Fu, breaking through the heavens, huh? Ha Quan Fu, are you really that grown up now? But why won't you put your clothes on? Quan Fu clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face. The god has gone through a period he even doesn't want to remember, but thanks to the grace of the Supreme, everything is fine. Troi Kwang observes Quan Fu and wonders what this hairy, roughly drawn demon is. Why do you act like you know the Lord of Wisdom so well? I hate seeing it. Fa Tien looked at Quan Fu and said, I feel like you resemble Troi Kwang. Quan Fu was puzzled. Troi Kwang said, I forgot to introduce the Mad Demon Lord. Troi Kwang introduced himself. I am the Mad Demon Lord of the Troi Kwang sect.
I can proudly say that I am the closest confidant of the Supreme Ruler. Than Dian also refuses to lose.
I am the closest confidant of the Lord and his first subordinate. You don't even know about our relationship, do you? Troi Kwang laughed.
All right, shall we spar for a bit and clash our heads in fierce challenge?
Then that's great. All right, let's have a duel between us. Fa Tien reminds them that they can do that another time, so they both get scared. Respecting the schedule, Elder Fong is also here.
Lord Commander, have you not met him? Fa Tien asked.
Have you been well lately? Old Master Fong replied. The gods are living with the granddaughter of an old friend. How could they not be happy? Fa Tien wondered. The granddaughter of an old friend.
Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind.
Could it be that you forgot little me? Fa Tien turned around in surprise. She is poison girl Tuyet Lan, she asked him. Are you well, young master? Remember when Fa Tien helped Tuyet Lan escape? She was moved. This scent is so sweet. He took her to the temple, and he said, no matter what, hide well, I will come back when I have time. Tuyet Lan watched him leave and said, be sure to come back soon, young master. I'll keep watching until you do, young master. Tuyet Lan scolded him, saying the young master told me he would come back soon, but I ended up waiting so long and it spoiled everything. Fa Tien nervously explained, I have been under great stress since then, and then I had to move from place to place for work. Are you well, young lady? She smiled and replied, thanks to the prince. Now I am living comfortably beside the Grand Master. Old Feng spoke. The tearful reunion has come to an end. We have something to discuss with the Lord Commander. Fighting heaven. Treasure, just say what you have to say. Yue Lan huffed. Sir, why did you do that to me? Feng Lao felt guilty. What did I do wrong? Then only those approved by Fa Tien gather and start the meeting. Old Master Feng said, currently there is chaos within the Wulian Alliance. They are suppressing rebels or opponents under the guise of exterminating demonic sects. That is a clear tactic of suppression and control. Who would have thought that the Nine Pinnacle Alliance and the Five Lotus Society would be like this now? Old Master Fong said, all the powers almost have to agree with the Martial World Alliance. However, there is still hope. A new organization is operating. Fa Tien wondered about this secret organization formed around the young members of the Nine Pinnacle Alliance and the Five Union Society. But the leader of this martial world I know is not exactly a noble or righteous person. He cannot just let an opposing organization like that exist, Old Fong said. Therefore, the leader is watching that organization with a focused gaze. Of course, many martial arts figures who have a poor relationship with the Martial World Alliance have supported them significantly. That new force has rapidly increased its power, including the core members of the Martial World Alliance, the top experts from the 9 great sects. I heard rumors that they also joined that organization. Elder Fong asked him, Lord Commander, do you know how Du Kohan deals with enemies? According to Fa Tien, if there is an enemy who can be defeated, he will not spare them. But if there is an enemy who cannot be defeated, he will find a way to turn that person into an ally. He has done the same to me too, Feng Lao continued. Exactly right, Your Majesty. The leader has supported that organization, granted them more authority, and encouraged them to operate and draw others to their side. And perhaps this is just the initial move. He won't sit still for long. Now that many prominent figures have joined the organization, he is temporarily holding back his anger and just paying them their wages. But later on, who knows what he might do. Indeed, this is quite a new piece of information. Fa Thi Ni, an independent force under the Martial World Alliance, but opposing its tyranny. Furthermore, the top position is currently vacant, which is indeed a favorable condition for me to seize. You said that the new situation from the martial world under the Supreme Bang Leader is indeed better than other places. And I will need your help a lot in the future. Master Fong clasped his hands and said, You're too kind, Your Majesty. Elder Huyan and Elder Y looked at Fat Thien Tan praising Master Fong with a bit of envy.
Oh, that old man, he's trying to monopolize this lord's attention. Ai Lao, tell the lord about it, Old Y replied. All right then.
The old man calls the Lord General. Fa Thien asks. What is that? Old Y said.
There is a force already prepared independently for the Lord General.
We have secretly gathered and trained orphans for over 30 years, and the number has now grown close to 1,000 martial artists. Fa Thien sighed. That's a significant number. What is the level of those experts?
Yi Lao reported that no one has yet reached the strength of a master, but there is a child whose internal energy has already advanced to the highest stage.
That's wonderful. This is truly amazing. The two of you get along very well. Done. The old man immediately bowed in gratitude to the Lord. Fa Thien thought to himself with satisfaction.
Although this army had many shortcomings and was weaker than the Heavenly Demon sect, it was definitely a large force, and there was no need to criticize their diligence by comparing the two powers.
Master, what is your relationship with Lan Yi? Do you mean the young lady Duko? We only know each other. Lord Fong revealed that ever since the Lord handed Lan Yi over to him to take care of and left, she has asked about you many times. He thought there was a special relationship between the Lord and Lan Yi.
Fa Thien exclaimed, "Oh my, I think I need to change the subject right now."
Then he asked, so illusionist, where has the subordinate next to Miss Duko gone? Why don't I see her? Lao Feng hesitated.
Oh, that's actually what I was about to tell you.
She has gone missing. Fa Thien was shocked and panicked. Then Fa Thien stood with everyone and said, I will confirm what I requested before leaving. He called Haquan Tiu. My subordinates will secretly gather non-member demonic cultists and establish an organization.
Then wait for Lord Commander Fa Thien's orders. Understood.
Next, Elder Fong said he would mobilize all the forces of the Kaibang to investigate the powers and movements of the trade caravans related to the Martial World Alliance. He was satisfied and finished. Both Elder Huyen and Elder Y replied, monitoring and controlling the flow of money in Trung Nguyen through Kim Hua Tien Duong. Be especially careful of forces trying to approach the royal court. Additionally, they gather the financial strength of Kim Hua Tien Duong by uniting small and medium merchants, secretly trading and stealing business from merchants connected to Volam Min. Fa Thien is pleased.
All right, everyone is very trustworthy. Let's end today's meeting and plan for the next one.
Everyone responded in unison, obeying the order. After the meeting, those involved with Fa Thien had resolved the issues they couldn't address before. Tri Quang invites the prince to a match next time we meet. Let's have a duel then. All right. Remember to keep your word. They looked at each other helplessly. Tuyet Lan approached him and said, Young master, at least I want to say goodbye to you. I don't know when we will meet again.
Potien said, I don't know what the young lady thinks of me, but I still have many things to do. I cannot meet her expectations.
Huyen too has gone on a mission and has not returned yet. Now I can only stay by your side to support you. The young master's thoughts for the greater good, I completely understand. During the meeting earlier, Elder Fong said, Lani still doesn't know about Huyen Tu's disappearance. It's clear that the girl will have a hard time knowing that the person she trusts and relies on has gone missing. Fa Thien looked at her sadly. Yes, she must have been so lonely.
I am sorry, young lady. I wish I could care for you more.
Tweetland took the necklace off her neck, handed it to him, and said, Please accept this as a token of my feelings. Whenever you see it and think of me, I will be happy. Fa Thien hesitated, knowing it was an elaborate and valuable piece of jewelry, but Tuyet Lan looked at him pleadingly and said, It's just a small act of care from me. Please don't overthink it. Potien said no. I didn't mean it that way. It's heavy to carry everything with you, but I will always carry this. I promise you. I will never forget the young lady, and you won't either. Tweetlan smiled brightly like a flower, thanking Kong Tu for remembering her. After meeting those he always longed for, Fa Thien hurriedly left along the Yangtze River Canal. Volan asked him, After leaving Hangzhou, what is our next destination? Thuong Nhai then recalled the previous meeting. When Elder Fong said, Huyen has disappeared, he was stunned. What? Missing? She disappeared while searching for the whereabouts of the Hidden Dragon Emperor, and there are many questions even he doesn't understand. The original North Sword Society's leader was the Tiem Long Emperor, Dak Ko Din. Elder Fong said, When he disappeared, I couldn't find any trace indicating he had left the North Sword Society. Does that mean Emperor Hidden Dragon has never left the Northern Sword Society since his disappearance? Old Feng said, That is the conclusion of the sect. Now, the old man is still having people investigate further. Fa Thien said, This means that Emperor Hidden Dragon is still inside the North Sword Society. He hasn't really gone anywhere yet.
That's right, although it's still suspicious. There is no concrete evidence yet. To recap what I said, a month ago I sent Hin-Tu to investigate, and she infiltrated the Northern Sword Society. But in the end, she disappeared without a trace.
Fa Tian said, I find the North Sword Society very suspicious, so should we investigate them first? Elder Fong said, however, sir, now is not the right time to infiltrate the North Sword Society. There is a place we need to visit first. Fa Tian asked, a place we need to visit? Which one? Volan saw Fa Tian standing still and called out to him, Lord General, what are you thinking about?
Fa Tian asked, Huyan-Chu, have you prepared for the upcoming battle?
He still didn't understand, so he asked again, what do you mean, sir? Fa Tian suddenly said, get ready.
He stood on the ship's mast and shouted, next destination is when a crew member yells, hey, what are you doing? Do you have a gun right now? He turned and said, Nam Dao Min, the 5 celestial warriors are soaring in the sky. The 4 great lords ignite the flames in 9 continents. Only when the swords and spears of the martial world shine do their lost spirits awaken from a long sleep in the vast sky and sea. When the 4 dragons and 2 phoenixes respond, how will the Song King react?
At this moment, the little red boat sways wildly on the water, and Tu Quan gazes at the churning surface with admiration. Hearing the singing echo, Fa Tian turns around irritably. He called seriously, hey, red boatman, you still sing loudly only when the spear and sword. Fa Tian interrupted curiously, what is the song you just hummed?
Oh, young master, aren't you a martial hero of the rivers and lakes? Even an ordinary red boatman like me knows the heroic song, and you honestly want to learn more.
I really don't know. Could you tell me a little about that song?
What are the 4 great lords of the 7 constellations? The ferryman pondered and then said,
it seems a bit difficult for me. Please, calmly tell me everything.
The 5 great heavenly powers of the martial world include the martial world leader, the great master of the demonic way, Master Zhang Sanfeng, and the scholar celestial demon Jade-Faced Divine Dragon. The 4 great lords refer to those ruling beyond the borders, including the North Sea Sword King, the Green Sea Tsu Shen, the leader of Ta Tu Huyet Ma, and the Heavenly King. Fa Tian Ko secretly thought that Ta Tu Huyet Ma and his gang had attacked the Heavenly Demon sect, Bak Hai Kim Vuong, Tan Hai Tu Tun, Ta Tu Huyet Ma, and Tian Huang Fu. The mysterious boatman reveals a secret, mentioning the top masters of the 5 great clans and the 9 sects, with Long Nifeng being among the most prominent and powerful of the martial world's descendants. Song Huang is the nickname of the 2 leaders of the main demon among the 5 celestial martial arts worlds. Deep inside, he is filled with despair.
I asked unnecessarily, and she looked disappointed, saying, yes, thank you for telling me, that's all. As time passed and they were about to dock, the boatman called out to remind them to prepare to disembark. Wu Shuang, we have arrived at Wu Shuang. On the west bank of the Yangtze River near Xiashan, Wu Shuang is home to a famous tavern through many ages, with the Huanghe Tower standing majestically in a spacious area with towering floors. Inside the tavern, the guests are chatting animatedly with each other. The young waiter gently refuses the group that is causing trouble. Sorry, esteemed guests, we are fully booked at the moment. Are you sure there are no tables left at all? The young servant sincerely replied, yes. As you can see, this place is crowded and busy all year round, so without a reservation it's very difficult to get a seat. Hearing that, he sighed and muttered, what can I do? I feel guilty towards Tu Quan because he is still not proficient in the disguise transformation technique, so I decided to wait at the Wushuang branch of Kim Hua Pre-Restaurant. At that moment, a little kid was crying sadly and sniffing. Why did you leave your disciple here alone? Tianpo helplessly tried to persuade the girl. We already discussed this last time, didn't we? We will be back soon. Even though I'm very uncomfortable, there's nothing else we can do. Lord, we're on our way to Nam Dao Meng after all, right? Do we really need to stop at this tavern? Just like in Hangzhou, why don't we go to the Kim Hua Duong branch of the trading guild and stay there? Po Tian calmly refused and explained that he did not want to cause any unnecessary noise at this moment. Here, we can gather more information, and unlike last time, there might be more things to do. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. Isn't this Master Van? He looked back in confusion. Huh? Hochlin, the white sword. God Dragon exclaimed excitedly. I can't believe we are meeting like this again. We really are destined to meet. When Hu Mai sees you, her eyes can't hide her happiness. On Ga Lian suddenly pointed and said, there is young Master Van. Deong Hu couldn't help but be surprised and happily welcome him. It's been a long time since Van Dai Hap Chinvu and Teo Van have been here, greeting politely. Fa Thian happily clasped his hands in return. Is it all of you? Have you all been well lately? You stepped forward and voiced your suspicion, but why is the young master standing here instead of sitting and eating? He hesitated for a moment, then replied, I guess they said there was no seat left because I didn't make a reservation. I'm also going with a few others. Fa Thian scratched his head awkwardly. Hearing this, Hosh Lien's expression softened, and he leaned back without hiding his admiration for him.
He looked at the illusion palace, radiating a fierce aura, and thought to himself, just by looking at that person, I can tell his internal strength is terrifying, so why is Master Van traveling with someone like this?
Hosh Lien suddenly had an idea.
Young Master, please don't stand there anymore. Join us like last time. We've reserved many seats, and there's still space, even with your companion.
Fa Thian happily nodded and agreed. So please everyone, help us out. Thank you. Heavenly Demon sighed in annoyance and tried to persuade. Stop talking about that guy. After a while, when your group approached, the people around curiously turned to look. A blushing girl shyly said, That young master is the jade-faced divine dragon, one of the 5 great warriors of the martial world? Oh my, he's so handsome. Hearing those words, he frowned slightly. Fa Thian sat down at the table, nervously asking, Do you think we're getting too much attention? Hosh Lien chuckled mischievously and teased him, saying, The young master is still as modest as ever. How could he not attract everyone's attention when he's with someone like you? He calmly stood up and spoke evenly, though he might feel a bit uncomfortable chatting like this.
Hosh Lien enthusiastically bowed and announced loudly, Dear guests of the Royal Crane Pavilion, we appreciate your interest, but we also wish to have some private time right now.
We would truly be grateful to everyone. Then he fell silent, leaving those around to guess that the young master was the heir of the noble family of the Southern Palace. He's too polite, let's go.
Yes, we're a bit strange too, they should have some time to relax.
Fa Thian smiled secretly, understanding his intentions honestly, expressing what he wanted, but also paying attention to others' meanings. Young Master Nam Kung remains as wise as ever. The sky outside is clear thanks to Hosh Lien, and the atmosphere at Huang Hak Lao has improved. The conversation with Fa Thian has begun, so he quickly changes the subject. But I feel a little sad. Sir, how could you disappear for so long? There was no news at all, and he didn't even stop by the 5 Lotus Society once. Hearing that, he froze in confusion and quickly made up an excuse. I'm truly sorry about that, as I had to go outside for a while. Hosh Lien happily smiled and said, Your actions must have a reason behind them.
I was just joking. The young master doesn't need to worry. I feel relieved now. Thank you.
Lien is worried about him and quietly asks Humai what he means by joking around. The young master will be upset. The little girl casually eats and chews loudly, asking, Do you know why he came here? The girl didn't know how to respond. At that moment, Hosh Lien brought up the issue. What is the young master here for? Before you could finish speaking, Fa Thian interrupted calmly.
Yes, I have no reason to hide young Master Nam Kung. I came because of the Nam Dao Min.
This is the story that Fa Thian heard from the old man Fong Thien Ho at the meeting in Hangzhou. The old man recounted everything seriously.
Even if he is the leader, now is not the right time to infiltrate the Northern Sword Society. There is a place he should visit first, where many martial arts experts under 40 gather.
The martial arts tournament is held at Nam Dao Min, where the sword is left here beneath the flying banner.
The tournament is not just a contest of martial skills, but the winner will be betrothed to Thien Huang Ngoc Fung, a disciple, and also the adopted daughter of the sect leader.
Tu Van looks captivating and enchanting. After watching this scene, he feels a bit helpless. Is that more important than the major affairs of the martial world?
Other people's marriage matters have nothing to do with me.
Thần nhanh chóng thấy dối suy nghĩ, ý của thần không phải vậy. Nghe dần là con trai của Nam Giao Minh Chủ và Phật diễn và trở thành một kẻ tàn phế.
Fa Thian angrily gritted his teeth and asked, Is that the perverted guy the North Sword Society intended to marry Miss Doko to?
Oh my God.
Old man quickly spoke in a reassuring tone.
Do not worry, sir. I have heard Lan Yi tell.
Lan Yi didn't tell Shen whether he had any issues, but this was truly strange. At first, the North Sword Society and the Southern Dagger Sect had a controlling relationship, but discussions about such an important marriage happened too quickly and secretly. The Sword and Dagger factions reached an agreement. Thien Ho continued to talk about other matters. Back to the topic of Nam Dao Min.
The details are still under investigation. Anyway, aside from the son he has registered, the only child he has is his adopted daughter, Thien Huang Ngoc Fung.
Isn't this a story about who will marry the adopted daughter to become the heir of Nam Dao Min? Hearing this, Fa Thian felt even more confused.
That's very suspicious. So, you mean this competition will decide who will inherit the Nam Dao Min?
The old man carefully shifts the focus of the story.
If we only look at the competition and its reasons, that's not the most suspicious part. What makes the divine suspicious is something else.
He couldn't help but be surprised and straightforwardly asked about something else.
Remembering Tu Van's figure, Thien Ho's eyes became serious.
All directives from the South Blade Sect Master are issued through that daughter, and in fact, the sect master himself has not appeared publicly. Fa Thiên remained silent for a moment before speaking. Like the previous leader of the North Sword Society, the Hidden Dragon Emperor, they all have been disappearing mysteriously. Seeing that he grasped the key point, the old man immediately confirmed it. Exactly. Tian Ho carefully analyzed the situation. This chaos is happening within the Nam Dao Min, attracting the attention of many martial arts figures. Moreover, the previous Nam Dao Min leader, whom the divine knew, was a meticulous worker and would not have acted impulsively like this recently. Therefore, I hope that the Lord Commander will choose the Southern Dagger Sect instead of the Northern Sword Society as the next destination. I remain silent, contemplating each move carefully. If everything goes smoothly, the Southern Dagger Sect will support me in the future, right? If that happens, the Martial World Alliance will have a hard time dealing with the changes in the Southern Dagger Sect, as the forces that once supported me have now turned their backs on me. After finishing, Fa Thiên smiled deeply. Returning to the present, he calmly responded to Hach Lien. So, young Master Nam Kung also came for the throne of Nam Dao Min. He sneered and replied, "No, I am a noble young master of the Nam Kung family. Just for fun in the evening, many prominent people gather at this event." Hach Lien pointed out 2 of the 4 dragons, saying, "I heard that 2 of the 4 dragons have officially announced their participation this time, and there is even a hero involved, so I am really looking forward to seeing what will happen." He politely declined to join. "No, I have no intention of competing in the martial contest. I haven't even thought about marriage yet," I said, confused and surprised. "What? Just now you mentioned coming here because of the situation at Nam Dao Min." Nga Lien thought aloud, exclaiming, "Oh, you didn't come because of the inheritance issue of Nam Dao Min?" Hach Lien asked suspiciously, "Are you not thinking about getting married yet?" Fa Thiên was confused and didn't know how to respond to that. He remained silent, lost in thought, considering how to investigate and get close to Nam Dao Min from within. First, joining Nam Dao Min alone and revealing his identity would be too conspicuous and make things difficult. While he was feeling disappointed and lost in thought, the people around him loudly said, Ngok, diet, Than Long? Is it really true?" Then, Fa Thiên thought about the scene of the squad with Hach Lien's group when they were together. It would be a quite beautiful picture with the top experts from the 9 great sects of the 4 alliances. At that time, I won't stand out too much when I'm with them. Brother Dam Chiu is carefully considering whether I should try. Immediately after, Fa Thiên regained his calm demeanor and refused. "I came here for the South Dagger Sect, but not to compete in martial arts. Last time I met the leader of the North Sword Society, so this time I just want to meet the leader of the South Dagger Sect." Then he made a suggestion that I think is good. "How about we go to the South Dagger Sect together?" In front of the 5 Dagger Sect, where the honor plaque is hung high, 3 symbolic swords are embedded tightly below. Inside the grand and luxurious 5 Dagger Sect, laughter echoes loudly everywhere, mingling with the sound of straw brooms sweeping across the ground. The male servant of Nam Dao Min, Tian Thu, paused his work in confusion. Wondering what was causing the commotion in the medicine hall, he carried a basin of items to reveal that there might be a visitor. That person also seems to be someone well known in the martial world. The boy feels curious. Who could that be? The servant of Nam Dao Min. Lo Tuyen revealed that she knows, apparently a friend of young master Nam Kung. That person's name is Ngok Dien. What? The person who's been quite famous in the martial world lately. Tianshu was so shocked that she shouted out loud, "The jade-faced one? Is the jade-faced divine dragon quite famous? Over here, the busy street is lively with people coming and going. What kind of disguise is this? I don't know why I have to wear this mask. It's such a hassle now." Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. "Don't you know what's appropriate or not?" Even a young girl's attention shifted there. He Nya's face darkened with anger as he shouted, "I've never seen anyone as troublesome as you in my life as a waiter." The boy struggled on the ground, coughing violently. Tio Quan sneered, feeling a sense of disdain. "Huh? It seems there are also people over there enduring the same uncertain suffering as I am." Prince Tio is not afraid and faces him directly, saying, "I may not be wealthy today, but I will be tomorrow, so I hope you can show mercy." He coldly refuses and threatens again. "I only let you go out of compassion, understand? If the Grand Steward finds out you're still here, you'll be dead for sure." At this moment, the steward stepped out with a look of disgust and questioned, "What are you saying about me? Do you think I am that cruel?" Haknya replied in fear. "Yes, my lord the chief steward. I was just explaining that what you heard isn't true." The fat man didn't say much, slapping Haknya hard on the forehead. He cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. The chief disdainfully sneers. "You think you can talk back after ignoring it? There's a beggar at the door I can't chase away, so I have to come out here to handle this myself." Big Fat Man sternly kept criticizing Black Nya, saying that fewer people have been coming lately and this has given me a headache. If you're sensible, get to work quickly, or I'll kick you out like that beggar over there. He hurriedly covered his mouth and ran away. Yes. Suddenly, a wooden bowl was brought to the front, and the steward, seeing this, was confused and didn't understand what was happening. What is this? I only humbly ask for a little leftover broth and rice. Please have mercy on me. I will repay you in the future. What the hell is going on? This guy's crazy. After meeting a freak like the chief steward, he still doesn't know to get lost quickly. Old Moo sneers with a sinister smile. Oh, is that enough? You know what's right. The steward spat a small spit directly into the boy's wooden bowl before the fat old man confidently chased everyone away. Enough already. Go away. King Tiu looked into the bowl and held back his anger, now even more furious but smiling. You little beggar, you're quite bold. I was already angry, and now seeing you here, how can I not be furious? Where do you plan to find food here? After assessing the situation, Tiu Quan quickly made a decision. It's just because that kid is inconsiderate, so I think we should let it go. Master also told me not to cause trouble, so this time there's no need to get involved. But the kid can't swallow his anger. Grinding his teeth, he says, Sir, seeing this, the girl is shocked and deeply blames Prince Xiao, hoping you will be sensible and endure it. Go elsewhere to ask for food, because if you lose your temper and hit him back now, you'll definitely die. Big Fatty angrily chased him away, telling him not to come near again. The boy trembled as he spoke, thanking the noble for his kindness. Tiu Vuong's face darkened with displeasure, but unexpectedly, the boy smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. But that's not enough for me yet. So could you let me wander around here to find some leftover food? This sentence makes the chief steward even more furious, veins bulging. Damn it! Diem Quan was terrified and panicked, thinking this guy must want to die. But no matter what, he definitely has the look of a beggar. The fat old man clenched his fists in anger, raising his hand. You bastard! Do you think I can't kill you so you're still whining here? All right, since you want to die, how can I not fulfill your wish now that I have the chance? The steward said with a sinister smile. Then the fat man delivered a mighty slap to Prince Xiao's face, causing his face to tilt to one side. The chief steward didn't hold back and gave the boy another slap. Then the fat man delivered another blow to Tiu Vuong's face. Only then did he stop and look at the fresh blood on his hand. The steward keeps criticizing disdainfully. Truly disgusting. My hand is covered in this bastard's blood now. The fat man let go and dropped the kid from above, causing him to crash onto the ground. Prince Tu is in a miserable state, his face bruised and swollen, struggling to breathe. After just a few hits, the steward is already exhausted and sneers. Now do you understand? It's all your own doing. Hey kid, come here now, wash your hands quickly, there's still a lot to do. Today's been really frustrating. As the old man was about to leave, the boy grabbed his coat, and the fat man, prevented from leaving, turned back in anger with a murderous look in his eyes. King Tiu struggles to get up and demands compensation for the damages. If you've beaten me like this, at least give me some rice to make up for it. The little boy begged earnestly and firmly said, That's fair, or you won't be able to leave here. The manager gritted his teeth in anger and drew his sword, ready to strike. I've already beaten you this much and you still won't give up. All right, then I'll take your miserable life instead. The fat man raised his sharp star high, saying, If this life's hardships are too much, maybe next life you'll be born rich. This is all your own doing. Don't blame anyone else. Tu Quan couldn't watch any longer and snatched the cloak off the person beside him. Miss, can I borrow this outfit for a moment? The girl shyly covers herself. Oh, what are you doing? The old man shouted as he wildly lowered his sword. Die! The girl wraps her face completely and immediately rushes to help. I've covered my face so much now, no one should be able to see me anymore. Master, this time it's a matter of lives, so I can't just stand by and watch. Tu Quan swiftly executes the move she learned while the girl continuously strikes dynamic combat stances. Tula Demon Heaven School breaks the sky. Technique, Xiao Jun delivers a heavy blow to the chief steward, knocking the fat man away. After this move, the steward involuntarily spits out a mouthful of blood. The fat man instinctively charged straight into the wall behind him. King Yu shouted in horror and fear, Oh my god, is he dead? He's just injured, not dead, so there's no need to be afraid. Let's run now. King Tu panicked and shouted when Tu Quan used lightness skill to carry him away. Oh, it's over. Everyone whispered among themselves, wondering if he was dead. Who will come to check? Wait for the general to wake up. And Tom Nam takes a breath of air. Huh? The old man stepped forward to help the fat guy up. Are you all right? The chief steward asked impatiently, angry. Where did those bastards go? The old man hurriedly warned.
You just got injured. Don't move too much. The fat man scolded angrily. That bastard, I can't let this go.
The steward sighed heavily, full of resentment. Next time we meet, I must kill him.
All right.
First report this matter to the Southern Dagger sect. Suddenly, a hand placed on the fat man's shoulder, and then the steward was given a slap from the heavens, sending him flying to the side. Big guy didn't have time to resist and collapsed to the ground, he thought to himself. Take a few days off, don't cause trouble and disrupt my plans. Honestly, running into So Kwan Tu Kwan on the road was just unnecessary trouble again. The one who made the move was Vo An Ton Huyen Kung. He looked seriously into the distance, deep in thought.
But that's just her personality. The Lord probably won't say anything. Under the clear blue sky, someone anxiously shouted, Manager, why did you faint over there?
I told you not to move, you're still dizzy after being beaten like that. In the suburban outskirts, picturesque mountains and rivers surround a bustling, prosperous place. Jiu Quan left Tio Vuong by the riverbank, and the girl immediately tore off her cloak. So frustrating. Tio Quan angrily scolds the little boy loudly, saying, if you have no strength, why are you still stubborn? As a beggar, you should behave like one. King Tu paid no mind and happily exclaimed, Beautiful older sister, are you this strong now? Flattered, the girl held back her joy. Beautiful and strong, little sister. You know how to read people. Of course I'm good at judging people, but you're wrong about one thing, little girl. Huh? Where is the mistake? King Tao confidently said, though he was very grateful that she saved him. The beggar he thought of was different from her. Chat Thien Ho suddenly appeared, his tone sharp. So what do you think a beggar is? Both of them were startled and shocked. Old man Ung Dung stepped forward with a mischievous laugh, leaving the girl full of suspicion and feeling no aura at all as he approached. Who is this old man? Vuong Fang Tien Ho's eyes flickered with suspicion as he calmly said, I am just a wandering beggar, what of it? Tio Vuong remained silent, carefully scrutinizing the old man. After a while, the boy slowly asked, Are you the homeless beggar? Tio Quan looked at Tu Vuong's miserable appearance and said, You, the beggar leader of that gang, right? Didn't your master say not long ago that he met you in Hangzhou? The girl calmly explains everything. Maybe this kid doesn't know anything, but I do. That person isn't from here, but from Hangzhou. Suddenly, Thien Ho interrupted Tu Quan. Yes, I am the leader of the Kai Bang. Hearing that, the little girl was deeply shocked. Huh? The gang leader? The kid didn't hesitate at all. Blame the old man, then apologize because you are destroying the gang. Tu Quan suddenly grabbed him. Tian Hu was a bit in disbelief. Questioning right now, am I destroying the gang? What are you suddenly rambling about? King Tiu firmly states his reason. I also once tried to join that so-called gang, but they said I wasn't qualified and refused to accept me. Do even beggars need to have qualifications? Doesn't that sound ridiculous? They don't see themselves as beggars, but they act like one. If you are the one leading people like that, then all the mistakes are yours. The boy insists on revealing everything. King Tiu continued to criticize the old man. Beggars have no strength and nothing to their name, so they must endure humiliation and beatings to survive. If a beggar like you pretends not to be one, then they are no longer a beggar at all. Thien Ho sits down heavily and asks straightforwardly, It seems this old man has met the right person today, so tell me what a real beggar truly is. The boy gazes at the distant sky and calmly replies, A beggar, huh? Even if everyone drives us away, we must hold our heads high and not feel ashamed. We are the ones who must awaken the darkness within people, to let others see us and perhaps gain more courage. Even if we live the most tragic life, we must show them a happy appearance. That is the true beggar. King Tu decisively spoke his mind. Hearing this, the old man fell silent and sank into deep thought. Thien Ho feels this makes sense and smiles brightly, accepting everything. He quietly calculates that if this young man is raised well, he will become an outstanding figure. And Thien Ho feels excited, trying to persuade the kid, Today you have awakened something in me. Do you have a place to go? If not, come with me. King Tu hesitated for a moment before firmly refusing. I don't want to. I won't go to that gang. The old man immediately pointed out where the kid would go. I didn't tell the kid to go to the gang. I told you to follow me, Thien Ho. Tu Jun hesitated, wanting to keep him. Sir, I was planning to take this kid with me. I also was the one who saved him. At this moment, Huyen Kung swooped in to interrupt everyone's conversation. Don't be stubborn. Can I entrust this child to you, senior? The girl asked suddenly. Huyen Kung, are you using stealth again? The boy said, annoyed. Stay away from me or I'll cut you. The old man observed carefully and then cautiously probed the boy. Old senior indeed, just an old, frail beggar. So then, who are you? Huyen Kung Nien salutes and introduces himself. My lord is the jade-faced divine dragon. I have heard of the sect leader from my lord. I am from the northern Huyen Kung. Tianhu also secretly realized that this person must be a new subordinate of the Supreme Master. Indeed, their internal energy is quite impressive. Thanks to the mediation of the Void Shadow Lord, the young beggar went with Fong Kai, while Xiao Jun was left regretful, the little girl pouting and crying. Before leaving, the old man asked, "What is your name?" The little boy straightforwardly replied, "I have no name." And Tianho pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, really? Then let me give you a name. How about Fong Chi Lak?" The kid was a bit dissatisfied. Fong Chi Lak, huh? So unique. Suddenly, Tio Quan suggested a name. Beikong Tio Vuong, if you need a name, take this one. It's a farewell gift from my sister to the kid. The little boy happily cheered, saying, Bak Kung Tio Vuong sounds cooler than Fong Chi Lak. I will take that name. Thank you, sister. The old man sighed in disappointment. Tio Quan, with tears in his eyes, said goodbye and told the kid to take care of himself.
Tio Vuong, Huyen Kung also says goodbye. You annoyedly remind him to stay back.
And so, the small chaos between Xiao Jun and Xiao Wang came to an end. The little boy happily bid farewell to the girl. Under the clear blue sky, the Void Shadow Lord from the Northern Illusion sect urges to set out. Time quickly passes, the sky gradually darkens, and his figure speeds through like the wind in the night. Vo Anton poured all his strength into quickly completing the task of breaking the heavenly barrier, his gaze steady and unwavering. Remembering not long ago at the Nam Dao Min guest villa in this vast place, Vo Anton asked in surprise, "Sir, you said to first scout around Nam Dao Min, right?" Ho Tian confidently confirmed that we still couldn't know the exact strength of the Nam Dao Min, but acting recklessly inside could lead to being chased back. He entrusted you with an important task. Trui Quang Volan and I will stay inside Nam Dao Min to wait for you and avoid suspicion.
Huyen Kung, you should scout around Mao Suong and, after covering your tracks as much as possible, re-enter the inner circle of Nam Dao Min. Hearing this, the boy, full of suspicion, began analyzing the situation. If you start investigating from inside, there is a risk of being chased back. So if you leave traces of infiltration from outside and investigate, it will create the illusion that the enemy is infiltrating from outside.
You already know about that. Exactly. The Illusion Palace Breakthrough Sky Technique clearly states the mission objectives. After re-entering Min's inner circle, investigate the leader. The young leader of the Southern Dagger sect, and especially the one called the Nurturer, I believe you will do well. I'm confused and think everything through carefully. I keep doubting myself and have never stopped questioning my strength within our sect. But will my martial skills be effective in Central Plain? Seeing Huyen Kung look puzzled, he said with a complex expression, "Why do you look like that?" Like, Huyen Kung, your face is full of worry. You don't hesitate to kneel and bow, questioning. I wonder if the gods can do it well. This matter should be entrusted to the Demon Lord instead of the gods. Breaking the Sky technique decisively dismisses your worries. It has to be you who does this. Vo An Lord, believe in yourself. Hearing this, Huyen Kung's face couldn't hide his surprise. You are straightforward in pointing out your strengths. No one in our sect can match you, and the hidden heavenly demon, of course, except for me. Vo An, trusted and decisive, will absolutely not betray the trust of the Lord. Vo Anton's hidden techniques are truly exceptional. Just as Po Thien said, he searched throughout Nam Dao Min without being detected, and began investigating the places Po Thien mentioned. He rushed everywhere, searching for clues. Vo An hid behind the window, observing the situation inside. Strange. There's no one in the young leader's room who used to be a fanatic. Moreover, as he thought about this, he looked down to the guards with masked faces protecting the formation, the experts hiding in every corner of Nam Dao Min, and wondered why they were wielding swords instead of sabers. Vo An glided across the rooftops with lightness skill. This seemed to be the residence of the so-called nurturing woman. When he arrived and saw the scene inside, he blushed shyly. In the room, Tu Van was adjusting her alluring clothes. He shyly turned his face away. Vo Anton felt embarrassed or flustered when he saw the partially nude body of the woman and a tiny aura emanating in that brief moment. The cunning shadow guarding Tien Huang Ngok Feng didn't miss that moment, and with a murderous gaze, it asked, "Who are you?" Dong Tu shrank back in horror, secretly knowing it's over. Tu Vu immediately kicked and asked, "Who are you?" then raised the knife at his knee. Tu Vu kicks towards Vo An, sternly asking, "I'm asking why you're here?" Then he draws his sword to block his attack. The sound of fierce fighting echoes inside the room. Tu Van is startled and in shock, then calls out to Tu Vu, At this moment, an unusual flow of blood drips down the roof. Voan, wounded by the attack, steps back, blood seeping from his wound, and seriously says to him, "I've never seen anyone in Nam Dao Min wield weapons so skillfully." Tuvu calmly raises the knife on his knee. "All right," he said angrily and seriously. "I don't need to care too much either. Just taking the cowardly rat's life is enough to make me happy," she shouted anxiously in the room. "What's going on up there, Tuvu?" He calmly reassures her. "I assure you, miss, I am Tuvu, and as my name suggests, I have survived and gained this strength through many deadly battles." Voen drew his sword casually and said, "Oh, that's a good name, but I don't need to know it." Disregarding him, he added, "I'm just warning you about the death you're about to face." He frowns in confusion. "What do you mean?" Tuvu quietly pulls out the blades, knowing that death will fall like rain and you cannot escape it. This is his finishing move. Let's see how you dodge it. As he finished speaking, he immediately launched all the blades toward Voan. The boy was stunned, grinding his teeth and thinking, "Too fast," but Voan keeps his composure, continuously knocking away the blades. "With only this, he won't be able to defeat me." At this moment, Tuvu finally pulls out the high blade from his arm, revealing that his previous move was just a feint. He swiftly retreats, the blade grazing his back. Voan severely wounded, blood at the corner of his mouth. Trembling in horror, he whispers, "This is bad. I was too careless." Tuvu sneered with a hint of contempt. "You really can't dodge that attack. Now just die." Then he raised his hand to deliver the final blow to end everything. In your eyes, the sharp knife swiftly lunged forward. Voen desperately thought, "So this is how I will die. I have no regrets in this life, but I am a little angry." The four clans established the Heavenly Demon Sect. Baekhyung, Dantai, Jialu, and Aoyang formed a strong alliance. It can be said that the sect's current strength is thanks to the special bond among these four clans. To do that, the maintenance method is no different from Trung Nguyen. Voen is carefully raised and grows up. The clans will arrange for those of marriageable age to meet and connect, but it's not that simple. This bond does not truly bind anyone. If they happen to conceive during the meeting, the child will be raised by one of the two clans, and the unchosen side will have to leave. The newborn will be cared for by wet nurses, and that is the difference. But that child almost never gets to know their parents. All of them are gathered and raised by a few wet nurses. Those children grew up like that and then became warriors for the demon sect, undergoing brutal training. The small shadow stands solemnly awaiting training, and in this way, they always feel gratitude towards their school for raising them. That love always grew stronger in their hearts. At that time, the young master of Huyen Kung was only 6 years old and felt no emotion at all. Everyone's life passes by so quickly, like clouds drifting across the sky. As the incense smoke wafts faintly, he calmly reminds himself that there's no point in regret no matter what happens. Huyen Kung quietly left this place, and I am not sad at all, mother. Everything will always follow its own cycle of cause and effect. I will do what I believe is right. Here, the one who gave birth to me rests in peace. I will always remember this as a memory. Your figure gradually disappears. At a dangerous and jagged waterfall with a refreshing atmosphere, he calmly asked from the top, "Did you see off your mother peacefully?" Huyen Kung sat cross-legged and calmly replied, "Yes, that's what I have to do." Seeing his trembling attitude, Tu Huet was a bit displeased. "You don't seem to have any worries, do you? At least you are someone who was born by the Huyen Kung." He paid no attention at all and calmly said, "Death is also a part of life. Everyone will have to die eventually." Huyen Kung's eyes grew cold. "That's right, everyone has to die." Hearing this, he closed his eyes tightly, and when I opened my eyes, demonic energy had replaced my pupils. But will I really die here? Will I have no regrets anymore? Remembering Fa Thien's determined look, in our sect, you are the best at concealment techniques among the Illusion Palace. At that moment, he asked for one more favor. "I have an important matter to ask of you." The boy was puzzled. What else could the Lord's command mean if Fa Thien spoke up? Then he seriously inquired about Huyen Kung, saying that you used to be my hands and feet. The boy replied, "Yes." Po Tien asked again, what would happen if his subordinates were to be lost? The boy answered honestly, "It would be very painful." "Yes, it will be painful and extremely agonizing." Hearing this, Huyen Kung froze in shock and thought carefully. Fa Thien, with a serious expression, said, "No one likes to be hurt, so you must survive and return to that illusion palace. Understood?" After saying that, his face flushed with concern. "Now death is approaching me, just like I always told myself before, that everyone must go through this, but no, I can't die like this." Back in the present, that knife still rushes toward you. Huyen Kung tries to hold on to his strength, his breathing growing heavier.
I must live to return into my lord's side. I immediately move my body and unleash the breaking chain technique to fight back. Tuvu panicked and quickly dodged backward. With the knife in his broken arm, he angrily sighed. Looks like you're not willing to die yet, huh? But it will happen soon enough. The illusory bow erupts with demonic energy, sneering provocatively. I'm sorry, I cannot die here. A surge of demonic energy erupted, and you decisively used the celestial demonic concealment technique to hide as an extreme demon. A strange red mist flowed out, pushing back Tuvu and preventing him from reacting in time. In just a moment, the red mist gradually dissipated, and the illusion palace disappeared from this place. I can't see you anywhere, he shouted angrily. He hid too quickly. I couldn't see him. How could he have such a profound concealment technique? The scene changes to a quiet night inside the Five Dagger Sect's mansion, where the mysterious heavenly demon cautiously asks, Potian, you're not sleeping and coming out here for what? Hulong calmly replied on behalf, You think you know everything? You're both so annoying, arguing like that all the time. Even though they're fighting, Fa Tian looks up at the sky with worry. I'm waiting for Huyen Kung to return, so I'm a bit restless. I was stopping them and watching him. So Trui Quang, what are you doing there? He approached to share his worries. I am also waiting for Huyen Kung to return, so I feel a bit anxious. Fa Tian asked suspiciously, Are you practicing your cultivation? Troi Quang cheerfully and excitedly recounted, Yes, there are many top cultivators in Central Continent, so I think I also need to improve my strength, to do better. Currently, my internal energy has made some progress. Hearing that, he said nothing to provoke him. It seems you're also very focused on the task at hand. I think you came to Trung Nguyen just to have fun. Trui Quang hurriedly and awkwardly explained. Commander, why do you talk about me like that? I'm not joking around yet. At this moment, the demon lord with a cunning smile told him, This Fa Tien, pass my message to that guy. What does he mean by that? Hearing the news that Fa Tien brought, he was surprised. What about Tien Manyan? He remains calm and confidently denies it. That's right. I am only passing on the message for Heavenly Demon. If the opponent is hit by the Heavenly Demon Eye, they will show signs of submission and kneel to obey the command. Troi Quang doesn't understand the meaning, only feeling intrigued. It seems like some kind of mind control technique. But why did the Lord Commander mention that secret technique? Hearing those words, he clenched his teeth in despair. He's just an idiot. I wanted to remind him to practice that move, but he doesn't understand anything. Po Tianli told him to do it, meaning you should train that technique because you'll need it someday. The heavenly demon nodded in satisfaction. You seem quite clever too. Hulong sighed in frustration. Even the heavenly demon overthinks things. Trui Quang agreed. Since the commander said so, the two then focused on practicing the heavenly demon eye. He entered a cultivation state, and since it's nighttime, we can also continue cultivating while waiting for Huyen Kung to return, but Kak reminded. All right, keep training and stay focused. After a long session of cultivation, break through the heavens to let Trui Quang rest.
All right, let's take a break for now. Yes? He looked around suspiciously, searching everywhere. It's been a long time since Huyen Kung hasn't returned. I wonder if something has happened. Fa Tian anxiously walks to find Huyen Kung, but he doesn't trust himself. If he had been a little more confident, it would have been better. Suddenly, he accidentally stepped on a stone. Fa Tian Ngovuk looked down at what was under his foot, then turned to look ahead and saw his injured and unconscious companion, and he called out to Huyen Kung in panic. Huyen Kung has been brought back to the room by Fa Tian, his body wrapped in bandages, and his group is anxiously watching over him. Fa Tian approaches to ask about his condition. How is Huyen Kung doing now? Volan sadly replied, That's a pretty serious injury. She dejectedly described his condition. It seems he tried to stop the bleeding himself, but still used his martial arts to escape, which made the wound worse and more severe. I didn't expect him to be this badly injured. If it was dangerous, he should have used stealth techniques to escape immediately. Huyen Kung, I wonder what kind of opponent you faced, Volan muttered to himself. Potian's face darkened as he wondered if he didn't want the enemy to pursue him, so he tried to run away and got injured like this. The image of him rushing through the air appeared in his mind. At that moment, Huyen Kung swallowed his pain and kept returning, still maintaining the heavenly demon hidden technique. Now, Fa Tian's mind was extremely complicated. By the time he reached here, he was already exhausted. Why did you have to push yourself so hard? She takes out the letter and presents it to him. This is the letter found in his chest. The disciple thinks he deliberately brought it back for the commander. Fa Tian took it and stored the letter away. Thank you, Volan. She respectfully bows. The disciple is only doing what is necessary. Trui Quang now makes a suggestion. Commander, shall we launch an attack on the Five-Blade sect? He didn't agree and took out an item from his belt. Wait a moment, first we need to treat and restore the illusion palace. Fa Tian took out the gold token and instructed, go to Kim Hua Tien Duong and ask for their help.
If they see this token, they'll understand immediately, and he will follow the order.
Yes. Then he assigned her the task. Martial World, take care of Huyen Kung and wait for him to finish before reporting to me. She immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. At this moment, Fa Tian took out the letter and read it carefully, beginning to reveal his hidden demonic aura. You have already been fortunate to survive and return. Now, with Fa Tian unleashing his formidable demonic aura, I too must do my best to complete the rest. Tri Quang cautiously becomes more alert. The commander has revealed all his demonic energy. Volan steps back, confused. This aura of pressure makes me feel like I can't breathe. I need to calm down quickly. Suddenly, Fa Tian confidently said, All right, I'll go ahead. She asked in surprise, Commander, where are you planning to go? On the other hand, he recognized that move. Is that the celestial demon concealment technique? The Vojin Lord has already used this move in a terrifying way. He faces the demonic aura surrounding him and walks steadily forward. The heaven concealing technique, the highest level of concealment, with a gaze that shatters the sky, full of unstoppable determination. Seeing the messy, jumbled words on the letter, the words written in the letter that Huyen Kung gave to Ta, he summarized what he had investigated at Nam Dao Min, the remaining doubts, and what he had clarified, all written on it. Undam Chiu observed the content of the letter. This is a brief report that allows us to make our own judgments. This is a summary style that I have never seen before. Fa Tian was very angry when he saw Vo Anton seriously injured, but upon reading the contents of the letter, he became extremely cold. He remained silent, carefully considering his options, which is why he used the Heavenly Demon stealth technique to act on his own, because Vo Anton's previous mission could not be completed. Only Fa Tian can now complete this mission, so he uses his stealth to enter Nam Dao himself, and you need to finish it to ease Vo Anton's burden. This is also Fa Tian's challenge, facing the present honestly. You found the information almost complete, Huyen Gong. Fa Tian clenched the scroll tightly. The remaining part I will finish for you. Then he swallowed the scroll. He moved swiftly and gracefully into the main hall of the South Saber sect. Soon, Fa Tian entered a room. He carefully examined his surroundings. Indeed, there are many traps on the roof and guards patrolling the yard. Everything matches what Void Shadow Lord reported. Fa Tian slowly and surely moved forward, suspecting this might be Xiao Mingzhu's residence. But previously, Void Shadow Lord had recorded that this place was empty. Who is that woman appearing now? Tu Van asked seriously. Tu Vua, I am displeased and will question him. You still can't recognize which power the intruder assassin comes from. Tu Vu kneels and begs for mercy. Please forgive the young lady. He watched his figure, suddenly realizing that Tu Vu was the last name mentioned in Huyen Kung's letter. He was the one who caused Huyen Kung to be injured. Fa Tian immediately made a decision. All right, if my guess about the woman called Miss is correct, then she is Tien Ngok Fung. Tu Van was annoyed, his tone full of displeasure. He couldn't have appeared in my room by chance. He must know something about us. He reported the situation seriously, and according to his subordinates, it seemed he belonged to one of the 3 evil sects, which made her even more furious and scolded. What basis do you have to judge like that? As far as I know, the evil sect is currently being targeted by the martial world. How dare they appear here? How come the members of the evil sect are so skilled and I didn't know about it? Tu Vu looked embarrassed, clearly pointing out Huyen Kung's incompetence, though he himself wasn't very skilled either. He was already badly injured by his subordinates. Tu Van angrily scolded him. Still arguing? Well, I used the master's authority to give orders. You let him escape and still sit there talking so much, huh? Even chasing after him, you couldn't do anything either. Tu Van tried to stay calm, but I really feel terrible and don't know how to report the situation to the sect master. Po Tian suspects. Dam Chiu ponders. What does she mean by the sect master here? Then she waves her hand and signals, All right, hide yourself. Be careful not to let anyone appear like that again. Tu Vu follows her orders and then quickly uses lightness skill to jump out of the window. Tu Van kept angrily mocking, still proud of his martial arts despite the idiot who sneaked in here and couldn't catch him. I'm feeling down, so I'm going to change my mood a bit. With that, she smiled a sinister smile. Tu Van touches the mirror. This action piques his curiosity. Then he sees her press the mechanism on the wood, and immediately the gears of the device start to turn. The mirror trembled softly for a while before shifting aside to reveal a passage leading down into the dark cellar. And Fa Tian looked on in astonishment. A secret passage in the secret chamber? His eyes grew sharp. This was something the mysterious palace had yet to uncover. Fa Tian watched the fragile wooden ladder.
All right, I need to follow immediately. This cold secret chamber is a dark prison hidden underground, occasionally echoing with desperate screams.
He follows Tuvan to the front of the cell, where the young leader is tearing at his ears in panic, shouting, "Please, give me the medicine." I look down on insulting words, but honestly, what a pathetic sight this is. Who would have thought the little leader of the Southern Blade sect would end up like this? He just muttered and handed me the medicine.
Fathian secretly understood everything, so that was the young leader after all.
Suddenly, a purple pill fell rolling on the ground. He crazily rushed to pick it up. "Hurry up for me."
The young little lord quickly shoved the pill into his mouth and chewed loudly.
The pill immediately took effect, causing his body to swell up. Then, the young leader's body was filled with energy, and his muscles bulged out. He was blushing furiously, growling in a strange voice. He was stunned, grinding his teeth in disbelief.
"What is that?"
Tuvan slowly took off her outer garment.
"You really are a big-mouth bastard."
"Stop talking nonsense." And then she pressed her lips to the young leader's mouth. The young master is a bit incredulous, his muscles gradually changing back to normal, no longer as terrifying as before. He collapses, and Tuvan quietly watches him lying beneath her feet. I'm satisfied with licking my lips. The little lord is stunned, trembling, and making a sound. Tuvan cunningly chuckled and said, "I will try to make good use of your aura now. I guess I need to go somewhere else." Tianma was stunned by this scene. "The Tai Ambo Duang technique? Aren't these two siblings?" Hulang quietly replied, "She's truly a female demon." Fa Thien Gimgi said, "Now is not the time for us to play around here. We need to follow her to see what she does next." Fa Thien follows her. Indeed, there are quite a few tunnels down here. The space is pitch dark. I have no idea where she's headed next. Fa Thien hurriedly approached Tuvan. Suddenly, something startled him. A magnificent palace appeared before his eyes, with Nu Hai sitting on the throne and Tuvan standing below. She chuckled softly and asked, "Are you still in good health?" He hesitated, his eyes sharp. Fa Thien was stunned. Father, so that person is Nam Dao Min?" He nodded slightly, listening to their conversation, not expecting her to bring him all the way here. No matter how advanced the hidden heavenly demon technique is, he wondered if it would work against an expert like Nam Dao Min. Tianma chuckled and said, "It might still work." Fa Thien replied softly, "Why are you so sure about that?" "Of course, that's my hidden heavenly demon technique. Just look into his eyes, and you'll see the miracle." Upon hearing that, Fa Thien looked and said, "Eyes like the sea." The celestial demon continued, observing that his eyes seemed to be poisoned just like the young leader's earlier. At the same time, Nu Hai weakly looked at Tuvan and said, "You are a damn bitch. You destroyed my son and me. Now that Nam Dao Min is in your hands, are you not satisfied yet?" Tuvan, hearing that, sneered cunningly. "Oh, I must say, it's not enough yet, father."
The young lady still desires to attain a status and position that no woman has ever achieved. Nu Hai said angrily, "You are truly a damn woman. Do you think everything you want can be easily achieved?"
Tuvan then sneered and replied, "Of course everything here is now in your hands. If Father Nunge had followed you from the beginning, this situation wouldn't have happened. Whatever happens, don't blame me for what I do." "Yes," I proudly say again. "I came here today to tell you this.
Your son is also your senior apprentice brother, and he will die in 10 days. Hearing this, Nu Hai was so shocked he couldn't speak. "But you don't need to worry too much. He will die happily in your heart, and that life will only bring suffering."
Like Hai stumbles and falls to his knees, angrily shouting, "You bastard!" Tianma and Fa Thien, hiding nearby, are also stunned and whisper, "Who would have thought he would be so miserable now? Looking no different from a sick old man." Tianma replied, "Yes, that is the illness caused by the poison that took away his consciousness.
Probably that's why that woman was able to control the male swordmaster all by herself."
Tianma angrily replied, "Yes, that old man was too arrogant to let that wicked girl poison him. Seeing her smug face, she truly is a villainess. Your father raised her like a pet, so how could she treat him any differently than an enemy?" Fa Thien, angry and confused about who is behind her, realizes he needs to find out who it is. Seeing this, Tianma says, "The basic situation here is already understood." Hu Ling sighed and said, "So you've seen everything. Are you planning to ignore and let it all go?" Suddenly, Tianma shouted angrily, "Fine! That old man is as good as dead, and that bastard over there, just wait a moment to see what she wants. After discovering who is behind her, we will expose her and take control of the Southern Sword Sect." Hu Lang hesitated and replied, "Oh, Tianma, how can you think like that? Should I help them save Nam Dao Min or abandon her to investigate the mastermind behind her and then eliminate the Nam Dao Min faction? Thien Manga then angrily shouted, "Do it my way and your power will be enhanced. Understood?" Fa Thien Huilang immediately opposed him and helped save the Northern Blade. Suddenly, Fa Thien's voice rang out. Everyone was wrong, causing Thien Ma to be stunned. What? Hulang stared in confusion, then Fa Thien suddenly leapt up and said, "The search for the person behind her is not our concern right now. I'm here today because of Huyen Chu's unfinished business. That has already been taken care of earlier. Now that night has fallen, it's time for revenge." Troi Quang and Vo Lam appear behind him. Troi Quang excitedly stretches and says, "The gods won't let us off easily, and the revenge for the illusionary disciple can't be delayed." The martial world drew their swords firmly and said, "Blood for blood, that's what must be done." Po Tien gave a serious order. "Before the sun rises, we only kill those with evil skills around Tien Huang Palace. My eyes are decisive, and I act quickly, leaving no trace behind." By dawn, everything had to be finished, and as the sky brightened, Tu Van woke up stretching, feeling like he had slept so well. Suddenly, she was startled and horrified by what she was seeing before her eyes. Let them see what hell truly is. She trembled in panic at the pile of dead bodies in front of her and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" In the dark room, Tu Van, looking frightened, recalls the scene she saw this morning. Then the forensic doctor steps out and Tu Van immediately asks, "What's the situation?" The coroner replied, "It's her." Tu Van was horrified. Are they injured? Are they the victims? Can you believe the number of victims lying before us was caused by just one night of slaughter? Who could have committed such a massacre against us? Did you find any clues about those people? The coroner frowned and replied, "Clues require further investigation. But I can see a few things clearly," Tu Van said loudly. "All right, go ahead." The forensic doctor continued. "The bodies here are divided into three types." Three types? First, there are 162 victims with superficial wounds. Switching to last night's scene, a guard on duty says, "It's really cold tonight." Suddenly, a voice echoes, "That's a damned person." The guard is startled. Who is it? A woman? Then something rushes in really fast at the assassin. Suddenly attacked, the assassin shouted, "Oh no! A woman with a sword killed that assassin instantly with a swift and precise strike. It seems she's using a swift sword." She said, "If you draw your sword and attack, you'll only get some resistance." Hearing that, Tu Van asked, "So what is the next culprit?" The coroner replied, "You're actually more ruthless, with 205 bodies disintegrated." Tu Van was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Disintegrate into nothingness? Switching to last night's scene, two assassins are sitting. One says, "It's so cold today, a little wine would be nice." "All right, lately there have been many enemies infiltrating. Be careful." So the two assassins were shattered to pieces. Troi Quang said seriously, "One strike to kill. You can look back through the whistle," the forensic doctor said. "All right then, I understand now." Tu Van shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "Killing over 700 people in one night without leaving a trace?" He clenched his teeth and thought, "Indeed, destructive. This is a group of people. Are there really 3 of them, or more than 162 bored guys, 205 corpses? So there are over 300 others left." Tu Van suddenly realized something. So half of those who died last night were the blazing red figure of Fa Thien passing through the group of assassins in the blink of an eye. It's hard to believe that he was secretly killed by someone else. Huyen Kung suddenly woke up from his faint and sat up on the bed. Seeing that, Xiaojun poked his head in and said, "Thank goodness Huyen too has woken up." Huyen Kung replied, "Is that Xiaojun? Has the master received the letter I left yet?" Tu Quan scratched his head and replied, "I saw my master reading your letter already." Suddenly Trui Quang appeared and said, "You don't need to think about that anymore. The Lord already knows." A loud voice suddenly rang out. "Master Trui Quang, the blue sky is beautiful and the voices of everyone, huh? All right, just sit there and don't move. You haven't recovered yet." Huyen Kung's lord is here now, so Trui Quang just replied. Huyen Kung hesitated and said, "I have no face left to see him anymore." Troi Quang immediately replied, "Why do you say that?" "You've tried your best already," Huyen Kung said sadly, hesitating and unable to speak. Seeing that, Trui Quang boldly said, "This is what the commander told you. Listen to this." Huyen Kung was startled and asked, "What did the commander say?" Trui Quang replied, "Huyen Tu, you've done an excellent job, so don't worry too much." Huyen Kung nodded and said,
However, I made too many mistakes. I was too careless and caused trouble for him. My mission has failed.
Suddenly, Fa Thien appeared and loudly called out.
Huyen Tu, don't blame yourself like that. Seeing Fa Thien, he immediately said, Commander.
Tri Quang then said, I have already conveyed what the commander said to Huyen Tu. Fa Thien smiled and replied, I feel it will help Huyen Tu feel more at ease if I speak directly to him. Commander, Huyen Tu? He replied, Yes, Fa Thien continued. You have done very well. Huyen Kung thought sadly, I have completely failed this mission, but the commander did not scold me and even encouraged me like this. Indeed, he is truly kind and always forgiving to his subordinates. I only feel grateful to him. Huyen Kung choked back tears and said, Please forgive all the mistakes I have made. I failed this mission, but seeing that, Po Tian immediately interrupted. No, what you have done is already good enough. So Quan is a disciple I trust, and I would say this is a sign of softness. The martial world is about speed, Tri Quang is straightforward, and Huyen Tu is a presence. Everyone has their own strengths. Even if you can't always reveal yourself in front of everyone, you're always there when it matters. Troi Quang smiled and replied, That is a trustworthy presence. The martial world gently said, Even if you're a bit cold, Huyen Tu Quan laughed softly. I really like that about you. Fa Thien chuckled and said, Everyone understands you, so there's no need to blame yourself. You did very well with that. Huyen Kung choked up with emotion upon hearing those words. Seeing that, Trui Quang teased him, Are you turning that way to cry again? Tiu Quan chimed in, He's really crying. Huyen Kung was crying and pretending, saying, I am not crying. The scene shifts to Tu Ven still questioning. So, what was the cause of the deaths of the nearly 3 people here? The other party hesitated and replied that they couldn't find anything in their investigation, only that everyone died as if it were very natural. Tu Van was stunned and said, What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Are you saying that nearly 3,000 people died suddenly? The coroner tremblingly replied, I found no internal or external injuries during the investigation and cannot explain what caused it. That night's scene shifts to Fa Thien holding his sword, emitting a dazzling and powerful light. The assassins stare in shock and ask each other, What is that light? So Fa Thien moved stealthily among the assassins, fighting Fa Thien while saying, I bet they still can't detect my presence, even with all that commotion, Thien Ma smugly replied. Of course, that's a difference in strength. That's fine too. What do you mean by that? Fa Thien coldly said, I will kill them all and they won't feel anything, just keep attacking with powerful techniques. Thien Ma's sword technique, the Ba Fa Thien Ma Huang, quickly slices through many enemies as he swiftly moves past, defeating each one, and all they see are flashes of light. Fa Thien strikes a killer so fast he can't react, only managing to cry out. Oh, just like that, he was defeated. Fa Thien wiped out over 3,000 assassins in an instant, standing heroically alone on the pile of corpses. Thien Ma saw this and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Fa Thien, you're really impressive. Heavenly Demon sensed the brutality in each sword stroke. Heavenly Demon exerts his aura. Huilang hesitated and asked, Is this the matter of the disciple? Po Thien firmly ordered to stop and return, and Tu Van, worried, could hardly understand even if he wanted to listen. After finishing, she turned and said, I'm leaving now. The coroner replied, Yes, but she stopped and asked, Do you see Tu Vu among them? The coroner replied, Yes, there are too many bodies. I haven't finished examining them all. All right, let me know if there's anything else. I suspect that Tu Vu didn't die. The martial arts tournament is coming soon. Tu Van pondered deeply. If he died, he might have to delay the tournament a bit to find someone else to participate. Everything he did couldn't be ruined because of this. And the new day has come under the blue sky, with the next competition taking place amid thunderous cheers. The fighters filled the stands, all discussing the shocking massacre from the night before. Even if the sects try to cover up the information, they can't hide such a shocking event. A spectator suddenly said, Man, well, that's definitely something no one expected. But the higher-ups of the sword sect wanted to hide the information more. The more the incident spread uncontrollably. However, it was also quite strange that Ngoc Thien Feng almost showed no sign of worry at all. She remains very calm, showing the excellent demeanor of a leader. Tu Van, beautiful and elegant, steps in with a noble and dignified manner. Ngoc Thien Feng's beauty that day made Lu forget everything at the martial arts tournament, and it continued as if nothing had happened. Seeing that, Fa Thien frowned and simply walked out as if nothing was wrong. She really handles everything quite well, truly a formidable woman. Suddenly, Hach Lien turned to ask Fa Thien,
There are many rumors that some martial artists have died suddenly without understanding what happened to them. Fa Thian replied, yes, that is indeed true. Even their sword sect has yet to figure it out.
Hachlian agrees. Yes, it is indeed mysterious. The heavenly demon next to him said, you really are ruthless.
They all want to find out what happened but can't.
Seeing that heavenly demon kept complaining helplessly. All right then, heavenly demon, stop talking. Seeing so many people, Po Thien sighed. Today truly has too many people. Hach Lien replied, we can observe everything happening in the arena from this area. Fa Thien says, the complicated events today haven't even started yet. Hach Lien replies, yes, that's true.
With so many martial arts heroes gathered here, it's only going to get more chaotic.
Fa Thien closed his eyes in contemplation. After what happened last night, he definitely didn't want to stand out even a little among this crowd. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, well then, let's see what the people from the martial arts guild will do. Then he saw someone appear, who seemed to be from the Northern Sword Sect, looking quite annoyed to be sitting here. Fa Thien was surprised.
Oh my, the audience is watching the battle when suddenly a large sword appears, and Lin Tran loudly declares the martial arts tournament officially open. Everyone cheers excitedly. Go fight!
Lin Tran loudly announced, this martial contest will be won by whoever consecutively defeats all opponents on the stage. He then turned and said, you will preside over this grand event, Tian Ya and Bang Ho. Lin Chan sighed and thought, well, even though I don't like them, there's no other choice since the leader isn't here. Then Lin Chan suddenly looked at Fa Thien and loudly said, isn't that Master Nguyen Von? Fa Thien was startled and panic-stricken. All eyes turned to him. And at this moment, he could only stand awkwardly. The two spectators looked at each other in confusion and asked, who is Master Van? Then Lin Chan approached Fa Thien and Hach Lien, who were sitting. Seeing that, Lin Chan quickly said loudly, why don't you move to another seat quickly? He shyly replied, it's because our group, Du Ka Dong, is like that. Seeing that, Lin Tran quickly replied, it's okay. It's just a matter of finding another seat. Fa Thien awkwardly said, now that it's settled, the Fa Thien group moves to another place to sit. Fa Thien sighed, thinking it's true I didn't want to pay attention, but in the end I just couldn't avoid it. Then he said, oh, I can't sit here and enjoy watching the fighters compete. Seeing that, Tu Van wondered why the old man Kulin Trun called that young man a hero and invited him to the important seat. Who could he be? Lin Trun approached Fa Thien and said, Master Van, you can leave this stage if you wish. He replied, just leave me be. The old man turned around and loudly announced, today I introduce to the martial world a person. This is the jade-faced divine dragon, one of the young talents holding a position in the 5 celestial martial world. Everyone was surprised. The 5 great martial arts of the world, the jade-faced divine dragon. When was the last time I saw him? Tu Van was stunned. So the young talented person in the martial world rumors is the jade-faced divine dragon? Everyone cheers. Oh my God, the jade-faced divine dragon. Fa Thien, upon hearing that, just wanted to vanish into thin air. Trui Quang was just as stunned. You couldn't have guessed that the Supreme Lord has such fame in the martial world. Has he been hiding it all this time? Hach Lien is proud that righteous martial arts figures always look forward to meeting heroes. The title of great hero is always admired. Although there are many talented people in the martial world, the jade-faced divine dragon is still favored by everyone. Lin Trun continued. The most renowned person in this martial arts gathering who is entrusted with the main responsibility is simply natural. Here, Master Van is the most famous. Fa Thien Ngung, although a bit shy, has already come up here to see what happens next. If you think it's okay, then go ahead. Lin Trun loudly announced that the host of today's martial arts competition would be the great hero, Ongak Dien Tan Long, to break through Tien Suong. Thank you. The people sitting next to him teased each other. Ha ha, as expected of a famous hero. So everything has been arranged smoothly to some extent. Then, the chief steward of the Southern Saber sect stepped forward to open this martial arts competition. Yu Tam loudly announced, all martial artists, please come up to the arena, while Fa Thien was in a difficult situation. Next time, you must come to our branch for sure. Lin Chan, sitting nearby, replied, all right, he has many things to do. Don't bother him anymore. The match hasn't started yet when a chubby person steps forward. Yu Tam looks and says, since you're here, introduce yourself. He replied, I am the leader of the Heavenly Cuttlefish Gang. The stands erupted in cheers. Oh my God, this match is going to be intense, with the army commander stepping onto the stage. and judging by Lord Thien Huangok Feng's expression, he's quite surprised. Tu Van frowns and thinks, all right, you can go on stage, but do you think we have no countermeasures against people like you? Lin Tran looks at him and says, it's true that strong martial artists appeared from the very first match. This fight will end quickly. Fa Tian asked curiously if he was that strong, and the old man replied that indeed, in Shandong he was known as a great hero, and only a few talented martial artists could match him. Suddenly, someone appeared and defeated him in the blink of an eye, Lin Chan exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe it. Ngok Kailin was stunned and said, what the hell? How can that scholar-looking guy be so fast and win? The strange weapon looked like a metal whip, right? Then he was taken away. Yu Tam asked what your title was, and the other replied, I am the first of the complete truth sect, Tian Breaker, looking seriously at the person in front of me. If you can defeat a powerful enemy like the army, then you are not an ordinary person. Although he looks like a scholar, his internal energy is truly formidable and cannot be underestimated. Yu Tam shouted loudly, if no one else steps forward for the duel, Senior So Yu is the winner. After finishing, 2 arms raised and said, I'll join in. They looked at each other and raised their hands at the same time. Seeing that, Yu Tam asked, so who will go on stage first? Does anyone want to let you go first? Ah, Tian Yak pondered silently. Who will go on stage first? The one who goes first will have to fight more, so their power will diminish. Someone immediately responded, I will go first. Yu Tam asked, what is your name? That is the great blood dragon demon Lord Ning. And then you defeated him in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned and confused. Did you win? And on top of that, he's also a master of deadly techniques. Nin, the blood dragon demon marquis, one of the 4 dragons of the martial world. Seeing that, Fa Tian asked, is that person very famous? Lin Chan replied, yes, he is quite renowned. His most prominent martial art is his deadly technique. He continued, among the 4 dragons, there is also Flying Dragon Cloud from Shaolin, Ningahitian, and White Dragon Marshal, who are the 2 main factions, while Dao Blood Dragon Demon Lord Nin and another person are rarely heard of. Fa Tian Ten said, that Dao Huit Lung Mahaunin has quite a powerful poison technique. Let's see how it unfolds. Seeing Fa Tian keep judging, Dao Nyut immediately provoked. You've been watching from the sidelines for a while now, so if you're just here to observe, just stay silent and don't get involved. Seeing that, Fa Tian replied, what did you say? Dao Huit challenged. I said you are the jade-faced divine dragon. Annoyed, Troy Quang was about to rush forward when that guy stopped him and said, all right. He sneered, I only believe what I see. I will never fear your dominance. Hao Ning immediately blocked Dao Nyut. Why are you looking elsewhere when we still have a duel? If you want to challenge him, step through me first. Dagger One replied coldly, 3 dragons. Hao Ning was confused and didn't understand what he was saying. Suddenly, Dao Nyut Nyu transformed into a beast and charged at Hao Ning, saying, from now on in the martial world, there will be no more 4 dragons, only 3 dragons, and you will be the one to lose that title. He kicked Hao Ning away, who froze for a moment before flying back. He proudly said, death-seizing sword, Diem Hua's fate burns Hao Ning in an instant. Fa Tian and those around him were all stunned by the scene. Hao Ning, burning with rage, calmly sheathed his sword, and he said with satisfaction, as I said, now there are only 3 dragons. He turned around and challenged, do any more want to step onto the stage? Fine, then it's that person. He sneered and looked at the heavenly dragon with a mocking smile. Fa Tian crossed his arms and calmly said, this martial arts tournament has its rules. I never declared I was participating. You haven't even revealed your identity yet, and you've already killed someone at this tournament. This place is under the control of the Southern Sword Sect, so your actions show you don't respect the Sword Sect at all. Dao Nyut was stunned and didn't know what to say, then suddenly shouted, that's really amazing! Your words are truly unmatched. When I attacked, that blood dragon was the one who held a sword to my neck first. He made a gesture as if tightening a noose around his neck and said, the fight is between 2 people who are prepared mentally. It's not a sneaky or cowardly attack at all. He turned to the steward and asked, am I wrong about what I said, steward? The chief steward immediately said, what you said is true. Now state your name. He then sneered and said, the 3 dragons of the martial world have taken the life of fire dragon Zhang Dao Nyut. All right. I've announced my name. Jade-faced divine dragon. Whatever you have, come up here and fight me. He smugly said, let's see if you can live up to the rumors. The others gathered around and whispered, that guy has really gone crazy. Didn't he hear that the jade-faced divine dragon is the most influential person at this Dong Grand Assembly? Facing him is no different than challenging a martial arts master from our martial world. Fa Thiên thought for a moment and then agreed. All right, let's bet on a match. Everyone cheered loudly after hearing that. Wow, that's impressive. A martial arts match with a triple dragon? The jade-faced divine dragon and the fire dragon duel are exactly what everyone is looking forward to. Before the match begins, Dao Nyut is reading something on a piece of paper. Can one night kill 600 guards? More than 3,000 people died naturally and no one knows the cause. Tu Van said these cases still can't be investigated to find the culprit. After reading, he clenched his teeth and growled, so my plan to control the Southern Sword Sect has someone come to ruin it. This can't be left alone. For now, let's just leave it and wait until the martial arts tournament is over. Then I will gradually investigate that terrible culprit. His face hardened as he muttered to himself. What I do in Nam Dao Min is too much. When the time comes to reap the rewards, I can't let someone else come and steal the credit. Today, your reputation as the jade-faced god is the greatest here. I must bring down your reputation. He closed his eyes and continued to think. Everyone in Nam Dao Min listens to you, so you are indirectly affecting my plans. Therefore, if I can kill you here, the unification of Nam Dao Min will take a big step forward. He glances with fighting spirit. If I can do that, my reputation will be even greater. This is exactly what I need. Yutam waved his hand and shouted, All right then, Master Van, please step into the arena. Fa Thienbong laughed loudly. I did say we'd fight a battle, but I never said I'd fight myself, did I? Yutam also stood there, stammering in surprise. Yes. One slash shouts, What are you trying to do? And Fa Thien puts his hand on Trui Quang's shoulder and says, This battle is yours to fight. Trui Quang turned with a sweat-streaked face and shouted, Captain, I'm the one stepping into the arena with the first sword. He went crazy and cursed. You've underestimated me too much, divine dragon of the jade face. Someone like you I still keep in sight, but your subordinates I don't even bother with. Fa Thien whispered below, Just go fight him and forget what he says. Trui Quang had to obey. Yes, Commander. In the previous development, Trui Quang asked in surprise. Are you serious? You mean your subordinate will go up there to fight him? Fa Thien calmly said. Huyen Tu is still injured. Vu Lan is a girl, and this person is the one Thien Huang Ngok Fung prepared for the upcoming grand meeting. So take this opportunity to defeat him and break her plan to seize the South Dagger sect. He opened his mouth in shock. Are you serious? He continued to explain. So, you see, she had no feelings of worry or fear at all during this entire tournament. I think that's how it is because she knows that the fate-stealing fire dragon will definitely win the martial arts tournament. I have been thinking for a long time about why she hid the fact that we massacred her people last night. There can only be one reason. Trui Quang's continuation means that the next leader of Nam Dao Min has already been prepared by her. In this tournament, she will gain prestige among the martial world peers and then declare her victory. That's what he means. That's right. He also said, I'm sure her people participating in the competition are all top-tier experts. At that point, he will win the tournament and gain the support of a martial arts hero. Trui Quang added, so through the ritual duel and public recognition, she will quietly take over the Nam Dao Min in an honorable way. When that bastard claims the fire dragon's fate and challenges me as if he's already sure of victory, her expression has changed and it's clear she's eagerly awaiting that moment. Trui Quang asked, so you mean he will unify the Southern Dagger sect instead of her? The master truly has keen eyes and excellent judgment. Fa Thien warned that now I understand her plan. So whether you can break it depends on your challenge on the arena, Trui Quang. He replied, yes. Yutam outside calls out, Hey, pay attention. I hesitantly asked, what's the matter? He approached and said, you need to introduce yourself. When you step in for young Master Van so everyone knows who you are. The boy stammered, what name? At this moment, Trui Quang was worried, his face beaded with sweat. Oh my God, you turned around to ask for help from Fa Thien. Now, my lord, what title should I take? He whispered. Take the title I mentioned, and you'll just nod and answer. Ah, yes, your worried face kept saying the greatest of all worries. Yutam didn't hear anything, so he asked again. What do you mean? Say it louder. Trui Quang took a breath and shouted, I am the #1 villain in the arena, Trui Quang. Everyone in the stand suddenly paused, but then everyone cheered. It sounded really good. Surely he had already been given that title. This is so fun, Fa Thien muttered. I really am doomed. He used to handle things smoothly in the past, but now that he's on stage, he seems quite flustered. Yet, just by saying that title, he's already enough to make his opponent nervous. In the future, I need to teach him some proper manners. Yutam stepped forward and said, All right, I've understood. That's just a formality. Now you two can start your match. Trui Quang replies, All right, thank you. The loud gong signaling the start of the match rang out. Tuvan sat high above, secretly pleased. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck that the jade-masked god-beast didn't step onto the stage. If I am so confident, then young Master Zhang will surely win this match. Dao Nyut frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Tri Quang quietly thought to himself, "Looks like he really has some connection to that Thien Huang Ngok Feng." He silently reflected that as soon as he stepped onto the stage, her expression changed immediately. He smiled and prepared to fight. "All right, I just need to show some real strength this time." Suddenly, he secretly rejoiced. If he won here, he would gain some fame and strengthen the reputation of the Lord. How could I fail in such an important matter? Dao Nyut looked at your face and saw it was covered in sweat. Tri Quang thought to himself, he seems a bit panicked when he sees my confidence and hears me reveal my title. Today, your plan to unify the Southern Sword Sect will be completely shattered by me, Tri Quang. Po Tian is also eager to join from behind. All right, then, keep provoking each other, drawing more attention from the martial arts community. Tuvan suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Young Master Trung, why are you so unconfident when facing that subordinate? Dao Nyut was worried now. How does that bastard have a title similar to my master's? How does the jade-scaled divine dragon know about his title and existence? He grabs his sword, ready to attack. If they discover the existence of the master, he cannot be underestimated. He hurriedly urges himself, I need to win this battle quickly and report back to him. Time is precious. I can't delay any longer. Dao Nyut drew his sword and charged forward, shouting. All right then. Tri Quang still stood calmly watching and said, Oh. He charges forward with confidence. You're just a subordinate of the jade-faced divine dragon. How can you withstand my power? He uses the Deathfire divine technique to strike and says, Prepare to die if you come on stage with me. A loud explosion and crimson flames soar into the sky. Dao Nyut land on the ground and confidently said, just as I expected. But he suddenly stopped speaking, probably unable to withstand the pressure. Out of the dissipating smoke, Tri Quang still stands tall there. Then he laughs and says, All right, it's my turn to show what I've got. Tri Quang erupts with a fierce attack. Dao Nyut also charged forward, saying, Don't think you will beat me. He and Tri Quang rushed towards each other. But as he approached, he couldn't see Tri Quang anywhere. He shouted, Where the hell are you? Tri Quang peeked out from behind and said, Here. Then he punched him square in the face from behind, followed by a shove that sent him flying forward. His face battered and bruised, he looked up at the boy, trembling as he struggled to get up, thinking, how could he still be recognized by everyone after being beaten like this? It can't be like this. He painfully thought that guy was truly a master. His eyes narrowed as he forced himself to stand up again, thinking that maybe he only needed to use that martial art to deal with him. He hesitated for a moment, but then remembered that no one here recognized that technique, so there was no point in thinking anymore. After all, no one had used this move in thousands of years. Tian Mo appeared and said, Look at that swordsmanship. I didn't expect that move to still be passed down. Dao Nyut planted his sword upright, surrounded it with a purple aura, and asked Tian Mo, So you know that strange sword technique? Why are you so interested in it? Tian Ma explained that in my previous era, not long after I founded the Heavenly Demon Sect, there was a sect that used that sword technique. He turned to ask him, So do you still remember that sect? Tian Ma replied, It seems to be the blood demon. He eagerly explained, The sword technique is not full of evil energy and has immense power. This sword break is quite formidable. I also keep some caution. I then said, Oh, I see. I have something I want to ask you. He answered, Yes. Fa Thian then asked, So why was the Blood Demon sect destroyed? Isn't that sword technique very powerful? Demon Lord Tian then explained, It's nothing special. They used that sword technique to try to kill me, so I just eliminated them. He said helplessly, I see, but inside he thought, They are truly crazy. Break the sky and go closer. Whispering to Tri Quang, Use the Blood Demon sect to provoke him. He replied, Yes, that's the one. The divine understands, and you also advise to be cautious of that sword technique of his, Thien Ma. He said so himself, so you should follow that. Yes, I will pay attention. Tri Quang frowned, thinking that if Thien Ma said so, then this sword move must be definitely special. But if you say you can defeat the Blood Demon sect, I think that sword technique is just average, so why do you need the Mad Demon Lord to be cautious? He added, Their swordsmanship is extremely fierce. They are true experts, and if they still exist, they would definitely threaten the survival of our Heavenly Demon sect. All right, I understand now that the name of that sect is our nemesis. He continued, That's right, they named it almost to wipe us out. He then asked again, but regardless, they have been destroyed, so I don't understand why that sword technique is still being passed down now.
Tianmo shouted in anger. I don't know about that, you keep shouting, but from what I see, it's one of the 3 great demonic arts of the Blood Demon sect. You've already seen it. As for its power, you'll find out yourself. Dao Nyat is still channeling energy into the sword in front of him. He raised his sword to perform the Blood Demon sword technique. The spectators in the stands whispered to each other, that sword move looks so strange. It's like a curtain of bones. And the fire dragon who took his life doesn't understand where he learned that move from. A purple mist gradually spreads out, and his sword pierces through the purple fog, followed by dozens of strikes continuously stabbing through the mist. Trui Quang looked at him in the smoke and said, I find it uncomfortable to see you hiding in that fog. He then began to analyze. It looks somewhat similar to our sect's dark sword technique, but the way it's executed is more complex. He has completely hidden himself in that fog, so it's impossible to guess what sword technique he's using. But I still rush forward and shout, you will be completely destroyed by me. Don't think you're safe in there. You really chose the wrong path by rushing into the danger. Now you're just heading straight for defeat. Trui Quang stands proudly in the midst of the purple smoke surrounding him. He raises his hand and thinks, this black mist has helped you hide inside here. But now that I've entered and approached you, all your efforts will have been for nothing. Dao Nyat looked at you and thought your aura was mighty, but not enough. Trui Quang shouted, you can't keep hiding in there forever. You bastard disciple of the Blood Demon sect! Dao Nyat gritted his teeth and thought, how dare you speak of our sect like that? Then he swung his sword while shouting, all right, take this Blood Demon sword clash, you bastard. Trui Quang smirked slightly and said, oh, so you've revealed yourself. Then suddenly froze as he saw something. What? Trui Quang's hand is attacking him. I was just waiting for the moment you revealed yourself. Her hand blocks the strike of his sword. Yutam comments they have reappeared on the arena. The fire-destroying Hualong technique has been broken, with the sword stopping right at Trui Quang's fingertip. Du Kovu correctly notes that Trui Quang has improved compared to before, even against experts like the Blood Demon Blade, yet he can easily dispel that sword technique. That was a well-crafted attack with sharp observation skills. Trui Quang now like a giant holding Dao Nyat's sword, and that also shows the true difference in strength between the two sides. Dao Nyat thought in disappointment, how could it be broken by the sword technique my master passed down to me? This guy's not even human, is he? Trui Quang whispered. It's not over yet, take these moves of mine. He kept attacking Dao Nyat, who couldn't defend and could only take the hits. Trui Quang angrily raised his fist and said, this is for my teammate. A punch from you strikes down and shakes the arena floor, dirt and debris flying everywhere. Your hand also bruised and scratched. Everyone in the stands is stunned. Tu Van was so shocked and terrified that he collapsed unconscious on the arena floor, unable to utter a word. You 3 are the best. Is there anyone else who wants to step up for a fight? Everyone thinks that guy is so powerful. Who else would dare to come up now? A girl praised him, saying he was truly powerful. Everyone in the stands burst into cheers. That's amazing. Truly wonderful. Everyone is praising Trui Quang. Praising Trui Quang. Amazing. Standing in the stands and proud of yourself. Finally getting a bit of the lively atmosphere here. Suddenly, I hear a voice behind you saying, you did well. Po Tian stepped onto the arena to praise you. Trui Quang silently thought, before being in the treasure vault, I never imagined I could find such happiness and freedom. This is something I must thank my lord for. You respectfully said thank you. At this moment, the golden bell is also brought out. The bell rings 5 times, and the martial arts tournament officially ends amid everyone's cheers. Oh, long live the sword of the men. Long live the sword of the men. The appearance of the top figure among the best, surpassing all others, unexpectedly heralds the rise of a new, peerless master. Some whisper in admiration, but since my subordinates are already so formidable, I wonder how much more powerful the jade-faced divine dragon can really be. Up on the high platform, Tu Van has witnessed everything. I can't believe my eyes, this is unbelievable. At that moment, Lin Tran calmly stepped forward amid the cheers around him. Long live the Southern Dagger Sect, long live, long live, long live. I hereby declare that you are the champion of this martial arts tournament, the hero who outshines 10,000 others on the stage of glory. Lin Trun confidently announced his official appointment as the young leader of the sect and the next generation sect master, hoping that all martial arts peers present would bear witness. As he finished speaking, the crowd once again cheered. Long live the new leader of the Southern Dagger Sect. Long live Trui Quang. Trui Quang was pleased, enjoying the cheers around him. Still, even if it was the order of the clan leader, the fact that I had to take on such an important responsibility in Central Plains so soon was surprising. While he was happily waving to everyone, Lin Tran continued and said that at this very hour tomorrow,
the wedding of Miss Tian Ngokfeng, the disciple of the Demon Lord, and Grandmaster Dam Dai Trui Quang would be held with great ceremony, shocking Trui Quang so much he nearly spat out his drink. Huh? He looked at Fa Tian in panic.
Getting married, Lord? You're not seriously telling me I have to get married, are you? Seeing him put on a face like he's watching a show, there's nothing I can do. You've already participated in the martial arts conference and won. What else can I do?
This time Trui Quang was truly frightened. What? How can I be with that wicked woman? No, no way. Fa Tian seriously threatened him. The water has been spilled. How can it be poured back? Are you trying to disobey my orders? At this point, Trui Quang knows he has no way out. How is that possible? My subordinate had no choice but to obey the order, and a mournful cry escaped from his heart. I'm doomed. That night at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Tu Ven sat in front of the dressing table, extremely panicked, having taken the life of Hualong Trong Daonyat, known as the second disciple of the master, yet he was killed by an unknown minor who didn't belong to the 5 great sects. What happened today was beyond Tu Van's expectations. No martial arts in Trung Nguyen could break the 3 great demonic techniques of our sect. That was the master's constant warning, and even though Trong Daonyat hadn't fully mastered those skills, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. After reconsidering the situation, the reason our sect has delayed its assault on the martial world all this time is due to the Elder's ban. As long as the Heavenly Demon sect exists in the martial world, we must hide and wait for the right moment. It turns out that not only the Heavenly Demon sect is a force we need to be aware of. The more Tu Van thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. All right, since it's already happened, leaving it as is no different from offering the tempting prey of Nam Dao Min to others. I silently resolved to stop this from happening. At this moment, Fa Tian is sitting and cultivating under a tree at the Nam Dao Min villa, while Fa Tian is also troubled by a problem. Who are they? Are they really the descendants of Blood Demon Heaven? Then he suddenly spoke. Do you think the Fire Dragon Fate Thief would be powerful if he mastered all 3 great demonic arts? If he masters the Blood Demon Sword technique, he would at least reach the realm of Invisible Sword Aura. Po Tian continued. What if he masters all 3 great demonic arts? He gave up on that question. I don't know. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so how could I know? Still, Tianma didn't feel too worried, but based on my guess, our Tianma sect's martial arts are not inferior. Suddenly, he remembered something. So what? According to Tian Ngok-fung, there seems to be a grandmaster behind everything. He could be a tough opponent. Hearing that, Tianma suddenly became excited. Why wait until then? Maybe we should go deal with that Tian Huang Ngok-fung right now. But this idea was immediately rejected by Fa Tian back. Tian Huang Ngok-fung is the wife of the leader of Nam Dao Min. Abandoning her now without marrying her also means giving up Nam Dao Min. He gives a knowing smile and says, Look further ahead. Fa Tian reviews the major figures in the martial world, including the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Martial Arts Alliance, the Demon Path League, the 4 Blood Sects, the Heavenly Imperial Palace, the North Sea Ice Palace, Than Hai, and the 4 Kings City. Then he drew a conclusion that hidden forces are even more terrifying than those that have revealed themselves. First, make them all reveal themselves. That is the main goal of Fa Tian. And when the time is right, we will eliminate Blood Demon Heaven, but Heavenly Demon still feels dissatisfied. I don't understand. With our current strength, we can totally compete with those guys. Why take such a difficult detour? I really don't understand. You patiently explain it to him. Heavenly Demon, my current power is nothing. A force 10 times stronger, losing even a few small battles would weaken me gradually. Destroyer has prepared for many scenarios, and just one devastating defeat in a major battle could cost me everything. He silently gazed into the distance ahead, and I understood that deeply. Tianma remained silent after hearing that. He knows well what you've been through, even if it was a past failure. A part of you still remains tied to that defeat. Heavenly Demon silently thought, however, it is precisely because of that you are more special than anyone else in the martial world. At this moment, Destroy Heaven suddenly turned to the side. Hey Hu Nang, you've been so quiet lately. Is something wrong? Hu Nang still maintains a serious demeanor. The wordless scripture is not the time for me to speak now, disciple. The Void Sutra means that the Buddha's teachings are transmitted directly from mind to mind, without the need for words or characters. She appears mysterious, but when the time comes, I will tell the disciple. Seeing that, he didn't say much either. All right, I understand. Time has flown by, and the wedding day of the Demon Lord and Tian Huang Ngok-fung has arrived. Inside the grand hall, guests are happily chatting and laughing with each other. At this moment, Ut Tom suddenly spoke up, saying, The wedding will be a private event. Please enjoy the banquet freely. This announcement surprised a few people. What? Are we the only ones invited to this wedding? But some people couldn't care less. It doesn't matter, just forget it.
as long as we eat and drink to our fill. Half an hour later, after 2 hours had passed, people here started to get impatient.
Head steward, when will the wedding finally begin? The person who just spoke is the elder of the Five Lotus Society, the head of the Bang family from Baek Bang Sun, known as the Bang Tiger. As he finished speaking, Yusan hurried over, looking somewhat awkward. The sect leader said the person is unwell and can't attend. Bang Ho felt like he was hearing a joke. What? The daughter getting married can't even attend. Younger third stammered and added that, yes, the young lady said she wasn't ready yet, so everyone should wait a little longer. As expected, Tian-O immediately flew into a rage. Hey, we've invited guests to dine. What kind of business is this? We are all representatives of the Martial World Alliance here, you know? Doing this is no different from disrespecting the Martial World Alliance. Yutam was trembling in fear of their intimidating presence. Here's what happened. At that moment, Po Thayan spoke up and interrupted, "Can I say a few words?" Seeing him, everyone there became a bit cautious. Fa Thien stepped forward and said, "I may be just an unknown person, but you all are distinguished guests of the Martial World Alliance, and this treatment is unacceptable. I am using my position to pressure you, and my subordinates are about to become the young vice leader, so I feel very uncomfortable with how you are treating us." Actually, Fa Tien was a bit anxious too. Are you planning to keep playing tricks forever? Tin Huang Ngak Fung. If you keep hesitating like that, things won't go the way you want. At a tense moment, Lin Chan suddenly stepped forward. Sorry, especially to Master Van, Young Master Tu, and Lord Bang, I truly don't know what more to say. The old man bowed his head in embarrassment and said, I apologize for the explanation. The leader has been in seclusion for a long time, so even I have never met him, and Fa Thien was not surprised by this news. As expected, I had predicted this, but Bang Hu and Thien O were both utterly shocked, and the ninth elder hadn't seen the Lord for a long time. What is going on? Now even Ling Zhen doesn't know how to handle this situation. I really don't know what else to say, so I will personally go meet Miss Tian Huang Ngak Feng to get to the bottom of this. It's not necessary because I am here now. Sorry for the delay. Please forgive my lateness, esteemed guests, and I hope for your understanding. Fa Thien angrily questioned, what is the attitude when this wedding has already been announced and decided by your gang? Also, why does the lady's outfit not look like someone about to get married? He angrily asked, could it be that the deliberate delay was part of some other plan? Tu Van was confused. Ngak Dien Tan Long, the true manipulator of this place, while Fa Thien continued to attack, and I had decided to succeed the position without the direct approval of the Bangchu. I couldn't accept that. If it wasn't the Bangchu's direct choice, then the outcome could be reversed at any moment. Nga do dự phân trận dùng lỗ chuyện giờ. Ta đã xin phép phụ thần rồi. Anh lập tức phang dội, không dễ Fa Thien ập chê. I want to hear directly from the boss, not from you. You're not the male dagger gang leader. By the way, yes, whether it's the adopted daughter or the head of the gang, neither is the boss. Tian-O agrees, the hero is right. In this unfavorable situation, Tu Van can only swallow his anger. Currently, with Fa Thien's firm stance and the support of other experts, Thien Huang Ngak Feng plans to stall a little longer but has no choice but to retreat, her mind tangled like a ball of yarn. Damn it, I'm waiting for reinforcements from my side, so why has there been no contact yet? The person opposite him smirked cunningly, thinking there was no way to contact. Fa Thien recalled that last night, Thien Huang Ngak Feng had sent a letter to Huyet Ma Tien via carrier pigeon, reporting the current situation and requesting aid. He quietly watched the direction the messenger pigeon was flying. Tu Van thought he had planned everything carefully, but Fa Thien had anticipated this, so the letter could not leave Nam Dao. He secretly snatched the dove and destroyed the letter, returning to the wedding scene. Fa Thien suspected, could it be Miss? Has something happened to the sect leader? He also began to suspect, could it be that Tian-O also agreed, and Tien Tuan, seeing the situation unfavorable, worriedly called the young master. She cursed herself 1,000 times inside. Damn it! Damn it! But quickly calmed herself and looked for a way to cover it up. Could that really happen? The hero is joking too much. Tu Van explained, I have no choice but to personally take the two of them to see their father. I instructed that only young Master Dam and young Master Van are allowed to meet him. The others, please forgive us. Wait here. Tu Van reluctantly led them inside. Trui Quang whispered, Your Majesty, it seems she's quite upset. He chuckled softly, of course. Fa Thien's eyes flashed as if everything was under control. He thought to himself, they want to swallow Nam Dao Min through official means via a match. If that's the case, I will also use official methods to free the sect leader.
A few minutes later, the two of them saw the sect leader as expected, excited as the ocean meeting the number one person of the 5 great sects. Truly an honor. Fa Thian humbly said, "You are too kind, but you are actually the role model for the younger generation, because you have lived your whole life for justice." Though pleased by the praise, he remained modest.
What junior? I really feel embarrassed. In terms of seniority, you are even more than me. I dare not accept the first place. On the surface, it seems that way, but deep down I feel like Hai regrets not being able to show anything when meeting a benefactor who can dispel the clouds for the sect. He was startled by a ringing sound in his head. "Boss, don't show anything, just listen." He expressed his doubt. "So, my subordinate has won this time. Do you really want to marry his daughter?" Meanwhile, Fa Thian used the Luong Yi distraction technique to speak privately. "I know your situation well."
He silently suggested, "If you want to call for my help, just cough twice, and at the same time, publicly break the flattering sky technique, showing everyone that the boss truly has extraordinary strength."
Rao Hai wondered, is this a dream or reality, and hesitated before saying, "Well, your subordinate looks truly extraordinary." He wondered silently, could it be that the 5 great sects are trying to help me? As Hai hesitated, because once a decision is made, it could change the current situation of the sect. Finally, tears of joy streamed down. "How long have I been waiting for this moment?" Ali looks confused and asks why father is crying. The old man replies that he is moved because his daughter is about to be married.
Is this old man crazy? What nonsense is he talking about?
At the same time, Nu Hai signaled, thinking to himself, coughing twice. After finishing, he changed the subject. "Is it about the lamp? I hope you can look after my daughter in the future. I worry I may not have the ability to guide Nam Jiao Min. So could I ask for your help regularly later on?" Fa Thian secretly vows to the boss that I will end everything, and quietly asks for a promise, that you must agree to one condition. Nu Hai quietly agrees, whatever the young master says. He confidently said, "What is there I can't do for you? Just say it, we're family after all, right, young master? As the young leader of the Southern Dagger sect, I can also entrust you with my life. Don't worry, I am satisfied. Thank you, I understand. Let me give you a brief introduction. The Lion Saber King is the current leader of the South Dagger sect and a peerless swordsman who once swept through Jiangnan. Back then, his majestic and formidable presence was truly that of a real lion. But now that spirit has vanished without a trace, as if Hai is currently being harmed by his own disciple and adopted daughter, yet he still struggles to hold on to life, waiting for the right moment to take revenge. Is your case because you were poisoned with a deadly toxin? At first glance, it seems so. But it must be confirmed that there are no other hidden motives, and it's simply because you are heartbroken to see the Nam Dao Min you dedicated your life to build become a sacrifice for a group of people in just one day. He is trying to cling to a humble life, surviving day by day in hell. Tran Nu Hai only wishes to protect the honor of Nam Jiao Min and pass on the throne to a trustworthy person. Nu Hai's wish is like that, but how easy is it to make it come true? Even he himself doesn't dare to believe that wish will become reality. However, now that he has met Fa Thian, everything has changed. He is like a beacon of hope in Nu Hai's life. Returning to the conversation, Fa Thian expressed how grateful he was to meet and hear him speak directly. All doubts and worries in his heart vanished. He silently promises to return soon and save you, Bao Trong, and he pretends to be indifferent and urges us on. Let's get married now. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, you two just need to get married. And then the wedding ceremony, to hide both sides' ulterior motives, was carried out simply. Everyone secretly understands that no matter what their true relationship is, their status as husband and wife has become an unchangeable fact. A day has passed, and as night falls in Trui Quang and Tu Van's rooms, each person is lost in their own thoughts, because the two of them had to perform the wedding night ceremony. A muttered in frustration, "Damn it, why is it like this?" You remember Fo Thian once told the Demon King, if possible, "Turn Thian Huang Ngok Fung into my person so we can easily gather information about the enemy and take control of Nam Jiao itself. Even though I know I must obey, my lord, having been locked in the secret chamber for so long, just smelling a woman's scent makes my mind become muddled." Watching the distracted figure across from her, Tu Van found it hard to understand. She muttered to herself, "What is it? You look like this but have never been close to a woman?" Tu Van secretly calculated that if this can be exploited well, it might tempt him to join the evil side. Thinking this, she immediately threw herself into his arms. Tu Van pretended to be weak and fragile. "Young master, I can't hold back anymore." General Quang Chui Quang was stunned by the beauty trap and lost his soul when she pressed her fiery kiss onto his lips. Tata silently told herself, "Fine, if it's come to this, then just slip into my dress and let me take advantage of you." Chui Quang was terrified. sweat pouring down his face. Tu Van whispered something into his mouth, and he suddenly understood that she was using the sun-overcoming yin technique. So this was her way of seducing men.
Trui Quang frowned slightly, but you underestimated me. I have been secluded to cultivate for a whole year. Do you think the powerful flow of true energy after all these years I've trained in the heavenly demon secret cave has disappeared?
Trui Quang still let her kiss him, his face flushed and not calming down. Damn it, where else could she go? Everything is gathering inside me. The evil energy flows through the Renmai down to Hui Yin, combining with my true energy and circulating through the Dumai in a cycle of Chu Tian. Suddenly, he clenched Tu Van's arm, regaining some advantage. I will give you more yang energy. Trui Quang took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out, and said, Let's try again this afternoon. He transmitted it from his mouth to Tu Van, who looked a bit startled and widened her eyes. Huh? They hugged and kissed each other for a long time, emitting light throughout the room. The light was so strong that it filled the entire house. The next morning, Fa Tian and the others were all wide-eyed in surprise. You, Trui Quang, now? Tu Van looks at you with a loving gaze. She clings to you without letting go for a second, and you blush as you clear your throat. Who? Fa Tian happily asked. Did it succeed? Trui Quang shyly replied, Yes, sect master. I was fortunate to complete the mission. Tell me the details. He hesitated for a long time before finally managing to say a few words. What is it about that you want to tell?
Basically, the subordinate used the heavenly demon eye you taught him to complete the mission, and since Trui Quang couldn't go into detail, he didn't ask further.
I see so. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Huyen Kung also wished them well.
You've worked hard, Trui Quang. Congratulations on your wedding. You look truly happy. Now let's move somewhere else to continue our conversation.
Yes, Lord. During the meal, Tu Van kept feeding Trui Quang, and everyone else didn't know what to say seeing the two of them like that. You're really enjoying your meal. When Po Tien was scolded for eating, even he felt jealous. Who would have thought he could be so happy? They are truly envious. Volan and the young man both watch with their own questions in mind. Is that the bride of Trui Quang? Huh, how could Trui Quang seduce this enchantress? Could it be because of her face? Po Tien shook his head vigorously to dismiss that silly thought. Now is not the time to think about this. I suddenly remember there's something important I need to do. I have to check if the heavenly demon eye is effective. Hey, Tian Huang Ngakfeng, who am I? Tu Van is now only focused on Trui Quang. She only turns around when someone calls her. She turned to answer in a completely serious tone, saying she is the lord of her husband and also her own lord. Hearing Tu Van's response, they couldn't believe that it was just some kind of illusion or magic.
So it's not because of Trui Quang's face? Fa Tian continued to ask. What organization do you belong to?
What is your rank?
I honestly reply, I am a disciple of the blood demon heaven, the third disciple of the heavenly lord.
Trui Quang, Huyen Kung, and Volan all froze when they heard the words blood demon, heavenly lord, and heavenly demon, and immediately clenched their fists in anger. Indeed, they are still alive. Your rank in Tu Van organization has revealed everything to me, including the two heavenly lords, the two grand lawmasters, the 3 protectors, and 20 elders. You interrogate a lot, as if questioning prisoners, meaning there are 28 more people on you.
How many of you are there in total, and how many are in Trung Nguyen?
Since Tu Van has been hypnotized, she answered very quickly. The sect has about 30,000 members, with 3,000 in Jiangnan and 5,000 in Jiangbei, totaling around 30,000 people. Trui Quang heard the answer and already had his own thoughts.
The Heavenly Demon sect has only about 10,000 people, which is a huge number. How can so many of them infiltrate Central Plain? Tell me about the Great Song Law and the Second Song Law. According to her account, the Great Song Law is the overall commander of the invasion of Central Plain, but I also don't know what kind of person he is because I have never seen his true face. The next person Tu Van mentions is the second Tongfap, who is in charge of Jiangbei. I also don't know where he is or what he looks like. Fa Tin, with a determined look, asked Tu Van the final crucial question. So, I must ask the most important one. What kind of person is the Blood Demon Heavenly Lord? Her eyes are contemplative. The Heavenly Lord is my master, but in the sect he is like a god. In Tu Van's memory, there are a few stones blocking the door, but he has been closed off for 5 years, so I haven't seen him again. My voice slightly lowers, and when I emerge from seclusion, it marks the official start of the invasion of Trung Nguyen. Fa Tin is a bit puzzled. Could it be that the Heavenly Lord secluded himself to cultivate the 3 great demonic arts? The whole room fell into a stifling atmosphere.
Yes, he secluded himself to cultivate the 3 great demonic arts to the highest level if he succeeds. The image of the man with long white hair defeating the young monks appears, suggesting that no one in this world can rival the Heavenly Lord. After the father asked a few questions, Fa Tian also understood implicitly. I understand now, even under the control of the heavenly demon Eye, he still maintains his respect for the Heavenly Lord. That blood demon Heavenly Lord is truly an extraordinary figure. The young man, after hearing the whole story, turned around and said to him with concern, Master Tone, it seems like they are not easy to deal with. Yeah, I need to come up with a new plan. Wulan asked Po Thien to find a solution for the situation. What should we do with her? If we leave her like this, what if the enemy suspects? Tri Quang actually wants to protect Tuvan with all his might, stammering and unable to speak clearly. What are you talking about? Volan, what are you planning to do to Mingok Feng, huh? Fa Thien saw your unusual reaction and asked, what's going on? Has Troi Quang fallen in love? He nervously replied, Tuvan has been watching Troi Quang all this time. It seems love has become part of her blood. Let Tien Huang Ngok Feng be like this. I will heal the inner energy of the Nam Dao Min leader, and then connect with Ngok Feng to maintain the power over the Nam Dao Min. The boy's voice grew a bit deeper, but after all, she still appears to be the wife of the new leader of the Southern Dagger sect. Yeah, rushing to eliminate her might cause trouble. What are you talking about eliminating anyone? Come on! Trui Huang Fathian ordered his subordinates that first, to treat the leader, they need the old doctor, Vo Anton. Ride the Golden Eagle and bring the healer here. Weekly order. In Nam Dao Min leader's bedroom, Fathian is casting a spell to transfer something into Nu Hai's body. He turns around and updates him on his condition. I feel better now. As expected of a great hero, because he has to use his internal energy to heal others, Fathian is somewhat exhausted, and his face is covered in sweat. I am only temporarily using my internal energy to sustain his life. My subordinate is on the way to detoxify him. Please be patient and wait. Suddenly, someone like Hai trembled, drawing his attention. He was crying tears streaming down like rain. He approached worriedly to ask about him. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Only when Hai explained did I understand. He was so moved that he started crying. If it weren't for the kindness of the South Blade sect, they would have exploited us and led to our destruction. I don't know how to repay this kindness. Fathin smiled and explained to him, it's not just one-sided support. Isn't the leader also agreeing to help us? But hearing you say that, I also feel at ease for not interfering unnecessarily. He quickly turned around and said, Don't say that, Tran Yu Hai. I always keep my word, and I will definitely repay this kindness. Thank you, then I will ask for your help in the future. Of course. When will I have a private conversation with the leader? I want to ask a few things. Does the leader know anything about the forces invading the Southern Blade sect? Nu Hai also added, and I think that in the martial world, there probably isn't any place that hasn't been infiltrated by forces. Fathian wanted to know more, so I will ask one more question. His calm gaze suddenly turned furious. Could it be possible that they had planted someone inside the Martial World Alliance? Hearing An's question, Nu Hai's eyes also grew angry. Regarding that matter, I have something to discuss with Lord An. Nu Hai recounted everything to Fathian, and Tuvan once told me this. After hearing that the Martial Alliance was established to fight evil, I planned to secretly send them a letter. Tuvan tore the letter apart with one hand, and not only that, I also warned him that it's best not to do anything unnecessary. Father Tuvan's voice was full of contempt. Do you really think the Martial World Alliance can handle everything? As Hai told him, made him feel sad. Clearly I had sent the letter through a trusted person, but the surprising thing is that the letter ended up in Tuvan's hands. Fathin deduces that this means they are also among the members of the Martial World Guild. After a while, he steps out of Nam Dao. Fathin walked away deep in thought, contemplating Tien Huang Ngakfeng's unwavering loyalty to the Heavenly Lord. Even though she was affected by the Heavenly Demon Eye, he couldn't fully trust her words and needed to verify the information. It seems the Lord of the Southern Island still doesn't know much about Blood Demon Heaven, and their influence has even reached the martial world, huh? He closed his eyes to better connect the pieces of information, combining what he learned from Tien Huang Ngakfeng and the Lord of the Southern Island. Although he had a rough idea, with so little information he couldn't act recklessly. Fathian's eyes were full of determination as he said, I must carefully consider what I have in this current situation. As time passed, the group from the Southern Isle and the Five Lotus Society greeted each other warmly. Are you leaving, you know? Hotch Lion's group is preparing to leave. Perhaps in the future we will live in the martial world. I hear that the current situation requires sects to support each other to fight against the Demon Path Alliance. Hotch Lian also spoke very sincerely,
and after witnessing the formidable martial arts of the top martial artist under the hero's command and the secret techniques of the four dragons, I learned a great deal. I realized how far my own martial arts still were from theirs.
Suddenly his voice rose sharply. I am determined to start practicing from the beginning. Next time we meet at the Martial World Hall, I will show you a completely different Nam Kung Hach Lien. Fa Lien also nodded with a smile. All right, I hope you succeed. Then the Hach Lien group also turned to leave elsewhere, with the first step on the path to becoming stronger, being to recognize your own weaknesses. Fa Lien believes that you will definitely become even stronger. Now, South Palace, Hach Lien. An hour later, after the Wu Lian group left, Wu Yingzun took the old man back home. When Wu Lan saw the eagle fly away, he happily jumped up. Goodbye, Golden Eagle. She even gave Vo-an a few light punches. He looked at her impatiently. Who gave you permission to come in? My master said it's all right now. How about you? What? Don't touch me or I'll hit you. Tu Van stands above, commanding all the soldiers under Fa Thien's orders. And Fa Thien instructs Thien Huang Ngok Feng to withdraw all guards around the master room. The old doctor inside is checking Nu Hai's pulse, while Fa Thien observes the situation. So what? The old doctor gives his diagnosis. The poison has seeped into the marrow. If it continues like this, not only martial arts, but even a normal life will be impossible. He asked the doctor nervously, can you cure it? Nu Hai lay on the bed in silence, knowing his time was almost up, and he wouldn't live long.
The old imperial doctor suggested to Po Thien, that matter isn't your subordinate already resurrected just from one treatment?
Oh, that's right. It's truly a miraculous treatment method. The old man holds 4 or 5 needles in his hand, seemingly capable of curing. This time I will come directly. Please keep watch around for about an hour. That will be enough. I secretly admire the old chief physician. Whether it can be done or not is not even worth discussing. You are truly very trustworthy. Old Y asked straightforwardly, like the sea. So what do you think? Young master, can you wait for an hour? He muttered to himself. Just an hour to dispel this dark cloud of gloom. Finally, Nu Hai made his decision. With just a glimmer of hope, I can do anything, and I will wait. Happily, Master An. An hour later, the healer's treatment truly was miraculous. His voice trembled with conviction. If restoring my strength was possible, I would definitely do this. The old doctor and Fa Thien looked confused. Suddenly, Nu Hai knelt and bowed before him, and Fa Thien was probably a bit surprised by this situation. Hey, get up quickly, leader. He seems to realize that what I have always pursued is righteousness and honor, but the justice of the weak can never compare to the greed of the evil. What I have yearned for and strived for my whole life, even I no longer remember clearly. But in the end, I found a new hope that surpasses all those values. Like Hai bowing his head to the ground, the old hero was so gaunt that his bones were visible, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. The martial world will soon face dangers that no single person can bear. Only the law of survival can dominate the martial world. As Hai leans one hand on his knee, Nam Dao Min will also choose a path to survive. He clasped his hands together, his voice strong and full of inner strength. From now on, Nam Dao Min will follow the jade-faced divine dragon. The old doctor was suddenly stunned, speechless at his words. What? Is Nam Dao Min the leader swearing loyalty to him again? Fa Thien asked with a forced smile. Ha ha, who knows? Maybe I'll need your help someday, Nu Hai said sincerely. I've died once, given up all ambitions, so I can fulfill any request. I have to accept his help now that he said that. I truly appreciate his kindness. Hey, don't embarrass me anymore. Get up quickly. Master Min, you're right. I understand now. Master An, please don't be polite anymore. Have some tea. The tea on the table is hot, and steam is rising. Fa Thien informed him that we are about to leave Nam Dao Min. And as Hai also knows, is it true that we will leave as soon as my child recovers? The past period has truly been very difficult for you. Suddenly, he felt a bit worried inside. But you're leaving soon? I haven't had a chance to thank Lord An properly. Or is it because they have invaded our territory? Botian said a few words to soothe the worries in his heart like the sea. It's not the right time now. I just feel that their power seems greater than we thought, and now is not the appropriate moment to confront them. So he is also gradually understanding. Then what should we do, Nam Dao Min? He shared his thoughts with him. Sorry, but for now, let's keep it as it is. The situation has changed. Thien Huang Ngok Feng has joined our side. She will stay by the vice leader's side. It seems like Hai doesn't really want to, but he accepts. What about Tu Van? Although a bit awkward, if the hero has asked, I understand now, playing the folk tune at night, fireflies flying around the river a lot, shadows like Hai standing to see off the group from Fa Thien preparing to leave.
You said goodbye to him, so we have to part ways now. Take care. The leader still wants to keep you to say a few more words.
Wait a moment, hero. Can I have a private talk with you for a bit? Now it's just the two of us standing here, so go ahead. It's just us now.
As I said, I will do anything you ask, Master.
This will never change. Though I don't want to admit it, after living this long, I'm a bit curious. You just wanted to get a brief understanding of his background. I heard the hero is a successor of Shaolin, but I think there's more to it. What is the true identity of the hero? Po Tian smiled and told him the truth. So, I will tell you, can I? I heard from my subordinates that they only just realized to look for the person after hearing the news from Juling Town.
Really? Has the leader already gone out?
Where? When Nu Hai saw the old man causing a fuss looking for him, he also felt helpless. This Nine-Spirit Mountain guy is old, but still making a fuss, so has the leader already met the Jade-Faced Divine Dragon? Lin Chan and he returned to Nam Dao Min. The two sat on the wall, happily chatting like two children. What do you think? Is he really extraordinary? Do you see those qualities as I do? Hai smiles and looks up at the night sky. Phi Fam? Suddenly he turned around and called out to the old man, making him startle. Chulin Town. Yes, perhaps we have been caught in a much bigger whirlpool than we thought. Why so suddenly? The Fathian group is riding divine eagles and flying away. The golden eagle flies really fast. Is it the master? It sped along at an incredible speed. Seeing the eagle keep flying without stopping, Xiao Jun asked him, Master, where are we going? Fa Lin answered the little girl's question, saying, I have an appointment. I have to go meet her now. Huh? The divine eagle soared forward. They were excited for the new journey. Let's go to one of the greatest powers in Central Plain, the demon sect. A large pale yellow light surrounds Fa Thian's hand, using the spell to change everyone's faces. Voan touched his face and asked, Do you even change our faces as well? Volan and Tiu Quan were quite pleased with their new appearances, while Trui Quang seemed not yet fully adapted. He spoke to reassure everyone, Don't worry too much, your appearances haven't changed that much. Po Tianpu briefly explained their upcoming journey to them. The place we are heading to is the center of the demon path in Zhongyuan. Since this is our first time, let's approach it with a new mindset. I also have a few words of advice. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even the two sides, everything is under the sky. I plan to handle all the identification steps. Follow me, children of the heavenly demon. All 5 of them were very excited for this new journey. Understood. According to Jia Cat Chio Hong, the Dongding Lake area likely has spies and informants, and Fa Thian Sea is prepared for the upcoming situation. Therefore, as long as we stay around here, our subordinates will report to their superiors and we can quickly reach the demon sect. The 5 of them are standing in front of the vast sea, and Xiao Jun jumps up like a child. I thought it was just a lake, but the Dongding Lake is too big. It's not a lake, it's the sea. Fa Thian must be amazed by the scene before him. Damn it. When I was an emperor and saw it on the map, I never thought it was this vast. Indeed, there is no greater lesson than experiencing firsthand that the sea is not just a lake. We can't wander aimlessly around the Dongting Lake anymore. Po Tian and his companions traveled to Nanyang, located northeast of Dongting Lake. At the Nanyang Inn, they entered into yet another inn inside. There's no other choice. We have to go where the people are to find useful information. He thought to himself, Jia Cat Chio Hong isn't the type to prepare carelessly. If I had known there would be this kind of situation, I would have asked her to head to the main camp back then. Hey, after all the trouble with the guests, aren't you eating too much? The fact that the soldiers ate so much their cheeks puffed out like buns has nothing to do with this. Po Tian turned to look at Trui Quang and said. Trui Quang looked at him with a pale and exhausted face and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Yes. Trui Quang replied to him cheerfully, Oh, I'm fine. Of course I'm fine. After answering, his face turned pale and lifeless again. I also wonder why he's been like this ever since he left Nam Dao Min. It's as if he's lost his mind. Volan only asked one question and hit the nail on the head. Isn't that love sickness? Fa Thian stammered and couldn't get a word out. Lovesick? Who would that be? Could it be Tian Huang Ngokfeng? No way. It's just an official marriage. She explains clearly to someone who has never loved like you that things between men and women don't always follow the usual rules. Furthermore, I think Lord Trui Quang is a very romantic person. Fa Thian seems to be turning into a fool. Is he really a very romantic person? Looks like you're right. Vulan is romantic. He reached into his shirt and pulled out something. Turns out it was a pink thread. Romantic, huh? On the second day at the Music Yang Inn, the 5 of them waited so long they were exhausted, but still no news. Just as we were getting tired of waiting,
The gray-haired man at the table told a story so loudly that it caught Fa Tian's attention.
Hey everyone, did you hear? The rumors say the jade-faced divine dragon has taken control of the Southern Saber sect. The black-haired man listened and sighed. He said it was the jade-faced divine dragon? I heard that the one person below 10,000 above is the new leader of the South Dagger sect. The silver-haired man laughed loudly as he continued.
You don't know anything. That so-called Chiha is just one of Ngok Dien Than Long's subordinates, isn't he?
Oh, really? Trui Quang's side hears that and is filled with anger.
That Chiha or whatever, those bastards.
Fa Tian must immediately stop him. Enough already, Trui Quang. His silver hair and sharp eyes scan around, watching carefully. But there's an even more interesting thing. Since Nam Dao Min is under the command of the jade-faced divine dragon, if he joins the Martial World Alliance, the situation in the Jianghu will change. He also pointed out that the Lien Min Ku sect and the Ingu Gia have already supported the jade-faced divine dragon, and now he has Nam Da Min, and for some reason is backing Van Dai Heap to become the leader.
He sat listening with sweat pouring down his face.
What? Supporting whom? The black-haired man seems a bit hesitant. Is the leader of the martial world just an ordinary person? He's the Sword Saint, so how could he be replaced so easily? That's what's surprising, my friend.
The old man with white hair kept telling the story to the two people sitting at the table,
showing that the atmosphere in the martial world is not normal. There's bound to be a big commotion, right?
Fa Tian sat at the next table, feeling uneasy. As Bang Chu Feng Tian Ho Bang said, "We have taken Nam Dao Min, but the wave caused by Nam Dao Min might be bigger than expected."
Suddenly, the girl's trembling voice shouting caught his attention. "Dad!" Everyone in the tavern turned their eyes to her.
Nyak Duong, holding a blood-stained sword, rins in a hurry. "You're pretty good to have escaped until now, but I bet you didn't expect me to be waiting here in Nak Duong. Why did you have to hurt my father? Why? Why? Do you know what kind of man your father was? A bastard killed my father and his friend only because of greed, and because of that bastard, my family was destroyed." That girl also refused to be at a disadvantage and immediately retorted, "Don't lie, my father only lived for me after my mother passed away. I know that better than anyone else." Nyaduong sneered contemptuously. "Oh, is that so? But does that really matter?" he said as he grabbed her by the neck. "My heart was torn apart because of your father. Now it's time for you to pay the price. I will take you to the brothel immediately." Suddenly, a foot stepped forward from somewhere, and it was none other than Thoidan, who placed his foot on his arm to prevent something bad from happening. "I've heard about it, brother, but isn't it true that you've already avenged yourself? Your gaze on him is so indifferent. Isn't it a bit unfair to blame his descendants for your sins? I really think it's a bit too much. Who are you, you little brat?" He still doesn't understand that grabbing the collar of the famous figure and shouting at him is an unspoken rule in the martial world. All he needed was a gentle twist of the hand to regain the upper hand. "So you don't know that strength is the law in the martial world?" His hand trembled, but he still kept his bravado. "Do you know who I am? I'm about to become a son-in-law of the Van Kong family, under the protection of Lord Qin and the leader of the fast music of the martial world." Fa Tian sat there listening to his lengthy introduction, then sprayed his glue for a few seconds. Was it really necessary to introduce himself at such length? Even now, Nhak Duong still dares to threaten the reputation. "You seem to be just wandering travelers, yet you dare to interfere in the affairs of the Van Kong clan. Are you not afraid of the consequences? You're not afraid of him, and even sneer at the consequences? We don't even know where the Wen Gong residence is, and he's still loudly emphasizing his reputation. Perhaps this esteemed guest is about to meet a tragic end at the hands of the future son-in-law of the Wen Gong family." Now Nak Duong is very angry, but he has no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the humiliation. He even tries to run away, but not without leaving a few words for you. "Damn it, just wait and see. You bastards, if I leave you alone, I'm not a man. Always like this. When dogs meet dogs, they bite." Time Dan pointed at Quan Teet and said to the girl, "Tutu, please stand up. He will help you with the funeral." "Huh? Thank you very much," Quan Teet asked curiously. "No, we're already busy enough. What funeral? Don't be so rigid." "I see." Fa Tian looked at the two of them and then pondered. Among the people I've seen in the past few days, these two stand out the most. Thoidan turns to look at him and slowly walks over to the table where they are sitting. Thoidan clasped his hands in greeting, catching him off guard. He spoke sincerely. "You have been waiting for a long time." Great young Master Fa Tian looked at Thoidan and wondered if they came from the demon path. "He made a request to you. Can we go somewhere quieter?" Xiao Jun outside is a bit worried about Fa Tian. "Can you be alone for a moment?" It's the command of the Lord Commander, so he probably wants to speak privately. Now only Fa Tian and Shidai are in the private room. "He handed you a letter. Please first take a look at this letter. It is from the strategist. He opened the letter and read the contents inside. In the letter, Chu Hong wrote that I, the eldest son, apologize for greeting you in this manner again. As I expected, the opposition from the Elder Council is very strong, so I had to use this method to ensure your safety. You have been granted full authority and the title by the Grand Patriarch, but the Elder Council has officially announced they will not recognize this.
In conclusion, they will send assassins to your place as soon as they detect you, so visiting the main hall through official channels has become very difficult. The two people sent to see. You are quite skilled members of the younger generation of the demon sect at the main hall. After reading the document, Fa Thien turned to ask for your names. Having them as your subordinates will greatly benefit your future endeavors, he honestly answered him. My name is Lai Thoi Dan, and he is Than Quan Thiet. We are the team leader and deputy of the Celestial Human Team. Please come with them to the headquarters tomorrow noon. I truly believe that the young master will clear away the dark clouds covering our sect. I will wait for you to come. Call him. Captain Tianren, yes. Young Master Po Thien smiles confidently and asks Thoi Dan to lead us to Tongdan. Let's clear away the dark clouds. At the Dongding Lake, Fa Thien's group is taken into the cave by Thoi Dan and Quan Thiet on a boat. Fa Thien asked, so we are heading to the center of the lake? So we won't be entering by land, right? Thoi Dan turns to reply, yes, the main buildings of the old Lower Batsu Lake camp are now located beneath the top of the cave. Their boat is gradually approaching the cave entrance. This is a reminder for Fa Thien and everyone on the boat to hold on tight as we go down from here. We have finally entered and arrived at the dock. He looked at the scene before him with surprise. Human will is truly impressive, shaping the natural cave into this form. The woman's voice echoed, drawing his attention. I heard that your trip was very comfortable. It was none other than Jia Cat Chiu Hong. My study is a bit messy, isn't it? Please use this to pay. I'm a bit curious about the piles of books scattered all over the room. Why is the office so messy? You don't need to return it. Fa Thien directly asked Chiu Hong where the Grand Patriarch was. I want to meet him. She hesitated slightly before answering him. That matter will have to be revealed in the end. Yesterday, the Grand Sect leader abdicated, and he also transferred all authority to you. Young Master, what? It only took a few seconds to break through the sky with glue. Is he planning to push all the difficult problems onto me and then run away? That's too shameless. Chu Hong Mon politely asks him a few more questions. Wanting the entire Demon Path Alliance to hear his orders is indeed not easy, right? Have you considered capturing the hearts of the Elder Council yet? Po Thien folded his arms, probably also involved. She was a bit surprised by his words. Really? Can I listen in? His determined gaze suggests that explaining the Hong technique might be tiring. Wouldn't it be better if she saw it with her own eyes? Right now, send a letter requesting all the central forces of the Demon Realm Alliance to gather in one place. You look so clueless right now, just like a little deer. What is he trying to do? Clearly, the renowned eldest son traveled everywhere, and Commander Li Shiming of the Heavenly Human Team moved throughout the Demon Path League to deliver the orders from the Heavenly Breaker. You have become the eldest son, chosen by the great ancestor Thu Sin Thien Ma Fa Thien, and have arrived at the main hall of Akthan, tearing up the letter and ordering all the elders and team leaders to gather. The old man grits his teeth in anger. This young eldest son with a mischievous smile has truly crossed the line. At the Seven Demon Gods Council of Ma Dao Lian, the long-bearded elder thought it was unexpected that the newly appointed kid would order us around as he pleased. Someone else also followed suit after taking the position, but we have never recognized him as the eldest son. The senior with braided hair had a different opinion, but since he officially became the eldest son according to the clan's rules, opposing his orders from the start was not their intention. Before they could finish speaking, Evil Than finally spoke up. This actually is a very good thing. We should take this opportunity to make him realize that he is nothing more than a puppet, a big name with no real power. He stood up and left without forgetting to say a few words. The Council of Elders would not respond to this summons, so he could realize his position in the empty hall of the Demon Lord. In the Demon Hall, no ghosts appeared, so Po Thien asked Time Fame, "How much longer do we have to wait?" "In a few minutes, sir?" "Really?" He was very angry but only cursed inwardly, none of them willing to come. Do they want to cause trouble? It's truly an unbelievable sight. Fine, I will wait until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked ahead. Two strangers were approaching them, and he asked curiously, Jia Cat Chio Hong, who are those two? Those two are respectively the leader of the river patrol at Huodong Ting, the low camp of the waterway, the Thunder King Ku Nuba, and the Hu Lin of the Black Templar of the Six Righteousness, Huang Fu Dim. Chiu Hong calls him the eldest son of the family. They just walk confidently to the table without saying a word, as Ba and Fu Dim sit down openly, without greeting anyone.
When Po Tien saw this, he felt very annoyed. They came here like this so rebuilding was possible, but their expressions were very arrogant. They don't even look over here. Looks like I need to teach them some manners. I've held back until now to speak.
Hey, where is everyone? Who allowed them to sit there? They only just now noticed him. In Fa Thien's eyes, they turn red, and his voice becomes serious. Trui Quang. Trui Quang heard him call and immediately responded, Commander. He rushed to Nu Ba's side. Trui Quang reached out and flicked his master's chin with all his strength, causing him to fall to the ground. And he didn't forget to curse him harshly. The new disciples of the great sect master saw this and looked terrified. What's going on? Seeing Fu Diem not get up, he immediately asked, Are you planning to just sit there? Number. Chiu Hong was stunned by what just happened, treating Ku like a child.
Po Tien stood up and loudly declared, Listen, everyone. I am now the designated eldest son by the Grand Ancestor. When I arrived here, I had certain expectations.
Wherever he spoke, the sweat of those below dripped profusely. If you stand with me, defeating the righteous martial world is not just a dream. Fa Thien suddenly grits his teeth in anger.
But what is this disgraceful behavior? You are dividing factions and fighting for power among yourselves.
Tell them that if your faction disputes are more important than avenging the brothers and sisters killed by the righteous path, then I politely decline the title of Demon Lord and Great Son of Fa Thien. Fa Thien Great Son turns around, his pupils turning red, the color deepening. However, since you do not see me as the great young master, I will not see you as a person, but as a dog. They stammer with trembling voices. What? They are trembling more and more, sweat pouring down more and more. Bark and I will give you a beating, and if you don't know your place, I will strip you down. If you're curious, just try provoking me. His eyes now seem ready to devour them. I will personally show you my strength. Choose. Will you be dogs or members of the demon sect? In the end, they will also kneel before Fa Thien, waiting for your command, great son of the demon sect. The way you act so lazily is truly relaxing. Chiu Hong, watching from the side, has been smiling softly all along.
Does that mean he can easily gather forces outside the Elder Council? As expected, I can't judge him solely based on his martial strength. However, my expectations for you go far beyond that. Young Master, what will you do here? Young Master, the Council of Elders is not so easily swayed. Fa Thien has summoned Shidai.
Li Thoidan, the great young master.
Looks like you'll have to do this again.
What? You're the one giving him the order?
Tell all the elders who do not respond to the summons that your words are cold and piercing, and there is no need to come.
Anyone who ignores the summons will be expelled from the demon sect. The chief elder immediately exclaimed in panic. What? Ling Chen stammered. He said, We will be expelled. Fury erupted as the words echoed in his ears, banished from the main hall. After regaining his composure, the old man called out in a deep voice, Han Tang! Soon after, everyone had gathered fully in the hall. Seeing that, Fa Thien sneered.
Why didn't you come when I called properly? Now what?
Are you all gathering just to show off?
Ak Than retorted. Listen here, scholar heavenly demon. Whether you are the eldest son or one of the martial arts masters, we don't care.
He asked Chiu Hong, Who is that? She said he is the chief elder, Van Ak Than. Fa Thien was annoyed. So he is the leader of the elder council. Meanwhile, the elder questioned, We Madaolian have never acknowledged you as the eldest son, so we have no reason to obey your orders. He thought to himself, how arrogant. Thinking this, Fa Thien spoke up. But at Than criticized him, Then you unilaterally talked about expelling all of us from the main hall. The old man threatened, so from this moment on, we will drag you down from that position. Overall, from Van Ak Than's perspective, it was a literal statement. But from Fa Thien's point of view, you have been dethroned in the past. That statement touched a nerve in Fa Thien, and he could not tolerate it. So he gritted his teeth and said, These bastards dare. Then, Fa Thien let out a wicked laugh that made everyone's hair stand on end. I'll remind you, pulling you down wouldn't be a bad idea. But who would do it? You, huh? Miserable fools who have nothing left but to boast and mock in your own homes. Is this the power of the Demon Path Alliance, the main pillar of the Demon Path? If so, I want to ask one thing. Who truly deserves to bare their fangs and show their claws? And they keep questioning, While you hide here, the Martial World Alliance has unified and finished organizing their forces. Do you think that's all there is? When things settle down, the Martial World Alliance won't leave you be. Hearing that, the old man turned pale and wondered what.
Faihi. Thien continues to attack Madaolian. Unfortunately, you are the most backward ones. Do you think you have a chance to oppose the power of the Martial World Alliance? As long as you old folks block the way, there will be no place for the Demon Path Alliance in the martial world.
Ken, if you truly care about the sect, then make way for the passionate younger generation to rise and lead. Fa Thian expresses his wish. Prepare the foundation for them to stand firm. That is the only way to preserve the life of the demonic sect. A surge of power made the elders step back slightly, but the evil blade remained stubborn. Even if what you say is true, we will still decide the successor to the position and the Grand Elder.
You can go now, we will handle our own affairs.
Even after saying that, it still couldn't persuade him, which puzzled him. Fa Thian hesitated.
So you will decide the successor to the Great Hall Master. Now I understand why you treat me this way. You've uncovered their secret. You've already prepared a successor on your side, haven't you?
It seems I am a thorn in your side, huh? The old man hesitated, panicking inside. Then he realized it, and Fa Thian urged him, stop wasting time, bring out your heir. If he can defeat me, I will immediately acknowledge him as the heir to the Grand Sect Leader. But if he can't even do that, then get lost with your murderous intent. Evil Blade could no longer stay calm and called Han Dong. He immediately stepped forward and replied,
Yes, Elder. Seeing the opponent hesitate to break through the sky, so that guy, then our side.
In the end, he decided to fight him.
Void Shadow, and besides, Fa Thian also advised to use our sect's martial arts freely, but remember to finish him skillfully.
He responded indifferently to the order. After a while, at the Demon Path Alliance Hall in Thanheng, the elder strongly opposed. Scholar of the Heavenly Demon, why did you choose someone else to replace you? He replied casually, Isn't that what you did too? Voan asked coldly, Are we ready to start? Han Duong was also ready, eager to fight. The two charged at each other like a whirlwind. The two opponents clash for a moment.
Fa Thian secretly praises, So fast, maybe that's why he was chosen as the heir, but while quietly observing the fight. I wonder if that sword can reach the mysterious master.
One of the elders secretly suspects the hidden technique. Athan comments that he seems to be using that technique, but he's already met the wrong opponent. Fa Thian wonders what that old man just said as he focuses on sensing his opponent's moves on the arena. In a split second, Han Duong had identified his target and dodged your attack. He was stunned. How did he know about the Heavenly Demon's praise?
That bastard has a good sense of perception. Voan also realizes that this kid possesses spiritual awareness.
Then I might as well show him a few variables to consider. Han Dong dismissively told He Tian to end the illusion here. As he finished speaking, he launched the final blow to eliminate his opponent, but unexpectedly Voan had vanished. He panicked and thought to himself, where did he go? To the side? While Han Duong was distracted, he appeared in front of him and attacked. He was lucky to escape death narrowly. Han Duong realizes its aura is quite strong, but that's a good thing. He confidently believes that his Demon Dragon Slash is a flexible sword that uses the enemy's force against them. That attack will be your end. Meanwhile, Voan continued to attack. Han Duong was excited. With 2 streams of aura, he was digging his own grave. Thinking this, he called out Long Tram. It tightly wrapped around Voan's aura. Han Duong poured all his strength, determined to defeat his opponent. Observing the situation, the old man was excited, thinking Ma Long Tram had absorbed the power of the aura, and this was the perfect opportunity. Athan shouted, Finish him off! However, Fa Thian chuckled softly and said, No, you know that the Illusion Master is also a hidden master of the art, but at the same time Voan also knows that he has never seen anyone wield Kuang Kai as powerfully and freely as this. As he was still proud, a surge of energy appeared behind him. Han Duong was stunned. Why are they behind him? Could it be they won't be thrown off Ma Long Slash? You coldly say, I will never let the Lord down again. This victory is mine. With that, Wusheng delivered the final blow to eliminate his opponent, and as the smoke dispersed, a deep pit was revealed on the arena floor. Deep in the cave, Han Duong, covered in wounds, lies unconscious. The crowd watching this scene is deeply shocked. If a single subordinate can be so powerful, then how strong is the Heavenly Demon Scholar really? Fa Thian proudly praised. You did well. Voan is confident. Isn't it heroic? Have you all seen it? Han Dong is naturally talented, but as a member of the Demon Path Alliance, he is still far from enough. The crowd was stunned into silence after hearing this. Fa Thian continued on the important topic. Ma Daolin is strong, but the new enemies and the Martial World Alliance are even more powerful. Fu Diem's face darkened in shock as he said, watching how easily Han Duong was defeated. Like a lost child, he hesitated before continuing. Everything the Scholar of the Heavenly Demon has said so far is probably true. Athan cannot accept it and screams in fury. Hey, Heavenly Demon Scholar, you're only seeing what's in front of you. Even if he's weak now, with more time, Han Dong can become much stronger. He was a bit stunned, then calmly said,
That may be, but Fa Thien is indifferent and criticizes him. However, the enemy won't wait. The Grand Elder. His face darkened with a stern expression, and he remained silent for a long time before speaking.
That's right. I still can't accept that. Then he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted out loud.
But whether it was before or now, it is only my own decision, so let the other elders stay in the demon path. After hearing this, he fell silent as the calm sky returned, then asked the others, "What do you all think?" The old man gathered his courage to voice his thoughts.
Even if everything Scholar Heavenly Demon has said so far is correct, we have long since stood with the Grand Elder. Athan looked back in surprise and stammered. The white-haired elders resolutely shouted, "Just follow your wishes. Since Han Duong has failed, we cannot compare our martial skills with you, so use us as sacrifices to establish the foundation for the new Demon Path Alliance. You're not very surprised either, so that's how it is."
Then there's no other way. Seeing Fa Thien about to attack, Chiu Hong hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Great young master, you can't kill them." He looked confused and asked suspiciously, "Why aren't they the ones constantly opposing your respected Grand Sect Master? Isn't it true that you want me to take full control of the demonic way?" She timidly replied, "The Elders' Council, those who always oppose the will of the Grand Sect Leader, is indeed a problem. However, the reason the Grand Sect Master didn't eliminate them was because Athan lost control, furious and shouting threats. Chiu Hong, are you planning to secretly tell that outsider something? Are you going to be quiet or what?" Even though she was scared, she still tried to tell everything. Because the Chief Elder is like a father to the Great Sect Master, given their close relationship, he probably couldn't do anything about this either. "Are you saying that someone as great as the Grand Patriarch caused this situation because of personal feelings?" Huilang saw his frustration, and, not knowing how to comfort him, calmly whispered a reminder to Fa Thien that removing everyone who stands in one's way is not unusual in this world, but nothing is eternal because nothing can exist alone. Just like a painting needs harmonious scenery, and that is emptiness. Huilang conveyed this thought into his mind, continuing to point a way out for Fa Thien. If the young master walks the path solely to satisfy his greed, then I, the monk, must make a choice. "What will you do now, sir?" He regained his composure and calmly said, "All right, I've made my decision." Po Tien announced the conclusion loudly. "In the name of the Demon Path Alliance, young master, I command the 7 demon gods." At this moment, the heavenly demon is furious, contrasting with Huilang's cheerful mood. He scolds and blames Fa Thien. "What kind of crazy decision is that?" I was surprised by his attitude. "Why are you suddenly causing trouble like this?" Heavenly demon went berserk, venting all his anger and only expelled and punished. "They are leaders who deserve to be torn apart. Traitors must die, that is the eternal truth, especially the Grand Elder." Fa Tien Fai chuckled playfully, teasing, "Are you still not over that?" "Yes, you're right. Traitors must be punished." An calmly pointed out the key point. "But they have already been punished." Heavenly Demon was stunned. "What? When?" Regarding the relationship between Evil Then and Chiu Hong, the parent-child bond is not one-sided. Just as the Great Sect Master regards the Chief Elder as a father, the Chief Elder must also see the Great Sect Master as his own son. Fa Thien continued recounting the story to the Chief Elder, and my presence served as a reminder. He asked curiously, "What kind of reminder?" And then he was stunned to hear a deadly sentence. "By the time you step down, your father calmly analyzes the situation." I never expected someone of the high status of the Great Elder to act so recklessly without regard for the consequences. But after hearing Hong's move, it makes sense. They are addressed with grand titles like Great Sect Master and Great Elder. But how deeply troubled was he in the end? Zhong Kui and they are also father and son. After finishing, his face grew serious as the heavenly demon roared in anger and dominance. "That bastard called the Great Sect Master has already acted strangely enough, but even you are influenced by your emotions? If you keep like this, you won't live long." Fa Tien irritably explained, "This is just a special case. Do you think I would kill all the elders if I knew about it?" "Do you think I am a murderer?" he said, still angrily mocking. "Didn't you kill many members of the South Blade sect? And there was also the event at Daishan." "What the heck?" "In the event at Daishan, they were the ones who just joined us, so my mind wasn't clear. But at Nam Dao Ming, it was because they did it. How could I forgive that? I have no intention of living like a monk, but that doesn't mean I agree with senseless killing." Hearing this, Huilang and Thien Ma both fell silent in fear, and in the face of their frightened expressions, Fa Thien firmly declared, "I will live as myself." His face flushed with embarrassment and a bit shy, remembering how he looked before every time the young master killed someone. My mind felt heavier. At that moment, Fa Thian stood in a place soaked with fresh blood, and its familiarity with it was truly terrifying. Even its vigilance against killing was fading. No, it was not vague, but gradually taking a clear shape, transforming into a fierce dragon. So that is the decision you made today with the demon lords, called selflessness or compassion, becoming a Buddha who grants blessings. Thinking of this, Huanling smiled gently, full of satisfaction. Seeing his serious expression now, I quietly understand the path the young master will take, so I will observe it more patiently then. And Hu Lang continues to chant, Amitabha. Hearing this, Fa Thian was startled and shouted in panic, Hu Lang, are you finally going to speak up? She continues to recite the mantra, Adidafat. He eagerly urged Hu Lang forward. Are you just going to ignore it like that? Say something, this is so frustrating. The angry demon jumps in to criticize. So you're planning to attract attention that way? Baldy, should I go ahead and train the silent technique? 2 days later, there's a drunkard sleeping in front of the demon hall's main entrance. Chung-ung wakes up, his face flushed from drunkenness, as the demon cultivator Lian Trong-ung causes chaos and shouts. Fa Thian, Tri Quang, and Chiu Hong look down at him, causing chaos. He skeptically asks, what's wrong with that guy? He got drunk again, this afternoon. Bin casually said, do I need to reason with him? Fa Thian asked, do you intend to kill him? Don't. Tri Quang had no choice but to go along. Oh, suddenly she surprised me by asking, that person, you're quite unexpected to visit. Do I know him? Chiu Hong immediately replied, yes, that person is Zhang Ung, the former captain of the Demon Eye Squad. Seeing him gulp down alcohol wildly, Po Thian couldn't believe it. The captain of the Demon Eye Squad? Isn't he a close confidant of the great clan master? She immediately confirmed yes, that's right. Previously, Zhang Ung had conflicts with Evil Than, and, due to his straightforward personality, he kept clashing with the Elder Council, making him a thorn in their side. Chu Hong sadly continued, but during that time he had committed a crime and lost his martial arts, was expelled from the Demon Eye Squad, and became a disabled wreck. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder what crime he had committed. She remembered the time he was covered in blood. They said he had killed the grandson of one of the elders. Po Tian chuckled slyly, with a hint of meaning, I heard something. Chu Hong was puzzled. What sound are you talking about? Tri Quang interjected and replied, I only heard the sound of that wine worm. After thinking carefully, he said, that scream sounded like a drum announcing an alert. At this moment, Trong Ung angrily shouted out loud. Yu Fa Thian sat down in front of him with a wine jar. Why, what? You confidently introduce yourself. Haven't you heard the rumors? I am the young master of the new mission demon path, Fa Thian. He's extremely annoyed, speaking sloppily. What kind of demon art? Breaking and destroying meditation. He cheerfully suggested that the drunken worm Zhang Ung and I have an honest talk until this bottle of wine is completely finished today. The private meeting between the demon lord and a wine-loving worm leaves Trui Quang and Chiu Hong stunned at this unexpected drinking party as the sound of 2 glasses clinking echoes once more. No one expected it to last 5 days. That situation left Trui Quang extremely confused. Although the ruler can use internal energy to burn away the poison, didn't you say his internal energy was destroyed? He can't understand how he managed to endure that 5-day drinking party. Just as Trui Quang finished speaking, Trong Ung suddenly shouted, his mind raging with fury. Young master, as long as your thinking is correct, there's nothing I can't do. Seeing that, Fa Thian could only be speechless. Do you realize you've been saying the same thing since yesterday, and you're truly impressive? Although it looks like you're about to collapse, you still try to hold on. Truong Ung gazes at him with a dreamy look. So, that's it. Seeing Po Thian Duke put down his wine cup, he emphasized each word, meaning it's time to stop. Hearing that, Truong Ung suddenly smiled foolishly, and then put on a nonchalant expression. What did you say? This drunkard doesn't understand anything. Po Tian sighed helplessly. All right. You transmit the voice to crazy demon lord Trui Quang, including you. Everyone around here must step back. No one is allowed to eavesdrop on my conversation with Zhang Yong, which surprises him a little. Understood. Trui Quang immediately announced without hesitation. All right, everyone. Let's leave the demon lord's hall now. Chu Hong, standing nearby, hesitated. Huh? But he didn't bother to explain. Don't ask questions, just go quickly. Whoever I catch will die. So everyone hurriedly left. All right, everyone, let's go. Under Fa Thian's orders, not even an ant dares to approach the demon lord's hall. Now he finally spoke calmly. All right, it's just the 2 of us now. Then he glared threateningly. Stop pretending to be a drunkard. Zhang Yong Po Tian looked straight at him and said,
I may not like drinking, but I have seen many lives destroyed by alcohol. He speaks evenly, with one common point being that because of alcohol, they cannot do what truly needs to be done. Fa Tian analyzes the situation seriously. At first glance, you seem like a young addict immersed in alcohol, but even after drinking enough, you still keep going. If you were truly an alcoholic, you would have collapsed by the wine barrel by now. In the end, he concluded that your extraordinary spirit allows you to drink for 5 days straight, even though your internal strength has been destroyed, which means there is something more important for you to do besides getting drunk. At this moment, Zhang Eng finally straightened up from his careless attitude. He asked Fa Tian in a serious tone, "I heard that the young master has expelled all the elders. Is that true?" He calmly affirmed, "I did it." Hearing this, Zhang Eng suddenly became angry and said, "You made a mistake." Fa Tian recoiled in panic, stunned. "You're clueless. Why would they seek revenge?" His expression grew even more serious. "Truly, the Council of Elders is useless to me, but at least they are the only force capable of restraining those people." Hearing that, Fa Tian was a bit confused. The ones. Zhang Eng then led the topic to him. "Do you know why the senior elder chose Han Duong as the successor to the Grand Sect Master?" This issue to Fa Tian seemed simple, because he felt he was being treated unfairly by the Grand Patriarch. As he finished speaking, he made him laugh out loud. Is it wrong that Fa Tian was confused? Truong Ung spoke more and more angrily. Although the elder and the sect master have a father-son relationship, they know how to distinguish between personal and official matters, so accusing the sect master over such a trivial reason is impossible. Fa Tian pondered deeply, so there must be a special reason. In the end, he decided to be honest. Although I think such a thing could happen, I can clearly feel that the sect master has become someone else, but you don't seem to trust him much. The great sect master of the demon path has changed, so what evidence do you have? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Fa Tian had to hold back hard to avoid rushing forward and fighting Truong Ung. "You're leading me on, huh?" Seeing you don't believe, he became even more furious. But even without concrete evidence, I have indirect proof. The former captain of the Demon Eye team. I am the closest confidant to the Grand Patriarch. When I started to sense something was wrong with him, the chief elder also began to clash with him. Fa Tian assesses the situation. If what you say is true, then the Grand Patriarch is a fake. However, your indirect evidence is unconvincing. Truong Ung interrupted him, saying there might not be any evidence at all, then walked away, leaving Fa Tian stunned. "Where are you going while we're still talking?" Truong Ung turned back and confirmed with him. "Take my head as evidence because I told you about this, so I will be killed." Fa Tian glared as he watched him leave. What's going on here? Is he delusional? Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming sense of regret. Did I really listen to him ramble for 5 days straight? The next day, Shiming's face didn't look very good. They say so? Fa Tian remained silent for a long time. Is that so? Please repeat carefully. So Truong Ung was really killed. After restoring Zhang Ung's body, Fa Tian carefully examined it. The fatal wounds from the dagger and the spherical weapon are definitely the work of a true master. He wondered if there was a strategist among our allies with internal strength equivalent to 360 years. Chiu Hong quickly replied, "Only the Grand Sect leader has that level." "So, are there any signs of an outsider infiltrating?" She shook her head again. "We haven't detected anything." "You don't suspect the Grand Sect Master, do you?" He calmly denies. "No way. You're saying the Grand Sect leader has been in seclusion, right?" "I believe you." Yet she still doesn't look relieved. "Yes, thank you, sir." In truth, Fa Tian has his own plans, but that is definitely the skill of someone with 360 years of inner strength. He recalls what Zhang Ung said, and if he had spared him, the whole story would just be Cao Ruo's nonsense, but he chose to kill him to show his strength. Now Fa Tian finally believes him. Is that what those people did that you mentioned? As you said, your life has become proof. Zhang Ung. A while later, at a waterfall in the valley, Fa Tian sat silently practicing cultivation there. It's just that your mind is confused. Truong Ung's death carries many important implications, and perhaps I also need to be cautious of Cat Triu Hong. The more I think, the more I feel I'm hitting a dead end, nothing more than that. What is this disconnect I feel from the clash between the righteous and the demonic alliance? Suddenly, the demon lord speaks up. What are you so obsessed with? Fa Tian Huilang beside him remains calmer. Buddha Amitabha, it only irritates him more. You damn monk, dinner's ready. Fa Tian was speechless. Isn't it you causing the trouble? You wonder, looking at the two of them, why does Heavenly Demon always cause trouble every day? At this moment, a sudden thought makes Fa Tian widen his eyes in surprise. At first he pointed at the heavenly demon, then he pointed at Hugh Lang directly, and finally Fa Thien pointed at himself while the outer heavenly demon looked on in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Hugh Lang hesitated before calling out, "Sir, but Fa Thien no longer cares about the two of them. The enemy we should face is not good or evil, but external, I understand, so that's why I felt something was off." Fa Thien chose the demon lord as the representative for the young master and left the demon sect, while the others of the heavenly demon sect were ordered to stay and support the demon lord in maintaining the status quo of the Demon Path Alliance. After arranging everything, he immediately left. In his heart, Fa Thien felt deeply regretful, realizing his first impression was too bad, and he hastily judged the Bak Kiem Hoi as an enemy, which was truly reckless. He reflected on himself, thinking that perhaps the first action he should have taken was to place the Bak Kiem Hoi under his control. Emperor Miao Quan, the leader of the beggar sect, burst into the main hall in a rage, startling Elder Feng. "Commander, what's the matter that you suddenly came here?" Fa Thien hurriedly ordered that old man, and the king immediately called for an emergency meeting. Thien Ho stared in disbelief at what he just heard. Both Elder Huyen and Elder Wai were equally stunned. Master Huyen stammered, the three of them simultaneously shouting that you would attack Doko Hantian. Fa Thien forced a stiff smile and hurriedly corrected himself. "When did I say I would attack him?" "I said I will eliminate him." At this point, his face hardened and his voice grew colder. "I will eliminate Dugu Hantian and take over the North Sword Society." Upon hearing that, Heavenly Protector immediately said, "I heard that the young master has already subdued the Southern Dagger Sect. With the gang and the Southern Dagger Sect, we already have enough strength to control the martial world." "Or do you have another plan, young master?" Tianma asked curiously. "You have the Demon Path Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Sect, too. Why not just mention them all?" "At this stage, those two organizations are not part of the plan." That's all Huyen Lao murmured for a moment before slowly saying, "A conservative organization like the Northern Sword Society, the Martial World Alliance, is truly a coalition of the righteous. If you can win the hearts of the forces gathered together, there might be a way to eliminate Duko Han Tian and take over the North Sword Society," Tian Ho interjected. "However, it's easier said than done." The old man paused for a moment before continuing. "From the very beginning, Doko Han Thien and the Bak Kiem Hoi have been inseparable, and even if you turn all forces into allies, the Bak Kiem Hoi will still be the backbone of the Vo Lam Min." Po Tien nodded in confirmation, saying, "That's right, the martial world is like a locked cage." He looked at all three and continued seriously, "That's why we need the 4 keys to unlock it." The three of them were stunned and asked in unison, "The 4 keys that Po Tien mentioned are called the 4 fundamental origins, which will be used to untangle the martial world and Doko Han Thien's problems." Outside, birds soared across the vast sky. The three of them, Thien Ho, Huyen Lao, and Yi Lao, stood silently in place, each lost in thought, contemplating Fa Thien's words. Yi Lao looked up at the sky, his face showing clear concern. "Should I call it extreme or reckless? For me, it's all the same." The old man hadn't finished speaking when Heavenly Protector burst out laughing. "Huyen Lao, you're worrying too much." Ai Lao paused briefly, surprised, and asked, "What? Aren't you worried about you worried about him? Those baseless plans." A slight smile appeared at Thien Ho's lips, and he replied confidently, "I am not worried, quite the opposite. I feel relieved the 4 keys the sovereign mentioned are something only he can do." "Over there." Fa Thien turned his head back, worriedly asking, "Are you really okay?" Following behind him were a woman who, despite her body being exhausted, still struggled to walk. That is the beautiful Hugh. The lone beauty, Tuyetlan, though exhausted, forced a smile and gently reassured him, "I'm really fine." Fa Thien also noticed Tuyetlan was unwell and said, "If it's too difficult, you don't have to come along." Tuyetlan reacted strongly, hurriedly saying no. "It's not difficult at all. I'm tired of Du-Ru in the temple breathing Kwande." As she spoke, she suddenly froze, eyes wide open, staring intently at the person in front of her. The current look of Fa Thien is all in her eyes. Tuyetlan's face slightly blushed, and she secretly thought how excited I was when you invited me to go somewhere with you, young master. After a moment, she softly asked, "But where exactly are we going, young master?" Fa Thien chuckled softly. "I forgot to mention that. First, we are heading to the first of 4 places." Tuyetlan widened her eyes, realizing that the first of the 4 places was already at Shaolin. Soon after, the two of them stood in front of the Shaolin Temple gate. Tuyetlan exclaimed in surprise, "So this is Shaolin, hidden deep in the mountains. No wonder it took so long." Fa Thien clenched the map in his hand. Chan An was sweaty and forced a smile.
Long cursed silently. Damn, we really got lost.
After a moment, he regained his composure and loudly called out, "Please, we want to see Master Chi Kong." As soon as he finished, the door swung open and a tall figure appeared before them.
The man glared at the person in front of him with contempt, saying nothing as he silently looked down at Fa Tian. Soon after, the monks from Shaolin quickly stepped forward from behind, forming a circle with staffs pointed directly at Fa Tian and Tuyet Lan.
Fa Tian shows no sign of fear. He lifts his head and looks straight at the figure above.
The monk speaks first, asking where these disrespectful guests come from, to casually invoke the Buddha's name of the Grandmaster. Today, even long-haired monks are part of Shaolin. So, who are you?
The other person slightly raised his eyebrows and then said firmly, "I am Feng Yun Pi Long, Qing Yun He,
a member of the Four Dragons of the martial world. Feng Yun Pi Long, Qing Yun He." Fa Tian repeated the name, his eyes turning cold. Feng Van Fi Long. After a moment, he suddenly remembered
he had heard that name from Namkung Hach Lien.
He is indeed one of the four heroes of the martial world, and since he is one of the four dragons, his arrogance is understandable.
However, his train of thought was immediately interrupted by a furious scream from Von Hack.
"Damn it, don't you know the rules?" Seeing the other's aggressive attitude, Fa Tian no longer maintained his calm demeanor.
"I am Gok Dien Ten Long Von Duan, successor of the sixth ancestor."
The person next to him looked pale and stammered. That was the jade-faced divine dragon. Van Hack's face suddenly froze, and he asked in a panic, "Are you the jade-faced divine dragon? Is this the reputation that shocks your heart?" At that moment, a loud shout rang out.
"That's enough." All Shaolin disciples immediately kneel and shout in unison, "Master Ji Kong is the abbot of the discipline hall." Ji Kong steps forward, bows respectfully, and greets the senior master.
Von Hack was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected the Grand Master to bow first, and without hesitation he kneeled down and clasped his hands in respect. Tuyet Lan and Fa Tian stood frozen, both in disbelief. The one who just showed off his dominance is now kneeling in respect. After a while, both of them were invited inside the Shaolin Temple. "So, you mean you want the Shaolin to lend its strength as the representative of the 9 righteous sects?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "The negative influence that the martial world leader is spreading across Central Plain is basically no different from demonic ways. If we don't act now, it may be impossible to reverse it. Poisoning the story will definitely be a shameful one when Shaolin is involved in such a martial arts alliance." Chi Not pondered for a long time, and then softly said, "You have a point, but may I ask you something, old monk?" Fa Tian looked a bit surprised, but still agreed. "Sure." He kept asking. Chai didn't answer. This wasn't a question meant for him. Hearing that, he was momentarily stunned. So, at that moment, Chai Kong's gaze shifted to Tuyet Lan. Is Duko young lady the daughter of the martial arts leader, and does she also agree with the elder master's opinion? Tuyet Lan bowed her head, her eyes wavering. She hesitated for a moment, then softly said, I am not quite sure." Chi does not grasp that hesitation. The Grand Master frowned, his tone stern. "What my senior is implying is not only that he intends to remove your father from the position of martial arts leader, but also that he might take his life." Hearing this, Tuyet Lan's hands trembled slightly. She clenched her robe tightly, trying to hold back her emotions, then whispered, "I know about that." She only asked softly, "But is it really true that there is no bond between a father and daughter?" "How could I say there is no bond between a father and daughter? I also do not wish for such a harsh outcome." Chi Kong nodded slightly and then spoke seriously. Even if she said so, it seemed that if the Grand Master acted, she wouldn't have the strength to stop him. Tuyet Lan bowed her head, pondering for a moment, then finally replied softly, "Yes, as you say, I do not have that strength, Grand Master." However, before she could finish speaking, Chi Kong cleared his throat, his voice slightly lowering. "Please forgive me, my senior, like the head of Shaolin." Suddenly, another voice rang out, telling quite an interesting story. The Grand Master smiled and asked, "Are you all having fun without me?" Chi Kong was startled and stammered, "Master, even Pothian is not immune to shock," secretly thinking that I can't even sense his presence. Tuyet Lan hesitated slightly and asked softly, "Who are you when you look younger than Master Tri Kong?" The Grand Master couldn't help but feel amused and immediately moved closer to Tuyet Lan, smiling as he asked, "I look that young?" The Master tilted his face to the side so Tuyet Lan could see clearly, then suddenly burst into loud laughter when he looked closely at Fa Tian's face. "Your face shows me that you will die suddenly." Fa Tian was startled and clenched his teeth silently. "What?"
Seeing both of you stunned, he burst out laughing loudly. Relax, I will introduce myself at the end. I am the abbot here, the abbot of Shaolin Chihu. So that means to overthrow the martial arts leader. I need the help of Shaolin. Is that correct, hero of the Jade-Faced Divine Dragon Wen?
Tian Breaker was momentarily surprised, but still nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. A flicker of suspicion arose in his mind. But how did the monk know? Chihu laughed loudly.
Because of the hero, there was already a meeting among us.
Earlier, I also overheard what the great hero said to Trikong. The smile gradually faded, and the abbot spoke in a serious tone, but with the involvement of the sixth patriarch, I'm afraid the hero will have to shed a lot of blood. So what? If you dare to promise, Shaolin will support you, Fa Tian asked slowly. What do you promise?
The abbot looked directly at him and asked, Do you dare to promise you will not kill any more from now on? Without hesitation, Fa Tian replied, I cannot promise that.
He continued, his tone firm, saying that for a forest to thrive, the diseased trees must be removed, so anything that needs to be let go should be let go. Hearing this, the smile on Chihu's face suddenly disappeared. The abbot sat up straight, his face turning cold, and then Qikong had a question for the hero. The abbot's face darkened as he directly asked, If the hero says we must cut down the diseased trees for the forest's growth, does that mean you want to kill the leader of the martial world Min, right?
Tuyet Lan, sitting nearby, felt uneasy, instinctively glancing at Fa Tian, waiting for an answer.
Heo Tian replied in a deep voice, I am still contemplating this matter, and currently have no intention of doing it. Chihu narrowed his eyes. So what? What does the hero plan to do? Fa Tian remained silent, not rushing to answer the abbot's question, because he involuntarily remembered the past. A week ago, at Kaifeng Palace, standing opposite him was Tuyet Lan. What's the matter that you called me at this hour? Fa Tian said softly. I feel a bit awkward bringing this up suddenly, but please listen carefully, young lady. I take a deep breath and speak firmly. I want to eliminate the leader of the martial world, who is also your father. Tuyet Lan's face froze, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. I know that one day this will happen too. I've heard many rumors from everywhere, and I'm not a fool either. But young master, don't you see how ruthless you are? Why are you telling me these things? Do you want me to support you in killing my father? Po Tian quickly objected. No, I want the young lady to tell me for help, she asked in surprise. What do you mean? He continued in a deep, husky voice. I want to understand a different side of the leader of the martial world Min, the lady's father, that others have never known. Could you tell me a few stories about him? What kind of man is Duko Han Tian after all? Tuyet Lan sat down beside Fa Tian, paused for a moment, then said, I don't really understand my father either. I guess you know about it. He planned to betroth me to the Southern Dagger sect to strengthen his power. Thanks to you, I was able to escape. There was a moment of silence before Tuyet Lan spoke. That was the moment I decided to escape from the North Sword Society. My father was never like that before. Tuyet Lan remembered her father's image, hesitated for a moment, then said that he gradually changed. She continued, maybe because of my great-grandfather and my senior brother, and also because I left the North Sword Society, suddenly he had to lead the society alone, and the pressure gradually changed him. The more Tuyet Lan remembered, the sadder she felt. My father used to be very close, and although he looked cold on the outside, I could still feel it. She briefly recalled her childhood, when she was a carefree little princess. Tuyet Lan looked at her father, her gaze always filled with admiration. Whenever he practiced martial arts, she was always standing behind Kovu. After a long day, she tiredly falls asleep in bed, but for some reason, Tuyet Lan wakes up, her small hand clutching the corner of the shirt her father had put on her, a feeling of happiness and love for her father filling her heart. Back in the present, after finishing her story, Tuyet Lan turned to look at Fa Tian and asked softly, Do you understand now? Referring to the portrait of Dugu Han Tian. Fa Tian forced a faint smile and replied, Yeah, a little. Tuyet Lan looked at him, then suddenly said something that made him freeze. You are very much like my father was. Before becoming the leader of the guild and the main commander, my father spent all his days just with his sword. Speaking of Duko Hantian, he is the carp that turned into a dragon of the North Sword Society. The more she talked, Tuyet Lan's eyes shone brighter with admiration. My father is strong but very kind. I love that about him the most. Fa Tian looked at her expression at that moment and was momentarily stunned. He cleared his throat and replied, I am sure the young lady has grown up in the embrace of a very great man. My ancestor is the same way. Tuyet Lan laughed. Hey, I also really like our ancestor. We have many similarities. At this point, Fa Tian also chuckled. That's right, isn't it? They smiled at each other, a hint of awkwardness, both looking straight ahead. Po Tian was silent, his mind turbulent. I can't change my mind just because of a few words from the young lady, but after hearing them, I am more certain now.
I suddenly remember what the Heavenly Guard said, but can the Lord really do that?
Is it necessary to eliminate Dugu Han Thien? Fa Thien looked at Tu Yit Lan and finally admitted to himself that he truly didn't want to make this woman sad. Suddenly he spoke up. I have made my decision. He suddenly stood up, reaching out his hand to her, softly asking, Miss, do you want to come with me? Anyway, returning to the present, Fa Thien looked straight at the abbot and said clearly, even if it's just a small chance, I still want to save the leader of the martial world. Chi Hu was stunned and momentarily didn't understand. What? Who are you trying to save?
First you wanted to eliminate them. Now you want to save them?
So I hope Tio Lam will help me. Please, help me. Chi Hu didn't answer immediately, and the abbot's gaze grew serious.
Even though the reason sounded reasonable, it wouldn't be right for all of Tu Lam to side with this man. And perhaps his own ambitions would lead him to take over the martial world as well.
Then the abbot leaned in close, studying Fa Thien carefully, silently wondering what kind of person this man really was. Tuyet La looked at the abbot nervously and asked, What's wrong? In Chi Hu's heart, a sudden thought arose that Duko Han Thien might be a caring father to his daughter. But behind that smiling face was a hand always ready to strike. Moreover, someone like the jade-faced divine dragon must have endured much oppression caused by Duko Han Thien. Chi Hu looked at him carefully, constantly questioning himself. But now he really wanted to save Han Thien. Was it sincere? Suddenly he lost his mind. Then the abbot sat up straight, his expression as if he understood everything. Or perhaps this sudden change in Fa Thien was also a response to Chi Hu's unexpected thoughts. Maybe he had already attained enlightenment and become a Buddha. After a moment of silence, the abbot finally spoke. Even with the true transmission from the sixth patriarch, it was only a slight escape to test the Quan Am Fat Dien leader. At this point, the abbot smiled to himself and wondered who this young monk was to have such great fortune.
Then Chi Hu circulated his internal energy, recited aloud, guiding the mind of others, seeing the true nature and attaining enlightenment beyond words, transmitted outside the scriptures, clearly understanding the true nature as reaching the ultimate truth.
Disciple Chi Vu respectfully bowed and said, I am Chi Vu. I pay my respects to the benefactor. From now on, Xiaolin will always accompany you. After a while, everyone had almost finished discussing. The details will be shared with everyone later, Pan Chi. Chi Kong replied softly. All right. As he spoke, Fa Thien turned his face to look into the distance. Oh, and there's a mountain over there, right? Chi Hu looked up, a bit confused but still responded. That's right, but Fa Thien didn't say a word and immediately stood up and stepped out, surprising everyone. He raised his hand in front of him, gathering energy in his palm. After finishing, Po Thien turned around, smiled, and said, This is my result. Let's go, miss. Yue Lan was a bit surprised, but quickly responded, Yes, young master. Both Chi Kong and Chi Hu stood up at the same time, staring intently at the wall where a deep mark left by Fat Thien was visible. Chi Kong, confused, asked, What is he joking about? The Grandmaster frowned and stared at it intently. So he means this is a gift he's giving us. The person behind Chi Hu burst out laughing. It seems we still have a long way to go. Chi Kong, huh? Chi Kong saw it and looked up with wide, surprised eyes. That's not the object outside, the thing over there. On the rocky mountain, there's a large palm print, which is the Quan Am Fat Dien statue. Chi Hu just looked and burst into laughter. Amitabha! Meanwhile, Fa Thien and Tuyet Lan had already gone quite a distance ahead. Tuyet Lan looked at him and asked, Where are we going this time? Young Master Fa Thien smiled and replied, Probably to the Five Lotus Society. He turned back to look at Tuyet Lan and asked worriedly, Are you tired, miss? Walking like this is exhausting for you. Tuyet Lan replied, It's okay. At this moment, she involuntarily remembered the image of Fa Thien when he asked her to go with him, and every word he said was deeply engraved in her mind. Even with my limited ability, I still want to save the martial arts leader of the martial world. Come here. Tuyet Lan involuntarily smiled and muttered to herself, I knew I wasn't mistaken about him. Fa Thien looked at her with a hint of surprise. She replied calmly. It's nothing. In the Central Plains martial world, only two figures are called divine swords, one of whom is the invincible divine sword Doko Han Thien of the Northern Sword Society. At the same time, at the Nam Kung family estate, a loud shout rang out. They're here! and the other is the Divine Sword of the Five Lotus Society. The one who stepped in is the society leader and head of the Nam Kung family, Shangtian Divine Sword, Nam Kung Hui. Nam Kung Hui walks in with a grim face. Hachlin cautiously speaks. Father, this time you must not do anything strange. All right. Is that really true? Nam Kung Hui replied helplessly. I told you I wouldn't do anything. Then he turned to his son and asked seriously, Hachlin, did the letter clearly say today? Hachlin nodded. Yes, they said they would arrive before noon, right? Is it true, senior brother? Did they say they would arrive before noon? Hachlin was a bit nervous but still confident. It's almost time. Let's wait and see. At that moment, a voice rang out. Hello? The one arriving is Fa Thien. He looked at Hachlin and smiled. Long time no see, Prince of the South Palace. Master Hachlin happily stepped forward and asked, Are you still in good health, Master Van? Hugh Mai, upon seeing the woman behind Fa Thien, exclaimed in surprise. No Tsu, that woman is Duko Tuit Lan. This is it, it's here. This is my father. Nam Kung Hui watched Po Tian intently and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, one of the 5 great martial arts heroes, with eyes shining with a divine aura of righteousness. He laughed heartily, very pleased to meet Master Van. Come here. Suddenly, Nam Kung Hui lowered his head with a slight smirk on his lips, and though his words might be a bit rude, hearing about Master Van's arrival made this old man's blood boil. Hachlin immediately understood his father's intention. Father again? Come here, Baratit. Nam Kung Hui drew his sword and spoke seriously. Do you want to try a match with the great hero Van? The tip of the sword was less than a finger's width from his face. He forced a faint smile, glanced at the shining blade before him, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. Besides his swordsmanship, the heavenly sword god is also famous for his strange actions. Instead of greeting, he offers peculiar invitations. When a formidable opponent appears rather than greeting, his challenge becomes his way of showing hospitality. But this action makes Hachlin, standing nearby, feel quite troubled, secretly worried that my father only wanted to exchange martial skills and hoped not to offend Master Fat Ivan. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up. Fatin not only didn't mind, but also smiled and said, It's okay, young Master Nam Kung. Going along with customs is fine. If the guild leader wishes it, how could I refuse? Hachlin then let out a relieved sigh. It's good that the hero is interested. And Nam Kung Hui laughed heartily. I knew the hero would agree. Fathian also smiled and said, Let's have our match on the arena. Hopefully everyone has arrived at the Nanchang family arena. Standing to one side, Tuet Lan couldn't hide her worry and whispered, Are you okay, young master? The guild leader of the 5 Links Guild is also known as the Sword God. But Fathin just smiled calmly and replied, I don't really believe those rumors. Hachlin sighed softly and whispered, Is this really okay? After a moment of mulling it over, he finally made a decisive gesture. Getting ready to start. Fathin carefully observes the opponent, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, prepared to attack at any moment. Nam Kung Hui smiles, his Duong Kao sword also ready. He unleashes all his strength in a single strike and charges forward. Fathin also did not hesitate, quickly blocking that strike. The 2 swords clashed with immense power, affecting even those standing nearby, with Hachlin and Tuyet Lan forced to retreat. They are not ordinary people in the martial world. Their opponents are the divine sword of Thuong Thien, the jade-faced divine dragon. After that sword strike, both of them were pushed back at the same time. Fa Thien clasped his hands together, smiling as he said, I have learned a lot from you, guild leader. Master Van, you're too modest. Hachlin hurried over, looking worried. Father, are you all right? Nam Kung Hui smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. That was just too amazing earlier. Then he turned to Fa Thien and invited Master Van inside. We've been preparing to welcome him since last night. Fa Thien politely replied, Thank you, Hallmaster. In the study, Fa Thien slowly recounted everything, from the current situation to the entire plan. After listening, Nam Kung Hui frowned and asked, The 4-key plan, can you explain this in more detail? Fa Thien calmly replied, 9 main alliance, 5 link society, South Blade sect, and there is still one more force I haven't revealed. He paused briefly before continuing, What do you think about my plan to unite these 4 powers to fight against the poison girl hating heaven? If everything goes according to plan, that would be great. What do you intend to do with the remaining 2 forces? Fa Thien smiled and said, Liu Lam and Nam Dao Min have already decided to follow me. If the Hallmaster doesn't believe, you can read the letter written by the Lion Saber King and Master Chi Vu. Nam Kung Hui took it carefully, examining each stroke.
As expected, these are indeed the handwriting of the great master Luke To, and there are rumors that the Southern Dagger sect has also followed the hero. The rumors are indeed true. After a moment, he looked up and said firmly, "But words alone from the hero are still not enough." Fa Tien frowned slightly and asked again, "So what?" Nam Kung Hui calmly replied, "Even if the three factions choose to follow the hero, I still think there is still a reason missing." Without hesitation, Fa Tien replied immediately, "The reason those who suffered under the leader of the Martial World League is because they are the reason, right?" Nam Kung Hui nodded slowly, saying, "That's not wrong, but a more justified reason is still needed." That statement made Fa Tien momentarily stunned, a more valid reason. Looking at the two people in front of him, Nam Kung Hui lowered his voice and said, "Master, please listen to my story a bit. Miss Dugu, you should listen too." Now, Nam Kung Hui began to tell the story. "This is the first time I met Duko Hantian. At that time, the Hallmaster of the North Sword Society was the Hidden Dragon Emperor. This story took place before Duko Hantian became the Hallmaster of the North Sword Society. At that time, rumors spread throughout the martial world that the son of the North Sword Society's leader was very skilled in swordsmanship." Returning to when Nam Kung Hui was young, a voice from someone nearby sounded. "It's true. Back then he was really skilled in swordsmanship." Nam Kung Hui frowned, looking suspicious. "So what was his nickname back then?" The other person hesitated. "Oh, that thing." As soon as he heard it, Nam Kung Hui's face changed and his eyes showed suspicion. So at that time there was already a conflict between the two men. The conflict erupted over the chance to earn the title of Divine Sword.
Because the two are sworn enemies, I wrote a letter to Dugu Han Tian. 3 days later, at the hour of the pig, before Emperor Guan Miao's first sword gathering, the winner would earn the nickname Divine Sword. Po Tian asked curiously, "Did the two of them fight back then?" Nam Kung Hui calmly replied, "I was planning the same." But Dugu Han Tian felt it was not enough. He said that the ultimate sword and the ultimate technique were still missing, and Po Tian hesitated briefly with some doubt. If so, it was a secret duel, a real battle rather than just practice.
Both of us decided to fight a bloody battle, risking our lives, but surprisingly, Duong and Dak Ko Han Thien are evenly matched, and the outcome remains undecided. After the final battle, both of them were exhausted, and the result was a draw. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a long scar on his arm.
"This is that divine wound." After a moment, he continued, "And Duko Hantian also has a severe wound on his right hand." Tuyet Lan was surprised and confirmed again.
"Yes, my father often hides it, but I know he has a very large wound on his right hand."
Nam Kung Hui gently touches the scar, his voice lowering, saying it is the reward for the two men. The wound is even named the Divine Sword.
After that battle, we decided that
Both of us could be called the Divine Sword. After finishing the story, he immediately returned to the main issue. But returning to recent events to oppose the arbitrary decisions of the martial world leader Min Dak Ko Han Thien. Had a trip to North Sword Society, but we still couldn't reach an agreement and kept arguing. Remember when Nam Kung Hui went to Bak Kim Hoi to find Han Thien, and they argued fiercely? Why doesn't Dak Ko Han Thien listen to everyone's opinions? Han Thien pushed Nam Kung Hui's hand away and shouted angrily, "Forget about it!" Seeing the person in front of him, Nam Kung Hui was stunned, as if this was not the Han Thien he once knew. And more importantly, the thing he cares about most is that the divine sword spirit is no longer on the young lady Dak Ko's arm. Nam Kung Hui asked seriously, "What does Miss Dak Ko think? Is the current martial world leader Min truly Dugu Han Tian?" His question seems to evoke a possibility Tuyet Lan had never considered before. Even Fa Thien was stunned. Does the Hallmaster mean Dak Ko Han Thien, not Dak Ko Han Thien? He briefly recalled what the soldiers had said earlier, and although he found it a bit unreasonable, he clearly had that feeling. The great master seems to have become a different person. Connecting all the clues, Fa Thien suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Hallmaster!" Nam Kung Hui was startled and said, "Great hero." After careful consideration, Fa Thien decided to prepare a letter to send to Tio Lam and Nam Dao Min, and we will start a general uprising, beginning with Kai Feng Fu. Fa Thien shares what he has learned so far with the three factions. At this moment, the Heaven Seal Illusion Dao Artifact Order Tan can't hide his confusion and interrupts. "Does the North Sword Society leader have strange actions?" The abbot solemnly replied, "Yes." Fa Thien looked around and then continued, "That's why we must quickly expose the evil deeds of the martial arts guild leader. Everyone still remembers the promise they made to me, right?" Qigong gently bowed his head and said, "Of course." Commander Len also quickly clasped his hands together. Trong Nia spoke,
Master Vaughn, please go ahead. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Fa Thien to pause briefly. He gently looked up at the speaker. Seemingly no one objected. In that case, hero, I have a suggestion. After hearing the suggestion, Fa Thien was slightly stunned. The 4 Divine Beasts team? What do you mean by that? Nam Kung Hui calmly explained that it was to prevent Du Gu Han Tien from exploiting the decision-making power of the Northern Sword Society, an organization formed within the Martial World Alliance, consisting of young heroic knights. Fa Thien pondered. I remember Feng Kai mentioning this organization before. After a moment, he spoke. But it seems they haven't chosen a leader yet, right? Nam Kung Hui nodded, still undecided. Because the nature of this organization is quite complicated, and there are many capable, righteous heroes. It's also difficult to follow others' advice. So perhaps the leader of the Martial Alliance has used the great hero as a pawn to confront the righteous sect from the spiritual team. Fa Thien frowned. Why me? Isn't it because the rumors that the hero has seized the Southern Path sect are spreading throughout the martial world? His expression darkened. Considering the stance of the leader of the Martial World Alliance, it seems he prefers to bring the hero to his side rather than oppose him, even at any cost. You can't joke about this. Are you saying the leader of the Martial World Society wants to plant his own people into the Righteous Four Spirits team and has chosen me for that position? So the old man has a pretty special card up his sleeve for me. Nam Kung Hui immediately replied. His words made Fa Thien momentarily stunned, and that was the problem. The more he spoke, the more excited Nam Kung Hui became. Sir, please accept Du Ko Hantian's proposal and take that position. It will be the time for us to unite and launch our attack. He then added, but Du Ko Hantian is not a fool, except for the North Sword Society and the 9 Main Lotus. The 5 Lotus Society and the Southern Path are both noticing the strange actions of Du Ko Hantian. He knows everything. Fa Thien was stunned and incredulous. Do you already know everything? What are you talking about? Nam Kung Hui frowned, emphasizing each word. That's exactly what I mean. He answered calmly. Fa Thien couldn't help but frown, secretly cursing in his heart, combining blood and demonic energy to create the heavenly sword formation. Is this how he shows his anger, that old man? Seeing your silence, Nam Kung Hui continued. So for now, the hero should accept the guild leader's proposal. After building trust, we can be invited to the Divine Sword Pavilion. Fa Thien chuckled softly, then continued. And that will be the moment when Dak Ko Han Tien's identity is revealed, right? Seeing that you understood my meaning, Nam Kung Hui smiled and nodded gently. After discussing, Fa Thien stood up straight, with a determined look in his eyes, and said loudly, Then the more people the better. I will ask the martial world leader to organize a grand introduction party. I will go to the North Sword Society first. Everyone wait for my letter. Nam Kung Hui's suggestion is indeed very accurate. The leader of the martial world warmly welcomes Fa Thien and immediately appoints him as the leader of the 4 divine teams. Furthermore, to celebrate Fa Thien's appointment, he also organized a celebration party. During that time, Fa Thien secretly sent letters to the 3 sects to report the situation, and the party was held 3 days later. Len Tan suddenly spoke with suspicion. But wasn't it already said that there are 4 keys, so who is the remaining one? Nu Hai replied, I don't know. Back at the Divine Sword Pavilion, Fa Thien was relaxing on the bed, but his expression was not entirely at ease. He suddenly remembered when he first arrived here, Han Thien was smiling happily and said, Relax and rest at the Divine Sword Pavilion. Thinking of him, Fa Thien Vothuk frowned, snorted, and secretly thought that the old man was fake. Surely he had many suspicions and wouldn't let me leave the Divine Sword Pavilion even a step. It's only been 2 days, I'm so bored of this. He opened his eyes, and Long suddenly felt a sense of unease, muttering, By the way, since last night, I've had a strange feeling. Hui Ling also spoke up. I also have a strange feeling. The Heavenly Demon Lord snaps angrily. You only just realized now, you idiot? Fa Thien argued irritably. If you knew, you should have told me. The Heavenly Demon remains calm. Clearly, this divine sword also has a secret chamber. I can sense there are many people inside. Fa Thien immediately stood up and looked at him intently. Where is the entrance? Can you sense it? Do I still need to sense it? Fa Thien looked a bit puzzled. What does he mean? Thien Ma chuckled softly, then replied. A secret chamber he didn't want anyone to discover. Where would the leader of the North Sword Society hide it? Hearing this, Fa Thien immediately activated the society leader's seal, his body gradually fading and his aura shifting accordingly. He glanced around cautiously and thought to himself, I will trust my instincts. You must come back within half an hour. Then the Demon Lord pointed in one direction and continued, I sense a gentle breeze over there, so how should we investigate this? Even though it's just a small gap, you can infiltrate it using the Celestial Demon stealth technique. Fa Thian watched and secretly marveled. Is it really true? Is there really a small gap? Without hesitation, he directly leapt down through the opening. His body gradually turned into a stream of red smoke as he descended through the gap, and the scene before him made him freeze in shock. Because the passage ahead is so wide, he hesitated for a moment and thought, wow, this entrance is huge. I wonder if it leads to the tunnel. Still uncertain, Fa Thian charged straight down. Along the passage, Fa Thian slid down and finally managed to land below. There was a prison there, guarded by soldiers all around. Fa Thian grew more tense. It's a prison, and those guys too. He carefully observed one of them, secretly assessing that because of the heavenly sword array, they didn't look very happy. The scent of thigh is similar to those suspicious assassins at the Demon Path sect, specifically the Blood Demon array. After thinking for a moment, he runs off again, wondering in his mind what exactly they are guarding. Is the old man hiding something deep inside here? The Blood Demon Heaven and the Heavenly Sword Palace are guarded in 3 places, with such a large number of soldiers. Inside the prison, they are holding an old man, who is the hidden dragon Emperor Doku, and the second group of soldiers is guarding another person, who is the heavenly dragon flying sword Doku. Fa Thian carefully examined the 2 people, secretly guessing that a poor old man and a young man who seemed quite miserable and needed so many people must be holding a secret. He frowned, carefully recalling the events he knew. Could it be that Miss Dak Ko suddenly leaving the North Sword Society is because of her grandfather and senior brother? Just as Fong Kai said, they have never left the North Sword Society, so what about the fewer soldiers? Thinking of that, Fa Thian was startled, his eyes wide with surprise, his face stiffening as he stood rooted to the spot because the person being held captive in front of him was Huyen Tu, whom he examined carefully from head to toe, until his eyes fell on the small pill rolling on the ground, the demonic drug of the same type used by Nam Dao Min. Fa Thian's whole body trembled with anger, clenched his teeth tightly, and chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. But he quickly took a deep breath and turned away. I must take them away immediately, or their lives will be in danger. Tianma looked at his attitude and said irritably, forget about them. Hu Lang also softly intervened. If we fight now, it will endanger the hostages. Fa Thian didn't reply, each step growing faster. Tomorrow is the decisive day. His resolve deepened as he made his final decision. Everything will end tomorrow. The messenger pigeon has completed its task. Grandpa Fong anxiously asked, how do you feel, miss? She replied, of course, thank you, ancestor. Then she shyly said, this is the outfit you like the most. Elder Fong silently assessed, you have also become much stronger. Should I tell the young lady first? She asked. He said calmly. The final key is the most important one, which is Tuyet Lan, who quickly interrupted, she is the eldest daughter of the Duko family. Duko Tuyet Lan, she is determined and will definitely reclaim the North Sword return. The next day, a celebration banquet was held to honor Fa Thian becoming a grand spiritual master of the righteous path from Lin Doi. The event seemed to showcase the power of Vo Lam Min and the prestige of Bak Kiem Hoi, with red earth decorations, abundant food, and elegant music prepared. Moreover, many martial artists from the North Sword Society gathered together, and usually these kinds of banquets were not open to outsiders. But today the Divine Sword Pavilion opened its doors to welcome many guests, due to a special request from Fa Thian. The sound of horns and drums echoed loudly, adding to the lively atmosphere of the celebration. Amid the crowded crowd, a careless person bumped into someone knocking on the bell. He glanced over with a sinister expression. Hey, you bump into others without even apologizing? Of course, the 2,000 demon soldiers from the Heavenly Sword Palace are also present. When everyone realizes who that person was, they panic and quickly step aside, whispering that demons must stay away from them. Everyone looked at them with suspicion, their faces changing color, some muttering under their breath, as the crowd surrounded the Divine Sword Pavilion and made the atmosphere tense. Even among the guests who belong to the Martial World Alliance, few can set foot in the great Y4 Hall. Those invited are not ordinary people, including the 3 geniuses of the North Sword Society, Shao Tian Ai, the elder of the Martial World Alliance, Bang Son Than Quyen Ban Hao Vu, and the North Sword Society's Hallmaster, Tiet Huiet Duong. Han Thian happily exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. Come on, hero, speak first. Fa Thian stepped forward quickly, smiled, glanced around the hall, then respectfully clasped his hands and said, I still have much to learn, but I swear to the gods above and below that I will do my best for a more prosperous Central Plains. The hall erupted in cheers. Everyone was excited, raising their hands, shouting in unison, welcoming Master Van Long, live. The banquet is served, everyone is seated, the official feast begins. Han Thian spoke up, opening the banquet.
Well, Master Pharmacist Van is now one of us. I have a question for you.
What does the hero think about the current situation of the martial world? He forced a smile and replied, let's see. It seems that Ma Dao Lian was just kicked out of the Martial World Alliance, so now we need to pay attention to external forces as well, right? His response made Han Thien nod in approval. Truly, someone with foresight. Actually, there are many factions in the martial world that come together only to fall apart. He paused briefly, then lowered his voice to probe, making it impossible to maintain the current team of the Martial League. But if necessary, there is still a way. Should we cooperate with forces outside the righteous path? Fa Thien smiles, his tone calm.
I have never considered this issue before, but I secretly curse this crazy guy. Has he already abandoned the main ideals of the martial world? At that moment, a voice rang out from outside.
According to that, both Fa Thien and Han Thien looked up at the same time. With guests arriving, it was obvious who they were without even looking. Thinking of that, Fa Thien gently smiled. They have arrived. Guests from all around are amazed, their eyes all turning toward the entrance of the hall. Oh, those people are the leaders of the 3 righteous sects. The sound of swords clashing echoed loudly as 2 Western women wielding swords stepped forward, their graceful figures and every move exuding an extraordinary aura. Following them, a figure stepped in. Master Min of the Southern Dagger, Vuong Tran Nhu Hai, the Lion Blade. Everyone's faces lit up with admiration. Dao Vu is truly beautiful. The person next to him still foolishly asked, I never thought I would see Tran Nhu Hai with my own eyes. Is this a dream? At this moment, a sudden flute melody sounded, followed by dozens of disciples from other sects entering with fierce energy, led by the 5 Lotus Society's leader, Thuong Tien Than Kiem Nam Kung Hui. A guest exclaimed in amazement, is that really the family tradition of the Nam Kung family? The person next to him then said, I understand now why the Nam Kung family can lead the 5 Lotus Society. At that moment, the steady, calm footsteps of the Shaolin monks echoed. The monks all bowed in unison and said, Adi Dafat. Leading the group was none other than Chi Vu, the abbot of Shaolin. The guests all exclaimed, is that Master Chi Vu, the abbot of Shaolin, arriving too? The person next to him added, as expected, the rumors that Master Van is the best in 9 honest alliances are not wrong. Han Thien saw the 3 main righteous leaders appear one after another, his face brightening with excitement, and he immediately stood up and announced loudly, let's start the feast now that all the distinguished guests have arrived. Amidst the cheers, the celebration for Master Van began. But before the toast could be finished, a sudden loud bang echoed as a staff struck the ground. Han Thien froze in surprise, turning back, and upon seeing the newcomers, his face immediately darkened. Because the members of the gang were also present here, each holding a staff, they all struck the ground forcefully, producing loud echoes accompanied by continuous shouts. In this way, they boldly enter the party. The surrounding guests were shocked, and one person exclaimed in surprise, What? Those are beggars? Why is there a gang at our celebration? How come another gang showed up at our celebration? It was supposed to only invite the elders and leaders, so why did the Kai Bang show up in the middle of the celebration? Unable to hold back, he shouted loudly, Hey elders and leaders, show your strength, and stop our party from being so defiled. The members of the Kai Bang grimaced and all looked at Han Thien, when suddenly a voice rang out from behind, saying, Isn't it you who caused this disgrace? Han Thien immediately recognized the voice, his face filled with shock and disbelief. This voice, Tuyet Lan, appears behind the Kai Bang crowd, her face grim and emotionless. When she fully reveals herself, one of them immediately recognizes her and shouts out, Duko Tuyet Lan, the current beautiful daughter of the Northern Sword Society, Duko Tuyet Lan. Han Thien saw that although she seemed a bit awkward, she still tried to act happy. Tuyet Lan, do you know how long your father has been searching for you? But inwardly she cursed. Why did that bastard appear here at this time? Then she quickly said, I ask my fellow martial artists for forgiveness. My daughter has just returned after going missing and doesn't seem to be in her right mind. It's already time, and you still dare to stand there and spout nonsense. It was he who impersonated my father. Have you forgotten that this is a truth known to all under heaven? The shocking news from Tuyet Lan left all the guests stunned. What? Is the current leader of the martial world, Min, actually a fake? Is there still someone hesitating? These 2 young ladies are really not alert. Now who am I supposed to believe? At this point, Han Thien couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily, What, you crazy girl? Are you really losing your mind? If that's the case, how could you not recognize your father and speak so incoherently? When he looked more closely at Tuyet Lan's clothing, he couldn't help but question her, saying, Moreover, you're still wearing the 9 dragons garment, which symbolizes the Hall Master. Is the 9-dragon robe supposed to represent the Hallmaster? Weren't you the one who said it was fake before? As her voice finished, her mind immediately recalled the past when her father suddenly asked, Tuyet Lan, do you know the meaning of this outfit? Tuyet Lan naively replied, It symbolizes the North Sword Society's leader, right? Han Thien asked again, What kind of leader do you think clothing symbolizes? Tuyet Lan is confused. What do you mean? So, what does it mean? Her father then slowly explained. It's also a reminder that never forget that everyone in the North Sword Society has the potential to become a dragon. He paused for a moment before continuing and said, and to prevent them from losing heart during their hard training, there must be a guide. Back to reality. Standing among hundreds of eyes, Tuyet Lan raised her voice, slowly and clearly saying, That is why the 9-dragon suit is revered like the Hallmaster, but in truth it symbolizes nothing. And every day, I wear the 9-dragon suit to remind everyone of that. She held her head high, her gaze calm and steady. To fulfill my duty as a guide, I am willing to sacrifice myself. That is my promise. Doko Tuyet Lan's words shook everyone's hearts. Fa Thien, Dak Kohan Thien Jia, Chin Dao Tamte. All were moved by her speech, while those around were stunned, some instinctively calling her young lady. Thien Yak was just as surprised. That young lady's head is the leader of the North Sword Society. Han Thien glared around, seeing the doubt in the guest's eyes, and could no longer contain his anger. He swung his sword straight at Tuyet Lan, shouting, Crazy woman, shut your mouth! A sword strike from him was immediately blocked by Fa Thien with his hand, and the force of the block made Han Thien step back, clutching his trembling arm. He glared and said through gritted teeth, Master Van, don't interfere in my family's affairs. Fa Thien replied with a faint smile. Why not? Your end has already begun. At this point, Han Thien has completely lost his composure. He roars in anger. What did you say? Hey, jade-visaged divine dragon. No. Does Wen Yao dare to disobey my orders? Fa Thien said calmly. The crime of abusing the name of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Facing him, every word I speak is a question. You are guilty of tarnishing the reputation of the North Sword Society under the name of the Martial World Leader and threatening the righteous members of the Martial World Leader. The crime of daring to plunge the Central Plains martial world into chaos in the name of your martial world. Fa Thien looked up boldly and said, and also caused a woman to shed tears. His face darkened even more. The next words will be the verdict. Exposing the impostor completely, do I still need to tell you more of their crimes? For example, who is being held captive in the dungeon? Han Thien clenched his teeth, his face distorted with shock and confusion. How did he find out? Poison Heaven glanced at him, smiling faintly, and said, Not yet. Are you still looking for a reason to justify yourself? What else does he want to do? Is there any reason greater than that? At this point, Han Thien could no longer hold back. He shouted loudly, Sky Fortress, wipe out everything here. Following the master's order, the members of Heavenly Sword Sect immediately charged forward, fighting fiercely. Before they could even recover, chaos erupted, sweeping through and destroying everything around. Is that guy crazy? Whether it's real or fake, we still have to fight. Hach Lian clenched his sword tightly, blocking ahead, then ordered, Protect the Great Scholar! Facing the Heavenly Sword Palace, Thien Nya quickly responded, Since all wrongdoings were carried out under the name of the Northern Sword Society, let the Northern Sword Society rectify them. Quickly escort the young lady and Master Van to safety. The subordinates of both sides clashed, marking the start of the battle, with the sound of swords clashing echoing loudly. Meanwhile, Han Thien Chi stood outside, watching intently, his face becoming more twisted with each passing moment. Damn it, the 100-year grand plan of the Four Heavens has been destroyed by that girl. The more he thought about it, the more he felt unwilling, and he roared wildly, I will destroy all of you and rebuild the Martial World Alliance, killing everyone without exception. Han Thien reached out his hand, his deep voice echoing. Black Flame, Demon Lord, takes the lives of the jade-faced divine dragon and Duko Tuyet Lan. A huge figure emerges from the shadows, emitting a terrifying voice, commanding. With a single palm strike, Black Flame Demon Lord pushes back those nearby. He roared, his voice echoing loudly everywhere. The crowd screamed in fear, Monster, it's a monster! The person next to him was just as surprised. Does the North Sword Society also have something like that? At first, I didn't even know how to use a sword. Watching the chaos unfold, Han Thien smirked confidently. These struggling creatures should be manageable for Black Masked Demon. I'll just leave first and come back once everything is over. He turned and left, leaving Haiviem Tula to handle it alone. Fa Thien looked at the receding figure with a cold glint in his eyes, finally fleeing and relying on Elder Huyen.
Black flame. Demon Lord roared loudly and then charged straight at Fa Thien. He did not dodge, but instead lunged forward to attack without hesitation. In an instant, Fa Thien closed in on the monster, glancing at him in surprise.
What are you looking at? My son. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Lang and Fa Thien's body immediately struck a powerful palm downward.
Nam Kung Hui and those around him stared in shock. Even Thien Nyak was unable to hold back and opened his mouth in amazement.
With a single strike, the massive body of Black Flame Demon immediately collapsed to the ground.
Po Tian glanced at him and said with a smile, "He is only big, but his strength is still far below mine." The battle between the Martial World Alliance and 2,000 assassins from the Heavenly Sword Palace broke out. The Heavenly Sword Palace was completely destroyed, and their leader, Dukang Han Tian, fled. Nam Kung Hui looked around and saw no sign of Han Tien, then finally realized, so he's escaped, huh? After the recent tragedy, all eyes now focused on one person who was finally able to handle the situation and restore order. And Fa Thien is the person everyone trusts. He looked at everyone and praised, "You all have worked hard." The chaos of the Martial World Alliance has finally come to an end. The cheers of the martial artists soaked in blood continue to echo, and the situation has changed. The current situation suggests that Dugu Han Thien has been defeated, and a new leader has emerged. That night, Tuyet Lan's face at Tui Hua Dian showed shock as she couldn't hold back and asked, "Gong Young Master, these three familiar figures before me, Dugu Trin, Dugu Vu, and Huyen Tu, are all lying there, their faces pale." Fa Tien slowly replied, "I found them in the dungeon of the Divine Sword Pavilion. It seems that the impostor had imprisoned them." Hearing that, Tuyet Lan couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Why did everyone end up like this? Fa Thien glanced at Elder Y and said, "Tell young lady the situation of the others." Elder Y immediately responded, "Yes, Lord Commander." Looking at the three people lying there, his voice grew deeper. The reason they are still holding on is because of their hatred, but their health has been severely damaged, and even if they come back to life, they won't be as alert as normal people. Hearing this, Tuyet Lan covered her mouth tightly, trying to hold back her sobs. Old Y continued to look at Huyen Tu. But luckily the mysterious child, if she rests for a few more months, she should recover. But I don't know when the wounds in my heart will heal. Tuyet Lan sobs and pleads through her tears. Is there no other way?
In the end, I can finally meet my ancestors and senior brothers, but according to him, I still have to part from them.
Fa Thien finally spoke. Even if he could save her life, it wouldn't be enough. How could it be this tragic? Suddenly, the heavenly demon called his name. Fa Thien looked at him and slowly said, "There is still a way." Fa Thien was startled and momentarily ignored those around him, immediately asking, "Is there really a way? Hurry up and tell me."
Tuyet Lan stared at him in surprise and whispered, "So the young master is talking to himself again."
Old Y beside us whispered, "We should wait outside for a while, miss." Tianma continued, "As long as we send our souls in, they just need to possess those two bodies. And we can not only prevent the separation, but also save the situation." Bodin immediately focused on the key points. What is the chance of failure, and what results would we get from doing this? The celestial demon confidently replied, "The chance of failure is almost zero. Although we cannot know the outcome in advance," Hu Lang added at this moment. "Because these two contestants haven't completely lost their souls, we can more easily possess their bodies. The important thing now is that the power of Po Tien's spell is not yet enough to help us infiltrate. So if we act on our own, the result is not guaranteed. No matter what, the living body will still be preserved, right? But it can still comfort those who stay behind a little." Demon Lord nodded and continued. "The second case is similar to the first, involving a parasitic soul. After we infiltrate and successfully awaken their souls, their consciousness will be restored." He added, "In this case, we will have to return to the spirit realm once more." Fa Thien was stunned and asked again, "Back to the spirit realm?" Fa Thien was lost in thought. Even if he did this hundreds of times, he wouldn't lose anything. If successful, those two might be able to come back to life, or at worst, temporarily revive Duko Trin and Duko Vu, which could somewhat comfort Tuyet Lan. But as he thought of this, a hint of sadness appeared on Fa Thien's face. His gaze stopped on the two people in front of him. They had traveled together with him through many journeys. If they have to return to the spirit realm, I instinctively think back to before, when sometimes Thien Ma and I argued, and other times we teased him. Sooner or later, when all three share the same thought and feel a twinge of sadness, it's like saying goodbye to them. Along the way, Fa Thien, Huilang, and Thien Ma journey together, becoming an inseparable trio. Thinking about it, he couldn't bring himself to do it, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. After a long while, Fa Thien finally spoke with difficulty.
All right? Rely on the two of you, Tianma and Hui Lang, and remember to keep this secret from Tuyet Lan. When you fully control her body, make sure to act just like her father and her senior brother.
He looked away, not letting them see his true feelings. And if possible, was there really a need to return to the spirit realm so soon?
Don't worry. Even if I return to the martial world, I won't take away the heavenly demon sect, so you have nothing to worry about.
Hulang couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Ha ha 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 ha, surely there's some hidden meaning behind what you're saying, heavenly demon?" Heavenly demon looked guilty and quickly replied, "I didn't mean anything by it."
Hulang secretly thought I already knew that the heavenly demon challenger originally wanted to take over the body of the Skybreaker challenger, but after watching him day by day, does the heavenly demon challenger no longer think that way now? It's not like one side is a lonely supreme. I still meet an equally matched opponent. After making their decision, Hue Lang and Thien Ma immediately entered the bodies of Dak Ko Trin and Dak Ko Vu.
So let's go. The demon lord and Hue Lang disappear as the old man injects spiritual medicine into Dak Ko Trin and Dak Ko Vu, while Fa Thien channels his inner energy into their bloodstreams. Then they wake up. That means Fa Thien will no longer be able to hear the voices of Thien Ma and Huyen Lang. That made Fa Thien feel empty inside. 3 days had passed, and everyone from the Divine Sword Sect was present.
Like Hai finally spoke up. Now that everything has been settled peacefully, shouldn't we elect a new leader now?
Nam Kung Hui calmly continued,
Of course, the position of leader will go to Master Van, but contrary to everyone's expectations,
Fa Thien declined, thanking you for the recognition. I still lack enough experience for such an important role, but I would like to propose someone. What do you all think? Nam Kung Hui frowned and asked, Is that reasonable? Is there anyone more suitable than Master Van? Poison. Heaven only smiled softly and did not answer immediately. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. Come in. The door behind him slowly opened, and upon seeing the figure, Tian Niao's face immediately changed. His eyes widened in shock, first stunned, then panicked. Is the one who entered the Emperor of Hidden Dragon? The person standing in front is the 9th Guild leader of the North Sword Guild, Emperor Hidden Dragon, Du Gu Lin. The second name is Duko Tuyet Lan's senior brother, Tiem Long Fi Kiem, Duko Vu. Everyone in line shouted in unison, Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. As everyone knows, the one most affected this time is the Dugu family. The guild leader lost his life and had to sacrifice without anyone knowing, while Emperor Tiem Long and his descendants suffer in prison.
He's said seriously. Moreover, the Northern Sword Guild is the effort, sweat, tears, blood, and lifelong dedication of them, yet they are branded with shame. Should we give them a chance to clear their name?
Tri Quang was a bit worried and quickly spoke up. But, after all, the person who contributed the most in this matter wasn't Master Van. Po Tien still firmly declared, in his role as the Great Spirit Master of the Righteous Four Spirits team, I will do my best to help in any way I can to restore the new leader. What do you think? Is it too hard to understand? Nam Kung Hui led the shout, and it was clear to everyone. All of us unanimously accepted the new leader for the unity of the Martial World Alliance. The voice echoed out beyond the tower for the Martial World Alliance. As time passed, the Martial World Alliance quickly regained its position. Of course, this stability is also thanks to Fa Thien's directives. The organizations are maintained to minimize losses, and the authority of the new leader and the Grand Master of the Four Spirit sect is also increasing and strengthening. Fa Thien read the notebook, then cheered, Good, this is fine now. The Martial World Alliance and the Northern Sword Society have always been investigating, hunting, and capturing the criminals. Furthermore, Fa Thien's actions have gained significant trust in the Central Plains martial world. Doako Trin and Doako Vu, who are sitting seriously in front of Fa Thien at Than Long Kak near Vola Min's entrance, just reported that the impostor has fled to Jiangnam. Old Y looked at him and replied, Yes, Huyan Lao is still pursuing to gather more information.
Fa Thien pondered and said, If he's in Jiangnan, does he plan to team up with Thien Huang Ngok Fu?
Nothing is certain either.
They will probably have to send someone to Nam Dao Kin as well. Tianma said enthusiastically, I am here. Po Thien immediately asked, Did you forget anything?
Then he sarcastically said, You are just a half-hearted rooster now. Fa Thien then asked, How is Hue Lang doing now? Hue Lang, who is in Dak Ko Trin's body, spoke up. Do you want to hear what Fa Thien Chi Chu has to say next? 2 streams of purple and gold light intertwine, and at night they will seize Emperor Qianlong and Dugu Vu. From dawn to dusk, the original owners will still control their bodies. Despite that, Po Thien still worries, but Thien Ma and Hue Nang do not need to return to the spirit realm.
The good news is that Miss Tuyet Lan and her loved ones are not separated. This seems beneficial for both sides, but I am still busy with my calculations. Tiem Long Daide, being a master himself, doesn't need to worry, but Dak Ko Vu and Thien Ma make me quite uneasy. At this moment, the demon lord leapt up and questioned, "Why are you so anxious? Have you forgotten who I am?"
Break the heavens. I calmly say, what if the main body is killed during the day when it's daytime? He quickly explained, Thien Ma, you once said that Dugu Wu would still remember your words and actions from the night, right?
Then first, you should practice martial arts every night before you are killed. Your current task is to make your body stronger every day, the demon lord shouted. What did you say?
Then Po Thien again said, Huilang, go outside quickly. As the leader, you shouldn't stay here too long. Huilang also agreed and stood up. Yes, disciple. Tian Ma was furious inside. Is he really telling Tian Ma to keep training? What kind of perverted thing is this? If I had known he was weak, I would have chosen to join that old man Tiem Long K from the start. He raised his hand to examine and then assessed. This Duko Vu may be young, but he's useless. Humph, his body is still young, and his face isn't bad, so he's not completely useless.
Lam, after a moment of calculation, shouted, Fa Thien, from now on I will follow your orders unconditionally.
Really? What new trouble is there with Thien now? Thien Ma then made a condition, saying you have to promise me something.
Fa Thien sighed and asked, What do I have to promise now? Thien Ma replied, As you can see, I now have a new life,
so I want to build it for a greater ideal. I can't accept living like a madman, Fa Thien asked confusedly. What does that long-winded explanation mean?
So what is that ideal goal? Thien Ma said seriously.
The woman, Fa Thien, helplessly asked him again. A woman?
He excitedly said, I want to be free to love in this life, so don't stop me.
Just remember, I will do whatever my lover asks, Fa Thien asked again. Do you truly want that? Is love really your ideal goal in this world?
He angrily said, I truly mean it. So no matter what happens, interfere in my love life. Fa Thien nervously replied. I understand. Just follow your heart and love freely.
He thought about what the demon lord just said and shook his head, saying it was indeed unexpected. The demon lord then burst out laughing happily.
Even the heavenly guard wondered if that was really the legendary heavenly demon. Yi Lao also asked, What is he talking about? Tian Ma happily exclaimed, Stop being boring, Elder Fong. Does he want to go drink with me? The two also had no choice but to respond.
Yes. The next morning, Duko Vu painfully hugged himself, gradually opened his eyes, and was then extremely shocked to see many women on his bed. I also wonder, how much did I drink last night? Why are there so many women here?
Senior heavenly demon, even though we share the same body, how could you treat me like this?
I need to find the patriarch.
Duko Trin asked, What are you here for?
Duko Vu angrily called out to the patriarch and sat down to ask, Did Master Huilang do anything last night that might have affected your health? He replied tiredly that he had been reciting sutras and meditating all night, so he's a bit exhausted now. Dak Ko Vu sighed, saying, When we were sleeping, they went and did these things. I don't know what happened to us. Should I go find Master Van Doan to ask more? Of course, this isn't easy either. Now both of them have to live a different life than before. Duko Trin sighed and continued, What else should we worry about? Thanks to Master Van, we can live like this again.
Duko Vu hesitated and said, I know that. But Tuyet Lan went with Fat Thin, she called out, Ancestor.
She was surprised and asked, Oh, Elder Brother is also here? Duko Trin stood up and called out, Lan Yi, Master Van has also arrived. Outside, butterflies are fluttering in the garden. Duko Chi enjoys the scenery with Fa Thien and says, Isn't the scenery beautiful?
I have admired it from when I was young until I grew old. You also politely praised the scenery, Your Majesty.
He turned to ask him, I know the great hero is quite busy with work, so I will get straight to the point. I want to say that I will continue to follow what the hero desires. Fa Thien turned and said, I don't know why Lord Laidu wants this, but I fear I cannot do it. Anyone who hears of me recruiting the Emperor as a subordinate would think it's impossible. Dugu Zhen still sticks to his own opinion. What others think doesn't matter. This is my decision. I just want to know what the Lord wants.
The old man also added, and I already knew about Master Huilong and the heavenly demon ancestor, so how could I not follow the hero's advice?
Fa Thien turned and bowed his head to the old man, saying, I understand. Sorry for not considering Your Majesty's feelings.
I am honored to be granted strength by Your Majesty. Very well, I will accept Your Majesty's proposal.
Doko Trin knelt down to pay respect to Fa Thien. When Doko Vu saw this, he wondered why the ancestor was kneeling, even though he was A Kong. Then he immediately left, causing Tuyet Lan to call out,
Master, senior brother, where are you going? Doko Trong turned to look and explained, that kid has been following me all the time. He's probably feeling disappointed. Don't worry about him. He'll understand soon enough.
Fa Thien comforts the old man, saying, That's actually for the best. I also need to go somewhere with Doc Ko Vu later. Han Thien angrily shouts, How dare you speak like that, Thien Huang Ngok Fung? Tu Van still calmly replied, At least here, you must join forces with me. The second Grandmaster, he said, just sneaking around Nam Dao Min pretending to be the owner and thinking he truly has power.
How long do you plan to be arrogant? He said cunningly. The Grand Master is coming here. The Southern Path Min is about to disappear from Central Plain. The four spirits of the Four Spirits team have gathered together, their chest insignias embroidered with symbols representing Ming and Ling, clearly reflecting the organization's essence. The Southern Palace noble family, the White Sword Divine Dragon, Nam Kung Hach Lien is thinking, finally I get to go out with Hero Vaughn.
Oh no, it should be the Great Spirit Master. Shaolin Feng Yun Pilaf, Than Van Hock also think like the abbot monk said, this is a great opportunity to learn. Vo Dang Yi Tien Buk Lung Kwek Van Tun is also thinking about leading the Four Spirits team, so why does he want to leave? Even Doc Ko Vu, who hasn't contained the heavenly demon yet, is contemplating, and I still don't have much good feeling towards Master Van.
Fa Thien felt helpless and thought to himself that no one here was to be underestimated. Now I understand why Doko Han Thienjia is having such a hard time. He thought to himself, anyway, I have already handed over the martial world to the Hidden Dragon Emperor and Hui Lang, so there's no need to worry anymore. Then he shouted, and everyone in the righteous Tu Lin Society responded in unison.
Yes, he shouted to give the order to start. Wow. At the Demon Path League. Demon sect, everything is dark and gloomy, with the Demon Lord becoming the representative of the demonic way to break through the heavens. Trui Quang sighs, seeming to be in a bad mood lately. The Demon Lord of Madness wants to maintain the current situation with the Heavenly Breaker Order, but he still hopes to help the Lord Commander in any way he can. That's why he secretly investigates the death of Truong Ung, but despite his efforts, he can't find any clues, leaving Troi Quang puzzled. How can someone be dead without anyone acknowledging it? Moreover, last night a secret letter was sent. He picked it up and read it, then thought, the reader is unidentified, but it must be meant for me. The letter said that this place has fallen into our hands. If you want to live, leave here quickly. Troi Quang read it and suddenly felt confused.
What is going on? Who exactly are they?
Don't come in. Help me. Former leader of the Southern Sword Sect, Lion Sword King Tran Nu Hai, immediately asked, Is that true? Tu Van and Nu Hai are just looking at each other silently. Then Tu Van spoke.
Whether father believes it or not, everything I just said is the truth. As I said, once the Grand Master arrives, the Southern Sword Sect will disappear from Central Plain.
The third disciple of the Blood Demon Heavenly Lord is the Grand Master, the Second Master, and the Material. Although they all share the same origin, those three are not close to each other. The reason the Blood Demon Heaven groups operate in Central Plain without sharing secret information is mainly due to the influence of the relationships among the three disciples, who are actually competing with each other. But there are clear differences in their abilities. If the second Grandmaster is a rather irritable and difficult person, then the great Grandmaster is even more terrified 1,000 times over. Nu Hai asked, Why are you telling me this? Is that an order from Master Van?
Tuvan replied, The lord of my husband is also my lord.
My duty is to assist my father, so this is just what I should do.
Nu Hai then asked, But considering everything you've told me, isn't taking me out of the South Dagger sect a betrayal to my senior brothers and master?
Tu Van sighed, saying that their relationship wasn't that good, which surprised Nu Hai. He then thought, Master Vaughn is truly remarkable. How could he make someone change so much? Is this really Tu Van? Could this child be the one who caused the downfall of Nam Dao Min?
Tu Van still tries to persuade him. Now that everything is clear, you should get ready. With the strength of a Grand Master, we can't determine where the Grand Master will arrive.
Rui Hai asked in surprise. Fleeing? Then shouted in refusal, I'm not leaving. So what? Haven't you been listening to what I've been saying all along? The Grand Master is not an opponent you can face and survive. If you do, you'll die for sure. Nu Hai asked with a smile. Really? I don't think so. My body has been completely destroyed because of you, and now you want to do something to me again. Tu Van stammered. You sneer at this matter. Why do you look like that? Tu Van, you don't feel guilty about this, father. Ah, she shouted again. Why would you say that? I was only doing what I was supposed to. Nu Hai smiled and said, You're right. I was just doing my duty, which made her hesitate for a moment.
He then added, But there's no need to blame yourself or say things as if you're useless.
He laughed loudly and asked,
If I had to choose the most precious thing in this life, it would be the Nam Dao Min. In truth, it's more important than you. So? It smells like compassion, doesn't it? What do you mean by that? You still seem very calm, but if you've said these words, you must be very afraid. That Grand Master figure must be very powerful. Nam Dao Min disappeared like a fallen leaf in autumn, but he continued, saying that Sword King Tran Nu Hai wanted to entrust his fate to Nam Dao Min's, and she screamed. Why is that? When the Southern Sword Sect was almost swallowed, why did you persist so much? Because back then there was no one worthy for me to entrust. Now the situation has changed, with Van Dai Heap, Trui Kwang, and even you. Tu Van, I want to tell you something. I have lived a life of honor and shame. He turned back to advise her. Keep living on, no matter what happens. Try to live well. I hesitated and asked, Do you want to die with Min? He then smiled and said, Do you not find it unreasonable to say these almost final words? Then he raised his voice again and said, Our relationship is still awkward, but as Hai continued to say, I thought you would be different from before, but it seems I was just dreaming. Looking back, I guess I should still hope. Anyway, we never know what will happen, so try to live well, Tu Van said with remorse. You're really silly, he comforted her, saying it's just a little different. Sometimes being a bit silly is okay. In the end, he said, Thank you for telling me to run away, my daughter. Tu Van hesitated slightly, looking a bit uncomfortable. He bowed and said, That is my duty. I am only doing what I should. Roughly, Hai approached her and asked, I will give you one more task to do on the way. The dark, gloomy sky was filled with whispers, and a masked man asked, Is it true that Tien Huang Ngoc Phuc will run this way? Han Thien replied, Yes, and there is also the South Dagger sect leader. He shouted, Cut the nonsense. He has never had any sense of honor from the beginning. That male leader of the Southern Dagger sect will also be discarded, like trash. He also said that the real reason I planted him in the Southern Dagger sect was not to suppress the Northern Sword Society or the Wulan sect. At this moment, Ruhai is explaining that the most destructive martial art in the history of the martial world is the Demon Heavenly Technique. But that doesn't mean there isn't any that can rival it. Tu Van, confused, looked up at the big lion door and thought, I have always been in the Southern Dagger sect, but I never knew this place existed. As Hai explained, this is the true purpose of the Southern Sword Sect. This secret has been passed down from one sect leader to the next. He turned around and said, Tu Van, you must inherit my will and pass on this sword technique to Hero Van Dai. It is called the Demon Slayer Sword Technique, Tu Van exclaimed in shock. The Blood Shadow, Thunderbolt Blade Technique. Flashing back 15 years to the past, Tu Van's eyes widened in shock. You mean the Southern Blade Sect? The man in front of me calmly replied, Yes, you must go there to earn the trust and affection of the sect leader deep inside yourself. Hearing those words, her face couldn't hide her astonishment. Tu Van suddenly realized that it was the secret technique she had lost. Thinking of this, she suddenly snapped back, overwhelmed by intense emotions. At that moment, a voice broke the silence like a splash of water. Why do your eyes look so confused? Tu Van could only remain silent. He chuckled happily, saying, There's no need to be that surprised. Considering our relationship, it's not really unexpected. The two quietly walk away as Hai speaks. The Blood Shadow Thunderblade technique is the most brutal sword technique in martial history, the strongest demonic sword art of all time that any swordsman has ever dreamed of. At this point, he looked up, only daring to dream of the owner of this sword technique. Their steps halted in front of a giant tree, with large swords embedded in its trunk and chains binding it from all sides. A red book closed in the center, and Tu Van was suddenly surprised by what was before him. As Hai explained, the existence of this sword technique is a secret only passed down among the previous male swordmaster kings, and I was quite surprised to learn that the Blood Heaven Temple also knew about it. His hand emits a blue light as the book flies into his hand. Nu Hai hands the book to Tu Van. Tu Van, take it. She was so surprised she couldn't predict his actions. Tu Van took it, feeling confused. Why would someone reveal this secret manual to humans, exposing that you are a disciple of Tien Chuma, like offering meat to a hungry cat? Nu Hai sighed. I don't care if the disciple is a human or a cat with such a secret manual. It must not fall into the hands of the Heavenly Lord. He looked pleased. Give it to the Supreme Lord. Just go meet the King of Kaifeng, and you'll find your true master. I feel uncertain. Do people really believe in me? A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Could father not believe his own daughter? Hurry up, Tu Van. Her expression was a bit sorrowful, only able to remain silent. Tu Van clasped her hands and bowed her head slightly before him. Then I will go now. Take care of yourself, father. He watched over Tu Van. After she left, Hai's expression was a mix of nostalgia and pity. A child with nowhere to go. He reminisces about the first time he met Tu Van. Her bright, sharp eyes delighted him. Such beautiful eyes. Is your name Tu Van? The more he spoke, the more excited he became. From today you will be my daughter, Tu Van. Yu Hai's current appearance made her a little confused. He lifted Tu Van into his arms with a gentle smile and said, "Even though I didn't give birth to you, I will treat you like my own daughter. Just seeing your radiant smile is enough to make me happy." Tu Van happily smiled with her eyes closed, saying, "Even if you betray me and stab that knife into my heart, I won't be angry at all." He continued to ponder. "Tu Van, I don't know what you think of me, but I see the lion reigning in your heart. I only wish for your happiness and that you never fall into the pit of sorrow." Returning to reality, Hai bowed and wished Tu Van all the best. "Even if I die, I still hope you find happiness and that the gods will watch over you." Right here at the Demon Path link, the scene is a bit gloomy. Troy Kwang looks worried. A red tide will shake the nearby Demon Path link. I have my eyes on someone. The villagers cheered wildly for the strongest demon man, making Troy Kwang a bit angry and retort quickly, "Get lost, you noisy fools." He thought to himself that since he hadn't found any clues about the Red Flood, he didn't dare to face the Demon Lord yet. Suddenly, someone handed him a letter from Ma Chi-ton, and he turned around in confusion as Ha Chi-ton shifted to a sunset scene with the sun setting behind the mountains, stunningly beautiful. Do they think this is a picnic? Everyone is excited and eager to make a contribution. The Righteous Spirit Squad is eagerly heading south. They are excited. Just prove it to the Grand Spirit Master. The purpose of this trip is to chase after Duko Han Tianjia, who seems to be fleeing, likely Fa Thien. Fa Thien's goal this time is to bring everything to an end. Anyway, since the purpose of this organization is to stop Doko Han Tianjia's rampage with youthful enthusiasm and spirit, maybe they will end this themselves. Their fists clenched visibly with veins bulging. Duko Vu crossed his arms in frustration, intending to prove to the Great Spirit Master that there really is no proper order or system to be restored. Fa Thien sighed in exasperation. Truly, anyone at the level of Vo Tu Long wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Everyone couldn't hide their excitement and shouted out loud, "We will definitely capture the fake leader ourselves." Fa Thien felt helpless before their enthusiasm. "I just hope we won't run into trouble." Suddenly he saw something. Hach Lien was seeing off the carriage. He watched the carriage go away. Fa Thien wondered who the young master of the Southern Palace was. Are they acquaintances? His voice made Hach Lien a bit surprised. "Great Spirit Master, you look cheerful. It's nothing serious. Just that the continuous rain these days makes me remind them to watch their step, especially since this season is very humid and prone to landslides." Fa Thien secretly rejoiced. At least there's someone this calm. How fortunate. He spoke softly. "The young master is truly kind and considerate. I've learned something new." Encouraged by his praise, he became even more excited. "You flatter me too much," Lord Hach Lien said thoughtfully. "But that carriage is so beautiful, I wonder if it's from a noble family." Just as the rocks on the mountain cliff crash down violently, the loud noise surprises Hach Lien, who looks over, and Fa Thien is also taken aback. The two shout as the earth trembles. The coachman is startled and reacts too late. The coachman screams loudly as Fa Thien suddenly appears, using his strength to shatter the falling rocks, ready to hit the coachman. The falling rocks hit the ground, and the witnesses cheered loudly. Dugu Vu was stunned by his strength, his eyes wide open. This was the first time Duko Vu saw the martial arts of Fa Thien with his own eyes. Duko Vu choked in his throat, only aware of the extraordinary skills of Tianma and Hunang, but he refused to accept someone he knew nothing about. But upon seeing Fa Thien Doc's true skill with his own eyes, Ko Vu was deeply moved, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Fa Thien asked, "Are you okay?" "I hope nothing has happened." The coach driver was moved. "Although warned about the soft ground, I didn't expect it to be so tender. Thanks to you, I truly survived. I am sincerely grateful." Everyone around was worried, but luckily everything was fine, and the coachman kept wanting to repay his kindness. Inside that carriage was a young girl who had witnessed everything. Po Tien bowed and replied, "I am Wen Yu, just a passing guest. A simple thank you is enough. Safe travels." The coachman wondered to himself, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like a passing guest, and those around him clapped and praised him. The coachman grew more puzzled. Why would a young master with such high martial skills be so humble? Vondoen, that name sounds so familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. As time passes, light begins to seep out of the room. Fa Thien couldn't understand why the person said that the carriage had come here. Van Than's face was flushed.
Actually, they are not here to see you, but to ask for a place to stay because we've rented out all the rooms in this area, and they have nowhere to stay. Fa Thien replied, I caused them trouble, so quickly prepare a good room for them to rest.
He immediately obeyed. Fa Thien still wondered why his face was so red. Suddenly, a voice appeared beside his ear. Hey, Fa Thien, are you joking? At night, Demon Lord took over Dugu Wu's body. Fa Thien suddenly remembered that the sun had set.
What is it that bothers you, Your Majesty?
Tianma sneered.
Didn't I already tell you? This stinky guy is making me go this far.
Fa Thien Bang Huang, sorry about that. Aren't we supposed to finish something? Since it's come to this, lend me a hand so we can go back sooner. Upon hearing that, he shouted, No! I don't want to smell a woman's body scent. The people outside, hearing the scream, wondered, Is that the voice of the lonely woman? It can't be, he's not that shallow. Van Than looked embarrassed and said,
I have already informed the Grand Spirit Master. If there are any issues,
please let us know. The girl in front of us looks mysterious. I have a question. Van Than wondered as she suddenly took off her hat, her expression cold. Mr. Heavenly Demon? No, do you know the jade-faced divine dragon? Ngọc Yin Thần Long. Of course I know him. He's the great spiritual master. Suddenly a loud shout. This is serious. The two of them froze and looked up at Po Thien La in shock. What's going on? They stammered. The story is that Nam An, the governor of the Martial World Alliance, has been murdered. Fa Thien suddenly speaks loudly. What did you say? Van Than heard the conversation from inside the room.
Miss, I'm sorry, but I have urgent matters to attend to. The opportunity to make a contribution has just arrived. Van Than ran outside shouting, Follow me, the righteous Four Spirits team. If you want, come with me. They responded.
Yes?
He was visibly excited.
That's wonderful. I will also go with Quash Van Than. They are determined to follow him. Fa Thien was surprised by their actions and loudly said, Wait, everyone hold on. It seems his words were just like a breeze in their ears. No one paid attention. Fa Thien could only stare as they left, these fools. What does the martial arts master of the martial world mean? But what's with that scar? He loudly ordered, Hach Lien, gather the remaining members of the Four Spirits team and form a rescue team to find the survivors in the southern Anj province and protect them. Everyone else obeyed, their faces full of determination as they headed out, while Thien Ma looked on in confusion. Then, the two of them ran after a while outside the forest. Fa Thien turned back and asked, What do you think this ice technique is all about? The Demon Lord of the Nine Yin is what the Nine Yin manual is. He replied, It is the head of the extreme yin. Anything that touches it will freeze. The Nine Yin manual is pure extreme yin, a martial art that seeks the ultimate limit. It is created from the boundaries of the human body. Fa Thien asked carefully, Beyond human strength, he continued to answer his questions. Every man has a flow of yin energy within them, while women possess a flow of yang energy. However, the Nine Yin manual martial art completely suppresses yang energy and focuses on extreme yin energy. The demon of heaven clarifies further, then reverses all the suppressed positive energy in an instant and merges it with the existing negative energy. This is a martial art that only exists in imagination or legend. Tianmo wants to clarify it in his mind. Could it be that the impossible martial art has really appeared now? With a serious expression, Tianmo decides to check for himself how far it has developed. At night, the bright moon illuminates the forest along with many sparkling stars. Van Than, exhausted, gasps for breath. He seems terrified by that power. What exactly is he? The surrounding law of the claw emits a blue light that sweeps over everyone. He screams and rushes toward them with long, sharp claws. He pushed forward with his hands, causing the two to fall, then turned to the side and continued to use his strength to defeat them. Most of the others were already injured, his voice trembling. Fo Lin Su. Van Than turned to look at him with hatred. Damn it. Immediately, Van Than rushed towards you with a knife, shouting, Die, monster! But unfortunately, he was caught by him. The law enforcer pressed his hand tightly against Van Than's neck, which was covered with layers of bandages, and your expression was delighted as you shouted, Die! Suddenly a voice rang out. Who cares anyway? That voice was Fa Thien's, and he kicked the other guy hard in the face, sending him flying away. The two around him were stunned to see Fa Thien appear. He glared angrily, and their injuries kept worsening, making him even more furious. Van Than spoke, warning him to be careful when using ice magic. Fa Thien's eyes flashed with anger. I'm asking you what the hell you're really doing? Van Than stammered. We break heaven, are angry. Spirit Master Fo Lin, how dare you judge the situation like that and fail to protect those weaker than you? See what you've done? You've caused so many people to die. Their faces show extreme worry as they desperately beg. Fa Thien's serious eyes are cold as he says, Apologize to them.
Now quickly check who is still alive and evacuate the injured. Is that clear?
They obeyed the order. The strict law was carved on the cracked stone wall, his fists clenched tightly, and he screamed wildly. The heavenly demon approaches the Skybreaker. Skybreaker, I am coming. He remains silent. Tells him to come here. Dares to touch a member of the Tulin team, his eyes blazing with fury. I will make him pay.
At Fire Dragon Forest, Tu Van Lao sped like an arrow. Just calculated in my head. As long as I get out of Fire Dragon Forest, I can board the boat and leave this place.
Suddenly, a sword shot out from behind. Tu Van swung her sword to block the incoming blade, which then fell to the ground, leaving a deep mark, her face panic-stricken and her hands trembling uncontrollably. I knew this was the day the second Grandmaster would celebrate.
Are you trying to provoke Tianxian?
Immediately after, in front of another ancient lion-shaped door, Nu Hai was strangled by a hand, his face full of fury. So, it turns out you are the one. The person choking him is the first disciple of the Heavenly Lord, Blood Demon Heaven. He opened his mouth, and sure enough, Tu Van had betrayed him. After saying that, he threw him down forcefully. Then the Grand Master turned away.
Ru Hai refused to back down and said, "If you plan to leave like that, how dare you ignore the Sword King Tran Du Hai?
Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" Soon he grabbed the sword embedded firmly in the tree, and with a fierce expression, he attacked, causing the Grand Master to hesitate. He turned to look at him, and saw his hand trembling. The Great Master looked confused. I don't know what kind of mysterious power he's holding, but let me tell you a story. When the Great Master turned to him, I saw you trying to stall, and that hit him right in the heart, making him hesitate. He continued, "A junior sister? That's just a low-level organization, no different from the Western envoy to the Heavenly Lord, ultimately seen as a pawn to be exploited and discarded once they are no longer useful." Hearing those words, his veins bulged on his face with anger. The Great Master didn't care. There would definitely be no consequences. He sneered with a knowing smile. "You're now just a toothless lion, like Hai Ho Lian constantly, but refusing to fall into a weaker position." He glared and said, "If you have no teeth, I will tear you apart with my claws. If that's not enough, I will crush you with my flesh and blood." His face grew more fierce. "And if this method still fails, I will wander through the underworld and surely take your life. That damn Grandmaster is fearless. Now you're just an old man who can't even lift a sword, relying only on your curses to see the bleak future of the Southern Blade Sect. I will make you die, fulfilling your false Lion Master's wish." He turned around and walked away. I didn't even act directly myself. "Nu Hai, are you not satisfied with rummaging through your bag and not acting directly?" He pulls out a long, heavy sword. He looks at him. "Your body will be torn apart." At that moment, his body grew muscular as if infused with extra strength. Tear apart? I, Sword King Tran Du Hai, former leader of the Southern Sword Sect, have lived a life no different from a lion. Are you a bit surprised, with such little internal energy? His eyes blazing gold like a beast gone wild. "This lowly bastard, you trash!" Explode with all your strength as he shouts loudly. "I can't let you come find my daughter, you bastard." He gathers all his inner strength and rushes with all his might toward the Grand Master. He draws a shining sword. The bloodstain on the Grand Master's cheek is my fault. As expected, the renowned First Blade of Jiangnan is not just a rumor. Nu Hai, exhausted and bleeding continuously, weak from his body and alcohol, said, "Too bad. Just a little more and I could have cut off your head." He pointed his sword at the Lion Sword King Tran Nu Hai and told him to come here. Nu Hai closed his eyes in resignation, accepting it silently, feeling nothing anymore. He opened his eyes but saw no sign of him. Ngu Hai was surprised and confused. He encountered trouble when another attacked him. The Grand Master was stunned by this power. "Who are you?" "You attacked him with excitement, me." Tu Van shouted excitedly, rushing to shield you from him and striking him hard, knocking him to the ground at Hoalong Forest, feeling dizzy after being hit by a blow from Han Tien, which made her cough up blood. Han Tien's face full of provocation as he looked at Tu Van, who clutched her stomach with a furious gaze, mocking and challenging this senior brother. Does she have a secret technique? Tu Van, with blood on her lips, fidgeted, wondering what if she had it or not. Is he mocking? What is he doing? "I will help you lighten your burden." Just now, the Grand Master collapsed on the spot, blood all over the ground. He sighed in disappointment. He died too easily. This Blood Demon Heaven title is probably just a temporary thing, right? Hu Hai muttered. Probably so. He pondered and analyzed. His expression shows fear when talking about the Grand Master, so that reputation is not just a rumor. Although the young leader is truly powerful, this situation is not good at all. Troi Quang looks very proud.
Anyway, this 4 defenses are now taken care of, so you don't need to worry anymore. Old Da, you and Hai analyze and reorganize the events.
Lion Sword is my greatest strength, but given the current situation, I won't be able to unleash its full power. He connects all the clues together, so I have to exploit the opponent's small mistakes to win. To stop him from destroying this place, I was injured. Even though it's not fatal, one more hit could put me in danger. His eyes glanced down at him. So was he already a fake Grandmaster from the beginning? He immediately remembered the moment when the Grandmaster explained, I see you're just stalling to see how that woman Tu Van is being treated. Like Hai Hai Hung ordered, Trui Quang quickly went to Hualong Lam Tu Van, which was in danger. Trui Quang was startled, feeling confused. Is Tu Van really in danger? But why is it Huolong Forest? Suddenly a loud signal sounded from nowhere, making them turn their heads.
The Grandmaster roared like thunder, if you want to go anywhere, you must die with me here. Returning to the Tuvan forest, clutching his stomach in pain, if I leave behind the secret technique, you will spare my life.
Can you really do that, senior brother? Han Thien said arrogantly. All right, I will guarantee your safety. IQ Kang pointed behind him and asked, so you mean you can ensure my safety even with that person there? He turns his head with his ability. A chilling voice echoes. How arrogant, who dares to do such a thing recklessly? He stammers in fear. The Grandmaster's keys widened in shock, Han Thien froze in place, and the Grandmaster's hands moved in succession, revealing the Blood Demon Heavenly Grandmaster. He thought to himself that that guy's habit must be making him so furious he was about to explode. Han Thien spoke up. Brother, when did you arrive? He sneered at Han Tian and said coldly, Tuvan, mocking Tuvan, do you still dream of coming back to life?
If only you had used your intelligence. That would be for your own good. What a pity.
She looked exhausted. I thought so too.
However, I must say up front that I will never go alone.
Han Thien shouted in confusion.
Wait, senior brother. Do you know what secret item he's hiding? The secret manual of our sect,
once kept in Nam Dao Min, is now in the hands of that brat. Return to Fa Thien's side as he is panicking because the sword flies away. Luat Kak rushes towards him.
At the moment when memories flood back of Tian Ma drunk, he asks, if you don't have a sword, how can you seize the object of the world?
Just like artists use brushes instead of fingers to paint, people use swords because the spiritual energy makes it easier to release true qi. He was drunk and blushing, so as long as he could make his body obey his will, Fa Thien suddenly escaped the flood of memories, swung his hand fiercely, and even without a sword, he could still strike. The two clashed violently, creating a huge explosion, and he remained silent. Fa Thien gazed at the aftermath of the battle, which was no longer just about the extent of the sword strikes. Could this be the true power of the invisible sword? At the same time, on the edge of the forest, everyone stared at the explosion in disbelief, overwhelmed by its terrifying impact. The young boy wondered what kind of battle the great spirit master was having, while Yun Cheng was stunned and asked, Who is that person? Luat gasped for breath with a long wound across his chest. Fa Thien was annoyed. He's really a troublesome guy.
Are you still alive after all this?
Tian Ma said. Even though he's a madman, his agility is truly impressive. Just before he was hit by your invisible sword,
he used ice magic to cover himself like armor, which helped him deflect its power.
The heavenly breakthrough is truly impressive, but for wild beasts that cannot control their strength, eliminating them is the right course. Now, a loud voice suddenly interrupts them, and at that moment, the angry Hate Heavenly, who was called a fool by him, speaks out, Among the tasks assigned to you, you haven't even completed one. With such failure, you still dare to eye the treasure? He spoke again, saying, Moreover, if you find the secret manual, you should present it to the Heavenly Lord first.
How dare you satisfy your own curiosity? The Grandmaster added angrily. Even if the Heavenly Lord finds out about this, do you think he will forgive you?
Han Thien shouted,
You bastard! You always act like that besides being your master's disciple. What do you have that's better than me? You act like that because you're afraid that once I master that secret technique, I'll be better than you, right?
Are you out of your mind?
Chief Master Lai shouted in anger. Your skills may be better than mine, but have you forgotten who the Heavenly Lord favors?
That secret technique was promised to me by the Heavenly Lord. Grandmaster, you have always only known how to do reckless things, even when the Heavenly Lord left the sealed place. Did you really think he would still bestow his grace upon you? Looks like it's no use. Both of you die here. Both froze in shock, cold sweat streaming down. His whole body radiates a sinister aura. When the Heavenly Lord returns, he might feel a bit lonely. Tu Van clenched her fists and thought to herself that this internal energy felt like it was tearing her skin apart.
Han Tien sweat profusely and thought, if I am going to die anyway, I might as well fight to the end rather than surrender.
He shouted loudly, "The secret manual belongs to me. If you want to kill, then kill that girl, Tuvan." Ah, I'm so angry inside this trash. At that very moment, a voice rang out. "Ah, if you hand over the secret manual to me, I can also save that young lady, you know?" The two of them immediately turned around, trembling with hatred. Who could it be? Taolin stands on the cliff, creating an air of mystery. How about it? If he wants to negotiate, he would arrogantly challenge us. Why not have a match with me to see who wins? At the same time, Fa Thien was engaged in a fierce battle nearby, running ahead and glancing back with a different strategy, while behind him, a terrifying figure was trying to catch him. The two of them fiercely refused to admit defeat in battle. Von Than was stunned by the fierce fight. If he doesn't continue to respond, then even the ultimate yin technique would become meaningless. Von Hak continued speaking, but then he suddenly shouted, "Can a supreme being understand this? Even young Master Doko arrived so quickly." After hearing this, the celestial demon looked at him with an arrogant expression and spoke. "Are you deliberately stalling? Or am I mistaken, heavenly demon?" He replied softly. "You are not mistaken, heavenly demon. I want to observe his so-called 9-yin manual a little longer." Tianma glanced at Lu Hak, who was furious, and judging by his condition, it seemed he had lost his mind. If he was in that state, then no matter how high his ultimate skills were, they would only be weapons in the hands of a madman. "Then what's there to learn?" Lu Hak shouted angrily as he swung his spear at you. The two easily dodged the attack, and Po Thien whispered. Then they landed on the ground and spoke softly, stopping here. Hen Van Tien reports urgently that the commander has already brought all the wounded back, and the retreat preparations are complete. Po Thien shouted loudly, "Well done, don't leave anyone behind. Everyone retreat, all follow orders." Tien Ma sneered. In the end, those words about wanting to see the 9-yin manual and such were just an excuse. Everyone retreated stubbornly without surrendering. He roared, but immediately was struck hard in the face, causing him to cry out in pain and scream wildly. Immediately after, Fa Thien's sword emitted a red glow. Tien Ma sneered. After defeating all of Commander Fa Thien's subordinates with his sword, could it be him? He draws his sword emitting a red glow. Too many words for someone like him. Using that move probably won't be a problem. Not long ago, Tien Ma teased you, saying, "Oh, how strange that Fa Thien Sao is suddenly focusing on training like this today." You responded to Tien Ma and explained. "So, now that Hugh and you have both left me, I can't keep fighting by relying on your advice like before, right?" Fa Thien said excitedly, "So I was thinking of using your martial arts in my own way, you know?" Tien Ma's face is full of scheming. "Fine. Show me your own way of fighting." Fa Thien calculated in his mind that the martial arts of the heavenly demon had profound aspects. If what he deployed was certain, it would definitely not compare to the power of the heavenly demon at his peak. In this situation, the blood demon heavenly lord, whom the heavenly demon once fought in the past, what if he returns to Central Plain, his eyes blazing with fierce determination? "I can't stay at this level anymore because from now on I don't want to lose what belongs to me, even once again." He stomped hard, and Fa Thien used the power of the heavenly demon army to rush forward again. He roared fiercely, and Fa Thien charged forward, combining the ultimate skill of the 3 heavenly demonic swords. He activated the energy of the heavenly demon army to break through the 13 wilds and launched into a different realm. He shouted loudly, bracing himself with both hands, making him stunned. How could he possibly withstand the destructive power of the heavenly demon, 3000? In an instant, he charged at him again to attack. La ran over to stop her. "Please wait a moment, young master." Fa Thien also hesitated, recognizing her. "You used to be the one sitting in the carriage, but now you're the one shouting with joy." The woman, without any mercy, pointed her sword at him. "Young lady, step aside. Do you know how many commanding officers have lost their lives because of that guy?" La still spread his arms to block, stammering in defense. I know what he did was unforgivable, but please, young master, let me finish what I have to say." Then it's not too late for the young master to take his life, right? He paused for a moment in deep thought. Suddenly, the guards appeared behind him all at once. "Sir, we have taken the wounded to receive orders." The scene shifts to a place nearby where a voice suddenly echoes. "You have a strange habit, don't you?" Grandmaster coldly questions you. "Tao Lin, your eyes are so clear, as if I am gazing at the sky. Have you ever seen someone who considers themselves the entire sky?" Suddenly his voice grew a bit deeper. "The person I serve is truly someone like that." Tao Lin fanned her fan in curiosity. "Do you see yourself as the entire sky?" Well, he's laughing slyly. If such people really exist in this world, they are no different from madmen. The two stand face to face, one with a sword and the other with a fan.
ready to fight. The Grand Master was quite excited, full of spirit. Tao Ling remained silent.
I also often hear that. Then he grabbed his sword with both hands and leapt into the air. If you have that kind of spirit, your strength should match it.
Tao Lin quickly folds his fan to block this sword strike. In the next second, his expression turned to contempt. Of course, there's not even a place to trust.
You might as well talk big for now and jump high to push his sword back until it sparks.
You reach back to get ready. If you keep throwing wind blades like you did earlier, you'll end up dead. With just a fan, you forcefully strike the Grandmaster's sword, causing the surrounding dirt and sand to scatter. A young man can't hide his joy, exclaiming that he never expected you to suppress that madman. As expected of the great commander. Turns out that young lady was not mistaken about me.
Fatin was very determined to accuse him. At least dozens of people had fallen victim to that man. No matter the reason, killing him right now would be completely normal. But suddenly, he softly sheathed his sword again. But in this quiet, dark forest, only his words remain. Well, let's hear his reason first.
My name is X La from the North Sea Ice Palace, and I am the madman who caused this massacre. Even though the engraved law is chained and going mad, she remains fearless.
He is Ta's only elder brother. Everyone started to discuss excitedly.
The outside martial world, I hear he's from Beihai Ice Palace.
No wonder? Po Tian crossed his arms and pondered seriously.
Our close bond, I briefly understand part of why she protects that guy. But that alone isn't enough reason for me to spare his life.
Suddenly, her face turned cold and her voice became deeper.
Even if I am the acting deputy of the North Sea Ice Palace, is that also the case?
He opened his mouth in shock. North Sea Ice Palace. Deputy Palace Lord.
La stood upright, his voice urgent. The sect master is the North Sea Sword King, and also my father. And to my father, he is his only son. If you spare my elder brother's life, it will be a good fate for you.
Po Tian frowns and thinks carefully.
A fateful encounter? She calmly explained the situation.
I hear that things in Trung Nguyen are quite complicated these days. Receiving help from outside the realm, especially from the North Sea Ice Palace, wouldn't be a bad thing for the hero, right? With a sincere look, she firmly declared that if the hero spared my elder brother, I guarantee the Northern Sea Ice Palace would help you for the next 3 years. Hearing this, he became more and more conflicted. Help from the Northern Sea Ice Palace for 3 years. She was the only one standing face to face with a whole group of men, yet she was not at all inferior.
Moreover, although it sounds like an excuse, I firmly believe my elder brother would never strike first. I said, "Is that correct?" He immediately turned to my father and asked the village chief Nam Vin if those words were true.
Nam Vin stammered and nervously explained that the crazy-looking guy seemed to be emanating an ominous aura. And indeed, we attacked first, so her words did not upset him. He shot a displeased glance at him. It turns out that the one who disturbed the wasp's nest was actually our side. Let's just keep going like this. Nam Vin hurriedly and sincerely apologized from behind. Fatin turns around to check on everyone. Just say the word. What do the commanders want me to do? A clear-voiced young man spoke loudly. Her feelings and his may be pitiful, but ultimately, everything must be judged by clear cause and effect. The reckless act of murder by that monster, no matter the reason, cannot be forgiven. Everyone agrees with the young man's opinion. Tianmo quickly guessed from his expression that Po Tian seemed to want to save that guy again. He had received an offer he couldn't refuse from that wicked woman. He quickly stepped forward. It seems I have to intervene myself. May I speak briefly? Everyone turned to him and asked, Young Master Duco, is there something you want to say? He just pointed at the engraved law kneeling there, analyzing, and his actions are clearly unforgivable. But no matter what, now that he has lost his reason, isn't it unfair for him to die without even knowing his own guilt? So I think we should treat him first, let him realize his mistakes, and then execute him. It is proper to examine and question that crime. I believe so. Everyone was a bit confused and suspicious. Why did it have to be done like that? He just got angry and shouted. Do you still need to ask? Legitimate and proper. Our martial world is the only force maintaining righteousness in central China. Such righteous actions, if we didn't step in, who else would? Everyone was left hesitating. Po Tian was a bit helpless inside. Your words, demon of heaven, are truly sharp. Van Hak also stepped forward to speak in his defense. Namo Amitabha. Removing him now might be easy, but it wouldn't make the sacrifices of the fallen commanders meaningless. Let him regain his senses, recognize his mistakes, and then if he is punished, perhaps that will be a way to comfort their spirits. Everyone has started to accept it now. Yeah, it does make sense.
But surprisingly, they agreed to listen to me, so Ex-La was a bit surprised. Surely her elder brother committed sins worthy of death, but given the current situation, perhaps he could be forgiven.
Potian firmly decided, I need to ensure a worthy recompense for the unjust deaths of the commanders.
So first, make a promise to cede all the authority of Zhongyuan from the Beihai Bang Palace to me for 3 years, and leave the token. Can you do that?
All the power in Central Plain.
I understand now.
Prepare to turn away, but I leave one last word that will surprise her.
All right, then I will keep your elder brother until the 3-year term we agreed upon is over. Is that acceptable?
All the rear commanders looked at him with grim faces. The Grand Master suddenly clenched his fist and said firmly, thinking of the fallen commanders, he also felt heartache. But we must always remember that we are the last bastion defending righteousness and must never forget. The voice is full of heroism and determination, so naturally we must make the right decision. Therefore, I will also follow the wishes of young Master Dooku and Deputy Commander Than Van Hock. Amidst the starry night sky, these people are noisy non-stop. Deputy commanders handle the commanders and report this news to our martial world immediately. Now is the time for him to tend to his wounds. The Grand Master of the Weekly Order can't believe this. Did Tuvan make a deal with you? Since when? Tao Ling pointed at herself confidently, asserting that it was the beautiful young lady they were oppressing. The council has decided to protect it. This is an agreement between the involved parties. Third parties, please do not interfere. I will be very grateful. Oh, I also stared in confusion. A duel?
Well, as long as I can get out of this situation, that's all that matters.
Tao Lin crouched on the edge of the rock and asked loudly down,
Isn't that right?
She quickly nodded awkwardly. Yeah, that's right.
Second, Master clenched his fists in anger. Senior brother, don't tell me you're about to fall for his trap. Be careful not to get taken away now. The Great Master let out a sigh of disdain, because I told you, you're still too inexperienced.
What? He starts to lightly wave his sword again, and a red aura begins to emanate from his body.
Since you've gone to the trouble of making it this far, how about it?
Want to try a few moves against me? His aura made everyone break out in sweat and fear. Tao Lin smiled brightly without a hint of fear. Of course, but a second later his face turned sinister.
He had always made a deal. If I lost, Tuvan would belong to you. Is that okay?
He was quite satisfied with the condition, so he raised his hand and quickly moved to Tuvan's side.
You say Tuvan is this young lady, that's completely correct, right? Beautiful young lady.
Please step back and take a rest for now.
The two of you can clear a wide area for the battlefield and start.
The Grand Master politely asked, May I know your name? With a teasing smile, you said, It's just a name. What's so important about it? But if you insist on knowing, just call me Tao Ling. Tuvan and the second Grand Master were both stunned. Are they evenly matched with the Earth Grand Master? The Grand Master still exuded his aura, stepping back to defend with his sword, continuously striking at Tao Ling, who swiftly and lightly parried them all. The collision was so intense that your fan started smoking again. Tao Lin teased, What's got you so in a hurry? Why do you seem so hurried as if someone is chasing you? The Grandmaster paused at the word chasing. Then he angrily charged forward and swung at him repeatedly. Tao Lin caught the blades with 2 fingers,
a bit surprised, and asked what kind of swordsmanship is this?
So he's not an ordinary person. The second Grandmaster watched anxiously, beads of sweat forming.
Great Grandmaster, that crazy guy.
You're much stronger than before. Tao Lin's usual playful expression disappeared, and his face darkened.
However, when I jumped high and struck towards the Grand Master, I was not to be underestimated. The collision caused a bright explosion, both of them smiling very satisfactorily, and as the dust settled, 2 marks were visible on the ground where it caved in.
Tuvan looked grim and couldn't believe his eyes. His senior brother is one thing, but who exactly is that man? After fighting with his senior brother, his aura remains calm and steady, without any chaos. Tuvan's face darkened in panic. At this rate, something serious might really happen. Suddenly, the Grand Master clasped his hands together, showing his respect for you. Truly, an impressive skill. Tao Lin also clasped his hands in return and said, On the contrary, Your Excellency's swordsmanship is truly admirable. In Trung Nguyen, I once hoped to compete with the 5 great masters, but this great master here is truly no less than them. I will return the Tuvan to you. Tao Lin smiled brightly. I truly don't know what to say except I am deeply grateful for your generous kindness. Is it really that easy to hand it over? He then crossed his arms and sheathed his sword, but there was a condition. A condition? Just say it. No need to hold back. What are your conditions, Your Excellency?
Please just say them. Don't hesitate.
He said seriously, I will also go with Tuvan and Tao Lin. Well, maybe I should just call him the Grand Master Tianwu of the Imperial Palace. Tuvan exclaimed in horror. The martial world's heavenly palace outside the palace. The second master continued. The Heavenly Vu Grand Tutor. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. How do you know that? Got exposed? Second Grandmaster stands alone in the empty space. Damn it, I can't believe everyone has left. Only I am left. He shouted angrily, "You little bastard, making decisions on your own like that." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Deciding on your own? What do you mean by that? He immediately turned back. Who the hell are you? An elder stepped forward. Is there anyone else coming in? Dulac, this guy, recount that story in detail. Elder, at this moment, the night in Nanjing is very peaceful. X. La pulls her headscarf over her pillow and prepares to leave. Then I will entrust my song to you. Fa Thian assured her. Please don't worry, rather, please choose your words carefully when speaking to the King of the North Sea Sword. Suddenly, she blushed shyly. Of course, the North Sea Ice Palace will never forget its promise to its benefactor. He watched her figure gradually disappear into the distance. All right, I'll take my leave now. Suddenly, his face looked a bit awkward. He said that, but seeing Li Kak gasping for breath, he felt a little uneasy. What should we do now? The heavenly demon beside me suggests, but there might be a way, so I wonder. What should I do? He pointed at himself confidently, and if I use the soul control technique based on the heavenly demon Enna that I came up with, I wouldn't know what would happen even in that situation. Your face suddenly becomes serious. Are you trying to forcibly awaken that person's will? Well, it's better than doing nothing. He used the Heaven's Eye pupil to turn gold, as if hypnotized. You get to try it. Luot Kak's eyes suddenly widened, and the veins on his face bulged. Come to your senses and obey me quickly, Luot Kak. The two of them stood still, waiting for the result. After a while, with no response, he grew impatient. Did it fail? Wait and see. Luot Kak slowly spoke, then suddenly cheered excitedly. Master Luot Kak is willing to follow the master. Oh, is it a success now? His face now full of joy, Luot Kak serves the master, respects the master. Using the Heaven Demon Eye in the soul control technique is truly an astonishing magic. Although his condition was no different from that of a lunatic, the soul mark had now been reborn as a loyal subordinate of Potian. Heavenly Demon cautiously watched him try to defend himself, clearly not looking very stable. But isn't this better than living like a crazy person? Luot Kak likes the owner. He sighed helplessly. All right, let's just consider it good enough. Listen carefully to this strict rule. Never slaughter recklessly in the future. You must absolutely obey my words. He was so happy that his heart blossomed. Do you hear me clearly now? I've made it clear, Master. The Demon of Heaven will now seriously recount the main story. Well, what do we do now? All the commanders have been beaten to a pulp by that guy. Fathin thought it through first. Now he's finally explaining seriously. Are we really the only two left to go to Nam Min Dao now? I have ordered everyone to return to the Martial Alliance. The matter of Nam Min Dao has been handled by Trui Quang according to my direct instructions. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. You don't need to worry too much. Your brother will return to the Supreme Throne. The two of them looked confused when they saw him. What about Trui Quang? Another young master? They went together to the top floor of the tower and carefully entered a secret room where no words could possibly be leaked outside. Fathin, sitting upright, asked seriously, what exactly happened? Trui Quang and Niu Hai recounted everything that had occurred recently to Fa Thian. Niu Hai carefully recounted that without the incredible strength of the young leader, it would have been nearly impossible to escape from this collapsing mountain cave. Thanks to the instructions given, Chiton had previously told Trui Quang, and only then did we survive. Fa Tian's expression became a bit serious. The fake Grandmaster of the Blood Demon Heaven, said to be Tian Huang Ngokfeng, who has the secret manual in her possession and is missing, Trui Quang behind him immediately spoke in a serious tone, suggesting it would be better than him going alone to find Tu Van. We thought it would be better to seek Tu Chiton's help, so we came to Nakduang first to wait for him. You have a good plan, Trui Quang. I will mobilize all available resources to assist in the search for Tu Van. Thank you, Ton. Those people kept hiding in the shadows. When we headed south to find the fake Poison Girl second sect master who had escaped, something went wrong. Who would have thought that the one who appeared was a fake immortal Grandmaster? Fathian Soa pondered with his chin. If you want to understand the full story, relying only on information from the Lord and Trui Quang is not enough. It would be better to find Tian Huang Jade Phoenix, who was once at Blood Demon Heaven, and hear her recount it directly. He stood up suddenly, hands behind his back, and said, Master, please stay in Nahaduang for now. I will instruct my subordinates to ensure nothing unexpected happens to the master. Niu Hai trusted him quite a bit and said, I understand.
So where does the Supreme Lord plan to go? The Demon Sect Alliance. The Demon Sect Alliance? I have a somewhat difficult request for the Lord of Min. What is it? My gaze is firm as I say, prepare for the unification of the Southern Ming Dao and the Demon Lotus Dao. What? At Dongho Peak, the wide lake with clear blue water, Choi Kwang asked while rowing the boat, feeling puzzled. So is this okay? The Supreme will unify the Southern and Demon paths immediately. Po Tian smiled and asked back, what do you think? You should know the Southern Dao Ming very well, and haven't you also been with the Demon Dao Alliance for quite some time? He stroked his chin and thought seriously. Although there are fundamental differences between good and evil, maybe in terms of aura they are surprisingly similar, his eyes were very determined, having made up his mind. If you think that way, then I am even more convinced. What I mean is that right now, probably no one understands the two forces in Jiangnan as well as you do. Remembering Tu Van, he felt worried. The disappearance of Tian Huang Ngok Fung is not something to take lightly. It shows that in this southern region, there are still places beyond our reach. I have only focused on increasing my power for so long that I have overlooked some aspects. Now is the time to unite the divided forces. He clenched his fist tightly, using the Nam Dao Min as a starting point, and with the power of the demonic path, we will pacify the southern martial world of Central Plain. The scene shifts to the Tonma Dien at the foot of the mountain, where everyone is gathered to discuss serious issues regarding recent events and the current martial arts situation.
There are reports that the Black Tiger Lord was mysteriously assassinated. This is crazy.
This is the moment when the ruling powers start eliminating those who threaten their positions. Understanding the situation, Mien finally speaks up to ask about the current investigation. Tro Hong replied, nothing yet. Sorry, sir. Tri Quang reports, I found no clues, but I have this for you. It says this place is in my hands. If you want to survive, leave now.
Fa Tien was stunned. Who did you send?
Trui Quang panicked. I've checked but still haven't. At this moment, Po Thien's voice rang out. I didn't ask him. Fa Tien looked serious. Can you be honest with me now? Chiu Hong. She immediately became scared. What did you just say? Fa Tien said that before Zhang was killed, he said something very interesting. Basically, someone is impersonating someone else. He said he would die if he revealed the truth. And just as I thought, Fa Tien added that Voan investigated thoroughly to find the souls, and Hak Ho Vuong was also someone I ordered. Chiu Hong immediately panicked, and Fa Tien sternly said, You understand what I mean, right? When mentioning the cave, that is where the great master of magic is conducting his cultivation process. Chiu Hong hesitated, so you mean my master is the inner disciple? Fa Tien replied, That's just a suspicion because of some very coincidental events recently. Chiu Hong looked dejected and said, I haven't seen my master in a long time, and I don't know what to say. Fa Tien coldly replied, You don't need to say anything now, but if you need to say anything, come find me. Chiu Hong hesitated. Yes, sir. I? Wu Ying thought to himself, although his words were very gentle. They made people feel afraid he is indeed a master illusionist. Those words felt like cornering someone, but they also opened a door. Fa Tien said, All right, put that aside for now. I need some strategies from you. From now on, focus on attacking the combined army and the control zone in the south immediately. Chiu Hong, frightened, said, Your Majesty, if we attack the south now, a full-scale war will break out. Please consider carefully. Fa Tien continued. A knowledgeable military officer once said that, although the Muim alliance was larger than the main alliance, our alliance first took control of the south near the Yangtze River and then exploited the river's geography to provoke a prolonged war between the two sides. After conquering the south, our mage forces will also be under our control. Chiu Hong pondered, reducing the risk from the south while gaining the mage forces and leveraging the geographical advantage of the Yangtze River. A completely rational plan. But upon reflection, this plan has a serious flaw. Chiu Hong countered, What you said is correct, but the Southern Alliance is very important. How will you handle it? Fa Tien chuckled softly and then said seriously, If I break the Southern Alliance, would the army side with me? Chiu Hong was stunned, so that's a definite answer. Chiu Hong was terrified, realizing that the emperor he knew wasn't that foolish after all, and had learned something new this time. Is there still a chance for me? Thinking it over, Chiu Hong calmly said, If your majesty succeeds in this plan, allow me the chance to reassess based on my own criteria. Fa Tien replied, Fine, that's what I need. Then he ordered everyone to gather here within an hour, and the army to devise a decisive plan to conquer the south. Everyone understood respectfully. Seeing Chiu Hong leave, Pa Tien asked Voan, And what about the elders? He seemed to know something, but didn't answer. Tri Quang asked softly, But isn't armed conflict with the Southern Alliance unavoidable? I think it's better to let the alliances fight each other on their own. Fa Thien replied, I also think so. It seems you also hold a pretty high position within those alliances. You two should work to stir them up. Are you afraid, Trui Quang? What he, Fa Thien, shouts loudly, even turning everything into nothing, can become real.
That's why I brought you here. Troi Quang respectfully obeys the order.
Vo An also hesitated and asked, Your Majesty, may I ask something? He pointed to the others and asked, Who are those people? Fa Thien awkwardly said, Oh, I haven't said that yet. Suddenly, they both asked, Are you the celestial demon? Trui Quang, afraid, wondered if he had to meet the heavenly demon inspector. The heavenly demon awkwardly replied, Yes, I did interfere with the law. He wanted to get attention. An hour later, Trui Quang began giving orders to the soldiers, which was the reason for today's gathering.
As soon as he finished, someone loudly protested, Who are you to order us like that?
Boom! A deadly strike is coming. Trui Quang softly asks, Is there anyone else with an opinion? The soldiers were scared. No, sir. Then the plan was carried out as scheduled. Everyone did their best to devise a perfect strategy for the attack. This plan was conceived by Chiu Hong after more than an hour, and it was extremely flawless and detailed. Putian secretly assessed that, indeed, with the mind of the Jia cat family, that's why I want her to be mine. People say that a palace cannot hold a long fire and a flame cannot burn for 10 years. Even the most attractive things fade over time. The Southern Alliance has mysteriously disappeared with a loud shout, ensuring no one is hurt and no soldiers are lost. Nam Dao is determined to win, then issues the final order that today's battle will be reborn as one. This is an effective approach that unites without conflict and also demonstrates the trust within an alliance. Fei Thien asked seriously if this method was acceptable. Like Hai replied, this is just the disappearance of the Southern Alliance. Now the Southern Alliance is at its peak, and we will enter a new era. I hope your Majesty will continue to support me in the future. Fei Thien replied, Of course, because of this quiet matter. As the news spreads, everyone is stunned by the unification of the Southern Alliance by Fa Thien, while for some mysterious individuals it is an opportunity to take certain actions. A mysterious old man wants to learn more about Fa Thien from the person opposite him, but the other simply responds that the issue of uniting the alliance has gone beyond their imagination. In conclusion, he is the one hindering the revival of Zhongyuan, and the obstacles must be removed. The old man replied, But his strength is no ordinary, so how does he plan to do it? Suddenly, the appearance of a third person. Don't worry about that. Brother, it's not always the strong who survive the longest. The appearance of the third elder made everyone fall into contemplation. White elder immediately said, All right, since it's your matter, you should help us. Once I complete this, I will definitely keep my promise. That is to attract the demon lord. Chiu Hong was also present at this gathering. Chiu Hong said, I don't doubt the elder's abilities, but is it possible to successfully assassinate the Grand Duke, one of the 5 great warriors? Old Man 3 said, The secret of blood, demon, has been completed. The demon lord will surely die. Noah responded, If you want revenge for your family, you should follow our advice. Then he once again revealed a sinister smile. All right, I'll take my leave. After she left, the 3 elders still kept watch. Whitebeard said, We have to say it like that, right? Third uncle replied, That cannot happen. I am smart, so trust me. He follows the Imperial Guards. The opposing side is crying and wants to take revenge on the guards, which is the perfect opportunity to gain favor and achieve their goal. Then he looked at Chiu Hong and said that if he could kill the Imperial Guards, any sacrifice would be worth it. White Rose asked again, So you mean I should keep hiding? Old Third replied, Does holding on really matter, whether it's the Demon Lord or the Imperial Guards? He continued, What matters is the blood-stained sky. That is what we need. Chiu Hong thought to herself, since the 3 elders of Blood Demon Heaven mentioned the Demon Lord, its safety must be at risk. So I also have to make a choice, whether it is the Blood Demon Heaven or the devil himself. At the Southern Alliance, Fa Thien was working on merging and creating new disciplines to lead them. Suddenly, Hai shouted, This could reduce conflicts between both sides. Even the Supreme Being can't do anything. As time passed, Fa Thien asked if this was the letter without a sender, and the other replied, No, it was sent by Chiu Hong. Fa Thien, shocked, shouted, Trung Son, this is where Jia Kat Luong once lived in hiding. So he immediately set out, and Thien Ma asked him, Why are you coming here? Even if there are signs of ghosts appearing here, Ha Thien replied that the army has sent letters to Trung Son for a long time, making it an important location for the Jiat clan. He said, I've heard of that place before,
but its terrain is very treacherous, like a maze, so hiding away isn't without reason. But since it's such an important place, can an outsider like me join? Tian replied. Of course. Do you know anything about the Jia Cat clan? Tianma replied. Before I was imprisoned, the Jia Cat clan had already been destroyed. Tian was surprised and asked who was responsible for the destruction of the family. Tianma replied that the Northern Swordsmanship Guild, specifically 2 royal guards from the Blood Demon Heaven, had names and appearances identical to his father. Does Tian suspect that the Jia Cat family colluded with the Demon King? Suddenly, he remembered that Chiu Hong has someone he wants to kill. Does he think something like that could happen? Then he said it's best not to tell her about the identity of the great swordsman right now. I think Chiu Hong would have a bad impression of the Northern Sword Society. Tianma replied. I think so too. Tian solemnly said, let's meet again no matter what. Tianma thought, really? Is there anyone in this world who can make this kid sad? I don't know much about Tian, but there's been a change in this kid's soul. After being captured and subjected to all kinds of torture, Tianma's emotions are like a shell. But now, that anger and pain, that hatred for himself have disappeared, and he no longer knows how to express his feelings. In addition, he still possesses an excellent mind for politics, military strategy, and administration. And above all, he is no different from a demon. He also considers Tian to have an attractive and captivating appearance, because the feeling of envy in me rises up like seeing my past self before he realized it was deep respect. He recalls the words of Emperor Hui Lang. Do you know why the master who gained extraordinary skills at a young age died young? He stammered and said, I'm not sure what that is. Back in the present, he successfully reincarnated as a hero, but fell into the trap of abuse without realizing it, while the old elders of the evil heaven always cast predatory glances at this kid. Breaking free from his thoughts, Demon Lord asked, Is it here? That is an artificially carved hollow. Is this how the family clan does things? Suddenly, Tian shouted, Hey soldier, I'm here, come out quickly. Suddenly, someone appeared, quite surprising. I didn't expect you to be here. Tian was extremely shocked. Who are you? He replied, What? Maybe this is the first time we meet. Tian wondered why this royal guard soldier appeared here. Is this a trap? Immediately after, he was filled with fear, his whole body feeling numb. Tian sneered, How could a Grand Duke appear with so little energy? Tian shouted, Damn it, my body is numb. What did you do? What do you want? Tian replied, I don't ask for anything, for everything you have done to me so far. I am very grateful. I think you should rest a bit and surrender all your magical resources, because my blood demon heaven will make use of them. Tianmo shouted angrily, Stop talking, you fake bastard. What are you doubting about Tian? Reverse technique? You managed to escape? I also need to do that, then you try again. The reverse technique is still there. Maybe the energy inside has been blocked. Tian continued, And? Why are you here? What would happen if the fake master and the demon lord went together? Are you being taken prisoner again? Tian shouted. I'm very eager to meet the father and the enemy of Northern Sword Path hated heaven, replied, You're too noisy, worthless thing. Maybe both of them are ready to say their last words now. Is Tian Yi or Tian Lao one of the elders of Tianma Huiet? They appeared, the third elder said. Demon Lord, can't your body move? Once this poison takes effect, it's hard to say what will happen. Poisoned? But who did it? And when? I didn't even realize I was addicted. Damn it, my whole body is getting worse. Third Master continued. So what do you think? This is a type of reflux acid, but at a different level, nothing can stop it, not even demon blood. Then he aimed to attack, swinging his sword downward. He said, Be more humble in the next life. Tuvan remembered 15 years ago when he was a child with wide, innocent eyes. Are you referring to the Southern Ming? Some mysterious person giving orders in a cold tone. That's right. You must earn the trust and affection of the Lord of the Bright Hall, and you must find that thing no matter what. Do you understand? Tuvan was too afraid to cry, fearing the lost secret manual of the Heavenly Clan. Returning to the present, Tuvan was stunned to learn that it was the thing being kept inside the Min Society. Nuhai slowly pushed the door open, and seeing that look in your eyes, I knew you had guessed something. Then he burst out laughing. There's no need to panic considering your identity. This isn't surprising at all. The two of them walked through the vast tunnel, and as they went, he recounted the Blood Shadow Thunder Lightning Saber technique to any sword master they encountered. This is the most legendary sword technique they have ever dreamed of possessing, and also the most brutal in martial history. Then he paused and slowly looked up. It's no wonder, because the master of this sword technique is a tree inside a secret chamber, surrounded by countless swords wrapped in bloodied chains. Nuhai raised his hand, emitting a blue glow. The existence of this sword technique is classified as top secret,
only passed down to the successive South Dao masters. I never expected you Blood Demon Heaven guys to catch wind of this. Honestly, I was quite surprised myself.
He grabs the book that is flying toward him and hands it to her, making her feel confused. Take it. Tu Van reluctantly takes the suspicious book. How could you give this secret technique to me? Don't you know I am a disciple of the Heavenly Lord? So it's like giving a fish to a cat? He let out a gentle laugh and sighed.
I don't care about being a disciple or a cat or any of that nonsense. But you also know for sure that this secret technique must never fall into the hands of the Heavenly Hand.
His eyes are full of determination. Hand it over to the Supreme Ruler.
Just go to Kai Fong Mansion and meet the leader of the Kai Bang, and you'll be able to see the Supreme Lord.
Ah. She tightly hugs the book to her chest. Do you truly trust me? He closed his eyes, feeling very at ease.
Could it be that a father doesn't trust his own daughter?
Hurrian set out to Tu Van. She lowered her head, afraid to look at him, and clasped her hands in a bow to her father.
Then I ask for your permission to leave. Please take care, father.
Before turning to run away, she uttered a word she hadn't spoken in a long time.
His father pressed his lips tightly together, eyes shining as he watched her figure disappear.
Remembering the first time he met Tu Van, a child with striking red hair and a very resilient gaze, a child without a place to belong. From the very first look, he liked this child very much. Her eyes were kind. Is your name Tu Van? He said, pointing his thumb at himself. From today on, you are my daughter. Tu Van New Hai embraces her little girl. Even though I didn't give birth to you, I have always considered you my own daughter. Under his love, Tu Van always smiles. Seeing that innocent smile of yours, my heart is filled with happiness. The image of her stabbing the knife into my body is still there, but even when you betrayed me with that dagger to my heart, I didn't really hold much anger towards you. Looking at my strong and grown-up daughter, I can't help but marvel. Tu Van, I don't know how you see yourself, but I can see the lion deep inside your heart, and you must live happily, and never let yourself fall into a pit of misfortune again. He clasped his hands above his head as a blessing for his little daughter. Even if I have to die, I only wish for you to be happy. I will pray to heaven and earth. The demon path. Alliance remains silent without a sound. Trui Kwangyan frowns in displeasure for stirring up the demon path alliance while searching for the culprit, unexpectedly bringing along a group of subordinates. Behind you, a group of excitedly rushed over. Praising Kwang Ma the Great. You're truly a real man. You feel troubled by the law. Get lost, you bunch of good-for-nothings. You are so engrossed in your thoughts that you haven't found any clues about the culprit. How can you face Chiton now? Suddenly, your subordinate hands you a piece of paper, making you turn around. Lord Kwangma, I have a letter from the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord? The sun gradually sets behind the mountains. Seeing the scene in front of him, Po Tien feels helpless. These guys really think they're on a picnic or something. One top is chatting happily. This time I will definitely make a great achievement. I must be recognized by the great commander. Nonsense. I'm the one who will make the achievement. Just wait and see. The entire righteous army heading south is full of excitement, while another top is testing strength to prove himself to the Grand Commander. That is because they heard from Po Tien that the goal of this expedition is to chase down the fake second sect master who fled south and to end him, their fists clenched tightly, showing their determination even to the point of veins bulging. This organization was originally formed with the intention of stopping the reckless actions of the fake second master of the Duko clan, so when they finally believed they would be the ones to put an end to him, that thrill was truly a feeling that youthful passion could hardly contain. Du Ko Wu here sighs in disgust. What does that prove to the Grand Commander? They really are a crazy bunch. Po Tien just sighs in helplessness. Well, let's forget about those unruly folks. But those of the 4 great martial arts dragons won't be easily swept up in this atmosphere. The crowd started shouting slogans again. Former Martial Arts Alliance leader. No, that impostor. We will definitely use our own hands to end him. His face is becoming more and more blurred. Hopefully the DSO won't cause trouble just for fame and fortune, and seeing something will make him freeze in shock. Hochlin over there is talking with Kiyo Fu, so please be careful on your way. Thank you for your reminder. He waited until the carriage disappeared. Then Fa Tien approached. The Southern Prince. Who is he? An acquaintance? You saw him approaching and called out, Grand Commander. I just happily said it's nothing much, just that a few days ago the weather was rainy and stormy, so I reminded this young master to be careful on the road, especially on the slopes where the ground is weak and landslides are common. He smiled, very satisfied. At least there is one calm person. I'm glad you're so caring and attentive.
I've learned something new and feel happy.
You flatter me too much.
He also watched as the carriage disappeared into the distance. Wow, that's a magnificent carriage. I wonder which noble young lady is inside. Suddenly, a chunk of earth and rocks fell. Both of them looked over in panic. The debris landed right where the carriage had passed, causing the ground to collapse. The sedan bearer was so panic-stricken he couldn't react and could only stammer incoherently. BHS Thien Lao quickly approached, wielding his left hand to unleash the great power of the diamond staff, smashing the rocks into a giant golden hand that scattered the debris to the sides. Then he gracefully stepped onto the roof of the sedan.
The commanding officers on this side stared in awe, marveling at the Grand Master's ultimate skill, never failing to be amazed no matter how many times they saw it.
Duko Vu broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils suddenly trembling. This was the first time Duko Wu saw Po Tien's martial arts with his own eyes, and he clenched his jaw, unable to breathe.
Although he already knew that beings like the Demon of Heaven or Hui Long were extraordinary figures, he had no desire to easily accept someone like Fa Thien, who seemed to come out of nowhere. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled.
But when Fa Thien's ultimate skill was displayed right before his eyes, Duko Vu couldn't help but feel truly impressed. The second Master Fa Thien came to inquire, "Are you all right? You're still safe, right?" The bearers continued to nod gratefully. I had heard that the ground here was weak, but I never expected it to be this fragile. I owe my survival to you. Thank you for your grace, and the commanders also approached. I'm so glad you're safe and sound. The carriage is still intact, and outside the voices of the bearers are still lively. I truly don't know how to repay this kindness. Please at least tell me your honorable name if you don't mind. A girl inside peeks out to check the situation. He respectfully bows his head with a greeting.
I am Van Doan, just a passing traveler. Your thanks are enough. I hope you stay safe on your journey.
He turns back amid the cheers of the commanders, and the sedan bearer becomes suspicious, looking at him in a way that clearly suggests he's no ordinary traveler. But hearing the name Van Doan, it sounds so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Time has passed, and now it's evening at some inn. What? What do you mean by that? Did that carriage team come to us earlier? Van Than blushed shyly and scratched his face. Actually, they didn't come looking for us. They came to ask for permission to stay here with us. Because we have occupied all the inns around here, they said there was no place left to rest for the night. So he lowered his guard. It turns out we caused them trouble. Quickly organize our accommodations and remember to prepare a place for them to sleep. Weekly order. Seeing him run off still humming, I felt confused.
Wait a minute, why is your face turning red? Since it's getting dark now.
The Demon Lord is controlling the lonely body, and he appears behind this groaning man. Are you joking with me, Fa Thien? He said, sweating as he forced himself to turn back.
Oh, the sun is set? Why are you still feeling dissatisfied?
Heavenly demon with a grim face. Didn't I tell you clearly before? So you made me go on a long journey with these stinky men, huh? He then turned away, pretending not to care.
All right, I also feel sorry, but the task still needs to be completed, right? Since it's come to this, you and I will work together, finish the journey, and then we'll go back and listen, so what's there to worry about? Tianmo shouted so loudly that even outside could hear him. I won't accept this. I want to savor the scent of a woman's flesh.
The person outside is curious. That voice sounds like Master Duko Wu. How could it be? He would never be the kind of person to say such vulgar words. Van Than blushed and shyly said, I have already made arrangements with the senior master. If there is any inconvenience with the accommodation, please let us know. This girl is very well protected, but may I ask a question? Van Than looked dazed and captivated. Yes, miss, what would you like to ask? She smiled and took off her head covering. A girl with gentle, long blue hair asked, Do you know the heavenly demon scholar? No, I mean the jade-faced divine dragon. The first elder suddenly stabbed a spear into Fa Thien from behind. He couldn't react in time and nervously received the strike. Fa Thien couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, Damn it! Tight! At this moment, Fa Thien collapsed to his elbows, surrounded on all sides by his opponents, and the atmosphere grew tense. Seeing the favorable situation turn in his favor, Han Thien laughed loudly and shouted, I got the great demon sect's secret technique. What a fool to die so stupidly for Duko Vu. The first elder also sneered maliciously, cackling, blood on the sky. Now Po Tian is exhausted and barely able to hold on. He thinks, Oh, sorry, Duko Wu. Sorry, heavenly demon. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. From afar, Duko Vu witnessed everything and kept desperately repeating two words, No! Then Vu's eyes seemed to dissolve, and he thought that achieving nothing like this was not acceptable. He couldn't die in vain like that. Next, Vu remembered Duko Trin's words from the past. The old man said, Vu,
No matter how insignificant your current appearance may be, is there anyone who can be sure that your fate will also be insignificant? Thinking of that, he seemed to realize something. Dukovu remembered that the heavenly demon was still inside his body and thought, right, I can't save you, but maybe that person can. At the same time, the senior elder standing in the distance sighed with a hint of mockery. Oh my whole body is sore. It's the end of days. It really is the end of days. Just as the rumor said, the one who looks no older than 30 Nilap is actually a great demon pathmaster. 30 Nilap at 30 years old. And then the old man continued angrily ordering. How long do you plan to just stand and watch? Dulak cut off his head to check. His head would be offered to the Heavenly Lord. Hearing that, Han Thien was pleased. He chuckled maliciously and replied, gritting his teeth, obeying the order, Great demon Wei, tonight I must see your head to make a new cup. At the same time, Dugu Wu was also calling out to the heavenly demon in his mind. Oh, demon. Oh, heavenly demon. Can you hear me? If you can hear me. At this moment, he begins to try using his faint strength to continue his plea. I offer everything I have, just please grant me one wish. The soldiers now seemed to sense something was wrong and started to worry. Duko Wu's call continued steadily. Please punish me. At the same time, both the chief elder and Han Thien also began to pay attention to him. He asked in surprise, what's all the noise about, while Dokuko Vu's long black hair fluttered in the wind and the call continued. My enemies and those of the sovereign. As his black hair gradually turned red, he was about to finish his call. Please, destroy them. At the moment the call ends, Duke Wu's appearance completely transforms into a different form. Seeing her form change, Elder Knot began to worry. As a martial artist who holds the position of elder of a sect, his eye for people and events should surely be quite sharp. The old man's hand held a shining gem symbolizing the eye for judging people or discerning the value of things. But what the chief elder just sensed was completely different from the feelings he had experienced throughout his life when evaluating people or objects. It is not something noble like insight, but a hand that causes this. Elder First is trembling with disbelief, revealing that he is truly afraid. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, am I actually trembling with fear as the chief elder of Ban Thien? Then he continued his thoughts. What exactly is that guy? Is he really that deadly assassin? Then, Elder First angrily ordered, Tuong Du Lak, kill the great enemy now. As soon as Elder First finished speaking, a bloody scene unfolded with the soldiers beside him, almost all of them wiped out. Seeing this, Han Thien also began to worry. Seeing the scene unfold, the elder was also stunned. At this moment, the elder in the red cloak beside him suddenly shouted, Brother! Brother! At this moment, the remaining elite forces of the Heavenly Sword Guard escorting Commander Lee have been completely wiped out, leaving behind a bloody and brutal scene with only a few survivors on the ground. At this moment, a hand casually picks up the pebbles from the ground. Poisoned Girl Vu calmly speaks, Don't stay still. His face suddenly turned cruel. Anyone who moves will lose their head. Can you hear me clearly? At this moment, the body of Dak Ko Vu is actually that of Thien Ma. Hearing your words, both Haichin and the first elder were equally terrified. At the same time, Fat Thien was still unconscious on the ground. Tien Mo continued, Can you step back a little from him now? Hearing that, Han Thien asked, confused, I just said you're not allowed to move. Ah, I see now, you brainless idiot. You don't have a single bit of sense, do you? He began to use energy to gauge his strength. Then the heavenly demon fell into contemplation. It's dangerous. His pulse is too weak. Then he channels energy into Fa Thien's body, causing him to grunt. Then the heavenly demon sneered mixed with concern, muttering to himself, what kind of look is this? I don't even know. This clumsy attempt to handle things is only temporary. Hold on, a little longer. At this moment, the elder in the red cloak couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the body of his companion on the ground. The old man shouted angrily, You bastard! I don't care if you're a demon or a human! Do you realize who you just dared to hurt? Hearing that, the senior elder spoke up to stop him and calmed down. Brother, now is not the time for emotions to override reason. Tien Ma contemptuously asks again, Do you even know who you have just messed with? Hearing the question, the elder in the red cloak continued to look angry. Knowing what to do, I will avenge my brother. Then, the old man began to prepare his attack. His move targeting the blood demon illusion evil sword at Tian Ma. At that moment, he sighed dismissively and said, Honestly, kids these days don't know what respecting their elders means. Then, Tien Ma casually looked for a weapon and said to himself, Let's see. Seeing the situation was dire, the eldest elder anxiously ordered, Tuong Du Lak, run now. If not now, there won't be another chance. And Han Thien hurriedly responded, Yes, the opponent's attack is imminent. While Tien Ma calmly played with the branch in his hand, then clenched it tightly, ready to fight, and with a gentle flick of the branch in the air, he shattered the approaching attack as it passed by. The spell was broken, creating a dazzling flash of light, and the red-robed elder exclaimed in disbelief, "Blood demon illusionary killing sword, can a single twisting branch really block it?" At the same time, Tien Ma's sinister expression spoke. The demon heavenly sword. The first move. Then, he passed by the old man, causing his body to lose its shape with the technique, and the demon heavenly appeared in a flash. Then, the old man's body fell from the sky, making a loud bang. At the same time, both the chief elder and Han Thien were taking the opportunity to escape. Both of us are thinking the same thing. I really don't know what kind of strange thing is happening, but if I fight that guy, I will definitely die. At the same time, Tianma pondered and said, maybe this isn't the real feeling, or it's just because it's been so long that it's this weak. If only my right hand hadn't been cut off back then. Then he looked in the direction of the two fleeing guys and said, should we chase after and kill them all? No, right now there is no time to waste on those insignificant rats. Then, Heavenly Demon turned to wake up Break Heaven with a teasing look.
Hey, Fa Thien, wake up already. I told you we're heading to that old servant's place or whatever.
Suddenly your face turned pale. And then, a worried call from Tien Ma echoed across the sky.
Haha, little An, don't die. Wake up quickly, little An.
At the same time, in a place called the Demon Path Outer Edge, at the Demon God Temple, a large hole in the secret Demon Path was found, with no one inside, meaning the Demon Path Grandmaster had finished his closed-door cultivation, and this news quickly spread throughout the Demon Path, including Fa Thien's subordinates.
Tri Quang asked seriously, so the Grandmaster has truly finished his closed-door cultivation? The other subordinates also started to become curious, and one of them asked, so what will happen next?
Are you also curious?
The other person replied, that's obvious. So between the Grand Master of the Demon Path and the Great Meritorious of the Demon Path, who will lead the Demon Alliance from now on?
What are you saying like a fool?
The position of the Demon Lord obviously belongs to the Grand Master, do I need to ask?
He contemptuously replied,
you say that, but isn't the rise of the Demon Dao Alliance thanks to the contributions of the Great Demon Dao?
When the Demon Way was trampled by the world, the Great Master could only scream in some remote cave.
So what contribution could he have made to the Demon Way? Hearing that, the other person shouted loudly, what did you just say? Young Master Voan respectfully asked, what is Your Excellency the Demon Lord's plan? Hearing that, Tu Quan immediately snapped, what else is there to consider? Of course, we fight to the end until our master returns. After hearing that, he replied, don't be so foolish, little army. The Grand Master hasn't revealed his true intentions yet, and you're already rushing to mobilize the Golden Gate Guard? The girl quickly retorted smartly, but the Grand Master would never show mercy to us. Sir, the first attack always wins. Don't you understand this fundamental principle of initiation? Lord Huanju, are you that foolish?
Voen only could ask angrily what. Then Troi Quang nodded and spoke. Tu Quan's words make sense, but Huan Chu's words also have their reason. Hearing that, Voan immediately asked back, so what should we do now? At this moment, Troi Quang burst out laughing and said mockingly, let's charge forward and try it first because that's the way our sect's young disciple solves problems. Everyone below had different expressions, and Voan was speechless, uttering only a sound. Tisk. Volen looked at him and thought, so that's how the crazy demon lord handles things. The happiest one was the young soldier. The girl shouted happily, that was awesome! It can only be you and the demon lord. At this moment, a voice interrupted, may I speak for a moment? Could you please untie me first? She is the strategist of the Red Court. At that moment, Trui Quang spoke up. That's not allowed. You are the most trusted disciple of the Grand Master. I cannot let you go. Are you really going to let your clever head help that guy? Hearing that, she just smiled and said, if I say I will help you with this head of mine, what then? Chu Hong smirked and said, so with this head, if I can help you, what then? Voan asked, confused, who is helping whom now? You still don't understand the current situation? The problem is that I understand the current situation too well. Are you perhaps underestimating the Grand Master of the Demon Path? Hearing that, he was angry. What do you mean? Tri Quang also found it quite complicated, so he asked, Kong Kong Chiu Hong, what are you talking about? We never underestimated the Great Demon Path Master. At this moment, Chiu Hong calmly said, the Great Master of the Demon Path. No, Huyet Matien. Don't underestimate them. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and stood in shock.
After Quan realized this, the girl suddenly asked, "Why is Sister So Huang also going to Huyet Ma Thien?" Tree Quang couldn't believe it and said, "I never thought I would hear the words Huyet Ma Thien from the strategist's mouth, but why bring up this topic?" It seems the strategist's thoughts have changed. Chiu Hong recalls what Fa Thien said while recounting. Previously, the great meritorious one said that if the sword light merged successfully, would the strategist follow me this time? Fa Thien asked with a smile. She looked serious and asked if it wasn't a bad thing that she had truly considered following the great general. Tui Quang sighed and said, "I really dislike people who stubbornly cling to a single opinion. If you've truly decided to follow the Lord, shouldn't the strategist prove it?" He suddenly turned dark and said something, perhaps sharing a story she knew about the blood demon Heavenly One. Tui Quang thought to himself, "I've already said what needs to be said. If the strategist dares to lie, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chu Hong slightly smirked, silently observing. She said that to mention blood demon heaven, you can't avoid mentioning the Heavenly Lord. According to what I know, Chu Hong said he has 3 disciples, noting one of them wears a red mask, including the Grand Master. "If I say I am the disciple of the Grand Master, would everyone believe it?" Chiu Hong asked calmly. After hearing that, Trui Quang was very surprised. The Great Master is a disciple of the Heavenly Lord Blood Demon, and she is the Guardian Master. Is that really her true background? So, the true identity of the great hero of the demon path is the great saint of the Blood Heaven demonic? Tree Quang asked further. She explained, "It's partly true, but also not quite. If I had to define my identity, the Mo family's downfall is caused by a child who loves strategy," Chiu Hong said. "What is that kid doing right now?" Chiu Hong suddenly turned around and looked. Everyone stared in that direction, and someone loudly said, "Chi Chi Tone." Chiu Hong forced a bright smile and said, "I want to have a serious talk with the strategist." In the quiet room, Luot Kak happily points and says, "Ka is the big brother." He happily rushed over. "Big brother, the heavenly demon hit you in the face." "Why do they call me big brother?" Trui Quang muttered confusedly. "Why does he seem a little different?" Then he turned to whisper to Fa Thien, "Your Majesty, what exactly is going on?" "Listen, I'll explain later. I'll talk to you soon." Trui Quang nodded. He turned to frown at him. The demon lord thought to himself, "Because he caused so much chaos, I had to bring him here." "Hey, Fa Thien, are you okay?" I asked the child who loves strategy what he plans to do now. "The military strength I promised before, I think I've proven it already, right?" Hearing that, she laughed and said, "The great achievement has shown me more than I expected. So I decided to follow the great lord." Chiu Hong continued. He asked, "Do you really? Then answer my question." Po Tian asked seriously, "So Huang, what is the ideal that the strategist is pursuing?" Chu Hong heard this difficult question and thought to herself, "Why suddenly ask about ideals? My answer is the pursuit of achievement." Hearing her reply, he smirked. "Pursuing achievement is indeed the style of a strategist. Victory on the battlefield is also a fortress. Accumulating great wealth is also a fortress, and gaining fame is also a fortress," he said. Fa Thien looked directly at her, and even sought revenge for her family as a form of achievement. Chiu Hong's eyes widened in surprise. He asked you, "But so Huang, isn't wasting your whole life on revenge too pathetic?" Chiu Hong sat silently without saying a word. She mockingly asked, "How could I be pitiful?" "Martial world folks like you. What do you know that makes you dare to call me pitiful?" She spoke up, saying, "Great demon path, would you like to hear the story of this unfortunate child?" Troi Hong too secretly thought that the pursuit of ideals was actually just a lie. "What I truly pursue is the ideal of strength. Trampling those who once trampled me is my true ideal." She spoke firmly over the screams of terror in the sea of flames. Father of Chiu Hong carries her away desperately as 6-year-old Jia Kat So Huang trembles and cries in fear. He advised loudly, "You must stay alert. Chu Hong, from now on, remember your father's words. This alley is a secret passage. You must go through it, alone in reach. Longjung Mountain, can you do it?" he asked. She refused to listen no matter what. "I don't want to go alone. Father, please come with me." Father refused, saying only children could pass through that secret path. Chiu Hong burst into loud tears. "Why is Zheng Dao pointing his sword at us? Why do innocent people like us have to suffer like this?" "Your father comforts you and says that time will give you an answer. Don't dwell on it anymore, and this time you shouldn't get involved, Vamont. It won't solve anything." She is crying and sniffling, asking when he always says not to interfere. So what about the feelings of the little girl? Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his child and embraced her tightly, shouting, "So Huang." His hands trembled as he held her.
because what mattered most wasn't this head but their lives. Her father, overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming down his face, despite Guy Cat being gone, she must run away and keep living. As soon as she finished speaking, he pushed her into the secret passage and shouted loudly, "Go quickly!" Chiu Hung walked on, tears streaming down her face as she cried, but she kept her mouth tightly shut. Suddenly, she sensed something, stopped, then couldn't hold back and turned back to run. Chiu Hung ran, crying and calling out, "Father!" As she approached the secret passage, she shouted, "Father, father!" her screams echoing endlessly. Chiu Hung screams in agony as she witnesses her father being cut down by Han Tian, her eyes wide with shock as she stands frozen. Han Tian laughs loudly and says, "Even the Jia Cat family can't withstand a sword thrust directly into my chest." The assassin wants to be sure and asks, "You stabbed him earlier, right?" Yet, he's going to die, isn't he?" He confidently said, "He's dead. The entire Jia Cat family is gone. Not even a single bastard remains." Chiu Hung turned her back and tried to run as fast as she could, biting her lip to make her decision. "I can't lose my family." Chiu Hung bit her lip until it bled. "I can't lose my father." Next, everyone mocked and asked if the Jiat family was still alive. The leader of the demonic sect doubted, so Jiat still had to seek help from the demonic sect. Chiu Hung, covering her face, firmly said, "I seek revenge. My ideal is strength to avenge my family, and as long as I can do that, I am willing to rely on anyone. The great master of the Blood Heaven demons sent me to avenge the second master, to kill him, so I had to team up with those Blood Heaven demons." "Do you know?" Fa Thian replied. "I don't know." She lifted her lip and said, "But how can those with great power to do as they wish understand the feelings of someone weak like me?" He spoke seriously. "Maybe so, but So Huang, once you've avenged yourself, what will you have left?" he asked. This question startles Chiu Hong. Fa Thian makes a proposal. "I need you, and you need me. Then just go with the flow, but you have to answer my question first. Do you truly want to follow me? You promised to help me avenge, but it won't end here because I have nothing left." Fa Thian insisted that after reporting the victory, if your heart still feels empty, fill it with this destruction. Chiu Hong stared at him intently, her gaze softening. She remembered old memories. "Our Jiat family father is famous for loyalty to the clan, but how do we find someone worthy of our loyalty?" Chiu Hong asked at that time. Her father gently smiled and said, "This cannot be decided by reason. You must feel it with your heart." She wondered if sensing with the whole heart, how could she know? He smiled kindly, and when the time comes, you will understand. The Guy Cat blood flowing through you will guide you. Chiu Hong realizes the pain is gone. She softly smiles and lets out a cry. "Now I finally understand my father's words." Chiu Hong raised her hand and clearly said, "God of the So Huang family, from now on I am the great hero of the demonic path. No, I will dedicate myself completely to breaking the heavens." A day before Po Tian arrived at the demon path in front of a dark cave, Demon Heaven sat beside Po Tian's body, feeling guilty. "Damn it, wake up. Why did I scold him? He looks like he's going to die before being brought to see the old man." He hesitated and said, "Damn it, I only know how to kill. I don't know how to save. There's no way to save people by killing them, right?" Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute. Killing to save someone makes sense after all. Maybe vital points are key to life, not just attacking them, but what if I channel my energy into those points? Demon Lord became flustered and said, "Forget it. Worrying all the time won't give any answers. Fa Thian, even if you die, it's because I killed you. Understand?" After speaking, he pressed on Fa Thian's chest to transfer energy into the acupoint. Fa Thian woke up dazed, looked around, and wondered, "Where am I?" Then Fa Thian touched his neck and shouted, "Hey, am I really dead?" A voice echoed, "Not dead," which made Fa Thian startle involuntarily. A masked figure emitting blinding golden energy descends from the sky. He silently wonders, are they a child, an elder, a woman, or a man? I only heard a voice echoing. I couldn't tell who it was. I softly asked, "Who is it?" The other person didn't answer but asked, "Do you not know who I am? Then you haven't understood everything yet." He was hanging in midair and said, "But it's okay. That's fine too." Fa Thian is still curious about what's going on. The person then raised their hand and said, "You've been through a lot lately, so I guess I should give you a gift." A yellow robe draped over him made him exclaim in surprise, "Gam I." "And there's one more thing." Fa Thian looked around in surprise and exclaimed loudly, so amazed that he shouted out loud, "The yellow light fades, and I'm surprised it's very hot. But why don't I feel hot at all?"
No, my body is feeling more comfortable again. The masked person explained, the poison in your body will disappear. Lam, come back and make me even happier. Suddenly, the breaking celestial movement makes him panic and shout, "What's going on?" He pushed him away, ignoring his desperate screams, and said, "Goodbye." At this moment, the heavenly demon wondered, what's wrong with this guy? Seeing his body, he wondered why his body was awakening like this. The energy emanating from Fathian's body grows stronger each moment, causing him to scream out. What's happening? What is happening? Fathian's body is emitting more and more golden rays, causing the entire cave to explode. Could it be that the internal energy backfires and causes an explosion? He looked up suddenly, startled. Fathian is now awakened, and Tianma approaches to ask, "Are you okay?" Fathian raises his hand to check and says, "I'm fine, but I don't know how to explain this. Heavenly Demon, please help me and take me to the Demon Path Union." Returning to the present, Heavenly Demon is recalling that moment, but I don't know the details of what happened. At that moment, Fathian's body suddenly emitted a faint light. Observing him and his gaze, isn't that the legendary Vajra body? Tianmo suddenly grew suspicious. Could it really be that brat? Fathian sat in the center and asked, "Strategist, where is the great demon lord now?" Chu Hong replied, "I don't know if his goal is to control the great demon, but since he finished his seclusion, no one knows where he is." He asked further, so the strategist also doesn't know the next plan. Did the Grand Master give any instructions? She replied, after Dagong took control of the Demon Path Alliance, "I don't know why he stopped sharing information with me." Fathian sighed and said, "So that's how it is. That old man must have foreseen this outcome. I hope the fact that the strategist revealed these things so quickly isn't unusual." Chiu Hong explained, "I was just a loyal horse to him at first, but the appearance of the great general made me lose trust in everyone." Suddenly, someone shouted out loud, "Kwang Kwang Ma, leader of the Heavenly SEAL team, Second Officer Min reports, there is news of a great demon sect master appearing." The atmosphere suddenly froze. "Huh? Commander, when did you return to the Demon Path Alliance?" Fathian teased, "So it's true that those with power in the Demon Path League are really close to the demons?" Choi Kwang shyly denied. "No need for that." Cho Hong also pretends not to notice. "The young people in Demon Realm League all support the great cause of the fanatic demons." Turning to Trui Kwang seriously, he said, "The Grand Master has arrived. Perhaps a battle is about to begin. The Supreme Lord doesn't need to appear. Let me handle this." Po Tian crossed his arms and stood up, saying, "No need for that, Tru." He slowly walked down and said, "I will go there myself." There are a group of people waiting on the cliff. Two fat men whispering as they walk, and a guy who seems to have appeared out of nowhere daring to cross the boundary like that. "Now you're just bragging about being one of the 5 great martial arts sects or something." One of them chuckled and said loudly, "But this is the 3,000 martial arts of the Central Plains martial world." He glanced at the great demon sect master Dichvu and said, "Isn't he the Grand Master?" The Grand Master ordered, "Tell the great devil sect master to come before the Tonma temple and kneel before me." The henchmen were stunned, eyes wide and mouths agape, and he continued, "If not, then death is all that awaits." The henchmen all shouted excitedly in unison, "Wow!" In front of the Demon Lord Temple, both supporters of the Demon Path Grand Master and the Demon Path Great General gather together. It seems like a well-trained assassin organization and a bunch of thugs no different from street ruffians. The chaos of the Central Plains martial world is gathering together. This is the demonic way. Fathian sat slumped, coughing repeatedly, so Tianma also stepped closer to ask, "Are you okay? If you're too tired, I can stand in for you." Fathian refused. "No need to worry about me. I'm more excited than ever now, even feeling very refreshed." Tianma also gently responded, "Yes." He worried that his gaze at Fathian was ignored, and he just smiled and turned away. "It's probably time. Let's go outside." Chiu Hong asked, "What do you think, crazy demon?" Tree Kwang replied, "Even the strategist can guess the situation, but you still say that even cautious people like her or Voan would find it hard to understand. The demonic path is so complicated." Shi Kwang sinisterly said, "If you win, you will have everything." On one side, the Grand Master is cheered loudly, "Grand Master, Grand Master, Grand Master," and on the other side, the Great Hero, Great Hero, Great Hero. The Grand Master still calmly glances at a spike filled with hidden weapons stuck upright in the ground below. He frowned, thinking they couldn't wait any longer, "So I will start now." Then the Grand Master spoke, "You've tried hard enough, even if you are just a naive kid." On his side, they cheered, "Yes, you've worked hard. With the Great Master, he's just a naive kid."
He continued, "This position was assigned to you, so now I will just return to my original place. Don't be too disappointed." The Grand Master taunted, saying, "Let's keep you as a servant and my useless strategist." The people outside jeered, "You've tasted too much sweet talk." "You bastard!" Cho Hong encouraged outside. "You must not be swayed by the provocation of the Grand Master. It's better to stay away now." Fa Thien slightly smirked. "I didn't expect you to worry about me that much." She asked again, "What do you mean?" Fa Thien still stood tall in the face of the insults. "It's not the great demon sect master, but the disgraceful sect master, right? Too ashamed to respond, huh?" "Get lost, you arrogant fool." Fa Thien muttered something mysterious under his breath. "What's wrong?" At this moment, he glanced up and said sharply, "Didn't you hear me?" "Today I am here to take everything from the old man," and with that he charged forward with the dragon's head behind him. The Grand Master panicked and asked, "How is this possible? How can you break the supreme poison?" Po Tien uses the Po Tien Tula staff to attack the Grand Master. Xiao Jun is confused. "What? You've only learned the stance so far? You are a disciple of Po Tien, Bak Kung So Quan." Fa Thien sat firmly on the rock. "Yes, this stance is to conserve internal energy, or what is called cleansing the acupoints." He explained that, in other words, the leader of the Destroying Heaven Tula sect, at the moment of transferring internal energy into the enemy's acupoints, would send destructive chi into their body, like having many of our young disciples targeting each of the opponent's acupoints. Little June asked nervously, "So it means destroying the enemy from within?" She looked confused and asked, "So it sneaks into the acupoints and destroys from the inside?" The girl looked puzzled as she questioned her master. "But where did you hear all this stuff from? My master sounds so confusing," Po Tien responds. "Oh, I heard it directly from the creator himself." The little girl is curious. "Who is that person?" Heavenly Demon appears, demonstrating his power before the young army attacking the Heavenly Tula Tower. The long-haired enemy shouted, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Heavenly Demon sneered. "It's over. The Heavenly Destruction, Truong, is truly perfect. The Demon Path, Great Breaker, truly shattered the heavens. In fact, not many have witnessed his power firsthand. Since it's rare to see him personally take action, the vague rumors are just part of the fog surrounding him. The subordinate standing silently witnessing everything, just being awarded the title of Great Hero by the Grand Master, is enough to show his extremely high status. So his subordinates also didn't dare to talk much about it. It's understandable that many people doubted Fa Thien's abilities. Chiu Hung remains so calm that I don't know what has happened anymore. Trui Quang smiles and listens, and as he finishes speaking, the crowd erupts in wild cheers. Po Tien breaks the sky. Chiu Hong stands watching. Since joining the Demon Path Alliance, this is the first time I've seen everyone cheer so wildly. Trui Quang continued speaking. "My strategist already said it. This demon sect is very easy to understand." Fa Thien stood enjoying himself. From now on, the demon sect will be the domain of the supreme ruler. He thought, everyone is so excited, I should pour a bucket of cold water on this atmosphere. But I have to do what I want. Now I raise my hand high and loudly declare, I am Po Thien, and I have something to say to the demon sect. The crowd fell silent, and one person asked the one next to him, "Do you have any ideas?" Fa Thien approached the long-haired enemy, placing his hand on his face and removing a mask. Everyone was stunned, hiding their weapons, and asked, "What are you doing? Who is that?" Fa Thien explained that impostor is Blood Demon Heaven, a force outside the martial world of Zhongyuan, not part of the Zhongyuan martial world. I suspect the Grand Master was lured by their scheme, which is quite unfortunate. My eyes are indifferent, that's why I told you all. His voice was firm, saying, "We are now beyond the boundaries of good and evil in the Central Plains martial world and must prepare to face a new force." Everyone was confused. Blood Demon. Heaven heard of this force for the first time. Should we believe what he said now? How can this be happening? Suddenly, a blind man in the crowd rushes out. How can I believe it? This story is too suspicious. Everyone also agrees with his opinion. The rude, one-eyed man shouted, "I suspected from the start how you could defeat the Grand Master so easily. Isn't it all part of the grand plan?" Fa Thien remained silent, listening to him, while Troi Quang also spoke up to question him. What about that corpse? Zhang Hong was worried, and the atmosphere started to stir again. Everyone was buzzing with speculation. Yes, it must be the Great Master behind this. Someone ambitious to take the position of Grand Strategist is the real culprit. Why would anyone of the martial world here agree with the righteous faction anymore? There are no other enemies left. The pursuit of light erupts. Yes, it's true, these fools. That blind fool's analysis is flawed. If he had killed the fake Grand Master from the start, this deadly duel wouldn't be worth it anymore. So this life-and-death battle is pointless.
Those who heard this shouted loudly, "That's right, this life and death battle is invalid, but some are confused. By the way, who is that hairy guy?"
My friend replied, "I don't know." Chui Quang still looked angry, huffing that whether he only cut mice or foam, it was still Min Kiem, Min Kiem.
How dare they mock the ultimate technique of the Supreme Lord like that? Chiu Hong, try to hold on to him and stay calm. Stop whining. If anyone's not satisfied, just tell Quash to deal with it, but they should kneel down. Damn scum.
All right. Chui Quang was startled and turned around. Huh?
That person asked if you could make those people change their minds.
Chui Quang's eyes changed expression. Huh. Even if I can't change people's hearts, I can crush their faces. Chiu Hong trembles. Wait a moment, with Lord Demon.
Seeing the other turn and walk away, he asked, "Who is that?" The other shouted, "Fellow demon sect brothers, please listen to me."
Po Tan looked up at Han Dong. When everyone saw him, they cheered, "Han Dong is Han Dong. That person is the great disciple Han Duong." Everyone is excited. That's right. Let Han Duong take on the role of the great master. He calmed the crowd. "Everyone, please stop. Isn't it already decided by the evil master? What if the grand master who was just killed was fake, and the one we knew is already dead?" Han Duong analyzes. Could it be that the martial world's southern central plains purge theory no longer holds water because of this? Could it be that the great master's power is fake? Everyone begins to be cautious. Is he trustworthy? His background is sudden, Han Duong shouted. The legitimacy of that person, their origin. Since when did monsters have to listen to that person? Listen to me now, he recalled. A loud laugh echoed through the mountains. Do we really need to go that far? Haven't you recovered from the fight yet? Han Duong was surprised. How could it be like that? But that was his calm expression. Because of the respect for the chief elder's heart, I said so. The former alliance of the Tao and the alliance of the chief elders. The 10,000 evils purifier. He sneered. Are you shaken now? The old man turned away and looked into the distance. No matter what, he couldn't deny the exceptional power of the great achievement. This time, the great achievement even quelled chaos in the southern martial world. Truly fortunate. Han Duong is puzzled. Lucky? What do you mean by that? Athan smiles, spreading this belief throughout the demon sect, imagining him running wildly across the central plains martial world. Old Hui remembers his joyful face from when he was young. We once had ambitions like his, but in truth, the demonic ring has pulled him back to reality. And now we have forgotten the things we once cherished. Doubt and treachery. The fight, the blood-stained hands of betrayal and scheming come back to haunt us. Athan looked up at the flag, and they believed they had led the demon way down the right path. At that moment, the old man's face was vacant. The path he once trusted and deceived himself about. He was sad, realizing that path was a mistake, but I am already too old. Then he advised Han Duong, but Han Duong, you are still young. The old man handed him a scroll and said, you can correct our mistakes or take it. It will help you. And you, follow the heavenly demon scholar to open a new path for the demonic way. Han Duong's gaze remained cold as he supported all of Tien Mathu Sin Fa Tien's decisions, and a vow was immediately written by all the demon elders. Back in the present, Han Duong was firm and said, the elders have stopped arguing with the Grand Master because they learned the true identity of the fake Grand Master and fear that something similar might happen again. The crowd murmured, is that really true? Yes, there have been disagreements between the elders and the Grand Master before, but given the current situation, there's nothing more trustworthy than the words of the elders. Does anyone else have any grievances? In that case, I have one more thing to say. He arrogantly declared that the outcome of this life and death battle depends on everyone, and the winner will be known by all. The crowd cheerfully gathered again, eyes narrowed. So let's fight once, and he will retreat. What are we fighting for? Suddenly he shouted. The demonic way to break the heavens begins here with laughter and chatter as he twists his tail and rises. Everyone cheers, marking the birth of a new demonic path. Potiano approaches Han Duong to thank him for helping in this difficult situation. Please also pass on my gratitude to the elders. He smirked. Everyone had gone far away, and there was no way to deliver the message to them anymore. He remained calm, but I had already said the same to them. Your mercy has helped you, Fathian smiled with satisfaction. I am speaking to the person opposite. Han Dong among my demon sect. I need someone like you to accompany me. Han Duong smiled. I would be disappointed if you didn't call me there and accepted Phi Tian's invitation to obey the order. And then the demonic sect initiation ceremony was held according to the proper procedure. Hui Kuang asked Han Duong, do you also find it troublesome? He replied, thinking about representing the great work with Lord Ma, I also feel uneasy.
He was angry. What are you anxious about? Han Duang changed the subject. Have you ever received a letter with some hidden meaning? Trui Quang, innocent, just enjoying the letter? He sighed. So you didn't do anything either. It was only then that I realized, oh, you wrote it, didn't you? A few days later, at the Demon Lord Temple, Chiu Hong was confused, but I was also very surprised. It's clear that until I realized it, the Great Grandmaster was still convincingly playing the role of the Demon Dao Grandmaster, so how could the Supreme Lord tell he was a fake? Po Tian deduces. I recognized it when he was channeling his energy. If it's someone as formidable as the Grandmaster, then that impostor is way too weak. When I focused on observing his internal energy, I also saw traces of the Yinbi Mianju. She broke out in a sweat. If that's the case, what about the Grand Master himself? He returns to Trui Quang's place, staring intently at his palm, which has a pretty hairpin. Where is he? Transition. Are you really the envoy of Blood Demon Heaven? His subordinate sneered. The Grand Master replied, Yes, I am the envoy of the Blood Demon Heaven. Are you surprised? Do you dare to abandon your mission and come here? And you even dared to come alone just to say some nonsense. Are you tired of living? The Grand Master confidently looked into his eyes and said, If that were the case, I wouldn't have come here. I came to propose an alliance between Blood Demon Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Palace. This is the end of my video. Above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and click the bell to receive more interesting videos.